My name is Byakuya, and I run a small stall in Windmill Village, moonlighting as an interdimensional broker. One day, the Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp found my rice crackers unpalatable and threatened to overturn my stall. In response, I effortlessly flung him into an alternate world dungeon. Notification client, selected Monkey D. Garp. Dungeon initializing, dungeon, world, Naruto. Mission, objective, survive or defeat the Third Raikage's onslaught. Garp bellowed, "You brat, what kind of hellhole have you thrown me into?" I crossed my legs leisurely and replied, "A virtual reality experience worth 1 million belly, an absolute bargain." Notification, dungeon, cleared. Completion, rating, S. Congratulations, you have earned the SSS reward. Perfect, Jinchuriki of the Eight-Tails. Congratulations, you have earned the steer reward. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Feeling the electric surge of lightning and tailed beast chakra coursing through my body. A laugh escaped my lips. Who should I toss in next? Whitebeard, or perhaps one of the 5 elders? Seriously, watching others fight to the death while I reap the rewards, this system is just too good to be true. The East Blue Windmill Village. The Magino Tavern was bustling as usual. Yet recently, a stall that seemed utterly out of place had appeared before the tavern. A simple wooden stand, upon which a solitary wooden plank stood upright. 4 large characters were scrawled crookedly on the plank in ink. Dungeon shop. Ha ha ha, you little brats. You think you can run away from me? A booming laugh shattered the quiet at the village entrance. Garp had returned. Under each of his 2 massive arms, he clutched a wriggling little child, struggling desperately. "Let go of me, you damn old man." Ace on the left was furious, flailing with all his might. "Weya, I want to become the Pirate King. I don't want to be Navy." Luffy, on the right, was bawling with snot bubbles forming, kicking his legs wildly in the air. The smile vanished instantly from Garp's face. Veins bulged on his temples. "Enough noise. Quiet down for me." His 2 free hands balled into fists. Bang, bang. 2 merciless iron fists of love landed precisely on the heads of the 2 little rascals. Ace and Luffy's heads immediately swelled into large lumps. Stars danced before their eyes, and they quickly quieted down. Garp nodded in satisfaction and was about to haul away his over-energetic grandsons when the corner of his eye caught sight of that peculiar stall. He paused in his tracks. Dungeon shop. Squinting with interest, Garp approached. Behind the stall lounged a young man in a rocking chair. His hair was pure white, and he wore a simple white short-sleeve shirt and beach shorts. A pair of sunglasses perched on the bridge of his nose. He swayed gently with the rocking chair, his entire demeanor so lax it seemed he might fall apart at any moment. Garp's towering figure cast a shadow that completely enveloped the young man. The rocking chair came to a halt. He slowly extended a finger and pulled his sunglasses down, just enough to reveal a pair of jet-black eyes. "Welcome." His voice was languid, tinged with the hoarseness of someone freshly awakened. Garp's expression darkened instantly. What an attitude this brat had. He was, after all, Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, and this young man dared to speak to him like that. 2 plumes of steam hissed from Garp's nostrils. He leaned forward, an immense pressure rolling toward the youth. "Kid," his tone was sharp, laced with the scent of gunpowder. "This place of yours, dungeon shop." He jabbed a heavy finger at the wooden plank bearing the inscription. "But I don't see a single product for sale." The youth pushed his sunglasses back up the bridge of his nose, a playful smirk curling his lips. "Sir, you can't say that. The things I sell aren't like cabbages you can just pick off the shelf." His voice remained languid, yet carried an unshakable certainty. "It's an experience you'll never forget in your lifetime." Garp's brows knitted tighter, steam billowing from his flared nostrils. "An experience." He grinned broadly, bearing a mouthful of white teeth, a dangerous glint in his smile. "Fine. I want to see exactly what kind of trick you little brats peddling. Speak. What kind of experience is this?" The youth yawned lazily and held up 3 fingers. "Simple. Just choose the dungeon package you desire. Basic dungeon trial price, 1 million belly. Intermediate dungeon, advanced price, 10 million belly. As for the highest tier, advanced dungeon." He paused, jet-black eyes peering from behind his sunglasses, and slowly uttered a figure. 100 million. The air instantly froze. Ace and Luffy ceased their struggles, eyes wide as they stared at the white-haired youth making such bold claims. The smile on Garp's face stiffened. The next moment, his entire face darkened. Veins on his temples writhing like angry worms. "You brat, you've gone mad, chasing money." His roar nearly lifted the rooftops of Windmill Village. 1,000,000, 100,000,000. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Calm down, calm down. The youth waved a hand, signaling for him to cool off. "Mr. Garp, my prices are clearly marked. Fair, for all ages. Once you witness the wonders of the dungeon, you'll find it worth every belly." His tone was as casual as commenting on the weather. Yet that confidence choked back Garp's fury. This kid was either insane or genuinely had some serious skill. Garp stared at him for a full 10 seconds. Suddenly, he snorted, unclenching his fists. He extended his pinky and began picking his nose as if no one were watching. "Big talk. If you're so confident, I'll humor you today and have a proper look." He snapped his fingers with unparalleled flair. "I'll take the cheapest one." Garp cast a glance at the youth that said, "You're giving me a bargain. 1,000,000, Bali, right. Put it on my tab. If I find it's not worth the price." He grinned, revealing teeth that gleamed like white blades. "I won't pay a single belly." "As you wish." The youth's smile grew even broader. "Basic dungeon, commencing for you." No sooner had he spoken, he raised his right hand and gently tapped the air with his index finger. A low hum filled the air. A circle of ripples, visible to the naked eye, radiated from the space before his fingertips. In the next moment, a blinding white light erupted without any warning, instantly engulfing Garp. The white light came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Before the tavern, only the modest stall remained, along with the leisurely young man in the rocking chair, and 2 bewildered little toddlers. The entire world fell silent. The young man reclined comfortably in the rocking chair, gazing at the translucent panel, visible only to himself, and began to contemplate an entry-level dungeon where would be the most entertaining place to send this old-timer. Indeed, his name was Bai Ye, an unfortunate soul who had transmigrated into this world just a week ago. Fortunately, he had awakened a golden finger called the multiverse dungeon system. As long as someone cleared the dungeons, he could reap generous rewards, forcing himself to fight tooth and nail. What a joke. He would find the strongest warriors in this world to act as boosters, have them work for him, and meanwhile, squeeze some ticket fees out of them. Wasn't that far better? 2 birds with 1 stone, simply delightful. Bai Ye stroked his chin. A mischievous grin curled upon his face. "Heh, heh." He crossed his legs leisurely, eyes fixed on the virtual panel, visible only to him. On the panel, several lines of characters glowed with a faint azure light, clearly displayed. Selectable dungeon pool. Entry-level dungeon, king of the desert. Description: amidst the endless sea of sand, challenge the desert's 7 warlord who dares to usurp the kingdom. Entry-level dungeon, the strongest spear. Description: on the battlefield of clouds and thunder, confront the Third Raikage, a monster who has honed his body and lightning chakra to perfection. Entry-level dungeon visitor from beyond. Description: above the steel jungle, alone, annihilate a leviathan beast from the depths of outer space. Intermediate dungeon, eye of the moon. Description: face divine power hidden. Challenge the Rikudo Uchiha Madara, who absorbed the god tree and unlocked the eye of the moon. Bai Ye's gaze swept across the panel, his fingers tapping the armrest in a half-hearted rhythm. King of the desert crocodile. He curled his lips. A nature type user against those who can't wield haki. It's a dimensional downgrade, but this old Garp, his armament haki, might as well be muscle by now. 1 punch from him, and the sands turned back into minerals. Boring. Next, his eyes landed on visitor from beyond, fighting a giant iron snake. A trace of disdain crossed Bai Ye's expression. Old Garp treats warships like punching bags. A monster of that caliber is probably just a 1-punch affair. No, that's too unexciting. No dramatic tension at all. What he wanted was entertainment, a top-tier spectacle where every blow lands with weight, sparks fly, and the audience's adrenaline surges. Eventually, his eyes fixed on the second entry-level dungeon, the strongest spear. Bai Ye's eyes gleam. The curve of his lips stretched wider, revealing a delightfully wicked smile. "Oh, ho. This is interesting." The Third Raikage, a monster who has pushed pure physical prowess and lightning-style chakra to the extreme. Hell Stab Ipandori, known as the strongest spear. Lightning body shield, hailed as the strongest shield to protect his comrades He single-handedly held back tens of thousands of ninja, fighting for 3 days and nights until exhaustion claimed him. A real man, a true iron-blooded hero. Bai Ye rubbed his chin, a cataclysmic confrontation already forming in his mind. The naval hero, Iron Fist Garp. His fists were the righteous blows that shattered countless legends. The fierce man of Kumogakur, the Third Raikage. His fingers were the strongest spear that pierced all defenses. When Garp's iron fist met the Raikage's hell stab, that scene, TSK, a pinnacle clash of spear and shield, a summit collision of martial arts. Bai Ye slapped his thigh excitedly. This is it. Let this old man who always talks about justice feel the embrace of love from the top-tier tough guy of the neighboring world. Ha, 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 ha. Hope his old bones are still sturdy enough. Darkness, boundless, endless darkness. A sensation of weightlessness came from all directions, making Garp feel as if he were endlessly falling. Garp frowned, looking around. There was nothing here. No wind, no sound, no light. Hey, you brat, what kind of place have you dragged me to? His roar echoed through the eerie silence, but elicited no response. Garp curled his lips, beginning to move his limbs, playing tricks. His battle-hardened instincts told him there was no danger here. The next second, points of starlight suddenly flickered in the pitch-black void. Countless colorful fragments emerged from the depths of darkness, swirling around him like a galaxy. Within each shard was reflected a completely different scene. A blonde boy clad in orange clothes, gathering a rapidly spinning blue energy sphere between his hands. A man in jet-black armor, breathing heavily as he wielded a red lightsaber. A colossal green monster, wreaking havoc in a city, roaring thunderously. Garp's eyes widened slightly. What is this? He reached out, attempting to touch the fragment closest to him. Inside that shard was a white-haired dog demon with a crescent moon mark on his forehead, brandishing a massive demon blade. His fingers passed through the fragment, unhindered, without stirring a ripple, an illusion. Garp withdrew his hand, impatience creasing his face. What's the use of all this flashy nonsense? 1 million bali, and this is what I get to see. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking like popping beans. When I get out, I'm definitely going to overturn that white-haired brat's stall. Just then, all the fragments around him began to spin faster. Streams of light danced images intertwined. Finally, all the scenes froze on one. It was a land scorched by war. A man with dark skin and an extremely muscular build, standing alone amidst a circle of tens of thousands of ninja. He stood bara-chested, his bronze-hued muscles as unyielding as solid rock, crisscrossed with a network of scars. Crackling, blue-violet arcs of electricity danced wildly across his body, emitting a piercing roar that framed him like a thunder god descended to earth. Kappa's pupils suddenly contracted. The impatience etched on his face vanished. In its place was a hunter's thrill upon sighting prey. Oh, he grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. This fellow looks rather intriguing. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated within Kappa's mind. Instance, selected the strongest spear. Mission, objective, survive the assault of the Third Raikage, or defeat him. Countdown, commencing. Massive crimson numerals materialized before Kappa, each digit's appearance causing the entire space to tremble violently. 3. The muscles on Kappa's body tensed instantly, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge. 2. He burst into a loud, unrestrained laugh. Wahahaha. Well played. Let this old man teach you strongest spear. 1. He abruptly took his stance, an invisible aura soaring skyward. 0. The countdown reached its end. Kappa's figure was swallowed by a blinding flash, vanishing from the spot. Land of lightning. Yunlei Gorge. Boom. A deafening roar echoed through the skies, the swirling shock waves blowing debris from the mountain cliffs. A colossal beast as massive as a mountain raged uncontrollably. It bore the tentacles of an octopus and the horns of a bull, 8 ferocious tails whipping wildly behind it, each strike capable of leveling an entire hill. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Hurry, scatter. The earth-style, earth flow wall can no longer hold. Water-style ninjutsu is utterly useless. Countless shinobi of Kumogakur fled in disarray through the canyon, their faces etched with terror and despair. Their proud ninjutsu proved as fragile as paper before this rampaging tailed beast. At that moment, a tall, burly figure stepped to the forefront of them all. His skin was dark, muscles knotted and taut, blue arcs of electricity visibly coiling around him, crackling with dazzling intensity. The Third Raikage. Everyone, fall back. His voice was quiet, yet carried an unchallengeable authority, reaching the ears of every ninja present. Lord Raikage, a ninja wearing goggles and bandages across his face, rushed to his side, his tone fraught with anxiety. The Eight-Tails has gone completely berserk. It's far too dangerous for you alone. To Tsuchishiro, the Third Raikage did not turn his head, his gaze fixed unflinchingly on the roaring Eight-Tails in the distance. This is the responsibility of the Raikage. For the village, for my comrades, I must stop it. His tone was calm, yet imbued with the weight of a mountain's resolve. But your body, silence. The Third Raikage snapped sharply. That is an order. Until I have dealt with it. Your mission is to evacuate all civilians known must be left behind. As his words fell, the lightning around him surged violently. The blue-violet chakra boiled like molten lava, enveloping him entirely, forming an indomitable armor of thunder and lightning, the strongest shield lightning-style armor. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch as he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, poised to charge the rampaging Eight-Tails. Just as he moved, the Third Raikage's motion suddenly faltered. He halted, his eagle-sharp eyes abruptly turned toward another direction in the canyon. Tsuchishiro, blink. Lord Raikage. The Third Raikage offered no reply. He merely stared intently in that direction, every muscle tightening to its utmost, the electric arcs on his armor flickering more violently. There, a presence emerged, a presence he had never before since unyielding, domineering, vast as the ocean. The force of this aura was so immense that it momentarily drew his attention away from the raging Eight-Tails. Who goes there? His voice grew profoundly grave. Show yourself. His thunderous roar intertwined with the rumbling thunder, reverberating endlessly throughout Yunlei Gorge. At the far end of the canyon, a figure descended from the sky, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous impact, stirring a cloud of dust. Cough. This teleportation experience really leaves much to be desired. Kapu brushed the dust from his body, grumbling in dissatisfaction. He lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. Towering jagged cliffs soared into the clouds, the air thick with the scent of scorched earth and a faint metallic tang of ionization. Oh, he spotted the octopus bull, wreaking havoc in the distance. Bibwahaha, what a colossal beast. This trip's already worth it. An excited smile instantly spread across Kappa's face. He clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking crisply, preparing to rush forward and deliver a fist of love to that massive creature. At that moment, a roar laced with thunder reached his ears. Show yourself. Kapu froze in place. He turned his head toward the source of the voice. What he saw, at the canyon's end, stood the black-skinned, lightning-wreathed powerhouse. The man fixed him with a stare heavy with oppressive intensity. That gaze brimmed with vigilance, hostility, and a trace of exhilaration from meeting a worthy rival. Kapu grinned, wider, his smile growing even more unrestrained. Bwahahaha. So the main act was here all along. Ignoring the still-raging Eight-Tails, he stepped forward, one footfall after another approaching the Third Raikage. Each step caused the ground to tremble subtly. An invisible momentum rose from him like an ancient beast awakening, ferocious, brutal, and utterly unreasonable. You punk, didn't lie to this old man. Kapu cracked his wrist as he walked, the sound of snapping joints echoing. This opponent, I like him very much.
Two equally overwhelming and majestic auras collided thunderously within the canyon, whipping up fierce winds that sent shattered stones flying in all directions. The shinobi of Kumogakure found themselves suffocated beneath this formidable presence, their faces etched with sheer terror. Who is that man? One ninja fixed his trembling gaze unwaveringly upon the suddenly appearing figure. Draped in a peculiar white coat, the man bore two large characters on his back, inked in black, characters entirely unfamiliar to them. Justice? What organization's emblem is this? Unknown. Never seen before. But so powerful. Just standing there makes me feel like I'm about to suffocate. Sukadai's expression was grave to the extreme as he clenched his fists tightly. This sudden visitor is unquestionably a top-tier warrior. His strength likely rivals that of the Third Raikage himself. Amidst the tense standoff, Kapu made his move. Ignoring the gazes of the lesser shinobi entirely, his eyes locked steadfastly upon the Third Raikage at the far end of the canyon. Wahahaha! Kapu's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the gorge. What's the holdup? Let us get started already. Grinning broadly, He suddenly stomped upon the air with a forceful kick amid the stunned gazes of all present. Boom! The air erupted with a muffled explosion. Kapua's body ascended as if stepping upon invisible stairs, advancing step by step toward the third Raikage at the canyon's opposite end. What? He is walking in the air. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The shinobi of Kumogakure's eyes nearly popped from their sockets, their jaws dropping to the ground. They had never witnessed such an absurd method of movement. Yet, even more outrageous events were yet to unfold. Kapua's arrogant act utterly enraged the raging Eight-Tails. Gyuki! Roar! A deafening bellow shattered the air. The Eight-Tails, a colossal beast larger than a mountain, abruptly turned, its crimson eyes locking onto the tiny black speck suspended midair. It swung one of its monstrously thick octopus tentacles, the tip forming a massive clenched fist. Whoosh! The giant fist tore through the air like a violent gale, crashing mercilessly toward Kapu. The power behind this blow was enough to flatten a small mountain. That fool! Witnessing this, a Kumogakure shinobi could not help but blurt out. How dare he act so brazenly before the rampaging Eight-Tails? Does he truly think he is the Raikage? He is doomed. Absolutely doomed. Surrounding shinobi exchanged expressions of schadenfreude. In their eyes, this reckless intruder would be pulverized into a bloody pulp by the Eight-Tails any second now. However, in midair, facing the sky-darkening giant fist, Kapua's smile only grew more radiant. Bwahahaha! A disobedient big octopus. Rather than dodging, he charged headlong into the massive fist. He raised his right arm as well, clenching his own fist. Compared to the Eight-Tails' colossal fist, his was minuscule, like a mere grain of sand. Yet, the moment he clenched his fist, a terrifying aura erupted explosively from his body. Back off! Kapu roared. He swung his fist forward. The next instant, the tiny fist collided fiercely with the enormous one midair. Boom! A profound yet earth-shattering impact resounded. A visible white shockwave exploded outward from the point of collision, spreading wildly in every direction. The entire Komorii gorge trembled violently. Countless massive boulders dislodged from the canyon's cliffs, thundering down into the abyss below. The shinobi of Kumogakure staggered helplessly in the gale, their faces etched with horror. When they finally regained their footing and looked up, everyone was dumbfounded. Mocking expressions frozen on their faces transformed into ghostly terror. There, suspended in midair, the mountain-sized Eight-Tails was driven backward by that tiny fist. Its massive frame lost balance, staggering backward for over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The earth itself groaned in anguish. How is this possible? A trembling Kumogakure shinobi pointed at the still-poised figure midair, stammering. He punched the Eight-Tails back. The entire world fell silent, save for the Eight-Tails' agonized roar and the heavy breaths of the Kumogakure shinobi. Even the ever-vigilant Third Raikage's pupils constricted sharply. His eyes locked onto Kapua's fist, still emitting wisps of smoke, filled not only with solemnity but a blazing battle fervor. This man is incredibly strong, absurdly strong. The Third Raikage's pupils shrank to pinpoints. His fierce gaze, brimming with the heat of a warrior, nearly ignited with intensity. This man has no chakra flow. He uses no ninjutsu whatsoever. Purely physical strength. The most absolute, ruthless physical power. To land a single punch that forces the rampaging Eight-Tails backward. What terrifying taijutsu is this? Wahahaha! Kapu landed back on the ground, the earth beneath his feet cracking. He shook his slightly numb fist, excitement on his face only increasing. Not bad. Not bad at all. This world is quite interesting. Completely disregarding the Eight-Tails as it struggled to rise, his blazing gaze fixed upon the Third Raikage. This dark-skinned powerhouse is his true target. Sukadai! The Third Raikage suddenly bellowed. Raikage-sama! Sukadai responded promptly, led everyone in immediate retreat. The Raikage's command was resolute and unquestionable. Barrier squad! He roared again, his voice like rolling thunder. Present. Several shinobi clad in distinctive attire stepped forward. Activate the highest level barrier at once and seal off the entire Komorii gorge. What? At these words, all Kumogakure shinobi were stunned. Raikage-sama! This is impossible. Sukadai rushed forward anxiously. Sealing the gorge, then you, the Eight-Tails, and that mysterious man silence. The Third Raikage whipped around, his eyes sharp as a drawn blade. This battle is beyond your interference. Staying here will only mean certain death. This is an order. His aura, as immovable as a mountain, crushed Sukadai into silence. The barrier squad exchanged glances, no longer hesitating. Yes, they swiftly formed hand seals. For violet flame formation. For pillars of violet energy shot skyward, rising from the four corners of the canyon. Immediately, a colossal wall of ominous purple energy surged upward from all directions, converging overhead. Boom! The entire Komorii Gorge was utterly transformed into an isolated, colossal prison. Beyond the prison cage, the shinobi of Kumogakure gazed upon the impenetrable violet barrier with faces etched in worry and dread. Within the cage, the Third Raikage slowly turned around, facing Karp once more. The armor of lightning enveloping him crackled and hissed, the electric sparks more ferocious than before. Now, no one will come to disturb us. His voice rumbled deeply and powerfully, brimming with an irrepressible warlike fervor. Karp grinned broadly, curling his fist as the knuckles cracked sharply like popping beans. Wahahaha! Exactly as I wished. Their eyes locked midair, unleashing invisible sparks of tension. Behind them, the Eight-Tails Ox Demon, dazed from a previous blow, struggled to rise. Its crimson eyes fixated relentlessly on the two diminutive humans, its furious roar reverberating through the entire canyon once again. Roar! The stage for a three-way melee was now fully set. Inside the barrier, the atmosphere was so dense it seemed water might drip from the heavy air. The raging lightning, the beast's wrathful bellow, and a man's unrestrained laughter intertwined, composing a bizarre overture to war. The Third Raikage's lightning armor continued to crackle and spark, each arc of electricity pulsing with destructive power. He fixed his gaze unflinchingly on Karp, his sharp eyes a woven tapestry of vigilance and battle intent. You. Who are you? His voice was low and hoarse, like two stones grinding against each other. Why have you come here? Is it for the Eight-Tails? The moment this question was uttered, the entire canyon's tension tightened to its utmost limit. Yet, Karp's response to the Raikage's interrogation stunned everyone utterly. He casually extended his pinky finger, lazily inserted it into his nostril, and dug vigorously. Then he snapped his fingers. His face wore a look of utter bewilderment as he tilted his head toward the Third Raikage. That expression was as innocent as that of a 3-year-old child. The Eight-Tails? Karp repeated, still picking his nose, puzzled. What is that thing? Is it tasty? Boom! Those words were like a bucket of gasoline poured onto the Third Raikage's already blazing fury. Feigning ignorance? Mockery? A monster strong enough to repel the Eight-Tails with a single punch would not be ignorant of the tailed beasts. To him, this was blatant contempt, the most thorough disdain directed at himself and Kumogakure. Bastard! The Third Raikage's teeth ground with a harsh clatter. The chakra-formed lightning armor surged violently. The blue-purple arcs thickened and raged even more fiercely. Crackle, crackle. Amid the piercing thunderclaps, the ground beneath him fractured inch by inch under the overwhelming energy, stones levitating upward. No more holding back. The Third Raikage let out a low roar suffused with intense rage. He suddenly lowered his body, adopting a charging stance, transforming into a blue cannonball ready to be fired. No matter where you come from, no matter your purpose. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Karp's figure unwaveringly. I will beat you half to death first. Then I will interrogate you at leisure. Before his words even faded, the ground beneath his feet exploded with a thunderous roar. Boom! The Third Raikage became a streak of blue lightning, the earth shattering and cracking wherever he passed, leaving a scorched ravine in his wake. His speed had utterly transcended the limits of human sight. A roar of fury thundered in Karp's ears. Yet, facing this overwhelming strike, the smile on Karp's face grew ever more audacious. Wahahaha! Exactly as I wished. He did not retreat, nor did he even entertain the thought of dodging. Karp lowered his body as well. The muscles of his right arm bulged instantly, veins writhing like tiny serpents beneath his sun-kissed skin. He violently pulled his fist back, gathering power. Then, with a single unadorned punch, he struck toward the surging blue lightning. Ha! No flashy technique names, no dazzling energy effects, just a simple, unpretentious punch. In the next moment, the lightning-wrapped fist collided fiercely with the calloused iron fist at the canyon's center. Hum! There was no earth-shattering boom, only a terrifying hum capable of deafening the entire world. Centered on their fist's impact, a sphere of destructive shockwaves exploded suddenly. The ground beneath them heaved like a lake struck by a massive object, sending waves of dirt soaring tens of meters high. The enormous barrier formed by the 4 purple flame formation trembled violently under the force. Ripples surged across the purple energy wall. Outside the barrier, all Kumogakure shinobi were blasted away by the terrifying aftershock, staggering and bleeding from their mouths and noses, faces etched with disbelief and horror. Inside the barrier, crisp cracking sounds rang out. The earth beneath the Third Raikage and Karp could no longer withstand the brutal force. It fractured like a spiderweb before collapsing into a massive, yawning chasm. Dust and smoke billowed. The two figures separated instantly, each retreating dozens of meters. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Every step the Third Raikage took left deep impressions in the hard rocky ground. He staggered back more than a dozen paces before barely regaining his footing. He raised his head, staring intently at the man before him, his gaze heavy with unprecedented gravity. He glanced down at his slightly trembling right arm. The fist encased in the lightning armor sent tingling waves of numbness coursing through it. How is this possible? His lightning armor was hailed as the strongest shield, his piercing fist, the mightiest spear, a perfect fusion of offense and defense. Yet this man before him matched his strength with pure physical power alone. No, he even subtly surpassed him. The Third Raikage assessment of Cap's prowess sharpened with new clarity. This man unquestionably possessed strength equal to his own, and that monstrous might was terrifyingly immense. Elsewhere, Cap shook his fist, grinning. A faint white mark remained on his knuckles, tingling with the numbness of an electric shock. His wild laughter gradually subsided, replaced by a serious expression tinged with surprise and displeasure. Damn it, Cap muttered under his breath, his eyes shifting. This thing is called a beginner dungeon? As one of the strongest at the pinnacle of the pirate world, he had entered with a carefree mindset, merely to experience life and have some fun. After all, 1,000,000 berries hardly promised earth-shattering challenges. Yet that single punch had thoroughly schooled him. The opponent's power and speed far exceeded his expectations. Looks like I'll have to get serious. Cap clenched his fist, the knuckles crackling sharply. Otherwise, I might actually end up capsizing in this little creek. Within the dungeon, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. Wahahaha, now this is truly exhilarating. Captain Garp's wild laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an intense, electrifying seriousness. His muscles bulged, tendons taut, and the formidable aura radiating from him grew even more terrifying than before. Enough with your arrogant folly, the Third Raikage roared. The armor of crackling lightning enveloping his body shimmered to its utmost brilliance, the blue-purple electric glow almost solidifying into substance. These two monsters had wholly entered their prime state. Yet they both overlooked the third presence in the arena. The Eight-Tails, the ox demon, having been sent flying by a single punch, trapped within a barrier, and utterly ignored by two insignificant humans, now seethed with rage beyond measure. A deafening roar erupted as it opened its blood-red maw. Black and purple energies began to converge wildly, compressing into a sphere that exuded an aura of utter annihilation. Meanwhile, beyond the battle's confines in the East Sea, Windmill Village, the bustling Market Street's lively atmosphere froze for a heartbeat. Luffy and Ace, two spirited youngsters, stood dumbfounded, staring at the spot where moments before Captain Garp had stood, cursing and ready to overturn a stall. He had vanished, simply disappeared into thin air. Not a wisp of smoke remained. Luffy blinked vigorously, then rubbed his eyes with force. The space was empty. Ace was equally stunned, his impatience swiftly morphing into pure bewilderment. With a faint thud, a bag of sanbei had fallen to the ground, spilling a cracker that shattered into two halves. Silence, deadly, suffocating silence. Then, in the next instant, Grandpa, Luffy's iconic booming voice, tinged with tears, shattered the street's stillness. His rubbery neck stretched wildly, sweeping the surroundings like a searchlight. Grandpa's gone. Hey, old man, stop playing these ridiculous tricks, Ace shouted into the air, but only the wind answered. Their faces drained of color instantaneously. That old bastard, though he hammered them daily with his iron fist of love, forcing them to eat beast meat so foul it made them nearly sick, and abandoned them in perilous forests. He was their grandfather, one of the few relatives they had in this world. The man they cursed with their lips yet never doubted. A towering figure of strength like a mighty mountain. It's you. Luffy spun around suddenly. His crimson eyes locked fiercely on the white-haired youth, still lazily leaning against the stall. Where did you take Grandpa? His arm elongated in an instant, wrapping around the eaves nearby, his entire body launched like a cannonball. Rubber, rubber. The immature roar of anger burst forth as his small fist clenched tightly, aimed squarely at the white-haired youth's face. Pistol. Luffy, stop. A shadow moved faster than him. Ace lunged forward abruptly, gripping Luffy's waist from behind with all his might, pulling him back. Bang! Luffy's punch missed its mark, crashing heavily into the wooden stall, carving out a large hole. Let go of me, Ace. I'm gonna knock this guy out. Make him bring Grandpa back. Calm down. Sweat beaded on Ace's forehead. His arms ached from Luffy's struggle, yet he refused to release his grip. His gaze never wavered from the white-haired youth, who maintained an expressionless facade. his heart pounding wildly. "You idiot! Don't you see? That old bastard is Captain Garp." Ace's shout caused Luffy's movements to freeze abruptly. "The guy who vanished without so much as a fart. Do you think we can handle him?" "Yeah. That grandpa. The one who eats boars the size of mountains for dinner, the one who punches warships like punching bags." Luffy ceased his struggles, turning to look at Ace's pale face. The color drained swiftly from his own as well. Fear, belated but relentless, gripped his heart. At that moment, the white-haired youth finally stirred. He yawned and stretched lazily, as if just awakened. Too noisy. He glanced indifferently at the two brats. "Isn't he your grandpa? He went on a trip to another world. He'll be back in a few days." The air thickened, freezing in place. Ace's mind struggled to process the utterly unfathomable term another world. Luffy, however, had already reacted. He blinked blankly. A trip? He unclenched his fists. Then, with his right fist, he slammed hard into the palm of his left hand. "Oh!" Luffy's face cleared instantly, all the terror and fury vanishing like mist, replaced by a refreshing so that how it is expression. He even broke into a wide grin. "You scared me. Seriously, that old man goes traveling without telling anyone. Ace?" He slowly, inch by inch, turned his head. He looked at his brother, now completely relaxed and even picking his nose. An indescribable fury surged from his soles to the crown of his head. "You colossal idiot!" Ace's furious scream echoed down the street. He grabbed Luffy's cheeks with both hands, pulling hard from side to side. "Do you believe everything you hear? Another world trip? You swallow that nonsense? What else is in your head besides meat? Ow, ow, ow." "Ace!" Luffy's eyes watered as he protested incoherently. But the white-haired youth's words were true. The two brats immediately tumbled into a scuffle. The instigator merely propped his chin on his hand, watching the scene with keen interest, a playful smirk curling his lips. Byakuya glanced at the time. He muttered slowly, speaking to himself. "Time's about right. It's time to decide the victor." Within the barrier at Cloud Thunder Gorge, the sphere composed of black and purple energy had swollen to a terrifying magnitude. Destruction. Pure destruction. The suffocating aura of dread thickened the very air in the canyon. Every breath burning like fire. The tailed beast bomb. The wild grin on Garp's face vanished completely for the first time. His pupils contracted to pinpoints as he fixed his gaze on the compressing black sphere. "Damn!" he cursed under his breath. "What a joke. If this thing explodes, I'm done for here." Elsewhere, the Third Raikage's furious lightning armor faltered momentarily. The rage and fighting spirit on his face were replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He understood better than Garp the power of this thing. He knew all too well the consequences of this explosion within the enclosed space of the four purple flame formation. Mutual destruction? No, it would be total annihilation, leaving not a trace behind. In the next moment, the two supreme warriors from different worlds reached an identical decision. They abruptly turned their heads, their gazes colliding midair. No words, no communication. Only a fleeting moment of silent understanding belonging solely to the strong. They struck. Wahahaha. Karp's maniacal laughter erupted once more, this time laced with an unprecedented savagery. "First, I'll stew you, you unruly giant octopus." The earth beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous roar, and he propelled himself like a cannonball toward the Eight-Tails. Simultaneously, the Third Raikage also sprang into action. He transformed into an even more dazzling and swift streak of blue lightning, his target likewise the colossal beast gathering energy. Hell's piercing spear. One strike through the heart. The Raikage's roar echoed throughout the canyon. He concentrated all his chakra into the 3 fingers of his right hand, which hardened beyond diamond, flashing blinding electric light, becoming an indomitable spear of unparalleled strength. Meanwhile, "Get off my sight, old man." Karp leapt high, his battle-worn iron fist enveloped in an invisible yet overwhelmingly domineering power. One to the left, one to the right. A punch, a spear. In the terrified eyes of the Eight-Tails, 2 attacks struck its massive head simultaneously. Boom! The ferocious force exploded across the Eight-Tails' body. The mountain-like beast suddenly stiffened. The tailed beast orb forming in its mouth lost control of its energy and then, with a pop, went silent. The Eight-Tails' enormous form toppled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. It was subdued. As the dust settled, Karp and the Third Raikage stood at opposite ends of the canyon, facing each other from afar. Both were breathing heavily. Just now, to suppress the tailed beast orb, they had each exerted tremendous power, greatly exhausting themselves. Karp shook his aching arm. The Raikage's lightning armor flickered uncertainly. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the canyon. Well done, old man. The third Raikage spoke first. His voice hoarse yet filled with admiration. But our business is far from over. Karp smiled broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Wahahaha. Naturally, he clenched his fist, the joints crackling sharply. Warm-ups are over. At this moment, their fighting spirits soared anew to their peak. Let us settle this with one final move. The third Raikage growled, furiously gathering the last of his chakra into the fingertips of his right hand. The light of the lightning release armor dimmed swiftly. All his energy condensed into a single icy gleam at his fingertip. The strongest spear, staking everything on this. Just as I like. Karp laughed wildly, adopting a seriousness never seen before. He slowly drew his right fist behind him, every muscle taut to the extreme, an even more terrifying, unfathomable aura rising from his body. Brace yourself. This is the old man's iron fist of love. Two utterly contrasting forces surged wildly at opposite ends of the canyon. On one side, the spear of destruction refined to perfection, compressing all energy into a single point. The Raikage's right fingertips glowed with a dense blue-purple electricity that blazed into pure white, so dazzling it was unbearable to look upon. His entire figure dimmed, leaving only those 3 fingers as the center of the universe. On the other side, sheer, unrestrained brute force pushed to its utmost limit. Karp's right fist bore no special effects, yet the air around twisted, and the rocks beneath silently crumbled to dust. An invisible, intangible yet mountain-heavy presence enveloped him completely. Outside the barrier, Sukadai and all the Kumogakure shinobi's hearts leapt into their throats. What level of battle is this? Are you kidding me? It's just 2 people fighting. The barrier trembled. The so-called 4-purple flame formation, reputed to withstand anything, now emitted a groaning hum under the pressure of these 2 overwhelming auras. In the next moment, the 2 monsters moved simultaneously. Hell's piercing spear through the heart. Iron fist of love. Boom! A white lightning bolt tore through the earth. A bronze fist shattered the air. No evasion. No retreat. The strongest spear clashed with the strongest fist in the most primal, savage manner with a tremendous collision. At that instant, the entire world lost its color and all motion. Absolute silence. Then, an explosion. An indescribable white shockwave erupted like a sphere from the point of impact, violently detonating outward. Crack! The indestructible 4-purple flame formation, its purple energy barrier, shattered like glass the moment the shockwave struck, spiderweb cracks spreading across its surface. Then, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed. Wah! All Kumogakure shinobi outside the barrier, including Tsukadai, were swept away by the raging blast. Like leaves caught in a tempest, they were hurled skyward and then slammed heavily to the ground, each spitting blood, unconscious. The entire Komorii gorge wailed. The canyon walls on both sides were forcibly shaved down by a layer. The clouds above were punctured by this overwhelming force, leaving a massive hole. Dust and smoke billowed, blotting out the sky. The canyon transformed into utter chaos, obscuring any view of what lay within. Time passed. Perhaps a minute, perhaps a century, before the choking dust slowly dissipated. What came into view was a colossal crater over 100 meters in diameter. At its center, a towering figure knelt on one knee. It was the third Raikage. His so-called strongest shield, the lightning release armor, had vanished entirely. His body was covered in gruesome wounds, blood flowing freely. His proud right hand, famed as the strongest spear, hung limply at his side, twisted at a grotesque angle. Opposite him, Karp still stood. He too was battered. The cloak of justice draped over him lay in tatters.
Bare-chested.
His body bore horrific bloodstains, and a scorched handprint smoked on his chest. His right fist, which had delivered the blow, was mangled and bloody. Panting heavily, Karp's chest heaved violently. He glanced down at his injured fist, then at the kneeling third Raikage. A grin spread across his blood-stained teeth. Wahahaha! His laughter was hoarse yet unrestrained. You old dog. Karp lifted his head to look at the utterly defeated Raikage. His eyes filled with a rare respect reserved only for worthy rivals. Not bad at all. The outcome was decided. This battle was his victory, though only by a narrow margin. The third Raikage knelt amidst the vast crater, gasping fiercely as blood dripped from his twisted right arm. He lifted his gaze, fixating on the man opposite him who, though equally disheveled, still stood upright with unwavering resolve. He had been defeated with complete acceptance. The hoarse words of the Raikage had just escaped his lips when a cold, mechanical voice echoed inside Karp's mind. Dungeon cleared. Quest objective. Defeat the third Raikage. Completed. Karp paused, lowering his eyes to his hands. His body was becoming ethereal and translucent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, what the hell is going on? Karp shouted in frustration. I haven't had my fill of fighting yet. He looked toward the Raikage across from him, baring his teeth in a wild, battle-hardened laugh. You, dark-skinned brat, remember this. Next time we meet, we'll have a proper fight. The Third Raikage's gaze was complex as he watched the fading figure. He said nothing, merely observing silently. Eventually, Karp's form completely dissolved into specks of light, vanishing into the ravaged canyon they had utterly destroyed. Exiting dungeon meanwhile in the East Sea Windmill Village. You idiot! You believe everything he says. Ow ow ow! That hurts! Ace, let go! Byakuya rested his chin on his hand, bored out of his mind as he watched the two little rascals wrestling. At that moment, a series of blue virtual subtitles, visible only to him, began flashing rapidly before his eyes. Dungeon. The strongest spear cleared.
Clearé, Monkey.
Karp. Clear rating. S. Overwhelmed the strongest shield and the strongest spear through pure brute force, perfectly fulfilling the challenge. Calculating rewards. Reward calculation complete. A faint smile curved the corner of Byakuya's mouth. Here it comes. Congratulations on obtaining Reward 1. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, S-Rank. The moment the words appeared, a raging and scorching torrent of energy spontaneously surged within Byakuya's body, coursing wildly through his limbs and bones. Crackling sounds echoed as tiny blue arcs of electricity danced across his skin, filling the air with a subtle scent of ionization. Byakuya slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist. He could feel every cell in his body rejoicing under this power. Speed, strength, reflexes, all explosively enhanced in every aspect. Not bad. He nodded in approval. Immediately afterward, a second notification appeared. This time, the subtitles shimmered in dazzling gold. Congratulations on obtaining Reward 2. Perfect Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, SSS-rank. Boom! Byakuya's spirit world shook violently. He saw an endless void of darkness. A monstrous beast, as massive as a mountain, with octopus tentacles and bulbous horns, was bound by countless thick chains. It was the Eight-Tails, Gyuki. Sensing a new presence, it suddenly opened its crimson, gigantic eyes wide. Yo, kid, are you my new host? A rough yet rhythmically distinct thought exploded directly inside Byakuya's mind. Don't look so fragile. Don't embarrass me, idiot, bastard. Byakuya raised an eyebrow. Oh, you've got some spirit. Quiet down, big octopus. Byakuya sent back his own thoughts in kind. If you come with me, there'll be plenty of good food and drink for you. But if you get too noisy, I'll turn you into takoyaki. Yuki's roar abruptly ceased. It was stunned. The next second, an even more furious bellow echoed throughout his spirit world. What did you say? You dare make me takoyaki? You bastard! Idiot! Byakuya immediately blocked out its thoughts, restoring silence in his mind. It's just a pet to handle. No need to get worked up. The final notification quietly emerged. Congratulations on obtaining Reward 3, Hell Spear Ipunguente, S-Rank. A vast flood of information instantly surged into Byakuya's mind, knowledge and techniques on how to concentrate chakra, strengthen finger dexterity, and focus all bodily power into a single point. Instinctively, he extended his right hand, bringing 3 fingers together. An invisible, razor-sharp energy condensed at his fingertips. The strongest spear. Byakuya slowly lowered his hand, savoring the 3 distinctly powerful forces within him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Indeed, being an intermediary is the best. Meanwhile, in Karp's mind, the cold mechanical voice continued to resonate. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. The strongest spear. Distributing clear rewards. You have obtained Reward. Chakra Refinement Technique, A rank. At the moment the voice faded, an unimaginably vast torrent of information suddenly flooded into Karp's mind without warning. It was knowledge entirely different in nature, about energy utilization and cultivation. Meridians, acupoints, chakra. A whole new world exploded within his mind. Karp's pupils contracted sharply, his body stiffening. He could feel it. Within him, aside from the haki he had cultivated all his life, familiar to his very bones, another entirely new energy was slowly emerging. This was, Karp instinctively opened his palm, sensing the faint yet undeniably real foreign energy within him. His expression one of unprecedented shock. This was no devil fruit. It was a completely independent new power system, entirely separate from haki. Just handed to me like this? 1 million belly and I get a complete cultivation method? What a cosmic joke. Just as he was overwhelmed with astonishment, his body completely transformed into a point of light, vanishing into the ravaged canyon. Meanwhile, in the East Sea Windmill Village. You super duper big idiot. Ow ow ow. That hurts. Ace. The two little rascals continued their roughhousing, causing chaos everywhere. Byakuya still rested his chin on his hand, wearing a look of pure spectator amusement. Suddenly, on the marketplace street beside the fighting children, a figure materialized out of thin air, staggering and nearly collapsing to the ground. Karp had returned. Yet his current appearance was pitiful indeed. Wounds covered his entire body, the iconic justice coat nowhere to be seen. His bronzed upper body was stained with blood and bruises, and a trace of blood clung to the corner of his mouth. The ruckus ceased abruptly. Luffy and Ace, the two little rascals, froze completely. They stared dumbfounded at their suddenly appearing and battered grandfather, their eyes nearly bulging out. The next moment, "Grandpa!" Luffy's trademark booming voice, tinged with sobs, once again rang out across the sky. He released his grip on Ace's cheek and, like a little cannonball, charged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Karp's leg. "Grandpa, you're back." Looking up, Luffy saw the wounds on Karp's body, and tears instantly welled up. "You're hurt. You're bleeding so much. Who did this to you?" Ace charged forward as well. Though not as outwardly expressive as Luffy, the ghastly pallor of his face and the tightly clenched fists betrayed the terror and fury roiling within him. "Old man, are you all right?" That grandfather, who in their hearts stood as an invincible mountain, had been wounded so severely. Wahahaha! Karp's signature boisterous laughter reverberated through the entire street, causing the windows to tremble and hum. He shoved aside Luffy, who was clutching his leg and sobbing with tears and snot smeared across his face. "What are you crying for? Didn't I come back just fine?" Though his words were casual, a tempest of turmoil churned beneath the surface. That dungeon world, that dark-skinned, lightning-wreathed brute, and that terrifying giant octopus. Each one was a formidable adversary capable of driving him to the brink. Especially that last desperate exchange of blows. Had he faltered even slightly, he wouldn't be returning now in such a sorry state. He would have been finished there and then. And that was only a basic dungeon? What a joke! Karp's gaze, unflinching and unreadable, settled on the white-haired youth still lounging lazily behind the stall. For the first time, his eyes carried an unmistakable gravity and scrutiny. Who exactly is this fellow who can so effortlessly conjure such a terrifying world? Byakuya slowly rose from behind the stall, stretching in a long, languid yawn. He paid no heed to the two youngsters still wrestling on the ground, nor to the astonished glances cast by passers-by. His eyes fixed squarely on the bloodied man who nevertheless stood tall and resolute. "Well, old-timer." Byakuya, hands in his pockets, ambled over with a playful smirk. Standing before Karp, he appraised the wounds decorating the veteran's body from head to toe. "How's the experience?" Byakuya chuckled mischievously, rubbing his fingers together in a mercantile gesture right before Karp. "Let me tell you, this 1,000,000 berries is absolutely worth every penny. No fooling." Luffy and Ace were dumbfounded. They lifted their heads, staring at this white-haired youth who chatted so casually in front of their grandfather, momentarily forgetting their tears and cries. "Wahahaha!" Karp suddenly erupted into a roaring fit of laughter, his voice booming with such force that the very air around them vibrated. He lowered his gaze to Byakuya, and in those deep, penetrating eyes, the previous disdain had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. "Worth it." Karp cracked a blood-stained grin, resolutely uttering a single word. "Damn right it's worth it." Unconcerned, he pulled a small notebook and pen from his pocket, swiftly scribbled a line, and tore it off. With a single motion, he thrust the slip of paper into Byakuya's hand. "Here, this is a special check authorized by Navy headquarters. Go claim your money." Byakuya accepted the note without hesitation, whistled softly, and pocketed it with satisfaction. Doing business with a hero is truly a pleasure. At that moment, Karp's laughter abruptly ceased. His weathered face grew stern, radiating a heavy, formidable aura. "Now it's your turn to answer my questions." His voice dropped low as he fixed Byakuya with an unblinking stare. "What exactly are you? And what is this so-called dungeon?" The atmosphere froze in that instant. Even Ace sensed something amiss and instinctively pulled Luffy back a step. Byakuya, however, remained as nonchalant as ever. He tilted his head and pointed at his own nose. "Me?" He smiled. "I'm just an ordinary traveler. A mere insignificant wanderer roaming between the myriad worlds." Between the myriad worlds? Karp's pupils constricted sharply. It was a term he had never heard before. As for the dungeon, Byakuya raised a finger and lightly tapped the air. "You could think of it like this." A mysterious curve lifted the corner of his mouth. I simply extract a fragment of time currently unfolding in another world, then sell it for you to enjoy. Extract fragments of time? Karp's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Absurd. Ridiculous. Yet everything he had just experienced, the raging lightning, the monstrous beasts, the brutal hand-to-hand combat, was too real to deny. It was no illusion. It was a genuine, life-or-death battle. After a long pause, the mountain-like weight emanating from Karp gradually subsided. He fixed Byakuya with utmost seriousness and spoke. Kid, come back with me to Navy headquarters. With your abilities, I can recommend you directly to Sengoku and have you appointed as an admiral. Boom! Those words struck even more shockingly than the aftershocks of the earlier battle. Ace and Luffy were utterly stunned. An admiral? That's the pinnacle of combat power in this world. This seemingly lazy white-haired kid could become an admiral? Yet faced with this offer that could make the whole world go mad, Byakuya's response was so indifferent it was almost infuriating. He scratched his ear and yawned lazily. No thanks. His reply was crisp and decisive. Being in the Navy, clocking in every day, taking orders from a bunch of celestial dragons idiots? That's just too dull. Byakuya curled his lip in disdain. I'm not one for grand ambitions. I just like freedom. Traveling around, seeing the sights, tasting good food. He patted Karp's shoulder with sincere warmth. Old-timer, broaden your horizons. The world is vast. Don't keep thinking about chasing pirates all the time. A vein bulged on Karp's temple. Luffy and Ace gaped in disbelief. How dare this guy speak to their grandfather like that? Just as Ace braced himself for Karp's iron-fisted reprimand. Wahahaha! Karp suddenly burst into deafening laughter. Well said. He thumped Byakuya's back so hard it could have snapped a tree. Freedom. Huh? You're exactly the kind of kid I like. He made no further demands. For in the youth's eyes, he saw something identical to what he, Dragon, and even Luffy possessed. That was the purest yearning for liberty. Such a person cannot be confined. What a pity. Truly a pity. Karp laughed heartily and turned toward his warship. Before leaving, he glanced back and delivered a loving iron fist to both Luffy and Ace. You two, train hard for me. If you're still this weak next time I return, I'll throw you into the sea as food for the Sea Kings. With that, he boarded the ship without looking back. As the vessel slowly departed the harbor, Karp stood at the prow and shouted toward Byakuya on shore. Kid, next time there is a dungeon this fun, be sure to let me know. The price is negotiable. Byakuya waved the check in his hand, grinning like a shrewd merchant. Deal, deal. Take care, old-timer. A naval warship upon the deck. The instant Monkey D. Garp, drenched in blood and clad in tattered garments, stepped onto the deck. The entire atmosphere aboard the vessel froze in place. Mr. Garp. Lieutenant Bogart sprang forward in a single bound. Gazing upon the grievous wounds marring Garp's form, even his perpetually stoic and icy visage faltered. His pupils contracted sharply. What transpired? Did you encounter remnants of Whitebeard's crew? Or perhaps some heedless faction of the Four Emperors? To see the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp thus grievously wounded, Bogart's mind raced through a dozen dire possibilities. Yet Garp merely waved his hand carelessly, grinning broadly to reveal a mouthful of blood-stained teeth. Wahahaha! Relax, Bogart. He nonchalantly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. No enemy. Just a super intense warm-up exercise. Bogart stared at Garp's eyes, gleaming with exhilaration. Then at his savage wounds, his mind filled with question marks. What kind of infernal warm-up is that? Bring me the den mushi. Garp's mirth waned slightly, his gaze sharpening. I need to speak with Sengoku. At Navy headquarters, the Fleet Admiral's office. Puru.
The den mushi emitted an impatient ring.
Mimicking Garp's signature languid expression, Sengoku snatched up the receiver and unleashed a furious roar into the device. Garp, you scoundrel! Where have you been shirking your duties this time? I heard you went gallivanting back to the East Blue. Do you take the Navy for your own backyard? On the other end, Garp leisurely extended his pinky and picked his nose. Yo, Sengoku. You're getting old. Calm down with the temper. I've got serious business to discuss. Approve me a special budget. Veins bulged instantly on Sengoku's forehead as he bellowed louder into the den mushi. Not a single belly. No way. Every time you request funds, it's either half an island sunk or the 7 warlords beaten to a pulp. I'll never trust you again. Garp snapped his fingers, his expression turning serious for the first time. This time it's different. His low, grave words silenced Sengoku's furious outburst instantly. I just fought a monster. Sengoku paused, his tone heavy with gravity. Who? A black-skinned man wrapped in blue lightning, calling himself the Third Raikage. Garp recalled the exhilarating battle, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. His strength and speed were on par with mine. We obliterated an entire canyon. Sengoku's brow furrowed tightly. The Third Raikage? Never heard that name. Some madman from the New World? Garp grinned. No, he is not from our world. Sengoku's breath caught for a moment. Ignoring his shock, Garp continued concisely describing the so-called replica, the fragment of time seized from another dimension. A long silence followed on the other end of the line. The Den Mushi, mimicking Sengoku's expression, now bore none of the former anger or impatience, only unprecedented shock and solemnity. After a considerable pause, Sengoku's voice, laden with suppressed turmoil, finally emerged. Garp, are you telling the truth? Wahahaha, since when have I ever joked about such matters? Garp glanced at his right fist, still a bloody, mangled, and scorched mess. The wounds on this fist don't lie. Another silence ensued. Sengoku was clearly processing information capable of overturning his worldview. That boy who can create replicas. Sengoku's tone grew exceedingly serious, even urgent. Can we recruit him into the Navy? At any cost. If he is willing to join, I can guarantee him a vice admiral position. Upon hearing this proposal, Garp's expression twisted oddly. He recalled that boy's languid expression and the phrase, too boring. Wahahaha, too late. I already asked him. Sengoku pressed eagerly. And what did he say? Garp hooked a finger in his nose and mimicked Byakuya's tone lazily. He said, when the Navy punches a clock and has to obey those idiot celestial dragons, it's too boring. He said he has no grand ambitions, just likes freedom. On the other end, Sengoku nearly crushed the receiver in fury. Garp laughed all the more heartily. Leaning against the ship's railing, gazing out over the boundless sea, his eyes gleamed with a mixture of respect and anticipation for a worthy opponent. Sengoku, that boy is no bird to be caged by the Navy or the world government. He is an absolute free spirit. The Den Mushi's other end fell into a long, deathly silence. The face mimicking Sengoku's expression bore no trace of anger or impatience. Only the calm of one unmoved by impending catastrophe, concealing a tempest of inner turmoil. After a long time, Sengoku's voice, laden with restrained astonishment, slowly came through. I understand. This is a matter of the highest level. I will dispatch personnel to handle it. His tone became solemn and resolute, befitting a fleet admiral. And you scoundrel, if you dare, click. Garp decisively ended the call. At Navy headquarters, the fleet admiral's office. Sengoku held the receiver, listening to the dial tone as the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. The next moment, Garp, you incorrigible bastard. The fleet admiral's roar nearly lifted the roof off Marineford. Back on the warship's deck, Garp casually tossed the Den Mushi to Bogart beside him, a triumphant, mischievous laugh playing on his lips. Wahahaha, this guy still gets mad so easily. He utterly ignored the reverent yet puzzled stares from the surrounding Navy soldiers, as well as the blood still seeping from his wounds. He seated himself cross-legged on the deck and closed his eyes. That immense flood of information once again vividly surfaced within his mind. Chakra refinement technique, a novel power system, fundamentally distinct from Haki, extracting energy from both body and spirit, converging it in the dantian, circulating it through the meridians. For Garp, who had honed his physique and Haki to the pinnacle of the world, grasping this theory was effortlessly simple. He began following the method, settling his mind to sense the energy within. Soon, beyond the torrent of Haki coursing like a mighty river, a faint, fresh energy, like a mountain stream, was precisely detected by him. Oh, Garp's grin stretched even wider. Found it. He cautiously manipulated this entirely new energy, guiding it along a specific trajectory, allowing it to flow slowly within his body. The novelty of this process thrilled him profoundly. After a while, Vice Admiral Garp abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce gleam bursting forth. Rising to his feet, he strode to the ship's railing and gazed down at the vast, boundless azure sea below, a wild, childlike smile of anticipation spreading across his face. You all, watch this old man carefully. Under the bewildered and uncertain stares of the Navy soldiers, Garp planted one foot firmly beyond the ship's edge. Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart's heart skipped a beat. Yet, contrary to expectation, the tremendous splash of him falling into the water never came. Garp's foot was steadily poised upon the sea's surface. Just like that, he was treading on water. Around the sole of his foot, concentric, delicate ripples slowly radiated outward. The entire deck instantly fell into a profound silence, so still that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes nearly popped from their sockets, mouths agape wide enough to fit a fist. What had they just witnessed? The Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, standing upon the ocean's surface. How could this be possible? He wasn't a devil fruit user. Amidst the petrified gazes, Garp stepped forward with his other foot. 1 step, 2 steps. He strolled across the water as if taking a leisurely walk, his demeanor even more relaxed and graceful than walking on solid ground. Wahahaha! Garp turned around, casting a thunderous, uproarious laugh toward the utterly dumbfounded crew on deck. His laughter echoed throughout the entire sea. See that? He pointed at the water beneath his feet, then at himself, his face brimming with pride and wild abandon. This thing, it's damn useful after all. Garp's laughter gradually subsided. Standing on the ocean's surface, he savored the gentle sensation of the water's waves beneath his soles. This feeling, it was utterly novel. He looked down at his reflection shimmering in the water, then lifted his foot again, lightly stepping to send out another series of ripples. Bogart stood by the railing, pushing up his sunglasses. Beneath the lenses, his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable storm of astonishment. Vice Admiral Garp, what exactly is this? Garp did not turn his head, merely grinning broadly. Wahahaha! The old man's new toy. Though he spoke casually, his mind raced at high speed. He closed his eyes, carefully savoring the influx of knowledge that had appeared out of nowhere in his mind. The technique known as chakra refinement. Every detail crystal clear. Yet when he tried to organize it into teachable steps, he found it utterly impossible. This wasn't something he had learned. It was forcibly implanted. An unreasonable, direct infusion of knowledge. It bypassed all learning and comprehension, becoming an instinct embedded in his body. Just like eating, drinking, or throwing a punch, there was no way to teach it. Garp clicked his tongue in displeasure, opening his eyes with a flicker of deep regret. What a pity. An absolute damn shame. If only this technique could be disseminated throughout the Navy. How much would the survival rate of those Navy brats increase during maritime missions? This was far more practical than any damn Rokushiki technique. But the thought flickered away as quickly as it came. If it can't be taught, then forget it. The old man will just use it himself. His thoughts drifted back to the ravaged canyon, to the black-skinned powerhouse wrapped in arcs of blue electricity. More battle details surfaced in Garp's mind. The opponent's lightning-formed armor, known as the lightning release armor, the absurdly rapid movement speed, the 3 fingers capable of piercing through anything, even drawing blood from his own fists. Those ornate yet terrifyingly powerful techniques. Garp recalled the cold mechanical voice referring to those moves as ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Garp muttered the word under his breath. He opened his palm, a faint, nearly invisible energy coalescing in the center. This was chakra. The chakra refinement technique had merely granted him this energy. But how to wield it? How to transform it into lightning armor? How to shape it into an indestructible spear? At present, all he could do was attach it to his feet, enabling him to walk on water. Wasn't this just a beginner's gift package? The true form of this power was demonstrated by that so-called Third Raikage. A surge of even more intense excitement and yearning flooded from the depths of Garp's heart. The sensation was 100 times stronger than when he first learned to tread water. So, that so-called dungeon was far more than just a thrilling battle. It was an entire, unprecedented new power system unlike anything he had ever heard of. Garp spun around abruptly, his gaze burning as he looked toward the direction of the now distant Windmill Village. That look was no longer one of mere amusement or curiosity. It was the gaze of a starving wolf beholding a sumptuous feast, since clearing the dungeon could yield the fundamental chakra refinement technique. Did that mean that if he performed better, earned higher evaluations, or tackled more difficult dungeons, he could obtain the other techniques of that black-skinned powerhouse? He suddenly recalled the multicolored fragments of time he had seen before entering the dungeon. A golden-haired boy gathering a blue energy sphere, a black-armored man wielding a crimson lightsaber, a hulking green figure destroying a city, and a white-haired canine demon brandishing an enormous demon blade. Those were all other dungeons. Each fragment represented a completely different world, a wholly distinct, brand new power system. Navy headquarters, Marine Ford. Fleet Admiral's office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku gripped the Den Mushy handset tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, the shell of the snail-shaped phone contorted by his grasp, mirroring his grim expression. Damn that Garp. That bastard. He growled through clenched teeth, his chest heaving violently, clearly enraged beyond measure. A mysterious entity capable of freely traversing other worlds and trafficking fragments of time. An unheard-of powerhouse who had left Garp bloodied all over. The shock of this intelligence was even greater than when the 5 elders had informed him of the world government's imminent dissolution. Knock knock. The office door was rapped upon. Enter. Sengoku took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within his heart, restoring the dignity befitting a fleet admiral. The door was pushed open. A tall man with a mop of black curls and a green eye patch, eyes heavy with sleep, sauntered in lazily. The Navy's greatest combat strength. Admiral Akiji, Kazan. Ah, Sengoku-san, calling me over in such a hurry. Has a troublesome pirate appeared? Kazan yawned, exuding a languid air as if he could fall asleep at any moment. 10,000 times worse than a pirate. Sengoku's words halted Kazan's yawn midway. He slowly lifted his eyelids to look at Sengoku. Without further ado, Sengoku tossed a freshly compiled top-secret document toward him. Read it yourself. The confidentiality level of this document surpasses all S-rank classifications. Once you have read it, you must keep it locked away within your very being. Kazan leisurely caught the file, reclined against the sofa, and began to peruse it at a languid pace. Within the office, the only sound was the subtle rustling of turning pages. First, Kazan's expression remained that perpetually unchanging laziness. East Blue's Windmill Village? Has Captain Garp gone back to visit his family again? Yet, as he read further and further, a faint furrow crept across his brow. A replica shop? A ticket costing 100 million? His gaze began to shift. The strongest spear? The Third Raikage? Another world? When he came upon the passage describing Garp, covered in blood yet laughing maniacally as he learned to tread water, Kazan's languid demeanor vanished completely. He straightened his posture, and for the first time, those eyes that were usually half-closed opened wide, revealing an unprecedented gravity and horror within. Admiral Sengoku, he said, looking up at the man behind the desk. Every word written here is true. Sengoku's tone was resolute and unwavering. Kazan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He understood Garp's strength better than anyone. For someone to have driven that man to such a state, even granting him newfound power, this document's weight was heavy enough to crush the very order of the world. Therefore, Kazan closed the file, and the aura he radiated sharpened perceptibly. What do you require of me? I need you to make a personal journey to the East Blue. Sengoku's 10 fingers intertwined on the desk, his gaze as piercing as a blade. Go meet this young man named Byakuya. Do not approach him as a marine admiral, and do not alert anyone. I want you to ascertain exactly who he is, what he desires, and what his intentions are. Is he friend or foe? Sengoku rose and walked to the vast floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking all of Marineford. Kazan, you must understand that the significance of this matter transcends pirates, transcends the Revolutionary Army, and even transcends the world government itself. What he possesses is capable of altering everything in this world. Kazan stood and placed the document on the desk. I understand. That signature nonchalance returned to his face, though a deeper, inseparable gravity lingered in his eyes. East Blue? Huh? What an unexpectedly intriguing place. Perfect. I can ride my bike and take a little vacation. The clamor of the harbor gradually faded into the distance. The curious villagers dispersed in small groups. Byakuya reclined once more into his rocking chair, basking in the salty sea breeze of the East Blue, swaying leisurely. Comfortable. This kind of idle, carefree life suits him best. Yet, before he could enjoy his repose, 2 small shadows suddenly loomed over his face. Byakuya lazily opened one eye. Ace and Luffy, 2 little rascals, stood upright before him, flanking him on either side, completely blocking his way. They neither played nor spoke. Instead, they fixed upon him an unprecedented, scorching gaze that was almost terrifying. Those eyes resembled 2 starving wolves that had gone 3 days without food, beholding the most succulent piece of meat in the world. What do you want? Byakuya spoke indifferently, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Can't you see I'm busy photosynthesizing? Go play in the dirt, kids. Luffy's simple-minded brain evidently could not grasp the meaning of photosynthesis. Yet he understood the latter half of the sentence. Instead of leaving, he took a step forward, his rubbery head inching closer. Hey, white hair. Luffy's voice was soft but carried an unshakable resolve. Teach us. Beside him, Ace's freckled face bore an equally stubborn expression. His fists clenched so tightly his nails nearly dug into his palms. Teach us how to get stronger. The 2 children spoke in unison. Their sheer obstinacy thickened the air around them. Byakuya finally relented and opened his other eye. He sat up, amused, looking at the 2 little beings who were not yet as tall as his legs. Teach you? He scratched his ear. Do I even know you? No. Luffy answered with unshakable conviction. But you're strong. He waved his finger erratically in the air. You waved your hand and Grandpa disappeared. Then when Grandpa came back, he was bleeding everywhere, but he was still laughing. Luffy's thought process was peculiar, but his conclusion was remarkably precise. He pointed at Byakuya's nose and declared loudly, "So, you're the one who beat Grandpa up that badly. You're even stronger than Grandpa." Ace's eyes shone with agreement. The Grandpa who, in their hearts, stood as an invincible mountain, was sent away to warm up somewhere, only to return battered and bruised. This fact shook their young worldview to its core. But after destruction comes the wild growth of desire. "Teach us." Ace gritted his teeth and repeated, "We'll do anything if it means getting stronger. We want to set sail too. We want to be pirates too." Luffy waved his little fists, his face brimming with dreams of the future. "I'll find the One Piece and become the Pirate King." Byakuya looked at them, at those two pairs of clear eyes, burning with ambition. He curled his lips and lay back down, resting his hands behind his head. No, he refused with decisive finality. "Being a teacher is too troublesome, and I don't have that kind of damn time. Please." Luffy lunged forward and grabbed Byakuya's thigh, beginning to whine. "Teach us. We eat a lot. No, I mean we fight hard. Get off." Byakuya shook his leg with disdain, but found this kid stuck to him like a piece of chewing gum, impossible to shake off. Ace, however, did not pester like Luffy. He simply stood there, locking Byakuya in his gaze. Deep and mature beyond his years, inherited from the Pirate King. "We don't want to wait 10 more years." Ace's voice was hoarse but resolute. "We want to set sail now. We want to claim our freedom now." Byakuya's leg stopped swinging. He lowered his head to look at the straw hat-wearing brat clinging to his thigh, sniffling and shouting about the Pirate King. Then he glanced at the black-haired brat, whose face was full of stubbornness, eyes brimming with defiance and unwillingness to yield. One was the future 5th Emperor. The other was the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard's crew. These two formidable figures, now like two little puppies, surrounded him, wagging their tails and begging for a bone that would make them stronger. The scene was damn amusing. A playful smirk slowly curved Byakuya's lips. He extended a finger and tapped Ace and Luffy. "Want me to teach you? It's not impossible." The two children's eyes instantly lit up, but Byakuya leisurely sat up and, before their eyes, rubbed his fingers together in a mercantile manner. "My lessons are quite expensive, you know." "Expensive?" The two little rascals exchanged a glance, their eyes mirroring the same stubborn resolve. "How much?" Ace inquired in a low voice, his freckled face taut with tension. "As long as it makes us stronger, we'll pay any price." Luffy nodded vigorously beside him. Although he had little concept of money, he understood the meaning of becoming stronger. Heh. Byakuya emitted a cryptic chuckle. He leisurely rose from his rocking chair, lazily extending a finger to point at the shabby wooden sign beside him. On the sign, crookedly scrawled characters read Dungeon Shop. Beneath it, in even smaller print, it said Beginner Dungeon, 1 million berries. Byakuya pointed to those words, nodding his chin toward the two youngsters. "See that? That's the price of my introductory lesson." He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a mischievous smile, his gaze like that of a cat toying with two frantic little kittens. 1 million berries. "Do you have that?" Luffy's mouth instantly formed a perfect O. He counted on his rubbery fingers for quite some time, then gave up. "How much meat is 1 million? His face was full of confusion. Clearly this figure was beyond his grasp. Yet, Ace, upon hearing that sum, froze completely. His pupils constricted sharply, then suddenly lit up. It was a blazing, fiery look of hope piercing through darkness. 1 million. That number struck like lightning, shattering the fog in his mind. He remembered. He and Sabo had been stashing pirate treasure all these years in preparation for setting sail as pirates. Those berries, amassed one by one, from bandits' loot, from scavenging garbage heaps, from stealing from nobles. They had lost count countless times. There was definitely enough. Even a bit more. Yes. Ace emitted a low roar, suppressing overwhelming excitement. His voice trembled slightly but remained resolute. "We have it." Startled by Ace's sudden reaction, Luffy also shouted excitedly, Oh, we have money." Byakuya raised an eyebrow, the lazy expression on his face finally revealing genuine surprise. Oh? He hadn't expected these two rustic brats to actually come up with such a sum. "The money's in our secret base." Ace grabbed Byakuya's pant leg, afraid he might vanish the next moment. He looked up, his black eyes blazing with fierce fire, filled with an unyielding plea. "Sabo, my brother. He should be there right now. Come with us. We'll give it to you this very moment." Observing this stubborn child, whose gaze was even more determined than that of an adult, and glancing at the simple-minded creature beside him, clutching his own legs and constantly shouting about wanting to grow stronger and eat meat, Byakuya suddenly found this far more interesting than sunbathing. A secret base, huh? He elongated the tone, the curve of his lips growing wider. Very well. Byakuya lazily straightened up and stretched a huge, leisurely yawn. His bones crackled crisply. Lead the way. He slipped his hands back into his pockets, looking down on the two brats from above. But let me warn you, if you dare to deceive me, or if the money falls short, Byakuya's eyes suddenly gleamed with playful menace. Tuition will be doubled. Absolutely enough. Ace's face blossomed into an unprecedented radiant smile, a rapturous joy born of staking everything and seeing the dawn. Follow me. Without a hint of hesitation, he turned and ran, grabbing the still-dazed Luffy. Let us go, Luffy. We're going to get stronger. Oh, get stronger. Eat meat. Luffy was dragged along, shouting excitedly. Two small figures sprinted ahead, chasing an elusive dream. Mount Kalpo, the terminus of uncertainty. Here lay a mountain of refuse, a breeding ground of rot and despair. Yet, deep within this land even sunlight shunned. Nestled inside a massive hollow tree trunk, gleamed a radiant dream. Clatter. An old wooden chest was flung open, revealing a heap of golden, glittering berries reflecting a mesmerizing glow in the dim tree cavity. A blonde brat, wearing a black top hat and chewing on a pipe, knelt before the chest, carefully pouring berries from a money pouch one by one. His name was Sabo. Heh. Sabo's face bore a mercantile grin completely at odds with his noble birth as he surveyed today's haul. Adding the money borrowed today from those foolish noble pigs, he extended his mud-stained fingers, excitedly rummaging through the chest while mumbling calculations. Just a little more and we can buy that second-hand fishing boat. His eyes sparkled with something called hope. That guy Ace who knows what he is up to now. Sabo muttered as he counted, probably fighting with that simple-minded Luffy again. An impulsive fool, a dimwit. He curled his lips but couldn't help but smile warmly. Truly two troublesome brothers. However, Sabo's gaze grew unshakably firm. Very soon. Really very soon. He lifted his head and looked through the gap in the tree trunk toward the sky fragmented by the garbage mountain. Just a little longer. Once we've saved enough money to buy our own ship, we'll set sail at once. Then, as vast as the sky and earth, no one will ever control us again. No annoying rules, no disgusting nobles. Only the boundless sea and absolute freedom. Sabo clenched his fists tightly. His whole body trembled with excitement. Set sail. Become pirates. Gain freedom. This was the unshakable pledge he and Ace had made from the day they met. A vow unto death. At most, Sabo calculated swiftly in his mind, at most in another month, they would become the freest pirates on this sea. By then, he would write all their adventures, all their amusing tales, into a book to be spread throughout the world. Just as Sabo was immersed in the beautiful fantasy of freedom, nearly laughing aloud, a cold, emotionless male voice, the one he knew best and feared most in his life, drifted into the tree hollow. Sabo. The two words, utterly flat and devoid of emotion, froze every smile on Sabo's face instantly. His blood ran cold in that moment. That voice. The nightmare he had desperately tried to escape. He whipped his head around, peering through the tree hollow's gap to the outside. Beyond the tree hollow, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent aristocratic attire, his countenance stern and his gaze imbued with haughty indifference, stood there silently. It was none other than his father, Ultrich III. Behind him, rows upon rows of kingdom guards donned in gleaming armor and wielding long spears had encircled the small clearing, leaving no passage unguarded. Their cold armor reflected a chilling aura under the forest sunlight. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on the tiny tree hollow, a veritable net of doom. Sabo's heart plummeted to the depths. Moments ago, he had been dreaming of freedom, a dream within his grasp. In an instant, reality shattered it to smithereens. This filthy game of yours has gone on long enough, Ultrich III declared, his voice thick with utter contempt for this garbage heap and for his son's conduct. Look at you now. His loathing gaze swept over Sabo's tattered, mud-stained clothes. You are a disgrace to our family. Now come out at once. His tone was not one of negotiation but of command. Come home. Home? Sabo's body trembled violently with rage. That place. A place suffused with hypocrisy, putridness, and suffocating rules, was no home at all. It was a prison far fouler than this garbage heap. I want to go back. A suppressed growl escaped Sabo's throat, and for the first time, unmasked hatred gleamed in his clear eyes. I'd rather die than return with you. Ultrich III sneered, the disdain in his smile unmistakable. You? And those two mutt-like brothers of yours? His eyes darkened ominously. Don't force my hand. Sabo, this is my final warning. Come out this instant. As his words fell, the guards behind him stepped forward in unison. Clang. The sound of spears being drawn sliced through the forest's tranquility with precise harmony. The cold blades aimed directly at the solitary golden-haired boy in the tree hollow. Their posture suggested that in the next moment, they would shatter the secret refuge and the disobedient child within it into fragments. Sabo bit his lip until it bled, clutching the treasure chest before him with fierce determination. It was the hard-earned ticket to freedom, forged with blood, sweat, and dignity by him, Ace, and their two brothers. He would not allow anyone to seize it. I said. Sabo seized a nearby water pipe, wielding it as a weapon, and with every ounce of strength, unleashed the most defiant roar of his life. I 1T go back. 1T go back? The cold smile on Ultrich the Third's face crystallized like frost. He did not even flinch at Sabo's roar. It was the contempt of a cat watching a mouse from a position of absolute superiority. Do you think you have the right to refuse? His voice was low yet suffused the air with oppressive weight. I said, I'd rather die here than return to that disgusting prison with you. Sabo's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed with every fiber of his being. His knuckles whitened from gripping the pipe so tightly. Yet Ultrich the Third merely raised a hand lightly. Is that so? His cold gaze swept past Sabo and settled upon the battered wooden chest brimming with treasures. For those worthless friends of yours? And that ridiculous pirate's dream of yours? A cruel curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. I hear you have two inseparable brothers here, one named Ace, the other Luffy. When those names slipped from his lips, Sabo's pupils contracted sharply. An unprecedented and dreadful premonition surged within him. What do you intend to do? Sabo's voice trembled. Me? Ultrich the Third shrugged, feigning innocence. I intend nothing. I'm merely pondering that if the nobles of the Goa kingdom are grief-stricken over the loss of a beloved son, then dispatching troops to cleanse these tragic-making refuse at the terminal of the uncertain is only reasonable. I assenti it? His gaze, venomous as a serpent's, fixed unyieldingly on Sabo. What do you think? If by chance some water is spilled, or two reckless little rats are mistaken for rioters and dealt with by the guards, that would be most unfortunate. Boom! Each word reverberated in Sabo's mind like a thunderclap. The color drained from his face with visible rapidity. The threat, barefaced, unmasked. He knew all too well, that with his father's power and ruthlessness, such a thing was entirely within the realm of possibility. And no one would ever hold him accountable. Who would care about the fate of two wild dogs in the garbage heap? Fear. Bone-chilling fear gripped his heart, 10,000 times stronger than the dread of death. You bastard! Sabo's lips quivered. No full sentence could pass them. He could die. He could abandon his dreams. But he could not bear to envision Ace and Luffy suffering because of him. Looks like you understand, Ultrich the Third said with satisfaction, beholding the despair etched across his son's face. He knew he had won. He adjusted his collar with grace and issued the final ultimatum. Now make your choice. Your laughable, worthless freedom or the lowly lives of your two mutt brothers. Silence. Sabo's body shook violently. His gaze fixed on the chest before him, the treasure that carried the dreams of the three brothers, and he recalled Ace's defiant face, Luffy's foolish smile. Plop. The ever-present water pipe slipped helplessly from his grasp and fell to the ground. Two streams of scalding tears burst forth from his bloodshot eyes. He had lost. Utterly and completely. Slowly, Sabo lifted his head, his clear eyes brimming with boundless hatred and agony. Summoning every ounce of strength, he squeezed out through clenched teeth each word that shattered all hope within him. I'll go back with you. That's right. Ultrich the Third nodded with satisfaction, the aristocratic facade of a smile on his face becoming somewhat genuine. Bloodlines cannot be sullied. Sabo, noble blood runs through your veins, and you understand what is right and what is wrong. He took 2 steps forward but halted with disdain, unwilling to soil his polished shoes on this filthy ground. Come with me. I will personally teach you to purge all the vile habits you've picked up from the common rabble. I will make you a true, impeccable noble. Sabo froze in place, like a puppet whose soul had been ripped away. He listened to his father's condescending tone, as if bestowing a merciful gift, and the light in his eyes was utterly extinguished. At that very moment, Sabo, we're here. Ace's voice, brimming with excitement and vitality, suddenly echoed from beyond the woods. That voice. Sabo's body trembled violently, his entire being frozen in place. That fool. That hopeless, incorrigible fool. Why had he chosen this exact moment to arrive? He had just exchanged his own freedom to secure the safety of those two. The color drained completely from Sabo's face as he abruptly turned his head. For the very first time, his bloodshot eyes bore an unmasked plea directed at his father. That gaze said, "No, don't hurt them. I beg you." Outlook the third caught the fear and supplication swirling in his son's eyes. The curve of his lips deepened, a repulsive elegance that spoke of absolute control. He remained silent, merely mouthing a few words to Sabo without a sound. As long as you obey, I will not concern myself with two wild dogs. Boom! That silent vow plunged Sabo into a despair more profound than any venomous curse. He understood. He understood completely. He must sever this bond with his own hands. At that moment, Ace and Luffy's figures cheerfully dashed from beyond the woods, with that carefree white-haired youth trailing behind them. Sabo! Ace ran up to the tree hollow and immediately spotted the kingdom guards surrounding the area in an impenetrable ring, along with the finely dressed man whose demeanor starkly clashed with the surroundings. His brows instantly furrowed. Hey, Sabo, who are these people? Your enemies? Oh, a fight, a fight. Luffy brandished his fists, his face alight with excitement. Yet the response they received was a gaze colder than anything Sabo had ever shown before. Slowly, he rose from the tree hollow, brushing off the non-existent dust from his clothes, and regarded Ace and Luffy with a lofty, detached stare. How did you come to be here? His voice was calm, yet it carried a biting chill. This isn't a place for trash like you. Ace's smile froze instantly. Luffy tilted his head in confusion, his rubbery mind unable to grasp the situation. Sabo, what are you saying? A smirk, cruel and sarcastic, played across Sabo's face, one Ace had never seen before. He pointed first at Ace, then at Luffy, and finally at himself. Do you really think I'm close to you too? Hanging out with you was nothing but a childish game I indulged in for a moment's amusement. You don't honestly believe that I, a noble high above it all, would truly live as brothers with two lowly scum from the garbage heap, do you? Each word deepened the ugliness on Ace's face. His body began to tremble. Not from fear, but from a searing fury and disbelief. A childish game? Ace spat through clenched teeth. Then what else? Sabo shrugged, his expression arrogantly self-righteous and infuriatingly smug. All games grow tiresome eventually. Now I'm tired of this one. He gestured toward the chest of gleaming gold behind him. Consider this treasure a gift from me to you, your toys to play with. Now the game is over. You can leave. Sabo! Ace let out a roar, so restrained it was nearly unbearable. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails bit into his flesh, and his dark eyes swirled with a tumult of humiliation and pain. Say what you just said again. But Sabo did not even glance back at him. He turned away, adjusting his tattered collar with a grace so impeccable and elegant as he bowed slightly to the finely dressed man. Father, let us return home. I have no desire to linger in this filthy place for another second. A cold sneer etched itself across Outlook the Third's face, finally blossoming into genuine satisfaction. He cast a disdainful glance at the stunned Ace and Luffy, his gaze akin to that of a man watching cockroaches inadvertently crawl onto a dining table. That's more like it. He spoke with unmistakable approval. Bloodline can never be sullied. How could the mire of the lowly ever ensnare a noble eagle? With an elegant turn, he did not spare the two bothersome vermin another glance. Let us go. Home. The guards parted in unison, clearing a path. Sabo's body stiffened, moving sluggishly as he turned away. He did not look at Ace's eyes, nearly ablaze with fury, nor at Luffy's face, etched with confusion and hurt. He dared not. He feared that a single look would cause the dam he had painstakingly built to shatter instantly. He took a step forward. The first step led toward the ship they had promised each other, toward freedom. The second step crushed every memory of laughter and camaraderie on this mountain of filth. Sabo! Behind him came Ace's anguished roar, twisted and saturated with tearful pain. Sabo's body shuddered violently, his stride faltering for a moment. I'm sorry, Ace.
I am sorry, Luffy.
He bit down hard on his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to resist looking back. He forced himself onward. One step, another step. Each footfall pressed upon his shattered heart. Please, Ace, don't act rashly. I beg you, don't come after me. Forget me. Pretend you never knew this coward. And then, carry my dream with you. Live on. Set sail. Claim the freedom you desire. Tears had long since blurred his vision, yet his face remained adorned with that noble, cold, and detached expression. He passed by Byakuya without so much as noticing the man who had watched the entire scene unfold like a spectator. Wah! Sabo! Luffy's heart-wrenching cry finally pierced through all barriers and reached him. Where are you going? Aren't we brothers? Brothers! Sabo's heart was gripped mercilessly. The pain was so sharp that he could hardly breathe. I'm sorry, Luffy. We are brothers. Precisely because we are brothers, I must leave. I must sever all ties between us with my own hands. He reached Outlook the Third's side and bowed his head slightly, a posture so submissive it bespoke a noble heir who had never once defied his fate. Outlook the Third cast a satisfied glance at his masterpiece. Then, accompanied by his cold-hearted guards, turned and vanished deeper into the woods without looking back. That small, golden-haired figure faded from Ace and Luffy's sight. No turning back ever again. Not even once. Apologies unheard by anyone. Dissipating into the wind. Forgive me, Ace. Luffy. Byakuya crossed his arms, watching the unfolding drama before him with keen interest. He shifted his gaze away from the hypocritical face of the noble father, settling it upon Ace. That small figure, far from the future 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, trembled violently with overwhelming rage. His fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles had turned pale. Those eyes, inherited from the pirate king himself, brewed a storm that threatened to consume all in its path. A mischievous smirk curved Byakuya's lips, reveling in the spectacle. How intriguing. You, bearing the bloodline of the pirate king, what decision will you make when your brother is taken away? Roar. From Ace's throat erupted a primal, beast-like roar unlike any human sound. He moved, without the slightest hesitation, like a cannonball fired from a gun. He disregarded the kingdom's guards brandishing long spears and charging with fierce momentum, charging straight toward the golden figure that was already fading deep into the forest. Sabo. Seeing Ace surge forward, Luffy immediately stifled his tears, wiped his nose and eyes, and with all the strength his little legs could muster, chased after him. Wait for us. Sabo. The two small figures, one ahead and one behind, tore through the obstructing bushes, rushing wildly toward the departing nobles. Outlook the Third frowned with disdain at the commotion behind him. He didn't even bother to turn around, merely giving a casual order to the captain of the guards beside him. Get rid of those two flies. Yet, before the guards could act, Ace and Luffy had already positioned themselves to the left and right, like two frenzied wolf cubs, firmly blocking Sabo's path. I don't believe it. Ace spread his arms wide, his eyes bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Sabo, every word squeezed through clenched teeth. I don't believe a single word you say. Yes. Luffy mirrored Ace's stance on the other side, tears still welling in his eyes, but his voice rang out loud and clear. We are brothers. We remember everything you said. Sabo's body stiffened. He looked at the two fools standing stubbornly before him, their unyielding defiance as if ready to die rather than retreat. His heart, which he had just buried with his own hands, began to ache violently once more. Get lost. Sabo's voice was hoarse, his attempt to maintain a cold expression betrayed by trembling lips. I told you the game is over. Game. Ace grabbed Sabo's collar with a fierce grip, pulling him close until their faces were almost touching, noses nearly colliding. You call this a game? His eyes ablaze with fury, he roared madly. We scavenged for food together in the garbage heaps. We beat up those mountain bandits together. We saved money together. We drank that oath of brotherhood together. We swore to set sail together, to obtain a freedom no one else could match. Sabo, you damn well call this a game. Boom. Each question from Ace made Sabo's body tremble violently. The dam he had painstakingly built from coldness and lies cracked inch by inch under Ace's unreasonable, furious, and trusting roar. He looked into Ace's eyes, bloodshot with rage and pain, then at Luffy's tear-streaked, snot-smudged face beside him, still brimming with foolish faith in him. He could no longer hold back. In those clear eyes, tears long restrained finally burst forth. Two hot streams silently traced down his dust-covered cheeks. Sabo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only choked out a few suppressed, heartbroken sobs. He had lost. Lost to these two incorrigible fools. Lost to the damned, unbreakable bond between them. How pathetic. The fake smile vanished from Outlook the Third's face, replaced by undisguised, utter disgust. He looked upon his sobbing son and those two reckless commoners. This scene of brotherly affection was to him more repulsive than the deepest rot in the garbage heaps. He didn't even bother to utter another word. He merely raised his chin slightly toward the captain of the guards beside him. I don't want to see them anymore. His tone was calm, utterly devoid of emotion. Yet beneath that calmness lurked a chilling, merciless authority over life and death. Deal with those two flies. The captain of the guards nodded coldly without hesitation. Yes, sir. The next moment, clang, clang, clang. All the kingdom's guards surrounding the area drew their swords in unison. The dozen or so gleaming blades reflected the sunlight filtering through the forest, casting a deadly glint. They moved. With synchronized, imposing steps, they advanced toward Ace and Luffy, closing in step by step. The frigid killing intent thickened the air, making it viscous. Ace's pupils contracted sharply. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, shielding the still-crying Sabo and the bewildered Luffy behind him. No, no. Sabo's cries abruptly ceased, replaced by a heart-wrenching scream of despair. The safety he had just exchanged his freedom for was shattered in an instant by these fools. He screamed wildly at his father. Stop! I told you I'm coming back with you. Stop it. But Outluck III only cast him a cold glance that said plainly, it's too late now. At the edge of the forest, crack. A crisp sound of a snack bag being torn open suddenly echoed, incongruous and piercing amid the tense, life-or-death atmosphere. Everyone instinctively froze for a moment. Even the sword-wielding captain of the guards frowned and glanced toward the source of the sound. There stood the silver-haired youth who had been watching the spectacle all along, pulling out a bag of potato chips from somewhere. He tore the packaging, pinched a chip, and leisurely popped it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of chips breaking was clear and pleasant. Byakuya leaned against a tree, crossing his legs, munching on the chips while savoring the scene before him. His expression and posture were those of a spectator occupying a VIP seat in the front row of a cinema. Good grief. The family drama of the year. Aristocratic grudges. Brothers turned against each other. Threats of death. Partings of life and death. This plot was far more thrilling than any melodramatic primetime soap opera from a past life. Byakuya grabbed another chip and crunched it crisply. He regarded each person in the scene with keen interest. The noble father's coldness and hypocrisy. Sabo's pain and despair. Ace's fury and unwillingness. And Luffy's innocence and foolishness. TCH. Byakuya clicked his tongue inwardly. Truly magnificent. Crack. The sound of potato chips shattering rang out once more. Byakuya pinched another chip, popped it into his mouth and chewed with a crisp snap. This abrupt sound, so discordant with the tense atmosphere, caused everyone to freeze. The captain of the guards, about to swing his sword, faltered mid-motion. Sabo, his face filled with despair, halted his sobbing. The rage-consuming Ace and the bewildered Luffy instinctively turned their heads. All eyes converged upon the white-haired boy leaning against the tree, cheerfully munching away. Outluck III's brows knitted into a tight knot. What is this lowborn doing? In front of him, the most esteemed noble of the Goya kingdom, while he was attending to family matters, cleaning up the refuse. This commoner actually dares to snack and watch the spectacle beside him. Audacious, an utterly lawless, brazen lowborn. What are you staring at? Byakuya seemed to sense Outluck III's gaze and even waved the chip bag in his hand amicably. Care for some? Outluck III's mind buzzed violently. The noble composure he had meticulously maintained shattered utterly at that moment. The muscles on his face contorted in extreme fury. Yet Byakuya did not give him the chance to finish his words. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of nonchalance. Enough, enough, don't mind me. Carry on, carry on. His posture and tone barely concealed a beat them up, but don't interrupt my show sentiment. Carry on. The veins on Outluck III's forehead burst one after another. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. Get rid of this reckless trash. His voice, cold to the extreme, squeezed out through clenched teeth. Outluck III's command left the guards no room for hesitation. They gripped their long swords and charged fiercely toward Ace and Luffy, their killing intent palpable. They also surged toward the leisurely chip-munching white-haired youth. Ace spread his arms wide, shielding Sabo and Luffy behind him, gritting his teeth, ready to fight to the death. However, just as the guards' blades were about to strike, Ace's eyes ablaze with fury suddenly caught sight of the chip-munching white-haired boy beside him. That lazy posture, that indifferent gaze, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within Ace's heart. The man who even made Grandpa bleed and willingly paid for it. This man is very strong. A thought flashed rapidly through his mind. In the blink of an eye, Ace abruptly grabbed Sabo's arm and wrapped his other arm around Luffy's neck. He pulled his two bewildered, despairing younger brothers and, like a whirlwind, charged fiercely toward Byakuya. What do you think you're doing? The captain of the guards roared. Hey, brats, where do you think you're running? Outluck III frowned, yet Ace paid no heed. He mustered all his strength, thrusting Sabo and Luffy forcefully behind Byakuya. He himself followed closely, almost hanging onto Byakuya's back. Byakuya, his chip-chewing mouth paused. He turned his head to look at Luffy clinging tightly to his leg, then at Sabo hiding behind Luffy, his face blank with confusion. He glanced at Ace hanging on his back, expression resigned to all-out risk. Byakuya leisurely uttered a single word, his brow faintly raised. So, what exactly are you all doing? Heh. Ace forced a smile more pitiful than tears, clutching Byakuya's waist with unwavering certainty in his voice. Boss Byakuya, we're your clients. Didn't you say you'd teach us to become stronger? Now we've run into big trouble. Ace gestured toward the group of fierce guards ahead, then toward Sabo behind him, who was already sobbing uncontrollably. His tone was righteous, his words striking with undeniable authority. When clients are in trouble, I sent it your duty as the boss to protect us. However, the captain of the guards had already charged forward. Bastards! Don't think you can run. His long sword, wrapped in a sharp gust of wind, descended mercilessly toward Byakuya's back. Sabo's and Luffy's pupils contracted sharply. Big brother Byakuya. Ace's face twisted drastically as he let out a fierce shout. He hadn't expected the enemy to act so swiftly or decisively. If the strike landed true, Byakuya would surely be cleaved in two. Yet Byakuya merely rolled his eyes. He sighed. The chip bag in his hand was casually tossed to the ground. Seriously, he murmured lazily. Kids are such a nuisance, so troublesome and never enough money. Without even turning around, he raised his right hand. His index finger gently pointed forward. Ding! A crisp, metallic chime echoed throughout the forest. The guard captain's longsword, his longsword, froze abruptly just before Byakuya's outstretched index finger. The sharp blade was less than 1 centimeter from the slender, pale finger. Not an inch could it advance. The guard captain's expression froze. He felt as if his sword had struck an immovable mountain. The recoil was so fierce it caused his wrist to throb faintly.
Impossible.
This cannot be. He was the kingdom's guard captain. Battle-hardened. His sword could slice through iron like mud. How could this seemingly frail white-haired boy be capable of this? The muscles in the captain's face twitched violently. Gripping his sword with both hands, veins bulging, he exerted every ounce of strength to press forward. Yet the long sword, capable of cleaving rock, remained utterly immobile before Byakuya's finger. This is impossible. Cold sweat streamed down the captain's forehead. His eyes toward Byakuya brimmed with incredulous terror. What kind of monster is this white-haired youth?
Impossible?
Byakuya slowly uttered those two words. He tilted his head. The playful smile on his face deepened. Yet in those indifferent eyes, a flash of electric current flickered. Since you have chosen to strike me, he chuckled softly. It means you have already prepared. Byakuya's tone shifted abruptly. His gaze turned bone-chillingly cold. For battle. Haven to you? As the final word fell, an overwhelming, earth-shattering aura erupted explosively from Byakuya. Boom! The guard captain felt as if an invisible mountain had slammed into him with unrelenting force. The long sword in his hand emitted a mournful wail, slipping from his grasp and flying backwards. The entire man was lifted by this invisible force, hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily against the tree trunk behind him, producing a sickening, dull thud. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed forth. The captain of the guards didn't even have time to let out a scream before he collapsed limply to the ground. His fate unknown. An eerie silence engulfed the entire scene. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, 3 youngsters, each previously lost in their own emotions, now wore expressions of startling uniformity. Their mouths gaped open wide enough to fit an egg, forming perfect O-shapes. Their eyes were round and bulging. Their minds collectively crashed in that very moment. What had just transpired? That captain of the guards, that fierce and formidable man, was just flung away with a single finger, just one finger. Ace's movements, as he clung to Byakuya, froze. He turned his head with difficulty, staring at Byakuya's still expressionless profile, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He swallowed hard. He knew this man was powerful. But damn it, he never imagined he could be this powerful. Luffy's grip around Byakuya's thigh tightened. He tilted his dirty little face upward, his black bean eyes sparkling with countless shimmering stars. So incredible, even stronger than Shanks. Sabo was completely stunned. The tears on his face had yet to dry, but those bloodshot eyes no longer held despair or pain. Instead, they were filled entirely with an indescribable sense of awe. Trash! A hysterical roar shattered the uncanny silence. The face of Outlook the Third contorted utterly with fury. All traces of noble elegance vanished. He pointed at the petrified guards, cursing vehemently. A bunch of useless scum. What the hell have you been doing? One captain of the guards, just knocked away by a lowborn. You've brought shame on the entire kingdom with your incompetence. His eyes blazing red. He fixed a murderous glare on the white-haired youth still leaning against the tree, unmoved even in posture. That gaze seemed to want to devour Byakuya alive. What are you standing there for? Attack! Everyone, together, chop him into mince. Under his furious command, the remaining dozen or so guards, though terrified to their cores, dared not disobey orders. They exchanged glances, seeing both fear and a flicker of ruthless resolve in each other's eyes. Kill! With roaring shouts to bolster their courage, the dozen men brandished their long swords from all directions, charging at Byakuya. The crisscrossing blades formed a lethal net, sealing off all escape routes. Big brother Byakuya, watch out! Ace cried out in terror. Yet, confronted with an assault capable of tearing a man apart in an instant, Byakuya merely yawned. He rubbed his eyes, wearing a face of lazy sleepiness. Sigh. He exhaled, his tone dripping with unmasked weariness at this farce. Not playing with you anymore. He uttered the words lightly. Too boring. The moment his words fell, boom! Without warning, 8 enormous, ebony shadows erupted behind him, writhing like living creatures. What was that? Tentacles of an octopus. Thick, grotesque, and covered with suction cups. These pitch-black appendages resembled claws reaching out from the depths of hell, thrashing wildly behind him. The air froze in that instant. The guards who had charged halfway wore expressions that instantly shifted from fierce to sheer terror. They wanted to stop, to retreat, but it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8 tentacles shot out with lightning speed, impossible for the naked eye to track. They wrapped themselves with precision around each guard's body, neck, and limbs. One even bypassed everyone, snaking lightning fast to ensnare Outlook the Third, who stood horrified at the rear. Ugh! Ho ho ho! All the piercing screams and shouts instantly transformed into suppressed, agonized groans the moment they were bound. The dozen men, along with the haughty noble, were lifted into the air by those monstrous tentacles. The tentacles tightened suddenly. Crack, crack. The sound of armor being crushed and deformed echoed, a grating noise that made teeth ache. These battle-hardened guards were as fragile as infants before those tentacles. They struggled desperately but could not budge an inch. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies were squeezed tighter and tighter, their faces swelling a deep purple, their eyeballs nearly bulging from their sockets. Byakuya stood there quietly, the 8 tentacles extending from his back, symbols of absolute power and destruction, writhed wildly in the air, toying with the so-called Kingdom-S elite as if they were insignificant ants under divine judgment. Wow! Luffy's black bean eyes exploded with countless sparkling stars. His grip on Byakuya's thigh grew even stronger. His entire body hung on, tilting his grimy little face upward, shouting in full admiration with all his might, Byakuya, you're amazing. So cool. This heartfelt praise snapped Ace and Sabo out of their petrified states. Ace stiffly slid down from Byakuya's back, gazing at the guards writhing helplessly in midair and the once arrogant nobleman now ashen and defeated. He swallowed hard. This man, this Byakuya, was so strong it was almost inhuman. Byakuya seemed utterly indifferent to Luffy's rainbow-like flattery. He lazily turned his head, his indifferent eyes landing on Ace's face. Hey. He nodded toward the captured trophies suspended midair. Well? He said with a teasing smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Client, want me to help you clean up this trash? He asked lightly, as if inquiring whether to add an egg to breakfast. The 3 youngsters shuddered violently. The shock and excitement on Ace's face vanished instantly, replaced by a deathly pallor. Luffy's sparkling eyes returned to normal, tilting his head as his rubber brain first truly sensed the chilling weight behind those 2 words. Kill them. What did that mean? Was it a sign they would never see these people again? Sabo's reaction was the most intense. He jerked his head up, his tear-streaked face drained of all color. He looked at his father, whose face had turned purple from the tentacle's grip, his legs kicking weakly in panic. Though he was a bastard, though he loathed that man with all his being, he was still his father after all. No. Without hesitation, almost instinctively, Sabo dashed before Byakuya, his bloodshot eyes brimming with pleading and desperate entreaty. Please don't kill him. His words shattered into fragments, trembling with fear and laced with sobs. Please, I beg you. Suspended in midair, Ultruck the Third, under the looming threat of death, finally relinquished his absurd noble pride completely. He beheld Sabo's desperate plea. It was, to him, the last straw clinging to life. Spare me. He forced out 2 words from his throat, convulsing from lack of oxygen. I was wrong. Truly, I was wrong. Sabo, save me. Hurry and save me. I swear, I will never come again. Never meddle in your affairs again. Please, make him release me. This pitiful display of supplication was in stark contrast to his prior arrogance. Ace watched the scene with a complex gaze. On one hand, he felt immense satisfaction. On the other, witnessing Sabo's anguished entreaty stirred a deep ache within his heart. Byakuya took in everyone's expressions with keen observation. Finally, he cast one last glance at Sabo's tear-streaked face. TSK. He clicked his tongue in profound displeasure. What a spoilsport. As his words faded, the 8 wildly thrashing ebony tentacles instantly lost all their strength, vanishing like phantoms as they retracted into his body. Thud, thud, thud. More than a dozen figures, including that lofty noble, plummeted from the sky one after another like dumplings dropping into boiling water. They barely had the breath to check their wounds. Ultruck III scrambled to his feet, not daring to cast another glance at Byakuya, nor paying heed to his son. Accompanied by a group of disarmed, frightened guards, he fled madly into the depths of the forest. Their pitiful appearance resembled a pack of terrified rats scurrying through the streets. The woods returned to their former tranquility. Only the scattered debris and the lingering metallic scent of blood in the air bore witness to the recent ordeal, proving it was no mere illusion. Ultruck III and his guards had vanished without a trace. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, the 3 youngsters, stood there dumbfounded. The breeze rustled the leaves softly. Sabo's body still trembled involuntarily. He watched the silver-haired youth who had reclined back against the tree, even stooping to pick up the bag of chips from the ground. Without a care for others, the man brushed the dust off the bag and plucked a chip, crunching it into his mouth. Crack. The crisp sound made Sabo's heart leap anew. The man who had just descended like a demon from the abyss, toyed with his imperious father and the kingdom's elite guards as if they were mere playthings. Was he truly the same person as the one before him now, casually snacking and wearing an air of indolence? That overwhelming, crushing power. Those 8 grotesque, pitch-black tentacles. His mind went blank. The pain and despair inflicted by his father's ultimatum. The moving sacrifice of Ace and Luffy risking their lives for him. All of it was now eclipsed by an even more potent emotion. Awe and profound bewilderment. He strained to turn his head toward Ace, his lips moving with a dry, barely audible voice. Ace, who is this man? Really? Ace abruptly withdrew his gaze from Byakuya and looked at Sabo's face, etched with confusion. The black eyes, still trembling with shock, now kindled a fire fiercer than ever before. Only one thought thundered through his mind. Become stronger. He must become stronger. He glanced again at Sabo's bewildered face, the red swollen eyes reflecting not only confusion but a stunned bewilderment born of surviving a calamity. Ace, this guy, Sabo repeated, his voice trembling slightly. Ace spun around sharply, fixing Sabo with an unwavering stare, his fists clenched tightly at his side. Yes, the boss. SS voice rang out loud and clear, each word imbued with undeniable conviction. Byakuya is the boss. He can make us stronger. An unprecedented blaze flickered in his eyes. A yearning for power. A hunger for freedom. Beside him, Luffy nodded vigorously. Yeah. Byakuya is amazing. Even stronger than Grandpa. Become stronger. Those words struck heavily upon Sabo's heart. He looked at Ace's flushed, excited face, those eyes ablaze with a roaring flame. Then he turned once more toward the silver-haired man, who had reclined back against the tree and resumed eating chips. At last, Sabo slowly, very slowly, lowered his gaze to his own empty hands. Powerless. Today he felt utterly powerless. Before his father, he lacked even the right to defend his dreams. Beneath the guard's swords, he was incapable of protecting his brothers. The so-called noble status, the so-called dream of freedom, they were fragile as paper in the face of absolute power. If only he could possess even a fraction of that man's might. If only he could become stronger. Would none of today's tragedies have unfolded? Would he not have had to watch helplessly as his brothers risked their lives for him while he could do nothing but weep in despair? Become stronger. His body trembled violently. Slowly he clenched his fists. Beneath the ashes of those tear-swollen eyes, a spark reignited. He refused to endure a second time the helplessness of entrusting his fate, his brother's lives, into another's hands. He would never endure it again. I'm sorry. Sabo's voice was hoarse, thick with nasal resonance, painfully forced from his throat. Ace and Luffy froze, turning their eyes toward him in unison.
I'm sorry.
Sabo suddenly lifted his head, his grimy little face once again drenched in tears. Ace, Luffy, I'm sorry. He bowed deeply and sincerely before the 2 most important people in his life. I wasn't sincere just now. Everything I said was a lie. I'm sorry. His shoulders shook violently as he choked back sobs that shattered the heart. Ace and Luffy exchanged a glance. Luffy tilted his head, his rubbery mind still reeling from the shock, simply sensing that Sabo was crying and feeling deeply saddened. Ace, however, wore a calm expression. He stepped forward. To Sabo's astonished gaze, Ace raised his fist and lightly but firmly tapped it on Sabo's head. Thud. Idiot. Ace's voice was tinged with a gentle exasperation. What are you saying? Luffy scampered over and imitated Ace, attempting to tap Sabo's head but lacking the arm's length, so he patted Sabo's back instead. Yeah. Idiot Sabo. Sabo lifted his head, staring blankly at them. But I said I'm a noble and you're commoners. I even said being with you was just a game. Ace cut him off impatiently. So what? He stretched his mouth wide, revealing a defiant, untamed smile. We are brothers who have shared the sacred cup of unity. Monkey D. Luffy nodded vigorously in agreement, so hard that snot flew from his nose. Brothers. In the next instant, two small figures, one on each side, lunged forward with fierce determination. They clung tightly, unrelentingly embracing the still stunned Sabo. We are brothers, Sabo. Ace buried his head in Sabo's shoulder, shouting in a muffled voice. You idiot. For something like this, is there any need to apologize? Wah. Sabo. Luffy clung even more desperately to Sabo's body, crying out loud. Don't leave. Let us be pirates together. Boom. The warmth of their bodies, transmitted through their thin clothes, reached Sabo. His entire body stiffened completely. He felt the scorching trust from his two brothers, a trust that defied all reason. The dam he had painstakingly built to protect them was, at this moment, shattered to pieces by these two hopeless fools. Tears broke free once more, but this time, they were no longer tears of pain and despair. Sabo reached out with trembling hands and tightly embraced his two brothers in return. With all his strength, he squeezed out a heavy, sobbing syllable from his throat. We are brothers. Elsewhere, beyond the dense forest of Kalubo Mountain, on the royal road of the Goa Kingdom, Odoluk III and his ragtag group of defeated soldiers were frantically fleeing, tumbling and scrambling. The nobleman who had just been so arrogant no longer carried an ounce of elegance. His splendid robes were shredded by branches, his face smeared with dirt and cold sweat, his hair disheveled. He looked like a beggar escaped from a heap of garbage. Useless fools. He shouted angrily at the equally disheveled guards behind him as he ran. All of you are worthless. Does the kingdom's stipend support a bunch of good-for-nothings who can't even beat a commoner? The guards' faces turned pale one by one, heads bowed, too afraid to retort. The shadow of death brought by those 8 grotesque tentacles still loomed heavily in their hearts. That silver-haired youth was no human. He was a demon. As Odoluk III cursed, he also realized the gravity of the situation. He stopped abruptly, leaned against a tree, panting heavily. His chest heaved violently from rage and fear. He knew, with his own strength, and with these worthless guards, revenge was impossible in this lifetime. That man's power exceeded all his comprehension. But was he to just give up like this? The thought of having been scared out of his wits, groveling pitifully in front of his son and those two little brats, stirred an uncontrollable wave of humiliation and bitterness deep within him. No, he absolutely could not let it end like this. Odoluk III, the most noble aristocrat of the Goa Kingdom, had never suffered such an ignominious disgrace. The Navy. A wild idea flashed in his bloodshot eyes. Yes, the Navy. He sprang upright, a grotesque grin spreading across his twisted face. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the world government? Stronger than the cannons of the Navy's warships? I will report you. I will use every connection I have to report you to the Navy. I will say that within Kalubo Mountain lurks an extremely dangerous rogue possessing devil fruit powers. I will have the Navy headquarters dispatch warships here. They will capture you and those 3 little rats. All of you will be sent to the gallows. His excitement grew with every word, as though he already saw Byakuya and the 3 brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy captured by the Navy, kneeling before him to beg for mercy. Quick! He roared at a trembling captain of the guards beside him. Go immediately to the nearest Navy base. Use my name. Tell them that the Goa Kingdom has discovered a grave threat that endangers the peace of the East Blue. I will make sure they have no refuge in these seas. The 3 small figures were tightly embraced together. Their cries, shouts, and the joy of reunion echoed through the small forest. Byakuya leaned against a tree, expressionless as he finished chewing the last potato chip. He deftly tossed the empty bag into a nearby tree hollow and brushed the crumbs off his hands. Hey. He spoke lazily, interrupting the deeply moving drama of brotherly reunion. Had enough hugging? If you keep going, it'll be dark soon. Ace abruptly lifted his head from his 2 brothers' shoulders, wiping his face roughly with his sleeve. His eyes, bloodshot and burning with unprecedented fire, blazed fiercely. Boss! He shouted at Byakuya, his voice startlingly loud. Our tuition. We'll take you to get it right now. Luffy also released Sabo, nodding vigorously with his snot and tear-streaked silly face. Yeah. Get the money. We're gonna get stronger. Sabo straightened up as well, looking at Byakuya with those clear blue eyes. Though still a bit timid, there was now more than ever a resolute determination to break through and rebuild. He wanted to grow strong too. He no longer wished to be the helpless self who could only watch without doing anything. Byakuya curled his lips. Finally, you're thinking about the important stuff. A moment later, deep within the terminus of the uncertain trail, inside the hollowed-out trunk of a massive tree, Ace and Sabo cooperated, heaving and dragging a heavy treasure chest. Thud, they placed it in front of Byakuya. Boss Byakuya, look, Ace proudly opened the chest, his youthful face brimming with pride. Inside were the hard-earned berries the three brothers had painstakingly gathered over the years from various places. Scattered coins and stacks of bills, though messy, were substantial in weight. This was the starting point of their dreams. It was all the property they had promised each other to buy a ship and sail the seas in pursuit of freedom. It was all here. Sabo pointed solemnly at the chest. 1 million berries. Not a single cent missing. Luffy leaned over the chest, drooling, his eyes glittering with the symbols of little coins. So much money. Byakuya merely cast a lazy glance. He reached out his hand and casually sifted through the pile of money, producing a rustling sound. TCH. You really managed to scrape this together, you little brats. He didn't even bother to count. With a casual flick of his hand, the entire chest full of berries vanished before the stunned gazes of the three brothers. Money received. Byakuya stretched, his bones crackling crisply. Well then, the deal is sealed. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo simultaneously held their breath, eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on Byakuya. Excitement, nervousness, and an intense anticipation of the unknown. Byakuya smiled amusedly at their expressions, like puppies waiting for a meal. He leisurely traced a translucent system panel in the invisible air, visible only to himself. Beginner dungeon repository rows upon rows of diverse dungeon options were displayed like a menu. Bai Ye's gaze swept over them. Dungeon name, Zombie Siege. Difficulty, beginner. Description, survive in a city overrun by the undead. No. Bai Ye shook his head inwardly. Too bloody, likely to leave psychological scars on children. Besides, if they got bitten, he'd have to waste his energy to purify them. A losing deal. He scrolled down further. Dungeon name, Academy City Discipline Committee Experience Card. Difficulty, beginner. Description, assist the Discipline Committee in maintaining peace and justice in Academy City. This is even more ridiculous. Bai Ye twitched the corner of his mouth. Sending those three brats to be Discipline Committee members? If they don't turn Academy City upside down, he'd consider it a loss. His fingers continued to scroll down. One dungeon after another was mercilessly passed over. Too simple, no training effect. Too complex, the three kids' brains couldn't handle it. Too dangerous, likely to kill the clients. Choosing something for children is indeed troublesome. Suddenly, his finger paused. His gaze landed on a newly refreshed dungeon marked with a new tag. Dungeon name, Song of the Wind and Poem of the Dragon. Difficulty, beginner. Description, in the free city-state of Mondstadt, quell the fury of the Storm Terror and unveil the Abyss Order-S conspiracy. Ah! Bai Ye raised his eyebrows as he looked at the new marked dungeon. Storm Terror? Mondstadt? Abyss Order? SNT this the wildly popular game from his previous life, Genshin Impact? The curve of his lips stretched wider and wider. Interesting. Very interesting. Taking on these three inexperienced brats would be a dimensionality reduction strike. They could witness the vastness of the world, and unlike the Kapu dungeon, there was no bloody violence. Training effectiveness would be maximized. Perfect. Alright, brats. Bai Ye closed the panel, clapped his hands, capturing 3 pairs of sparkling eyes. Close your eyes, relax. Your first supplementary lesson begins now. Before the words had fully fallen, a gentler white light than that which had engulfed Kapu instantly enveloped Ace, Luffy, and Sabo. The 3 small figures vanished from sight as if by magic. Bai Ye lay back in his rocking chair, casually pulling up a massive virtual screen before him. On the screen was the live feed of the 3 youngsters. 1 million beginner dungeons, 10 million intermediate dungeons, 100 million advanced dungeons. He crossed one leg and swung leisurely. You 3 better perform well. I'm counting on you to clear those advanced dungeons and drop me some god-tier gear. Don't die on the first level or my 1 million will go down the drain. A sensation of weightlessness. After a brief moment, the feeling of standing firmly on solid ground. Ace was the first to open his eyes. He instantly tensed every muscle and scanned his surroundings warily. Then he froze. The sky above was a spotless azure, as if washed by water, without a speck of impurity. A colossal windmill, slowly turning, stood atop the city-state not far away. The air was suffused with the fragrance of fresh grass and dandelions. Where was this place? Wah! Luffy's exclamation shattered the silence. He spread his arms wide and wildly ran across the boundless emerald meadow. Amazing! It's so beautiful here. Windmill. Such a huge windmill. Sabo too was struck by the scene before him. He crouched down, pinched a handful of soil, then looked up at the entirely unfamiliar architectural style. SSS place was definitely not any island known to them. His tone was filled with disbelief. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice simultaneously echoed in all three of their minds. Welcome to the dungeon world. Teyvat continent, current dungeon. Song of the Wind and Poem of the Dragon. Main quest. Enter the free city-state of Mondstadt and quell the fury of the storm terror. Quest reward. Settled based on contribution. Teyvat continent. This was the name that had just appeared in the mechanical announcement. SS's mind went blank. He stared fixedly at this utterly unfamiliar, unrealistically beautiful world before him. The distant city-state, the enormous windmill, and the sweet scent of grass in the air. All of it violently shattered the knowledge he had built up over 10 years. Could this be? Ace spoke with difficulty, his throat parched. Boss Bai Ye's ability? An ability capable of transporting people to another world. What an unfathomable, godlike method. Unbelievable. Sabo held his forehead, feeling a buzzing in his head. As a book lover with some knowledge of world geography, he was 100% certain. The Grand Line, the Four Seas, or any known place, such architectural styles and climate did not exist. We have truly arrived in a brand new world. Sabo murmured, his blue eyes reflecting not only shock but also an indescribable excitement. A whole new, unknown, vast world. For a young man who had devoted his life to pursuing freedom, what a fatal temptation this was. Wah! Amazing. Only Luffy, that single-celled fool, hadn't he thought so much. He simply cheered for the breathtaking scenery, spread his arms, and ran across the meadow. Then, carelessly, he tripped over his own feet and tumbled several meters. He got up, grass stuck all over his head, and grinned foolishly at his two older brothers. This place is so much fun. Ace and Sabo exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness and wry smiles in each other's eyes. This foolish little brother never grasped the point. Ace took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The earlier prompt had said, "Our mission is to enter that city ahead and quell the fury of the storm terror?" Sabo nodded, his expression turning serious again. Yes. Mondstadt and the storm terror. It didn't sound like a simple task. And there was mention of an organization called the Abyss Order. The reward was based on contribution. Sabo's eyes gleamed with thought. In other words, everything we do in this world will be observed by that boss Bai Ye and evaluated accordingly. Ace clenched his fists. Become stronger. He must become stronger. He must gain that man's approval. He must acquire the power to protect everything. Hey, Sabo. Just as Ace and Sabo were analyzing the task, Luffy's boisterous shouting rang out again. He got up from the ground, dusting himself off, tilting his head curiously as he pointed at the green object hanging from Sabo's waist. When did you get that green thing there? Sabo froze for a moment, instinctively lowering his gaze. Ace also cast a puzzled look toward him. There, at the side of the belt on Sabo's faded blue noble attire, appeared a peculiar ornament about the size of a palm, emitting a faint cyan glow. The object's core was a spherical glass orb, within which was imprisoned a wisp of teal energy resembling a feather. Enveloping it was an antiqued bronze metallic frame shaped like wings. It hung there quietly, as if it had been part of him from the very beginning. What on earth was this? Sabo's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. He extended his hand, trembling, and touched it. He swore that before entering here, this item had never been on his person. Had it been given by the White Knight boss? Or perhaps, at the very moment his fingertips brushed the ornament, the cyan trinket abruptly flared to life. A gentle, visible teal current surged forth from the ornament, swirling around Sabo's arm as if it possessed a living spirit, spiraling upward. A breeze, without warning, radiated outward from Sabo as its center, spreading in all directions. It ruffled Ace's dark locks. It scattered the bits of grass atop Luffy's head. Wow! Stars instantly sparkled in Luffy's eyes. Glowing stars. And it could blow wind. How cool! Ace too stared at Sabo with a face full of shock. Sabo himself was utterly stunned. He could feel it. He could clearly sense a strange, light, and intimately harmonious power continuously flowing from that ornament into his body. It was the power of the wind. This force, this light yet potent power streaming from the cyan ornament into his being. What was it? Sabo lowered his head in daze, gazing at the teal current encircling his arm. He could feel it, a power brimming with the spirit of freedom, unbound, undefined, obeying no constraints, flowing as freely as the form he most yearned to embody in his dreams. This was nothing like his father's repulsive grip built upon authority and status. Nor was it the cold, obedient violence of the guards. This was wind, the wind that sweeps over towering mountains, the wind that caresses the vast seas, the freest force in all the world. Sabo's lips quivered, and his blue eyes reflected the glowing teal current with astonishing brilliance. Instinctively, he lifted his hand. With a focused thought, whoosh, a clearly visible whirlwind materialized in the palm of his hand, spinning faster and faster, lifting the grass and soil beneath, whistling fiercely. Wah! Luffy's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Pointing at the tiny whirlwind in Sabo's palm, he bounced excitedly on the spot. So amazing! Sabo, you're incredible. Ace was completely dumbfounded as well. He stared fixedly at the small vortex in Sabo's palm, his black eyes as wide as copper bells. Wind. That was truly wind. This guy, Sabo, could actually control the wind. Impossible, Ace murmured, even rubbing his eyes as if doubting his own vision. Feeling the ever-clearer force in his palm, Sabo slowly and deliberately opened his hand. Whoosh! The whirlwind did not vanish. Instead, it transformed into a gentle breeze that circled around him, lifting the golden strands of his hair. This power felt like a part of his body. No, rather, it was an extension of his soul. It was the full cry of his longing for freedom. Sabo suddenly lifted his head, his blue eyes blazing with unprecedented brilliance. He turned to face Ace and Luffy, whose faces were etched with astonishment. He grinned broadly, a dazzling smile that illuminated everything. Ace, Luffy. His voice no longer trembled with despair but brimmed with the joy and strength of rebirth. Look, it's the wind. I can control the wind. The initial shock faded. In its place surged a stronger emotion. Envy. Wah, that's not fair. Luffy was the first to protest. His bright, foolish grin instantly collapsed. His mouth twisted, tears threatening to spill. He rushed to Sabo's side in 3 quick steps and poked the still glowing cyan ornament. Why do only you have it? White Knight Boss is so biased. He stomped in anger, then suddenly tilted his head back and shouted at the empty sky. Hey, White Knight Boss, did you see that? So unfair. I want one too. I want one that glows. I want a red one with a meat pattern on it. After yelling, he bent down and began frantically searching his own body. Lifting his red vest, he exposed his round belly. Nothing. He tugged at his blue shorts. Still nothing. Wah! Why don't I have one? Luffy spun around anxiously, like a monkey deprived of its banana. Idiot! Ace's low growl, suppressing his own anger, cut through Luffy's pig-like wailing. He stared at his foolish younger brother rolling on the ground, tears and snot smeared across his face, veins bulging at his temple. Jealous? Of course he was jealous. Who wouldn't he want a glowing, wind-controlling cool toy like that? But looking at Sabo's newly radiant face, at the light of hope reignited in those blue eyes, a feeling fiercer than envy welled up in Ace's heart. It was joy, genuine joy for his brother. This fool no longer had to bear the heavy burdens that were never his to carry. Shut up, Luffy. It's just some glowing thing. Big deal, Ace said defiantly, but his black eyes couldn't help darting toward the cyan ornament at Sabo's waist. Damn it. It glows and it can blow wind. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't care. I want one too. I want one too. Luffy's crying and Ace's growling echoed harshly across the tranquil grasslands. It was precisely this clamor that disturbed certain entities that ought not to be disturbed. Yika. Dalakacha. A series of strange, unintelligible shouts came from the nearby woods. From the waist-high grass, several strange figures emerged slowly, swaying. They were short in stature, wearing comical masks, wielding crude wooden sticks and stones, uttering meaningless, chattering cries. Ace's pupils contracted sharply. Though he did not know what these things were called, the unmistakable malice they exuded was all too familiar. Luffy. Sabo. Ace growled, every muscle tensing instantly as he assumed a battle stance. Enemies. Luffy's cries abruptly ceased, his tantrum cut short. He tumbled to the ground and swiftly rose, his foolish face streaked with tears and snot turning toward the few leisurely approaching hilichurls. His expression shifted instantaneously from one of grievance to curiosity. Wow, masked monkeys. Sabo immediately suppressed the joy on his face. He cradled the faintly glowing cyan ornament before him, watching those uninvited guests with vigilant eyes. He could sense the primal and chaotic hostility radiating from these strange creatures. Iya, the hilichurl nearest to them, seemed enraged by Luffy's shout. It howled wildly, brandishing the wooden club in its hand, and charged forward with its short legs pounding the ground. Seeking death, Ace's gaze hardened. He made no effort to wait for the creature to approach. With a forceful push from his feet, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, delivering a fierce sidekick that struck the hilichurl's head with brutal impact. Bang! The dull thud echoed as the hilichurl, caught off guard, was sent flying, tumbling multiple times across the ground before lying motionless. So weak. Ace flicked his leg dismissively, sneering contemptuously. But in the very next moment, yeah, the remaining 4 or 5 hilichurls, like an enraged swarm of bees, simultaneously emitted sharp cries, brandished their weapons, and surged toward the 3 brothers from all directions in a frenzied rush. One even scooped up a stone from the ground and hurled it straight at Luffy's head. Luffy, watch out! Sabo's face turned pale. Without hesitation, almost instinctively, he extended his hand and waved at the flying stone. Whoosh! A visible cyan wind blade materialized out of thin air, striking the stone mid-flight with precise accuracy. Crack! The stone shattered into 2 halves and fell at Luffy's feet. Luffy stared dumbfounded at the shattered rock, then glanced up at Sabo's hand, which still held the sweeping motion. Wow! His eyes sparkled with stars once more. Nicely done, Sabo. Ace laughed heartily, spinning around to deliver a backhanded punch that knocked another charging hilichurl to the ground. But his laughter quickly faded. From the grass all around, cries of "Iya" and "Ya" erupted. 1, 2, 10, 20 countless hilichurls emerged relentlessly from the grass and behind the hillside. They formed a massive encirclement, trapping the 3 brothers tightly in the center. Hey! A bead of cold sweat appeared on Ace's forehead. This has got to be a joke, right? How many are there? Sabo's face grew grim. Though he could command the wind, he had only recently gained this power and was far from proficient. The wind blade he just unleashed had nearly drained most of his energy. Luffy, however, remained carefree. As he gazed at the increasing number of masked monkeys surrounding them, his excitement grew. Hey, so many. Let us blast them away. Yet just then, whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air above them. Immediately following, a flaming arrow streaked like a meteor, striking precisely at the feet of a hilichurl poised to throw a stone. Boom! A fierce explosion erupted, flames soaring skyward. The powerful shockwave blasted the hilichurl and 2 companions beside it far away. For a brief second, silence fell over the scene. Ace, Luffy, Sabo, and even the charging hilichurls were all stunned. They simultaneously lifted their heads to the direction from which the arrow had been fired. A clear, melodious, and vibrant young female voice called out from a nearby hillside. Scout Knight Amber reporting for duty. Danger zone ahead. Passage forbidden. There stood a brown-haired girl clad in a red bodysuit, wearing a headband resembling rabbit ears atop her head. She held a finely crafted longbow, and her red accessories sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, identical to the ornament at Sabo's waist, save for its red hue. Behind her were a blonde boy and a small white floating creature. Damn hilichurls! No bullying children! The girl shouted energetically before leaping into the air. Her red cloak unfurled instantly like wings, allowing her to glide gracefully through the sky. Watch this! Explosive shot. Drawing her bowstring midair, she released another flaming arrow that screamed through the air. Boom! Another violent explosion tore through the hilichurl ranks, creating a massive breach in their formation. Whoa! Luffy's eyes had transformed into 2 enormous, sparkling stars. Pointing at the red-clad girl gliding above, he gushed incoherently. Red! It's red! She breathes fire and flies. So cool! Hey, you 3 little guys! Get out of there! The red-clad girl, spotting the hilichurls raising their clubs, urgently shouted. Those guys are not friendly creatures. But it was too late. Yeah! A hilichurl howled, wielding a wooden club thicker than its own body, and swung it fiercely at the nearest Luffy. The roaring wind carried the force to crush a man to pulp. Luffy, Ace and Sabo cried out in unison. Bang! A heavy, muffled crash echoed. Yet, contrary to expectations of blood and gore, Luffy's head was struck solidly by the club but bent backward in an exaggerated arc like a rubber ball. In the next instant, his head snapped back with a duong. Luffy shook his head, entirely unharmed. He touched the spot that had been hit and then looked up, grinning broadly at the hilichurl. Doesn't he hurt a bit? Silence fell over the scene. The hilichurl holding the club froze completely in its attack stance. Tilting its head, its eyes beneath the mask brimmed with profound doubt, both about this world and about the club in its own hands. The red-clad girl on the rock formed her mouth into an O. The small white floating creature beside her covered its mouth with tiny hands in exaggerated shock. Ha! His head only Ace, accustomed to such antics, exhaled in relief but quickly grew furious. That rubber bastard! Gomu gomu no pistel. Luffy paid no mind to others' thoughts. His slender arm stretched backward sharply, then snapped forward like lightning. Bang! A punch landed squarely on the face of the still-dazed Hilichurl. The poor creature didn't even have time to scream before it was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, arcing beautifully through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Amber landed lightly, ignoring the scattering, frightened Hilichurls. She rushed immediately to the three brothers' side. Are you all right? Her emerald eyes brimmed with concern. This place is perilous. Children must not wander about recklessly. The blonde youth and the tiny white creature behind her followed closely. Amber, you're flying too fast. The little white figure hovered midair, hands on hips, grumbling indignantly. Hey, you little sprites. Where did you come from? Luffy extended a finger, curiously poking the floating little being. Wow, you really can fly. Are you a fairy? Not a fairy at all. The white creature swayed in the air from the poke, stomping her, though she had no feet to stomp in irritation. Listen up. My name is Paimon. I am not some strange emergency food. Emergency food? Luffy tilted his head, then drooled. Can I eat you? No, you can't. Paimon screamed in frustration. Hey, Ace interrupted the tedious exchange. He eyed the red-clad girl warily, his body still taut with alertness. Who are you people? Amber froze momentarily under Ace's hostile gaze, but soon beamed a radiant smile. She patted her chest proudly and declared, I am Amber, a scout knight of the Knights of Favonius. This here is my new friend, the Honorable Night Traveler. She gestured toward the blonde youth beside her. As for this one, Amber glanced at Paimon and winked mischievously. She is Traveler's best companion and emergency food. I told you, I'm not emergency food. Sabo paid no heed to their bickering. He stepped forward, his blue eyes fixed intently on the crimson vision at Amber's waist. His voice trembled slightly with curiosity and urgency. Excuse me, he pointed first to Amber's waist, then to the azure trinket at his own side. You have this too? What exactly is it? Amber followed his finger and, upon seeing the faintly glowing azure anemo vision at Sabo's waist, her eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, you're a vision holder too? Her smile softened with warmth. That's wonderful. I thought you were just ordinary lost children. Clearing her throat, she adopted a mentor's tone and explained earnestly. This is a vision, a divine gift granted only to those recognized by the gods. With it, one can command elemental power. Amber spread open her palm, conjuring a small flame that flickered into existence. Like this, I wield the power of fire, and you are the free wind. Since you're no ordinary folk, things will be easier. Amber extinguished the flame and looked around at the now quiet forest, her expression turning grave. The activity of the wind dragon has been increasing lately. The area outside Mondstadt has become exceedingly dangerous. Come with me. I will take you to Mondstadt. It is the sanctuary of the Anemo Archon and absolutely safe. Mondstadt, Wind Dragon. The mention of these two words made Ace and Sabo's hearts skip a beat simultaneously. A mission. Their mission had arrived. Hey, little fairy, fly a bit higher. Luffy stretched out his hands, bouncing up and down in an attempt to catch the little white creature drifting in midair. I told you, my name is Paimon. I'm not a fairy. Paimon huffed, stomping in the air to dodge Luffy's sticky fingers. And I'm not Hey, you rude rubber man, but you're really tiny. Luffy tilted his head in puzzlement. And you can fly too. That doesn't mean you can eat me. Paimon shrieked. Ace, trailing behind, veins bulging on his temple, grabbed Luffy by the collar and pulled him away from Paimon. Behave yourself, idiot. Ow, Ace, what are you doing? If you keep making noise, I'll tie you to a tree. Sabo walked beside Amber, stroking the blue vision at his waist as they moved. The light, airy Anemo power still flowed within him, filling him with unprecedented calm and certainty. Miss Amber, he summoned courage to speak. Just call me Amber. The red-clad girl turned back, offering him a vibrant smile. Are there many vision holders in Mondstadt? Of course not. Amber puffed out her chest proudly. A vision is the recognition of the gods and extremely rare. Even in all of Mondstadt, vision holders are few and far between. She glanced at Sabo, then at the rowdy figures of Ace and Luffy nearby, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. By the way, where exactly are you three from? I've never seen anyone like you before. Before she could finish, the group emerged from the dense thicket. Suddenly, an immense and majestic city burst into view before the three brothers' eyes. Towering walls encircled a crystal-clear moat. Inside, rows of Germanic-style buildings stood in orderly yet charming disarray. Most striking of all were several gigantic windmills, slowly turning. They loomed high above the city, their massive blades slicing through the sky, casting slowly drifting shadows. Wah! Luffy's mouth stretched into the widest arc it had ever formed, breaking free from Ace's grip. He dashed to the cliff's edge like a cannonball, arms wide open, and unleashed a thunderous roar toward the sunlit city. A city. Such a huge city. And windmills. The windmills are turning. Amazing! Sabo was equally stunned. He stood rooted, his blue eyes fixed on the magnificent city in the distance. The kingdom of Goa. The place of his birth, suffocating and confining. There, the noble district was separated from the commoners by towering walls, like a delicate yet lifeless birdcage. Everywhere was oppression and pretense. But here this city was open. It was free. It stood proudly on the plain, welcoming all who arrived. A tremendous, indescribable surge struck his heart with fierce impact. This, his lips trembled, was freedom. Even Ace, who always wore a scowl to mask his feelings, could not conceal the awe in his eyes. The largest city he had ever seen was the capital of the kingdom of Goa. But compared to this city, the capital was merely a provincial nouveau riche estate. This city brimmed with the weight of history yet radiated an indescribable vitality. The slowly turning windmills seemed to breathe life into the entire city. Humph! Ace snorted, forcibly tearing his gaze from the windmills, hands shoved into his pockets. It's just SOSO. Ha ha ha. Scared. Ha. Amber, admiring the brothers' varied reactions, placed her hands on her hips triumphantly. Welcome to Mondstadt, the freest city-state on the continent of Teyvat. Let us go. I'll take you inside. That bridge ahead is the pride of Mondstadt. Under Amber's guidance, they proceeded onto the colossal stone bridge leading to the city gate. Beneath the bridge lay the pristine lake known as Cider Lake, its surface shimmering brilliantly under the sun's gentle caress. Upon the bridge, white doves cooed softly, strolling leisurely without the slightest fear of human presence. Doves! Doves! Can we roast them and eat? Luffy's mouth watered uncontrollably. Bang! Ace's fist struck his head with precise force. Don't you dare touch those doves. Crossing the lengthy stone bridge and passing through the grand city gate, a lively atmosphere brimming with the essence of daily life enveloped them. Passers-by wore relaxed smiles upon their faces. Shops lining the streets displayed an array of curious and novel goods. The air was a fragrant blend of freshly baked bread, blooming flowers, and the rich aroma of malt beer. Wow, the scent of meat! Luffy's nostrils flared wildly, his eyes instantly transforming into the shape of grilled meat. Meanwhile, Sabo surveyed the surrounding architecture and pedestrians with inquisitive blue eyes, filled with boundless curiosity about this new world. Suddenly, Luffy's nose twitched sharply. His entire body froze. Defying the laws of physics, his head snapped toward the opposite side of the street. There, an open-air restaurant adorned with a hunter-esque signboard emitted waves of tantalizing roasted meat fragrance, so intoxicating it felt as though souls might depart from bodies. Luffy's eyes lost their sparkle in an instant. A single crystalline droplet slowly trickled down the corner of his mouth. Meat, he planted his feet firmly, summoning all his strength to issue a solemn proclamation. I'm not leaving. Ace's temple bulged with a vein. He lunged forward, grabbing Luffy's ear in an attempt to drag him away. You hopeless fool. We don't have any money in this world. Ow, ow, ow. Let go, Ace. Luffy howled, stretching out his hand to clutch a nearby lamppost desperately, kicking his legs furiously against the ground. I don't care. I want to eat that. It smells so delicious. Sabo covered his face in agony. He should have foreseen this. Bringing Luffy into a place filled with the scent of food was no different from throwing gunpowder into a fire. Wow. Honey-glazed carrot pan-fried meat. Paimon, floating midair, sniffed deeply, her eyes sparkling with desire. I want to eat that too. Her stomach responded obediently, emitting a thunderous rumble. Gurgle. Amber's stomach also let out an untimely, thunderous protest. Her cheeks flushed prettily as she scratched her head in embarrassment. Ha ha ha, looks like everyone is hungry. She glanced at Luffy, who clung stubbornly to the lamppost, refusing to let go, then at the black-haired youth beside him, who appeared ready to explode with frustration, and chuckled softly. All right, stop pulling. Amber waved her hand grandly, the red vision of God on her chest gleaming brightly, making her appear exceptionally dependable. Consider this a gift welcoming you to Mondstadt. This meal is on me. Ace's hand, still clutching Luffy's ear, froze midair. Sabo's hand slowly lowered from his face. Paying for it? Luffy's ear suddenly ceased hurting. He jerked his head up, his eyes reigniting with two fierce flames where the dullness had been moments before. He pointed incredulously at himself, then at the steaming roasted meat in the restaurant. Really? Red-haired sister? Of course. Amber patted her chest, her smile radiant enough to melt winter as snow. I am a scout knight of the Knights of Favonius. Assisting friends who have traveled far is my duty. Awesome. Amber, you're the best. Paimon flipped a somersault in midair, squealing with excitement. I want honey-glazed carrot pan-fried meat, and sweet flour honey chicken. Meat, meat, meat. Luffy released the lamppost instantly, transforming into a blur as he dashed to the nearest empty seat in the Hunter's restaurant, grabbing a knife and fork, and pounding the table vigorously. Boss, bring it on. Serve me all the best meat you have. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, each seeing profound helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. This idiot moments later, the Hunter's restaurant table was laden with an array of exquisite Mondstadt specialties. Golden, crispy Mondstadt grilled fish, honey-glazed carrot pan-fried meat drenched in rich sauce, and sizzling skewers of roasted meat. The aroma soared to the heavens. I'm digging in. Luffy and Paimon roared in unison with earth-shattering enthusiasm. The next instant, a whirlwind of appetite unfolded. Luffy opened his exaggeratedly large mouth and swallowed an entire skewer of roasted meat whole, not even spitting out the stick. He chewed with a crisp crunch and gulped it down in one gulp. Wow, delicious. Humph, you're too slow. Paimon, unwilling to be outdone, hugged a whole plate of honey-glazed carrot pan-fried meat larger than herself and buried her face in it. Her cheeks puffed out instantly, resembling a gluttonous little hamster. Another round. Boss, 20 more skewers of roasted meat. Paimon wants 50 portions of sweet flour honey chicken. Thus began a fierce and merciless food battle between two beings. One a person, the other a floating little sprite. The empty plates before them accumulated at a visibly rapid pace. One stack, two stacks. Soon, two towering plate towers loomed on opposite ends of the table, still growing taller. Surrounding diners gaped in astonishment. Ace held his forehead in anguish, feeling his temples throb wildly. He lowered his voice and growled to Sabo beside him. Is this fool trying to bankrupt us by eating? Sabo wore a face full of helpless amusement. He grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth corner before offering Amber an apologetic smile. Sorry, Amber. Luffy is just like this. Ha ha ha. It's fine, it's fine. Amber's eyes sparkled brightly. Watching those two voracious eaters, she felt not anger but great amusement. Amazing. I've never seen anyone eat so much. She then glanced at the blonde boy beside her, who had remained silent, quietly sipping his juice. Traveler, look, they can eat even more than you. The blonde youth, known as the Traveler, simply smiled and nodded, then silently pushed the untouched plate of grilled fish before him toward the center of the table. Instantly, a pair of chopsticks and a small hand reached out for the same plate simultaneously. It's mine. Paimon's. Bang! Luffy's and Paimon's heads collided forcefully. Luffy's head dented inward, then bounced back. Paimon covered her head, tears welling as she spun in midair. Woo-woo, you rubber-headed dummy. Hee. The fish is mine now. Luffy grinned triumphantly, his mouth stuffed with fish meat, mumbling indistinctly. At last Ace could no longer bear it. He felt that if this foolish little brother continued to embarrass himself, he would lose all face. He suddenly rose, grabbed Luffy's head, and pressed it firmly down onto the table. Enough already, you bastard. Woo-woo, my flesh, my flesh. Gazing upon the chaotic scene that resembled a pot of porridge, Sabo sighed helplessly, yet felt a certain warmth filling a corner of his heart. He looked up at the cerulean sky of Mondstadt, observed the relaxed smiles on the faces of the people around him, and watched his brothers and new friends playfully bickering beside him. Freedom. Perhaps this was the very essence of freedom. Burp. Luffy belched thunderously, patting his round belly with satisfaction. Before him stood a towering pile of empty plates, teetering precariously. Elsewhere, Paimon slumped midair, clutching her little stomach, her face radiating bliss. I can't eat anymore, Paimon declared, utterly full. Ace and Sabo gazed upon the wreckage on the table, their expressions nothing short of extraordinary. One looked so awkward he could have scratched out a map of Mondstadt with his toes on the floor. The other scowled darkly, practically itching to hang up and thrash that idiot younger brother who had devoured the entire restaurant's offerings. That Amber. Sabo's face was etched with remorse. He was truly, truly embarrassed. It's all right, Amber insisted, still trying to be strong, waving her hand with a smile that was slightly strained. As long as everyone is happy eating, it's fine. Ha ha ha. Just then, Sarah, the elegant proprietor of the Deer Hunter restaurant, approached with graceful steps, a smile upon her lips. In her hands she held a ridiculously long bill. Thank you for your patronage. The total comes to 89,600 mora. Sarah's voice was gentle and sweet, yet the number instantly froze the atmosphere on the spot. 89,000. Amber's smile shattered completely. Her trembling hand took the lengthy bill, her eyes meticulously scanning every item from top to bottom. Honey-glazed carrot pork, 30 servings. Mondstadt grilled fish, 20 servings. Sweet flour-brewed chicken, 50 servings. Grilled skewers, 120 sticks. Amber's pupils contracted violently. She felt her heart bleeding. That was a full 2 months' salary. Gone just like that. The glider skin she had her eye on? Gone. The limited edition dandelion wine she had promised to bring to Eula? Gone. Her food budget for next month? Also gone. Woo-woo. A single crystalline tear, heavy with poverty and regret, silently slid from the corner of Amber's eye. Wow. Red sister, why are you crying? Luffy tilted his head, watching her with curiosity. Bang! Ace's fist slammed fiercely onto Luffy's head. It's all your fault, you bastard. Ace growled through clenched teeth, his voice thick with fury. Look at what you've done. Ouch! Ace, you hit me again. Luffy clutched his head, looking wronged. I am terribly sorry. Sabo abruptly stood, bowing deeply to Amber at a 90-degree angle. We will find a way to repay this debt to you. As he spoke, he reached for the goddess eye at his waist, seeing it as something valuable. No need. Amber pressed down on Sabo's hand with a firm grasp. She took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength to force out a half-hearted smile more painful than crying. When I say I'm treating, it absolutely means I'm treating. Turning away, she walked heavily, as if marching to the gallows. She approached the counter and pulled out her shriveled wallet adorned with the emblem of Count Rabbit. Sarah, I'll pay. Her voice trembled with sobs. More than 10 minutes later, the group was once again strolling along the streets of Mondstadt. However, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Luffy, full and satisfied, was still savoring the taste of the grilled meat. Ace glared daggers at his foolish younger brother the entire way. Sabo wore a face full of guilt, trailing behind Amber, hesitating to speak. And our scout knight, Miss Amber, had turned completely ashen. Her eyes were vacant, her steps unsteady, and she kept murmuring something under her breath. My Count Rabbit. Paimon fluttered over cautiously, poking Amber's shoulder. Paimon was wrong. Paimon shouldn't have eaten so much. It's not your fault. Amber replied hollowly. I underestimated the Rubberman's and emergency food's stomach. I told you it's not emergency food. All right. Amber slapped her face sharply, forcing herself to pull together. Now that we're full, it's time to get down to business. Pointing to the magnificent building ahead, she announced loudly, that's the headquarters of the Knights of Favonius. I'm taking you to meet our acting Grandmaster Jean. Grandmaster Jean? Sabo paused, surprised. That's right. Amber's face rekindled the radiant pride of a scout knight. Jean is the most reliable person in Mondstadt. She needs to understand your situation. Her gaze landed on Sabo's waist. Especially you, a brand new, mysterious god SI bearer. This is a momentous matter in Mondstadt, the Knights of Favonius headquarters. A magnificent edifice that nearly touched the sky, stood proudly atop the highest point in Mondstadt. It was more solemn than the palace of the Kingdom of Goya, far livelier than Machino's tavern, and a world apart from the mountain stronghold of the Dayton family. Wah! Luffy's exclamation echoed once again through the air. He spread his arms wide and dashed up the long staircase like a sprinter racing 100 meters. So tall, so big. What kind of place is this? His naive wonder only tightened Ace's clenched fist. I told you it's the Knight's headquarters. Are you deaf? You idiot? Ace yanked him back by the collar, holding him firmly. Paimon, following behind, placed her hands on her hips and proudly introduced. Humph! This is the power center of Mondstadt. All the Knights of Favonius work here. She then leaned in close to the traveler's ear and whispered, Grandmaster Jean is very imposing. When we go inside, don't you dare mention emergency food. Sabo remained silent. He simply raised his head to gaze at the vast wall engraved with the emblem of the Knights of Favonius. At the entrance stood two fully armed knights, their expressions stern. Their eyes were sharp, their posture impeccable, exuding the aura of battle-hardened elites. This place and that decaying kingdom of Goya that only knew how to oppress commoners were worlds apart. All right, everyone, perk up. Amber finally shook off the shadow of bankruptcy. She patted her face and transformed back into the vibrant scout knight she was. Grandmaster Jean is inside. She is the most reliable person in Mondstadt. With that, she straightened her chest and strode forward confidently. Inside the knight's headquarters was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The vaulted ceilings soared high, massive bookshelves lined the walls, and knights hurried to and fro with purposeful steps. Each person was engrossed in their duties, filling the space with a tense yet orderly atmosphere. Amber led them through the great hall, heading directly to the acting Grand Master's office on the second floor. Knock, 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 report. Scout Knight Amber. Urgent matters to report. Come in. A steady, slightly weary yet powerful female voice came from behind the door. Amber pushed the door open. Within the office, a statuesque blonde woman clad in a pristine white knight's uniform sat behind the desk. Her azure eyes were so piercing they seemed capable of penetrating one's very soul. Her gaze swept over Amber, then the traveler and Paimon, before finally settling upon three unfamiliar faces. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, particularly when her eyes caught sight of the cerulean vision adorning Sabo's waist. A subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation flickered within her serene eyes. She was none other than Jean, the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, the Dandelion Knight. Grand Master Jean. Amber snapped to attention and performed a flawless knightly salute. I have returned. Jean lifted her head. Her gaze, clear as a tranquil lake, carried an undeniable authority. Her eyes once again scanned Amber, then the traveler and Paimon, before fixing firmly on the three strangers. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo. Upon noticing the brand new Anemo vision at Sabo's side, still faintly emanating elemental energy, her cerulean eyes narrowed slightly. Amber, well done. Jean set down the quill in her hand and leaned forward slightly. Who are these individuals? Report, Grand Master. Amber responded loudly. I found them outside the city. They were under attack by hilichurls. Also, she paused briefly, pointing at Sabo. This child just now awakened a vision. The office fell into an instant hush. Ace felt the weight of Jean's scrutinizing gaze, his body instinctively tensing, his eyes sharpening. Jean's look was gentle yet incisive as it rested on Sabo. Child, what is your name? Where do you come from? Meeting that gaze, Sabo's heart skipped a beat involuntarily. He took a deep breath to steady himself. My name is Sabo. We come from an island very far away. Humph. Ace grunted disapprovingly through his nose. What's the point of asking? Running some kind of census? Ace, Sabo whispered sharply to stop him. I mean no offense. Jean's voice was calm and warm, yet carried an undeniable conviction. However, the emergence of a new vision bearer is a significant matter for Mondstadt. She rose from her seat and approached Sabo. She was tall, so Sabo had to tilt his head upward to meet her face. Do you know what this is? Jean asked, pointing to the ornament at Sabo's waist. Sabo nodded, then shook his head. Amber says it's a vision. Correct. Jean's eyes grew distant. A vision is a gift bestowed only when a mortal's wish is so fervent that it is acknowledged by the gods above. Wish. That word again. Sabo's heart jolted violently. He could not help but clutch the cerulean vision tightly. My wish is freedom. Could it be that there truly is a god who has recognized my yearning for freedom? God? Ace scoffed, his defiant face etched with disbelief and mockery. What a joke. To hand over your fate to some intangible fantasy? Only the weak would do such a thing. What is a god? Is it tasty? Luffy asked Jean with innocent curiosity. Jean regarded these three brothers, each with such distinct personalities, and wore an expression of helpless understanding. I realize this may be difficult for you to accept immediately. She slowly opened her palm. Buzz, a vision of the same cerulean hue, yet more intricate in design, lay quietly upon her glove. But on this continent called Teyvat, elemental power truly exists. With a thought, she summoned a gentle whirl of wind in her palm, lifting strands of her golden hair. A vision is an external organ for us mortals to channel elemental power. Sabo's eyes fixed unwaveringly on the swirling wind in Jean's palm. That power was one and the same as the force within him. Your wish is freedom, yes? Jean looked at Sabo, speaking plainly. Sabo's body shuddered violently. Therefore, the one who answered you is the patron of Mondstadt, the god of wind who symbolizes freedom, Lord Barbados. What you have received is the Anemo vision, the symbol of freedom. God of wind, freedom. Those two words struck heavily upon Sabo's heart. The deity of this city was none other than the god of freedom. In that moment, he felt an indescribable resonance with this city. Very well, I have understood the situation. Jean withdrew her power and returned to her seat behind the desk, regaining the dignity of the acting Grand Master. Your origins are unknown, and your powers are extraordinary, especially you. Her gaze shifted to Luffy, that strange boy whose head can stretch like rubber. By rights, I should detain you temporarily until your backgrounds are thoroughly investigated. Ace's expression instantly darkened. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. Yet Jean's tone shifted. Mondstadt is a city of freedom. We will not strip anyone of their liberty simply because they are unknown or different. Her words stunned both Ace and Sabo. They recalled the towering walls of the kingdom of Guyun and the nobles who regarded commoners as mere vermin. Freedom? For the first time, they heard such a sincere interpretation of this word from one who wielded power. Amber, Jean issued a command. Yes, Grand Master. Until you complete today's patrol, you shall serve as their guide and guardian. Help them become familiar with Mondstadt, but remember, under no circumstances are they to cause any trouble. Jean's tone grew firmer, and she cast a meaningful glance at Luffy. Understood. Amber's face fell. Taking care of these 3 little rascals is already enough of a burden. They've eaten up 2 months' worth of my salary. Jean's words left Ace and Sabo in prolonged silence. Freedom. In the kingdom of Guyun. This word belonged only to the drunken ravings of fools and the hypocrisy of nobles. Yet here it was spoken with solemn respect by one who held authority. All right, Amber. Jean tapped the desk to break their reverie. Take them for a tour of the city. Let them see what true Mondstadt is like. Yes, Grand Master Jean. Amber stood at attention. Then with a grimace led the 3 little troublemakers and an emergency food supply out of the Knights of Favonia's headquarters. Oh my Mora, she lamented, mourning the loss of her 2 months' wages. Amber, don't be upset. Sabo followed beside her, his face full of guilt. We will definitely repay that money. Yes. I'll catch a big oceanic creature. Selling it will bring plenty of money. Luffy pounded his chest with confidence. Shut up. Ace's fists clenched even tighter. The group descended the long staircase and returned to the bustling streets of Mondstadt. Sabo gazed at the smiling faces around him, the profound impact stirring within him for a long time. He took a deep breath, as if reaching a firm resolve, and briskly approached Amber. Amber. HM? The girl in red turned weakly. We want to learn more about the Anemo hypostasis. Sabo's tone was earnest beyond measure. This is their true mission for coming to this world. Windbloom Dragon? Amber's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. The ashen shadow of despair that had clouded her face vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of profound complexity. Part vigilance, part sorrow, and a trace of anger. What are you asking about this for? Cut the nonsense. Ace, hands thrust into his pockets, strode forward, his ebony eyes ablaze with a warrior's fervor. We're here to deal with that creature. Tell us, how strong is it? What are its weaknesses? His tone, so matter-of-fact and commanding, ignited Amber's temper completely. Deal with it. Her voice shot up sharply, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Her face flushed crimson with indignation, her chest heaving violently as she jabbed a finger at Ace's nose. What do you think this is? Some kind of adventure game? That is no mere monster. Far from being a trophy for you to flaunt your strength. Yes, called Tevelin, the former guardian of Mondstadt. Ace faltered momentarily at her outburst, a flicker of displeasure crossing his defiant features. Luffy tilted his head, puzzled. Guardian, but he looks really angry. Luffy's words punctured Amber's fury like a pinprick to a balloon, and the fire in her eyes deflated in an instant, replaced by deep sadness. Yes, she whispered, lowering her gaze, her voice laden with bitterness. He is angry. He is in pain. Tevelin was once the closest retainer of Lord Barbatos, the Anemo Archon, the Eastern Wind Dragon of Mondstadt, one of the 4 winds who guarded the skies. Retainer? God? More cryptic words she didn't understand. Yet the word guardian made both Ace and Sabo furrow their brows simultaneously. Guardian, why would he attack the city he was sworn to protect? Sabo's question struck the heart of the matter. It made no sense. Amber's lips trembled as she cast a glance at these 3 curious children, too earnest to belong to their age. She sighed deeply, because he was forgotten. Long ago, Mondstadt suffered a cataclysmic disaster. A pitch-black demon dragon named Durin invaded. It was Tevelin who bravely stood against the beast atop the snow-capped mountain, engaging in a deadly battle. Ultimately, he bit through the demon dragon's throat and saved Mondstadt. But Amber's voice quivered. He himself was tainted and corroded by the poison coursing through the demon dragon's blood. Racked with excruciating pain, he fell into a deep slumber. When he finally awoke, centuries had passed. The people of Mondstadt had long since forgotten their hero. Instead of welcome and gratitude, he was met with fear and blades. He believed Mondstadt had abandoned him. Silence fell over the air. Paimon covered her mouth, her eyes reddened. Even Luffy's ever-grinning face lost its smile. He scratched his head and quietly asked in a barely audible voice, "So he was just too hurt and too heartbroken?" Sabo's heart clenched painfully. A hero who protected everyone, ultimately forsaken and wounded by all. What a profound injustice. Even Ace, whose face was usually etched with defiance and an unshakable "I'm the strongest" attitude, showed a fleeting trace of emotion. The taste of being forsaken by the world, he understood it better than anyone. Tsh. Ace turned his head away, hiding his expression. What a foolish fellow. So, what does the Knight's Order plan to do? Sabo pressed on. Are you going to hurt him too? Of course not. Amber promptly denied, her gaze regaining its resolute strength. Captain Jean is devising a plan. We want to cleanse the pain that afflicts him. We want to save him. We want Mondstadt's Eastern Wind Dragon to soar the free skies once more. Having said that, she suddenly realized she had revealed far too much to these mysterious youngsters. Wait, why am I telling you all this? Amber snapped back to herself, hands on her hips, forcibly assuming the role of their guardian. In any case, this matter is dangerous. You absolutely must not interfere. Do you hear me? Yet what she saw were 3 pairs of eyes shining with astonishing brilliance. In Luffy's eyes, pure curiosity and sympathy gleamed. In Sabo's, clarity and reverence for a hero shone. And on Ace's lips curled a wild, untamed smirk, brimming with battle eagerness. Ha! Now things are getting interesting. At that moment, everyone, move aside, make way. A crisp, urgent female voice rang out, accompanied by hurried footsteps from the far end of the street. The crowd instinctively parted, clearing a path. A young girl clad in a blue and white clerical dress, her radiant golden twin tails bouncing, ran anxiously toward them. Behind her, several nuns wearing church vestments hurried along. It was Lady Barbara. Lady Barbara, what has happened? The bystanders exclaimed, their eyes full of respect and affection. A prayer cleric of the church, an idol of Mondstadt. Paimon whispered softly to Luffy and the others. Idol? Can you eat it? Luffy asked curiously. Bang! Ace's fist landed precisely on Luffy's head once more. Ignoring the commotion around her, the girl named Barbara reached the center of the square and shouted with all her might at the knights and townsfolk gathered there. We've just received word. The Windbloom Dragon Tevlin has attacked a merchant caravan near Springvale, outside the city. We told you to stay inside the city. Amber ran up, panting heavily, yelling at the 3 wildly energetic kids ahead of her. This isn't something children should meddle in. Luffy, running at the front, glanced back and pointed at Paimon, who hovered beside Amber, equally breathless. But Paimon is allowed outside the city. I'm not a child. Paimon stomped her foot in the air, huffing indignantly. Soon, they arrived at the site of the dragoness assault. The scene was a chaotic mess. Several merchant wagons lay overturned, their cargo scattered across the ground. Jagged, enormous claw marks scarred the earth, a gruesome testament to the beast's fury. Barbara and the church's nuns were urgently tending to the injured merchants, their holy hydro-elemental auras enveloping the wounded, soothing their pain. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo did not approach the victims. Ace's black eyes scanned the surrounding destruction sharply, searching for traces left by the Windbloom Dragon. Sabo knelt down, studying the claw marks carefully, trying to deduce the great dragoness direction. Luffy lifted his head, sniffing the air with effort. There, Ace suddenly pointed toward the depths of the forest. There, several colossal trees had been snapped in half, leaving a clear breach leading into the unknown. No sooner had he spoken than he was the first to charge forward. Hey, stop! Amber screamed, trying to halt them. But Sabo and Luffy followed Ace without hesitation, disappearing swiftly into the woods. Good grief! Amber ground her teeth in frustration. Traveler! They ran off. Paimon clutched the traveler's garment, anxiously pacing in circles. We must catch up soon. Several of them had been sprinting through the rugged forest for nearly half an hour. The surrounding trees grew denser, and the light dimmed perceptibly. Suddenly, a faint, low roar echoed ahead. A dragoness anguished and wrathful bellow. Stop! Ace, who was leading the group, abruptly raised his hand, his entire body tensing. Everyone halted instantly, even their breathing softened. Ace signaled to the others behind him, then crouched silently, inching toward a massive boulder ahead. They cautiously peered from behind the rock. The sight before them stole their breath away. At the edge of a cliff lay the colossal Anemo dragon, Tevlin. His armor-like scales were marred with scars, from which a stream of purple-black blood seeped relentlessly. His enormous wings hung limply at his sides, each breath heavy and labored. Before this gargantuan beast stood a slight figure, a boy clad in a verdant green cloak and matching beret. Cradled in his arms was a wooden lyre, and a gentle smile graced his face as he gazed upward at the furious and suffering dragon. "Do not be afraid," the boy, dressed as a bard, spoke. His words flowed like a mountain spring, carrying an uncanny, soothing power. "I have returned, Tevlin." "Wow, that's one huge dragon." Luffy's eyes sparkled with two enormous stars, as he pointed excitedly at the behemoth perched on the cliff's edge, nearly drooling. "Let us go. Let us take it down," he exclaimed, bending his legs, ready to launch himself like a cannonball. Bang! A fist struck his head with force. "You idiot!" Ace grabbed Luffy by the back of his shirt and slammed him to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead. "Behave yourself." "Ow! Ace, what are you doing?" Luffy clutched his head, crying out in grievance. "Can't you see?" Ace lowered his voice, his black eyes filled with unprecedented gravity. "This beast is far beyond what we can handle right now." He gazed at the terrifying aura emanating from the dragon, an aura so suffocating that even its residual energy was overwhelming. This was a power utterly different from the old man Karp's, yet equally despair-inducing. "Let us see what that green-cloaked fellow intends to do first." Ace fixed his gaze on the bard clutching the lyre. That's right. Paimon flew over, her small face etched with tension. "Tevlin is in agony right now. Charging in would only make him angrier. That bard looks extraordinary." As they spoke, the bard named Venti plucked the strings of his lyre. A pure, ethereal melody, reminiscent of a mountain stream, gently flowed forth. "Do not fear," Venti intoned, his voice carried by the wind, imbued with a strange power that could soothe all living things. "Listen to the sound of the wind, Tevlin. This is the familiar song of freedom." Softly singing, he played the lyre. The music and voice transformed into visible azure light particles, like countless dandelion seeds fluttering gently down onto Tevlin's scarred, massive form. "Roar!" The dragon emitted a low, pained whimper. His once bloodshot, rage-filled crimson eyes briefly cleared under the caress of the blue light, revealing a momentary clarity. The scarlet faded, unveiling a sky-blue purity. But in the very next instant, ominous purple-black veins rapidly spread again from his neck. "Roar!" Clarity and chaos flickered wildly in his eyes. He clutched his head, releasing a howl of even greater agony. At that moment, a mocking, sharp, malevolent laughter abruptly rang out at the cliff's edge. Hee. A deep blue vortex materialized from thin air, from which a diminutive figure wearing a comical mask and wielding a staff leapt forth. "Don't think you can purify him." The Abyss Mage raised his staff, the tip coalescing into a cold, chilling ice spike. "The pain of the Abyss shall forever accompany him." "It's the Abyss Mage," Paimon screamed. "Be careful." Without hesitation, the Traveler's single-handed sword emitted a clear, resonant hum. He transformed into a golden streak of light, charging straight at the Abyss Mage floating midair. Wind blade. As he swung his sword, a teal whirlwind coiled around the blade, producing a shrill whistle. The strike was as swift as lightning. Yet, clang, a crisp clash resounded. The fierce sword light struck the pale blue crystalline shield encasing the Abyss Mage, scattering a spray of ice shards, but leaving the shield unscathed. "Foolish attack," the Abyss Mage sneered harshly. "Useless, useless, useless, useless." His sharp laughter echoed over the cliff. Hovering midair, the pale blue shield shimmered with a despairing cold light, brimming with utter contempt for mortals. "See that? The suffering of the wind goddess chosen." The Abyss Mage raised his staff, pointing at the agonized roaring dragon below. "Tevlin, your enemies are there. Tear them apart." "Roar!" The ominous purple-black veins completely engulfed the last glimmer of clarity in Tevlin's eyes. His massive body swung abruptly, his blood-red dragon gaze locking fiercely onto Ace and the others hiding behind the rock. A devastating, frenzied energy surged wildly in his throat. "Watch out!"
20 fez paled.
He tried to strum his lyre again, but it was too late. "Dodge! That is no ordinary wind. It is a destructive storm fused with the corruption of the abyss, capable of tearing everything apart." "Wah! I'm being blown away." Paimon spun wildly in the air, buffeted by the fierce gusts, staggering helplessly. "Ace, Luffy." Sabo instinctively sought to summon wind element, but his feeble breeze was but a speck of dust before the cataclysmic tempest. "It's over," was the sole thought that gripped everyone's hearts. At that moment, Ace moved. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. Though not tall, his figure stood like a mountain, resolutely shielding Luffy and Sabo. "Don't you dare lay a hand on my brother." The boy's roar was filled with indomitable fury. He hated this helplessness, the despair of watching loved ones fall into danger, powerless to intervene. He recalled the towering silhouette of that man, the one who always wore a lazy grin yet could send all enemies flying with a single finger, the White Knight. Power. I need greater power. Power enough to protect everything. Give me strength? Ah. Ace howled toward the heavens. His wish, his will, that furious blaze that sought to consume everything in its path, at this very moment, shattered the heavens. A brilliant scarlet glow suddenly ignited at his waist. It was an intricately patterned crimson ornament, appearing out of thin air, its blazing flame totem more dazzling than the midday sun. Fire element, the vision of the god. Ace felt that scorching, tempestuous power surging into his body, as if it sought to ignite his entire being. He needed no instruction. He was born to be the sovereign of flames. Hey, Ace turned his head, casting a glance at the Abyss Mage still cackling menacingly in midair. A wild, unrestrained smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. That turtle shell of yours looks really uncomfortable. Before the words had even left his lips, he lunged forward, delivering a thunderous punch. Burn to ashes for me. Boom! A thick, savage, indescribably terrifying pillar of fire erupted from his fist. This flame was no delicate, explosive arrow like amberess. It was pure, raw, and brutal. A consuming inferno intent on reducing all things to cinders. What? The Abyss Mage's laughter abruptly ceased. The eyes beneath its mask were instantly filled with boundless terror. The pillar of fire arrived in the blink of an eye. There was no resistance, no stalemate. Sizzle. The impenetrable ice elemental shield, upon contact with that domineering blaze, melted away like winter snow under the summer sun, evaporating completely in less than a second. A melting reaction. No. The Abyss Mage let out a piercing scream. Its body was engulfed entirely by the pillar of fire, blasted like a broken sack, crashing heavily against a distant cliff, billowing black smoke. Silence engulfed the scene. Tavern's impending storm of destruction was abruptly choked back in its throat. Even its crimson dragon eyes showed a fleeting moment of dazed vacancy. Behind the rocks, Luffy's mouth fell open in an O shape. In the next instant, his eyes sparkled with countless shining stars. Wah! Ace, so cool. You can breathe fire too. Sabo stood frozen, staring first at the blazing fire vision at Ace's waist, then at the swirling wind vision at his own, his mind utterly overwhelmed. Paimon flew around Ace in disbelief, letting out a shriek. What day is it today? A vision giveaway? While everyone was still stunned, a golden figure stirred. It was the traveler. Without hesitation, at the moment the Abyss Mage was blasted away, he transformed into a swift gale and dashed forward. Now was the time. The Abyss Mage had just slid down the wall, charred and barely able to stand. It looked up in terror, only to see a gleaming sword edge rapidly enlarging in its pupil. The blade pierced flesh. The traveler's sword struck precisely and cleanly, piercing through the Abyss Mage's chest. The Abyss Mage's body twitched once before dissolving into specks of black ash, scattering into the wind. Roar! With the Abyss Mage's shriek gone, the evil force forcibly twisting the dragoness will snapped like a severed thread. Roar! Tavern let out a pained and bewildered roar. Its massive form trembled violently at the cliff's edge. Its crimson dragon eyes caught in a fierce battle between chaos and clarity, the storm of destruction rising and then dissipating in its throat. It had lost control, but it was also free. Now was the moment. An unprecedented brilliance burst forth in Venti's eyes. All the casual gentleness on his face vanished, replaced by a divine decisiveness and majesty. He did not glance at Ace, whose punch had shaken the heavens, nor at the traveler who had flawlessly landed the finishing blow. His gaze was fixed solely on his old friend struggling in agony. Traveler, Venti called out. The blonde youth understood immediately. Without hesitation, at the very moment the Abyss Mage turned to ash, he sprang, transforming into a golden streak of light, leaping onto Tavern's broad back. Hear the voice of the wind. Tavern. Venti held tightly to his lyre, his fingers plucking the strings imbued with the power of the wind. Clang. An indescribably pure and exquisite melody flowed from the strings. This was no ordinary music. It was the wind of Mondstadt, the song of freedom, a blessing of Barbados, the wind god, capable of cleansing all filth. A cyan aura radiated from Venti, erupting outward. The gentle dandelion-like specks transformed into a surging, pure cyan tide, fiercely washing over Tavern's corrupted body. Roar! The dragon gave an even more agonized roar. The ominous purple-black markings upon its neck writhed as though alive, desperately resisting the purifying force. Two utterly opposing powers clashed within its body in a primal, savage struggle. Tavern's massive form writhed in torment, its enormous wings flapping wildly, stirring winds strong enough to tear mountains apart. Hold on, Tavern. Sweat beaded on Venti's brow as his fingers danced swiftly over the strings, each note becoming a razor-sharp blade, slicing through the abyssal poison entrenched within his friend. On the cliff, Luffy and Sabo were nearly breathless under the weight of this opposing force. Wow, that's amazing. Luffy's eyes never blinked as he stared at the dragon enveloped in cyan light and purple-black malevolence, murmuring, "It's the first time I've seen power used for something other than just beating up enemies." Sabo's pupils reflected the cataclysmic scene, his mind racing. That green-haired guy was purifying? Saving the dragon? He suddenly turned to look at Ace. Ace still held his fist raised, his chest heaving violently. He was feeling that nascent, wild power within him, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. Then he lifted his head, taking in the starkly different sight before him. His power was destruction, but that of the bard was salvation. A complex, ineffable expression flickered in Ace's flame-lit eyes. He curled his lips in disdain and scoffed. Yet his gaze remained fixed unwaveringly on the dragon writhing in agony. "It's not over yet." The traveler atop the dragon's back issued a sharp call. He raised his unassuming one-handed sword overhead, and a pure power, unlike any element known in this world, surged from his palm, infusing the blade. Ahum! The sword gleamed. Go! The traveler plunged the long sword fiercely into the throat of Tvarlan, right at the most severely corrupted, purple-black core region. Yet the blade inflicted no physical harm whatsoever. What it unleashed was a gentle, yet irresistibly purifying force. If Venti's song was a tide that washed away filth, then the traveler's strike was the precise detonation at the very heart of purification. Roar! Caught in a pincer attack, Tvarlan threw back his head and let out a final, earth-shattering roar that echoed through the sky. Within that sound, his agony peaked, then abruptly vanished. With the naked eye, the grotesque and terrifying purple-black markings entrenched on his body melted away like snow under sunlight, fading rapidly. A dense, nauseating black mist was forcibly expelled from within him, then howled into nothingness, dissolved by the pure wind. The raging wind ceased. On the cliff above, tranquility was restored once more. Tvarlan's massive form lay quietly at the edge of the precipice. He slowly opened his eyes. Those dragon pupils no longer burned with destructive crimson desire. Instead, they shone with a sky-pure, translucent, cerulean blue. The madness and pain vanished from his gaze. In their place was the weariness of one who had survived a cataclysm, and a profound sense of grievance. He turned his colossal head, large enough to swallow a small mountain whole, and gently, tenderly, nuzzled the tiny green figure clutching a lyre at the cliff's edge. Venti released the strings of his instrument. He extended his hand and lightly rested it on Tvarlan's enormous snout. "Welcome back." His voice carried a smile, tinged with a barely perceptible catch. "My friend." The wind stilled. That once fearsome dragon who had made Mondstadt tremble now behaved like a docile giant cat. With those sky-pure, cerulean dragon eyes, it gazed at the bard before it, its massive head softly brushing against his shoulder, emitting a plaintive, dependent low whimper. Venti smiled, stroking the great dragon's snout. "Welcome back, my friend." On the cliff, peace reigned. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, the three youngsters, along with the traveler and Paimon, quietly observed this tender scene born from survival after disaster. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly resonated simultaneously in the minds of the three brothers. Main quest: Quell the Wrath of the Anemo Dragon. Completed. Dungeon: Song of the Wind and Poem of the Dragon. Cleared. Processing quest settlement. Teleportation from dungeon in 10 seconds. 1098. The sudden voice stunned the three brothers. Leaving already? Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, both seeing the shock and reluctance in each other's eyes. This wondrous world, this incredible experience, was about to end. However, Luffy's focus was clearly on a completely different wavelength from his two elder brothers. He suddenly jumped up. First, he pointed at the pale blue ornament fluttering at Sabo's waist, then at the fiery red trinket burning at Ace's side. "Why?" Luffy stomped his foot in frustration. His face contorted in a grimace as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Why do you both have those shiny things? But I don't? It's unfair. I want the one that breathes fire. I want the one that wields the wind. I want it too," he shouted while rolling around wildly on the spot, resembling a child denied candy. Veins bulged on Ace's forehead. His patience stretched to the breaking point, wishing to knock this embarrassing fool unconscious with a single punch. Sabo's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for how to explain to their uniquely wired younger brother. Venti and Amber regarded the tantruming rubber man with the curious eyes reserved for rare creatures. I don't care. I don't care. I want it too. Baibuku. Did you hear me? I want it too. Or else I'm not leaving. Luffy's roar continued unabated. 10. Buzz. Before he could finish shouting, a pure white beam of light descended from the heavens, instantly enveloping the three brothers. Ah! Amid Luffy's reluctant screams, their forms swiftly became ethereal within the white light, then vanished entirely from the land of Teyvat, leaving the people of Mondstadt bewildered. The next moment, a familiar sensation of weightlessness returned. When Ace opened his eyes again, the azure sky and verdant grasslands had disappeared. In their place was the dark, damp forest of Mount Kolbo, redolent with the scent of rotting leaves. They were back. Damn it! So close. Luffy plopped onto the ground, still sulking over his failure to obtain the sparkling trinket. Sabo surveyed their surroundings, confirming their return to the original location. The excitement stirred by their journey through another world had yet to subside. Just then, the cold mechanical voice sounded again. Quest settlement complete. Reward distribution based on dungeon contribution. No sooner had the voice finished than a soft azure orb of light materialized before Ace and Sabo. As the glow faded, two neatly folded, cloak-like items floated gently into their hands. The fabric was light, adorned with intricate golden patterns. What are these? Sabo asked, puzzled as he unfolded the item. With a rustle, it unfurled in midair, forming a pair of uniquely shaped wings. Wind wings? Instantly, Sabo's mind conjured an image of Amber soaring above Mondstadt, bearing such wings with grace. Ace unfolded his own wind wings, tugged at them, his face alight with curiosity. Yet Luffy didn't even glance at the two tattered cloaks. His eyes remained fixed on a vacant spot in the void. His lips pursed as if he could hang an oil can from them. He was still angry about the vision incident. Contribution assessment. Portgas D. Ace, awakened vision, dealt a decisive blow to the Abyss Mage, creating conditions critical to purifying the Anemo Dragon. Rating, S. Contribution assessment. Sabo, awakened vision, assisted in battle, analyzed the situation. Rating, A. Contribution assessment. Monkey D. Luffy, idled throughout, cheering along the way. Rating E. Ace and Sabo's rewards were the wind wings. What about Luffy? Just as Luffy's anger meter neared its peak, the mechanical voice sounded once more, this time with a hint of playful intonation. Detected challenger Monkey D. Luffy's strong desire. Additional reward granted. Buzz. A brilliant scarlet light, indistinguishable from the one at Ace's waist, suddenly flared before Luffy. The radiance coalesced into an intricately patterned red ornament, its blazing flame totem more dazzling than the midday sun. Fire element. Vision. The fiery red trinket lazily floated before Luffy. His fury instantly vanished. He stared dumbfounded at the sparkling object, blinking in astonishment. Then, with a swift motion, he grasped it firmly in his hand and fastened it to his own waist. Wahahaha! Luffy stood with his hands on his hips, unleashing a thunderous, uproarious laugh. I have it too. I have it too. He looked at Ace, proudly puffing out his little chest. Ace curled his lips in disdain and turned his head to the side, but the barely concealed curve at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true feelings at that moment. You fool. Korbo Mountain, deep within the forest. Byakuya lounged lazily in his creaky rocking chair, a blade of grass dangling from his lips, gazing listlessly through the gaps in the canopy overhead. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patches of light. By my reckoning, it should be about time, he murmured to himself. Those three brats, I wonder what kind of chaos they have stirred up in the dungeon. Especially that troublemaker Luffy. I fear he might just tear Mondstadt apart. As he pondered this, a series of cold, mechanical notification sounds erupted relentlessly in his mind. Ding! Challenge completed. Song of the Wind and the Dragoness poem detected. Calculating host rewards. Here it comes. Byakuya's eyes brightened as he sat up slightly in his rocking chair. He summoned the battle record panel visible only to himself, displaying the three brats' performance. Upon seeing Ace and Sabo's evaluations of S and A grades, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Truly worthy of the future second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army and the commander of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, quick to get started. However, when his gaze shifted to the last name, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Monkey D. Luffy. Rating E. What? Byakuya nearly choked on his breath. An E-rank evaluation. That kid was slacking off the entire time. He stared at the system log's absurd descriptions of Luffy's total idleness and loud cheering along the way, utterly at a loss for words. As expected of you, future 5th Emperor. Your talent for shirking responsibility is truly engraved in your bones. Ding. First time dungeon completion. Perfect ending achieved. Congratulations. Host has received epic level rewards. Reward 1. Authority of the Wind God. Reward 2. Wind Goddess Familiar. Tvarlin. Boom. Those 2 notification sounds struck Byakuya's mind like divine thunderbolts from the heavens. He sprang up instantly from his rocking chair. All the laziness and amusement vanished from his face in that instant, replaced by an indescribable shock and overwhelming joy. Authority of the Wind God. Byakuya's breath grew rapid. This was no mere skill or item. It was authority. The divine authority belonging to one of the 7 earthly regents, the Anemo Archon Barbados of Mondstadt. A vast, azure power imbued with freedom and poetry surged from the void, flooding every fiber of his being. Byakuya could clearly feel an unprecedented intimate bond forming between himself and the wind. With a mere thought, he could summon a hurricane capable of devastating the forest. With a mere thought, he could coax the breeze to sing soothing lullabies. This was a qualitative leap, a power far beyond that of the Eight-Tails, an absolute windfall. Byakuya clenched his fists, heart pounding as he savored the new strength coursing through him. Yet, before he could fully recover from the euphoria of acquiring divine authority, the second reward left him utterly dumbfounded. A familiar named Tvarlin? Byakuya's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. System, you can't be joking? You gave me that dragon. Upon reflection, it did seem quite reasonable. Wind God's familiar Tvarlin has been stored in the system's exclusive summoning space. The host may summon at will. Note: Tvarlin has been purified and is in a state of absolute loyalty. Would you like to view details? Yes, he thought without hesitation. The next moment, the system's luminous screen transformed, projecting a vivid 3-dimensional image of a colossal dragon shimmering with blue-green scales before him. Name: Tvarlin, Dragon of the East Wind. Type: Elemental life form, Wind Dragon. Status: Purified, Summonable. Abilities: Draconic Language Magic, Celestial Finale, Wind Dragon's Breath. Staring at the lifelike dragon projection on the screen, Byakuya felt his heart skip a beat. He slowly settled back into his creaky rocking chair. Closing his eyes, he envisioned within his system space a massive, sky-darkening azure dragon quietly coiled in slumber. Each steady breath stirred a gentle whirlwind. That was Tvarlin, his familiar. Byakuya could even sense an invisible, unbreakable soul link binding him to the mighty dragon. With a single thought, the wind in the forest abruptly ceased. Every leaf hung suspended midair, eerily motionless. With another thought, a tender breeze, like a lover's touch, caressed his cheek, carrying the fragrance of grass and earth, singing a song of freedom. This is authority, the authority of the wind god. Byakuya exhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming joy that almost made him howl to the heavens. He resumed his lazy posture, grass blade still dangling from his lips, eyes half closed, looking every bit the lethargic saltfish ready to doze off at any moment. Calm. Basic operation. Don't mess up. Just then, hum! A pillar of white light materialized in the clearing before him, dissipating to reveal 3 small figures staggering onto the spot. I'm back. Before they could even steady themselves, Luffy's signature booming voice echoed throughout the forest. Like a cannonball shot from a cannon, he dashed first toward Byakuya. Byakuya! Look here. Luffy's face flushed scarlet, excitement making him wave his arms wildly as if presenting a treasure. He held up the brand new red ornament burning with a blazing totem flame from his waist right before Byakuya's eyes. I have it too. It's a shiny thing. Can breathe fire. As he shouted, he clenched his fist tightly, summoning all his strength. Fire. Come out for me. Puff. A small flicker of flame flickered from between his fingers. Then with a soft pop, it was extinguished. The air fell silent for a moment. Wahahahaha. But Luffy paid no mind, gazing at his fist as he erupted into a deafening, triumphant laugh. See that? Ace. Sabo. This fire. I can use fire now. He turned back proudly, showing off to his 2 elder brothers. Ace stood with hands stuffed in his pockets, lips curled in disdain as he looked at his embarrassing little brother. Yet the fiery red ornament at his own waist and the brightness in his eyes, brighter than ever before, betrayed the unrest stirring within him at that moment. Meanwhile, Sabo stood aside, lowering his gaze to the wind elemental goddess I nestled at his waist, its gentle azure glow emanating softly. Then he glanced at Ace and Luffy, each bearing the fire elemental goddess I ablaze with fierce flames at their hips. His heart brimmed with endless reverie for that wondrous realm known as Teyvat. Boss Byakuya. Luffy was the first to burst out, unable to contain himself any longer. Like a small cannonball, he charged once more to Byakuya's side, tilting his silly-looking face upward, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented yearning. We want to go again. We want to venture into other worlds. He chirped excitedly, waving his tiny fists in the air. That world with dragons was absolutely thrilling. Next time, I'm gonna take down a monster even bigger than that dragon. Byakuya leaned forward slightly from his rocking chair, eyes fixed on the exuberant little rascal, a playful curve tugging at the corners of his mouth. He slowly rubbed 2 fingers together in an exaggerated gesture of mercantile calculation. The sheer crassness of the motion made both Ace and Sabo's eyelids involuntarily twitch. No problem, Byakuya drawled lazily, his voice imbued with a languid indolence that grated on the nerves. As long as the money's in order, anything can be arranged. He yawned, adding deliberately, if you can afford the ticket, don't say it's just a world with dragons. Even a world full of monsters is doable. Money, money, money. That single word ignited like a roaring blaze, setting the eyes of Ace, Luffy, and Sabo aflame with unbridled excitement. Bang! The weathered wooden door of the Daden house was suddenly flung open by a violent force from outside. I'm back, Daden. Luffy's vibrant shout exploded like thunder within the bandit's lair. He was the first to storm inside, trailed by a sullen-faced Ace and a somewhat ambiguous-looking Sabo. Too noisy. Damn brats. Daden, who had been leisurely sitting with her legs crossed, drinking and picking at her feet, was so startled by the sudden commotion that she nearly dropped her bottle. She sprang to her feet, her corpulent frame radiating an imposing presence, ready to unleash a torrent of curses at Luffy and Ace. But when her gaze swept over the two and finally settled on the impeccably dressed, distinctly different blonde youngster, she was completely dumbfounded. Daden's eyes widened to saucers. She extended a trembling finger, pointing at Sabo, then glanced again at Ace and Luffy. Ha! Another one. Karp, you old bastard. Daden's hysterical roar nearly tore the roof off the house. Do you think this place is a daycare? 1, 2, 3. This is not how you pick up trash. Her entire fleshy body trembled with rage as she grabbed a nearby bottle, intending to smash it. But halfway through the motion, she abruptly stopped. Daden, meat. Luffy paid no heed to her wrath. He dashed toward the kitchen, sniffing the air with keen enthusiasm. Shut up. Eat. 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 All you care about is eating. Ace kicked Luffy's backside, sending him stumbling forward. Then, hands shoved into his pockets, he cast a typically impatient glance at Daden. So noisy, old hag. What did you say? You little bastard. Daden's fury instantly shifted to Ace. Only Sabo, observing the chaotic scene of pandemonium before him and the furious yet unarmed bandit chief, twitched his lips in a faint grimace before politely bowing slightly. Greetings. Pleasure to meet you. I am Sabo. I apologize for the trouble we've caused. Huh? Daden stared at the courteous Sabo, then at the 2 other little hellions, her mind utterly blank, unsure whom to scold. Meanwhile, in the noble district of Gao Town, within the kingdom of Goa, the atmosphere inside the mansion of Otterlock III was suffocatingly oppressive. Bang! An expensive porcelain vase was shattered violently upon the floor, splintering into countless shards. Useless. All of you are useless. Otterlock III's chest heaved violently. His once handsome visage was now grotesquely contorted by the pinnacle of fury and humiliation. In his mind, the scene in the forest replayed relentlessly. That white-haired youth's languid gaze, the single finger that effortlessly blocked a long sword, and those 8 pitch-black tentacles, covered in suckers, that lifted him into the air like a piece of trash. Humiliation, a disgrace so profound that, as a nobleman, he had never before endured such a stain upon his honor. Master, the elderly butler bowed deeply, trembling with fear, barely daring to breathe. Get out, Otterlock III roared. Yes, sir. The butler, feeling as if pardoned from death, prepared to withdraw. Stop, Otterlock called out, his eyes bloodshot, halting the man. How is the matter I assigned you progressing? The butler stiffened, then turned back with even greater humility to report, Master, through certain channels, I have contacted the nearby 16th Naval Division. Get to the point. Otterlock snapped impatiently. Yes, sir. The butler swallowed nervously and continued cautiously. The colonel of the 16th Division, a man nicknamed Mouse, is willing to take action against that white-haired rebel. At last, a glimmer of grim satisfaction flickered in Otterlock's eyes. The Navy. No matter how strong you are, can you really oppose the entire world government? Good. His tone grew cold and sinister. What are his conditions? The butler hesitated, lowering his voice further. He demands this amount. He held up 5 fingers. 5 million berries. What? Otterlock's eyes widened in disbelief. A damned naval colonel dared to demand 5 million berries from him? His body trembled with rage, desperate to smash something else, only to find nothing left within reach to destroy. That so-called mouse had poured salt mercilessly into his bleeding wound. Yet, at the thought of Byakuya's face and those 3 little beasts who had so thoroughly humiliated him, Otterlock's features twisted anew with venomous hatred. He clenched his teeth, nearly drawing blood. Give it to him, he spat through clenched jaws. Money is no object. His voice became saturated with malice, like a demon clawing its way out of hell. Tell that damn worm called Mouse. I don't just want that white-haired bastard dead. I want those 3 little bastards, Sabo and his 2 damned brothers, to vanish from this world entirely. The butler trembled violently, bowing his head even lower, breathing cautiously. Yes, master. Otterlock the third panted heavily, staggering a few steps to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. The sun's dying rays cast his shadow long and distorted upon the lavish carpet. Somber and twisted, he gazed out at the darkening sky, a flicker of restlessness flashing in his bloodshot eyes. Tonight, he murmured, voice laced with a bone-chilling coldness, His Majesty the King will hold a banquet at the palace. He must attend. He must appear before everyone as the perfect nobleman. This thought fanned the flames of his hatred and humiliation into an even fiercer blaze within his heart. He spun around abruptly, his bloodshot eyes piercingly fixed on the old steward. You, go and handle it immediately, he roared, spittle flying from his mouth. Now, at once, tell that rat bastard. I don't care what methods he uses. Before the banquet begins, I must hear the news I want to hear. He intended to make the deaths of those wretched scum the most exquisite appetizer of tonight's feast. Did you hear me? Yes. Yes, master. The old steward was so terrified by this surge of murderous intent that his soul seemed to flee his body. He retreated hastily, stumbling and crawling as he went. I'm going now. I'm going now. The oppressive silence settled once more in the room. Ultruck III stood motionless, his chest still heaving violently, yet the madness etched on his face gradually faded away. He approached the mirror and gazed upon his own reflection. A disheveled, repugnant visage. A flicker of profound loathing glimmered in his eyes. Slowly, he extended his hand and meticulously adjusted the collar of his exquisitely expensive noble attire. Using a handkerchief, he wiped away the spittle sprayed at the corners of his mouth during his outburst. He drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The twisted expression vanished from the mirror. In its place was a countenance restored to calm dignity, the face of Ultruck III, a grand noble of the kingdom of Goya. Upon the boundless azure sea, a pirate ship bearing the skull and crossbones flag surged forward, cutting through the waves at a speed that seemed as if the vessel itself might break apart. Faster! Even faster! On the deck, a one-eyed captain bellowed hoarsely, his face contorted with terror, twisting the gruesome scar across his cheek. That monster! That fiend is closing in. What a joke! How could he possibly outrun the ship across the sea? That fellow isn't human at all. The pirates screamed in panic, each face etched with despair. They kept glancing back toward the turbulent waters behind them, their eyes filled with primal fear in the presence of a formidable predator. Amid the raging sea, a tall figure sprinted across the water's surface in a manner defying all physical laws. With every step he took, a circle of white foam exploded beneath his feet, and his entire body was enveloped in visible, crackling blue arcs of electricity. That speed was not that of a mere human. He was a bolt of thunder incarnate. Yes, coming. Yes, coming. A lookout pirate shrieked in a voice trembling to the extreme. The terrifying figure of lightning was rapidly closing the distance to the pirate ship at a speed visible to the naked eye. The man was none other than Garp. He appeared as calm as ever, even pausing to pick his nose, casting a disdainful glance at the desperate pirate ship fleeing ahead. Really just a bunch of small fry, making me run this far. No sooner had he spoken than his footsteps abruptly halted, and he stood firm atop the churning sea. His hands, however, moved before his chest with a dizzying speed, rapidly shifting through a series of hand signs. It was a strange and mysterious sequence of gestures the pirates had never witnessed before, imbued with an eerie rhythm. What is he doing? The pirates aboard the ship were dumbfounded. In the next instant, Garp completed the final seal and opened his mouth, his voice rumbling like thunder. Lightning style, a violent chakra surged within him. Pseudo-darkness. Boom! A jet of pitch-black lightning, like a spear thrust from the depths of hell, erupted from his mouth. The lightning coalesced into a concentrated beam, streaking through the sky with unstoppable force, striking the hull of the pirate ship with unerring precision. There was no violent explosion, only a sickening sound of tearing. The black lightning spear, with overwhelming power, pierced straight through the entire pirate ship. The pirates aboard didn't even have time to scream. Under the onslaught of the ferocious lightning-style ninjutsu, they all lost consciousness, while the ship itself was torn asunder by the terrifying energy, splintering into countless fragments that sank beneath the waves. On the CS surface, Garp slowly dispersed the electric aura enveloping him and nodded with satisfaction as he surveyed the results of the battle. In recent days, whenever he had free time, he sought out Byakuya and had cleared that so-called Third Raikage dungeon several times. The fruits of his efforts were remarkable. He had now mastered several lightning-style ninjutsu, and dealing with these petty pirates whose bounties didn't even reach 10 million berries was a complete mismatch. Originally, he had intended to try the intermediate dungeon mentioned by Byakuya to see what novel wonders it contained. However, when he proposed the idea, the look in Byakuya's eyes made his hair stand on end. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Garp still vividly remembered Byakuya's expression at that moment. It was a strange mixture of astonishment, encouragement, and schadenfreude. His mouth almost stretched to the heavens, as if he were about to say, "Go on, go on. It's full of good stuff. You go in and I'll enjoy the show." Who was Garp? A battle-hardened naval hero. His combat instincts were razor-sharp. That kid definitely harbored ill intentions. Shuddering, Garp decisively abandoned the idea. Forget it, better to play it safe for now. That intermediate dungeon surely held a colossal trap waiting for him. Nonetheless, these so-called ninjutsu were indeed remarkably useful. Garp glanced down at his hands, silently appraising. Although the overall burst and destructive power still paled in comparison to his own meticulously honed armament haki, which was more direct and domineering, the versatility was truly impressive. Long-range attacks, area strikes, elemental counters. Flashy though they were, their effects were unparalleled. Most importantly, the so-called lightning-style chakra mode. Crackle. At the mere thought, the fierce blue arcs of electricity once again erupted from his body, like countless slender lightning serpents entwining his bronzed, burly frame. His muscles twitched under the stimulation of the electric charge, every inch brimming with explosive power. Feeling the surging force within him, Garp's eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked at the lightning enveloping him and realized his physique had increased by at least 30%. 30%. It was an utterly astonishing enhancement. To be sure, at his current strength, standing atop this world's pinnacle, each incremental step forward was agonizingly difficult. It demanded life and death struggles against peers of equal caliber to gain even the slightest advancement. Yet now, a single dungeon had boosted his raw power by 30%. That increase alone would allow him to forge an insurmountable chasm between himself and formidable warriors like Sengoku and Roger, who were in the same league. Ha 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 ha. At the thought, Garp could no longer contain himself, his iconic hearty laughter reverberating across the sea, startling countless seabirds. If that old geezer Sengoku could see him now, his jaw would surely drop. He clenched his fist fiercely, crushing the air and producing a heavy explosion. The sensation of having such power completely under control was indescribably exhilarating. Satisfied beyond measure, Garp threw his head back and laughed aloud, the sound sending ripples across the ocean's surface. He glanced down, identifying the location of his dog-headed warship. In the next moment he grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Time to head back. Crackle. A blinding blue arc of electricity erupted once more from within him, enveloping his entire form. Whoosh! Karp's figure vanished from the spot in an instant, transforming into a streaking thunderbolt, hurtling toward the warship. His speed was astonishing, so swift that on the cerulean sea surface, he carved out a long white wake that lingered, refusing to settle for a long while. The entire ocean became his playground to showcase his new toy. On the deck of the doghead warship, the sea breeze was thick with salt. Unlike the surrounding Navy soldiers engaged in their routine drills, their shouts echoing thunderously, a certain corner remained peculiarly silent. Karp's deputy, Bogart, stood there with eyes closed. He wore a perfectly tailored suit, his posture as steadfast as a pine tree, clutching the long sword he never parted with. What was most peculiar was his breathing. Each inhalation and exhalation was prolonged and rhythmical, his chest rising and falling at a precise frequency. The air around him stirred subtly with his breath. Faint wisps of white vapor seemed to escape from his mouth and nose, only to dissipate swiftly into the wind. The nearby naval soldiers instinctively kept their distance from this area, casting furtive glances at the usually taciturn officer with a mixture of reverence and bewilderment. They could not comprehend at all. Officer Bogart's swordsmanship was renowned for its precision, swiftness, and lethality, an exemplary standard within the Navy's finest swordsmanship manuals. Yet, in recent days, his training methods had taken a strange turn. He no longer pursued sheer speed and power. Instead, he began practicing this peculiar breathing rhythm and wielding continuous, flowing sword techniques unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Just then, Bogart's eyes snapped open. His jet-black pupils were as calm and deep as a still pool. Fully concentrated on the breath of water, he murmured softly, barely audible even to himself. First form, water surface slash, clang. The long sword slid from its sheath. A blue slash, imperceptible to the naked eye, swept through the air. The strike was not domineering. It emitted no explosive roar tearing through the atmosphere, nor did it boast the keen edge to sever steel. It was gentle, smooth, like the calmest lake surface kissed by a breeze, rippling out the most perfect circle of waves. A graceful arc flashed through the air and vanished. Nearby, a heavy wooden training stake silently split cleanly in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Bogart slowly sheathed his sword, exhaling a long breath of murky air. He gazed at the blade in his hand, his eyes tinged with a hint of curiosity. Upon White Knight's recommendation, he had entered a dungeon known as the Demon Slayer's Spider Mountain. It was a world steeped in despair and wails, inhabited by creatures called demons, boasting near-immortal regenerative abilities and only appearing at night. For Bogart, who had mastered hockey, these demons were not particularly formidable. Dealing with them was manageable. Yet he found that relying solely on hockey to extinguish their life force was far less efficient and refined than the breathing techniques wielded by the swordsmen of that realm. His greatest gain was this swordsmanship breathing technique called the breath of water. Perfectly harmonized breathing, muscles, and blood flow to unleash power that surpassed human limits in an instant. As Bogart pondered deeply, boom! A savage blue lightning bolt descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the deck. The entire Doghead warship shuddered violently, emitting groans as if burdened beyond endurance. The Navy soldiers staggered in fright, eyes wide as they looked toward the center of the electric flash. As the light dissipated, Karp's burly figure emerged, yawning casually and nonchalantly picking his nose. Oh! His gaze immediately locked onto Bogart and the smoothly severed wooden stake beside him. Not bad, Bogart. Karp grinned broadly, flashing a mouthful of white teeth. When did your swordsmanship become so flashy and yet so formidable? Bogart turned around and bowed slightly to Karp. Admiral Karp, he said, his voice regaining the usual taciturn, emotionless demeanor of the deputy. I merely learned some new techniques from Mr. White Knight, still in the exploratory phase. Cut the act. Karp strode over carefully, his large hand like a fan thudding heavily on Bogart's shoulder, causing him to sway slightly. My eyes aren't blind. Your strength has improved by more than just a little. That White Knight kid truly is a treasure. Ha ha ha. Karp's laughter was bold and hearty. Bogart said nothing, standing silently, yet his expression carried a gravity seldom seen. Admiral Karp, he began, there is something I must report. Karp ceased laughing and glanced at him. What is it? Could it be that Sengoku fellow calling again to nag me about reports? No. Bogart shook his head, lowering his voice. Concerns your grandson. The smile on Karp's face vanished instantly. His seemingly murky eyes flashed with sharpness. Those three little rascals. What trouble have they gotten themselves into now? Bogart withdrew a crumpled stack of bounty notices from his chest and handed them over. They have been very active near Mount Kalpo recently. This is urgent intelligence from the East Blue S77th branch. They captured a large number of pirates operating nearby and then went to the branch office to redeem their bounties. Karp was momentarily stunned. He took the bounty notices and skimmed them roughly. From lowly pirates with bounties in the hundreds of thousands of belly to moderately notorious ones worth 2 or 3 million belly, every level was represented. Karp's motion halted. He raised his head, looking at Bogart with an expression of utter perplexity. The surrounding air grew still. Seconds later, ha 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 ha. A thunderous, earth-shaking burst of laughter erupted from Karp's throat. He laughed so hard he doubled over, tears nearly streaming down his face. The entire Doghead warship trembling violently with his mirth. Catching pirates to make money? Karp slammed his fist onto the deck, denting the thick wooden planks with a solid thud. Well done, he roared, his face brimming with unrestrained joy and pride. Truly worthy of being my grandson. That's the spirit. That's my bloodline. Karp crushed the bounty notices in his hand into a wad of useless paper, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Bogart, he roared abruptly. Bogart immediately stood at attention, his gaze sharp. At your command. Turn the bow around. Karp grinned widely, laughter bubbling with unparalleled delight. Destination: Windmill Village. I want to see just how much those brats have grown. East Blue, Naval Base 16th Branch. In a cluttered office, a Navy colonel with the face of a sly rat lay sprawled over a greasy table, opening a massive briefcase. Inside were neatly stacked bundles of brand new belly. Hehehehe. Colonel Rat emitted an unsettling chuckle, reaching out with gaunt hands to caress the money as if fondling a lover, over and over again. He even grabbed a stack, placed it beneath his nose, and inhaled deeply, a sickly rapture spreading across his face. Ah, this scent. The scent of money. It is utterly intoxicating. Just then, at the office doorway, the venerable butler of the Outlook family stood silently. Clad in a meticulously tailored tailcoat, he appeared utterly out of place amidst the squalor. Furrowing his brow slightly, he covered his nose with a handkerchief, his gaze brimming with unmasked contempt. Colonel, the butler spoke coldly. It appears the funds are accurate. Indeed, absolutely accurate. The rat suddenly lifted his head, his small eyes gleaming with greed. He looked at the butler, his face creased in a broad grin. 5 million belly, not a single cent less. Convey my regards to Master Outlook. He truly is a magnanimous man of stature. Hehehe. The butler utterly disregarded his enthusiasm, his tone remaining flat yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. My master wishes to hear the news he desires within 1 week. Got it. Got it. No need to rush me. The rat waved his hand impatiently, snapping shut the chest filled with money, clutching it tightly to his chest. Then, with a kick, he sent his chair sprawling and propped his legs upon the desk, crossing them nonchalantly. He picked at his ear with his pinky, speaking with utter indifference. Who do you think I am? I'm a Navy colonel. I catch countless scoundrels like that every day. At last, the butler nodded in satisfaction, though the disdain in his eyes remained undiminished. Very well. He turned to leave, casting over a light remark. I look forward to your good news, Colonel Rat. Corpo Mountain cliff summit. The howling wind whipped fiercely, swirling a cascade of falling leaves. I'm coming. Luffy's unmistakable silly laugh pierced the air as he stretched out his arms and, without hesitation, leapt from the cliff's edge. Behind him, a pair of dark crimson wind wings unfurled with a swift whoosh. The entire figure shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, gliding toward the dense forest below. That idiot! Ace curled his lips in disdain, cursing aloud, yet his body faithfully followed with a leap of his own. A pair of even more vivid, flame-like scarlet wind wings blossomed behind him, his glide far steadier and swifter than Luffy's. Finally came Sabo. Wearing goggles, he glanced down at his two brothers, who had already shrunk to mere specks, and a resigned smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Pale cyan wind wings spread out behind him. He moved like an elegant bird, pursuing them with the most stable and graceful posture. In recent days, the three brothers had treated the nearby pirates as nothing more than walking ATMs, captured and delivered straight to the Navy branch. The belly earned were surrendered in full to White Knight, in exchange for the opportunity to enter the dungeon. That White Knight fellow had become quite crafty. The first time, it was a grand opening sale, 1 million belly for a trio package. Now, the prices were posted openly, fair and square. 1 million belly per head. Want to enter? Fine, 3 million heads must fall. This had driven the brothers' hunting expeditions into a frenzy, causing the pirates in the nearby waters to blanch at the mere mention of Corpo Mountain. They preferred to take the long way around rather than venture near this cursed forest. Deep within the dense forest at the mountain's foot, a clearing lay tense and charged with hostility. Ace and Sabo faced each other from afar, the aura surrounding them intensifying with every passing moment. Luffy, clutching a large freshly roasted sea king meat leg, squatted atop a nearby boulder, his mouth stuffed full, mumbling indistinctly. Come on, Ace, Sabo, whoever wins, I'll give him half my meat. Shut up. Keep your little scrap for yourself. Ace growled low, suddenly stepping forward. His right fist clenched tightly as he coiled his waist with force. Boom! A fierce, blazing inferno erupted instantly from his fist. This was no mere devil fruit ability. It was the elemental power, purer and more concentrated, derived from the goddess Eye. Fire fist. Ace roared, unleashing a punch. The scorching pillar of flame tore through the air like a roaring dragon, bearing an overwhelming might that surged straight towards Sabo's face. Faced with this violent strike, Sabo's eyes sharpened, yet no hint of panic crossed his features. He suddenly brought his hands together in front of him. Wind vortex. The cerulean wind elemental power rapidly converged in his palms, forming a rapidly spinning emerald green sphere. He thrust it forward. The wind sphere swelled against the gale, transforming into a raging tornado that collided fiercely with Ace's fiery fist. Boom! The clash of flame and wind detonated with a thunderous roar. Scorching sparks and wild gusts scattered wildly in all directions, gouging scorched trenches into the earth. Luffy was blown backward by the shockwave, nearly losing his precious meat. Hastily shielding it with his body, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow! Amazing! Amidst the swirling dust, a figure suddenly darted forth. It was Sabo, standing on the wind. He circled around to Ace's side like a phantom, a Saiyan longsword forged from wind elements suddenly appearing in his hand. Your fire is too direct, Ace, Sabo said calmly, his wind blade slicing mercilessly toward Ace's neck. Enough talk, Ace roared, reacting with astonishing speed. He ducked sharply, narrowly evading the wind blade, while his left elbow wrapped in roaring flames thrust back fiercely. Bang! Sabo raised his arm to block, the tremendous force sending him flying backward. He executed a graceful flip in midair and landed steadily. The air between them twisted and shimmered from the intense heat and rushing wind. Their chests heaved violently, gasping for breath, but the flames of battle burned ever fiercer in their eyes. Again, Ace growled, flames surging atop both fists. Just as I like it, Sabo grinned, a wild wind howling around him, lifting every fallen leaf from the ground into the air. The standoff between them made the very air thick and viscous. Luffy's eyes widened as he watched, forgetting to chew the meat in his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Here it comes, here it comes. Warm-up is over, Sabo." Ace slammed his foot down violently, cracking the ground with several fissures, a cocky grin splitting his face. "Next, let me show you," he declared, "the knightly combat style I just acquired." Sabo adjusted his goggles, a smile playing at his lips. "Gladly, and I'll show you what true mastery of the elements looks like. Your brutish methods are nothing but waste. Too much talk," Ace bellowed, lunging forward like a cannonball. Instead of striking with his fist, mid-charge he swung his right hand forward sharply. Reverse flame blade. Swoosh! A blade of pure flame, several meters long, materialized from thin air. Radiating searing heat, it swept towards Sabo's waist. This technique was earned after clearing the dungeon again, a combat skill belonging to the West Wind Knights. It condensed elemental power into weapon form. Good timing. Sabo advanced rather than retreated, rapidly forming a complex hand seal before his chest, intoning low, wind spirit formation. Boo! A small, jade-green tornado materialized instantly before him, precisely intercepting the flaming blade. Wind fuels fire. The fiery blade was engulfed by the vortex. Yet, instead of extinguishing, it transformed the entire twister into a swirling inferno storm. Your technique only serves to amplify my power. Ace laughed wildly, already stepping forward with his second move, his left hand swinging once more. The second slash, another flame blade, even more concentrated than before. Sabo's eyes narrowed sharply. The wind at his feet surged, and he was propelled backward over several yards, narrowly evading this fierce strike. Boom! The fiery blade struck the ground, carving a scorched, deep fissure across the earth. But it was far from over. Seizing the advantage mercilessly, Ace leapt high for the third step, fists clenched tightly, bringing them together in midair to slam down fiercely towards Sabo's position. The third slash, incinerate. Two blazing blades intersected in a cross, forming a vast fiery net that descended from above, sealing off every escape route for Sabo. You think this means victory? In the face of this desperate situation, not a trace of panic appeared on Sabo's face. Instead, a sly smile of scheming success crept across his lips. Suddenly, he pressed his right hand firmly against the ground. Song of the high sky, rumbling thunder, centered on Sabo. A colossal azure wind pillar surged upward. The violent updraft shattered Ace's fiery crossnet, sending Ace himself hurtling dozens of yards into the air, utterly powerless. What? Ace was completely unable to leverage the air, his body uncontrollable. Ace, combat isn't won by brute force alone. Sabo's voice echoed from below as he raised his gaze to the airborne Ace, who looked like a trapped beast in a cage. In my wind, you are the target. He spread his hands wide, drawing more wind elements toward him. Damn it! Ace roared in midair, twisting his body sharply as flames blasted from beneath his feet. He managed to stabilize himself in the air by forcefully countering with the propulsive power of the fire jets. Don't underestimate me, Sabo. Ace's fists collided, exploding into a dazzling burst of sparks.
Night ultimate secret technique.
Dawn. Chirp. A clear phoenix cry rang out across the sky. Behind Ace, A gigantic firebird composed of intense flames took shape, its wingspan exceeding 30 feet. It beat its burning wings, radiating the aura of total incineration, diving fiercely towards Sabo below. The entire forest's temperature soared abruptly at that moment. Is that your true strength, Ace? Sabo's eyes blazed with unprecedented fighting spirit as he laughed heartily. Then let me show you the power of the wind god. He suddenly lifted both hands high. Wind god s him. Howling gales converged above him, forming an immense, swirling, jade-green eye of the storm that tore at everything around it. Within the eye, countless azure wind blades sliced madly, creating an absolute realm of destruction. The next instant, the blazing firebird and the verdant wind eye collided violently. A rhapsody of fire and wind. There was no deafening explosion. An eerie silence. At the moment of contact, the entire world lost its sound. Time and space stretched infinitely in that instant. The next moment, boom boom boom. A terrifying energy beyond description erupted wildly from the impact point. This was no mere cancellation. The wind did not extinguish the fire. The fire did not consume the wind. They fused. Aces dawn flames were violently drawn into Sabo's wind god him, torn and stretched. Meanwhile, Sabo's cutting wind blades were imbued with scorching heat by Aces flames, each becoming a deadly fiery blade. Wind fuels fire. Fire rides the power of wind. A colossal fiery tornado, connecting heaven and earth, roared into existence at the forest's heart. Whoosh! The fiery twister emitted a piercing howl, spinning frantically and engulfing everything around it. Thick trees were uprooted and charred into blackened husks midair. Rocks from the ground were swept up, grinding harshly before melting into molten lava. The entire clearing was transformed into a hellish wasteland of destruction. Wawa! Far away, Luffy was tossed wildly by the violent gusts, rolling on the ground as he clutched the half-eaten meat leg tightly, flying over a dozen yards before crashing into a large tree and coming to a halt. Cough, cough, cough. So hot. He grimaced in pain, but his eyes were wide and round, fixed unblinkingly on the towering fiery tornado, mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist. The architects of this terrifying spectacle, Ace and Sabo, still held their attack stances, but their bodies trembled violently. Thud. Sabo's knee buckled. He dropped to one knee, propping himself up with a water pipe to avoid collapsing entirely. Sweat soaked through his fedora, dripping steadily down his cheeks. His chest heaved violently, each breath laced with burning agony, as if his lungs were being torn apart. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Ace's condition was scarcely better. His legs weakened, swaying unsteadily until he finally sank down, sitting on the ground. The flames on his body had completely extinguished, and the fierce battle spirit that once blazed in his eyes was now replaced by utter exhaustion. Total depletion. Complete collapse. Neither Ace nor Sabo were anything more than children. That devastating strike, which surpassed all limits, had drained every ounce of their elemental power and utterly exhausted their physical strength. After rampaging wildly for several seconds, the fiery tornado finally weakened without sustained energy, ultimately exploding with a thunderous roar. Burning sparks and charred wood fragments rained down like an apocalyptic storm. The entire clearing was utterly transformed. A massive crater over 30 feet in diameter yawned where it stood, its edges still emitting wisps of blue smoke and a pungent burnt odor. Ace and Sabo looked at each other across the distance. Both sought to find signs of weakness on the other's face, but all they saw was the same exhaustion mirrored back, alongside an unmistakable recognition and awe for each other's power. You bastard, Ace gasped, forcing a weak smile. You're pretty capable after all. You too, Sabo replied, leaning on his knees and struggling to rise, only to collapse again. You're a savage. Neither could utter another word, only gulping down breaths heavily. No victor, or rather, both were defeated. Wow! Just then, Luffy's spirited shout shattered the silence. He bounced out from behind a tree, still clutching that half-eaten meat leg, his face alight with uncontrollable excitement. That was amazing! Like a monkey, Luffy danced and waved his arms, rushing to the center of the battlefield. Gazing at the enormous blackened crater, his eyes sparkled with bright stars. Ace, Sabo, what was that? That was so cool. He bounded up to Ace, hopping with excitement. Next time. Let me join next time too. Luffy lifted a half-eaten drumstick, his face brimming with innocent anticipation. The three of us fighting together. That would definitely be more powerful. No sooner had he spoken than two voices, weak to the extreme, burst out in hysterical screams in unison. Absolutely not. Ace and Sabo, one sitting, the other kneeling. Both summoned every ounce of strength to shake their heads frantically at Luffy, their faces mirroring the same terror. The expression was 100 times more fearful than when they had just faced each other's ultimate techniques. Luffy's smile froze. He stopped hopping, tilted his head in confusion, his face full of question marks. Huh? Why not? He asked innocently, looking utterly aggrieved. Why? Ace was so furious he nearly lost his breath. Trembling, he pointed a blackened finger at Luffy. You idiot! How dare you even ask why? Sabo, supporting himself on his knees, wore an expression of painful recollection. The so-called sparring you begged for. Ace took over, roaring, that was a one-sided demolition. You call that sparring? Who was it that said he wanted to show us a new ability last time, only to unleash some red, round little thing? Sabo's face turned pale as he pressed his fingers to his temple, feeling his headache returning. That thing called the bouncing bomb. It bounced 7 or 8 times on the ground. It dodged all the trees and rocks. And in the end, it accurately bounced right back under our feet. Ace grew more animated as he spoke, springing up from the ground. If I hadn't reacted quickly and kicked it away, the two of us would have been sent flying. Sabo added. Then that thing flew off and set half the mountainside on fire. We spent the whole afternoon chasing and putting out the flames. Luffy blinked, trying to recall the incident, then grinned foolishly. Well, but... He stuffed the last bite of meat into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly. That was fun. Fun my foot. Ace and Sabo shouted angrily in unison again. They exchanged a glance, each seeing in the other's exhausted eyes the shared dread inflicted by the bouncing bomb. They would rather exchange ultimate moves 300 times over than spar with Luffy again. Not ever. Absolutely not. The Goa Kingdom harbor. A warship flying the Navy flag slowly docked. Leading the group was a man with a rat-esque mustache and a sleazy appearance. Colonel Rat of the 16th Navy Division. He weighed the heavy box in his arms, a greed-soaked grin stretching across his lips. 5 million berries, just for wiping out a few punks and an unknown guy at the terminus of the uncertain object. The Outlook family really knows how to spend lavishly. Minions, move swiftly, Rat shouted to the lazy Marines behind him. Orders from above are strict. There's a band of vicious criminals hiding in Corbo Mountain. Our mission this time is to represent justice and wipe them out completely. He declared righteously, as if he himself embodied justice. The target is Corbo Mountain. Now, everyone, move out. With a flourish, Rat led his troops in a grand march toward Windmill Village. In his eyes, this was a free trip, along with the chance to pick up great merit and wealth. A few wild kids in the mountains, what trouble could they possibly stir? However, as his squad passed through Windmill Village and prepared to enter the forest trail leading to Corbo Mountain, a tall figure suddenly blocked their path without warning. It was an elderly man wearing a floral shirt and a dog-head cap, who was picking his nose with complete disregard for decorum. Hey, old man ahead, move aside. Don't you see the Navy is on official business? Rat shouted impatiently, eager to finish the mission and return to enjoy wine and money. One Marine behind him, upon seeing the old man, instantly lost all color. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he crept close to Rat's ear, whispering in a mosquito-like voice, Colonel Rat, that is Navy hero. Vice Admiral Iron Fist Garp. What? Rat's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. He jerked his head up and scrutinized the nose-picking old man carefully. His heart skipped a beat. It really was him, the living legend, Navy hero Garp. The arrogance vanished from Rat's face instantly, replaced by utmost sycophancy and fear. He rushed forward, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his voice cracking with emotion. Vice Admiral Garp, my deepest apologies. I'm a fool for not recognizing you. I didn't know you were here. Garp leisurely withdrew his finger from his nose, flicked it off and cast Rat a displeased glance. Rat? Why are you in the East Blue? Reporting Vice Admiral Garp. I have been commissioned by the Goa Kingdom's nobility to eliminate a gang of criminals holed up in Corbo Mountain. Rat straightened his back, trying to appear more reliable. He thought that invoking noble patronage and a mission to clear out criminals would earn the legendary Admiral's respect. Yet, Garp's expression instantly shifted from annoyance to utter boredom. He yawned and waved a hand dismissively. More trouble from those nobles, huh? Enough. Don't block my way. I'm off to see my grandson. With that, Garp brushed past the stunned Rat like swatting a fly and strode purposefully toward Corbo Mountain. Watching Garp's retreating figure, Rat felt no disappointment. Instead, he was electrified with excitement. Great news! Navy hero Garp was here too. And his destination was also Corbo Mountain. What did that mean? It meant this mission was as good as done. Couldn't be more certain. With this living legend on site, forget about some criminals, even the 4 emperors would think twice. Ha ha ha. Heaven helps me. Rat laughed wildly in his heart. Turning to the equally dumbfounded Marines, he lowered his voice proudly. Did you see that? Vice Admiral Garp is right here. This time we're here to claim glory. Everyone get pumped. Maybe we'll even get to show our faces in front of Vice Admiral Garp. Hearing this, the Marines all wore ecstatic expressions. Suddenly, the entire squad's morale soared, as if the criminals they were about to capture were nothing but a parade of military medals. They paid no attention to the white-haired youth leaning against the doorway of the place known as the replica shop. Holding a cup of hot tea, he observed the entire scene unfold before him. Byakuya leaned against the doorframe, nursing the now cooling tea. He watched Rat and his group, each seemingly injected with adrenaline, their faces unable to conceal their wild joy and excitement. Such a sight, as if what had fallen from the heavens was not a military medal, but tons upon tons of belly. TSK. Byakuya curled his lip disdainfully and redirected his gaze toward the leading figure, the Rat Colonel. That sly rat mustache looked uncannily familiar. Ah, now he remembered. A peculiar gleam flashed in Byakuya's eyes. Wasn't he this the naval scoundrel who later entrenched himself in Nami's old home, Koko West Village, alongside Arlong's gang? How on earth did he end up here in Windmill Village? Or perhaps Byakuya entertained a fleeting thought. His very presence had already derailed the world's storyline by 100,000 and 80,000 miles? Never mind. Surely, this wasn't he some foolhardy visit seeking death. Was it? Byakuya shook his head slowly, banishing these tangled thoughts. What was the point of overthinking? None of my concern, anyway. As long as there's money to be made, that's all that matters. He leisurely drained the last sip of tea from his cup, a comforting warmth sliding into his stomach. Meanwhile, at the Dayton residence, boom! A deafening crash. The already rickety wooden door shattered into a cloud of splinters, flying violently into the room. Dayton! I'm home. A robust, resonant voice accompanied a towering silhouette appearing at the doorway. Karp, clad in a floral shirt and wearing a dog-eared cap, sported his signature goofy grin as he swaggered inside unabashedly. Karp, you bastard! The next moment, an even more furious roar erupted from within. Dayton, the fierce mountain bandit leader with a face full of scars, leapt up from the floor, wild hair flying, brandishing a liquor bottle as she bellowed at Karp. Are you trying to tear down my house? Every time you come back, it's destruction. Pay up, you bastard. The other bandits inside had long since cowered into the corners, trembling uncontrollably. Karp paid no heed to Dayton's furious shouting. He picked at his nose and strolled to the center of the room before plopping down. Don't be so petty, Dayton. He glanced around, furrowing his brow. Where are those little brats, Luffy and Ace? Who the hell knows where they disappeared to? Ever since they started hanging out with that brat Sabo, they've been nowhere to be seen. The three of them are about to eat us out of house and home. Dayton snapped, her anger barely contained. Oh, Sabo, huh? Karp paused, his interest piqued. Another one added to the mix? Ha ha ha. No wonder he's my grandson. Always causing trouble. Corpo Mountain, deep within the forest. Colonel Rat marched forward with great vigor, leading his band of equally hyped-up Marines with purposeful strides into the wilderness. Everyone, stay sharp. Vice Admiral Karp is watching us from behind. This is our chance to prove ourselves in front of a legend. Rat lowered his voice, but the excitement and greed in his tone were unmistakable. He seemed to already envision himself capturing the outlaws, claiming glory before Karp, and then returning home with 5 million belly to revel in. The Marines puffed out their chests, brimming with confidence and swagger. To them, this mission had transformed from a mere raid to an armed parade. Yet, as they rounded a mountain pass and emerged into a familiar clearing, the entire unit's footsteps abruptly ceased. Every one of them felt as if a hand had gripped their throats. The elation on their faces froze into stunned blankness. The scene before them rendered these battle-hardened Marines collectively speechless. This was no mere forest clearing. This was a colossal crater freshly struck by a meteor. A massive scorched pit, more than 30 meters in diameter, lay before them. Its edges were charred black, wisps of bluish smoke still curling upward. The air was thick with a pungent scent of burning, mingled with a strange, woodsy fragrance reminiscent of smoldering foliage. The surrounding trees were toppled and twisted, their broken trunks bearing the scars of fire. The ground appeared to have been utterly ravaged by some terrifying force, rolling with searing hot earth and shattered stones. Colonel Marines Adames Apple bobbed nervously, his voice trembling beyond recognition. What the hell just happened here? Rat's mouth gaped wide, his two despicable mustache tips curling comically as his facial muscles stiffened. The 5 million belly and the grand accolades he had envisioned shattered instantly against this hellish sight. What a joke, he spat out. I was only here to capture a few brats. Such devastation. Do you honestly think a handful of kids could cause this? This must be firepower on the level of an extermination order. So it was those outlaws, huh? Devil fruit users? And the kind with devastating destructive abilities? No wonder the Otluk family was willing to pay 5 million belly. These R&T kids. They're monsters. The Marines erupted into chaos, their previously soaring morale vanishing instantly, replaced by an overwhelming terror. Silence. Rat snapped back to himself, roaring with forced bravado. What is there to panic about? We have Vice Admiral Karp backing us. What is there to fear? Though he barked fiercely, his legs were already trembling involuntarily. At that moment, a languid voice drifted from nearby. Hey, you bunch of uniformed guys sneaking around on our turf. What exactly are you up to? Rat and all the Marines jolted simultaneously, turning their heads in unison. 3 ragged kids emerged from behind a charred tree. Leading them was a black-haired boy with freckles, hands in his pockets, eyes glaring at them with hostility. Beside him, a blond boy wearing a tattered top hat gripped a water pipe nearly half his height, his face etched with caution. Lastly, a goofy lad wearing a straw hat struggled to cram the last bite of a gigantic meat leg into his mouth. His cheeks puffed like a hamsteress. They were none other than Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Having just regained some strength, they had heard the commotion nearby. Looking at these 3 grimy, exhausted brats and then at the massive crater behind them, like a natural disaster had struck, Rat's mind faltered. He pointed at the terrifying pit, then at the 3 kids, stammering, Did you do this? Ace cast a glance at the devastation behind him and then frowned impatiently. None of your damn business. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Their brazen attitude instantly ignited Rat's heart, already tangled in fear and greed. He recalled the 5 million belly in his grasp. He remembered Vice Admiral Karp standing behind him. Just 3 kids, even if they were devil fruit users, in their half-dead state, could they really turn the world upside down? How dare you? Rat's confidence surged back. He straightened his spine and resumed the imposing air of a Navy colonel. We are the 16th branch of the Navy. Commissioned by the Goa Kingdom, we have orders to apprehend the outlaws entrenched on Corpo Mountain. His greedy eyes roved over the trio, a sinister grin curling his lips. Looks like you 3 little bastards are the culprits. The words Kingdom of Goa Commission struck Sabo's heart like a rusty, blunt dagger driven deep within. The vigilance and weariness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a pallor tinged with a mixture of fury and despair. Was it my father who sent you? His voice quivered uncontrollably, laden with bitter resentment and accusation. We are not rebels. Huh? Colonel Rat scratched his ear, casting a condescending glance at Sabo as his whiskers twitched comically at the corners of his mouth. I don't give a damn who your father is. I point to the Navy insignia on my chest and say, here, if I call you rebels, then you are rebels. Don't try to play games with me. Now, obediently come with us, and you'll suffer less. His eyes darkened with menace. If you dare resist, your good days will be over. Not a chance. Ace was the first to explode. He stepped forward, shielding Sabo and Luffy behind him. His right fist suddenly engulfed in roaring flames. Want to catch us? Then you'll have to pay with your lives. The scorching heat surged forward, forcing the few Navy soldiers at the front to instinctively retreat half a step. Sabo clenched his teeth, transforming his inner pain and despair into a cold, resolute fighting spirit. He raised his pipe. Emerald green winds began to swirl around him, emitting a faint whistle. Oh, you still dare to make a move? Rat's eyes flickered with a trace of fear as he observed the flames and whirlwinds emanating from the 2, but it was quickly replaced by deeper greed. Devil fruit users. Monsters indeed. Capturing them would be an even greater achievement. And with Vice Admiral Garp behind us, we have the strongest backing. Charge. Capture them all. Rebels are to be killed on sight.
Rat commanded.
Yes, sir. The Navy soldiers roared in unison to bolster their courage, gripping their swords and rushing fiercely towards the 3 youngsters. The battle was on the verge of igniting. Flames flared upon Ace's fist, and the winds around Sabo intensified. Yet, in this tense moment, Luffy blinked his large eyes, looking past Rat and the charging soldiers towards the deeper woods behind them. The next instant, Luffy's oil-stained face blossomed into the brightest, most radiant smile. He dropped the bone in his hand, raised both arms high, and with all his might, let out a joyous cheer filled with pure delight at seeing a loved one. Grandpa! His voice was crisp and clear, brimming with the unadulterated joy of a child reunited with family. Colonel Rat sneered aloud, casting a disdainful glance at the exuberant Luffy. his face etched with contempt and mockery. Ha ha ha. To save your own skin, you even call out for your grandpa? What a pathetic little brat. I despise you. Rat wagged a finger in scorn. Listen here. Today, don't think that just because you call for your grandpa, or even summon your ancestors from the grave, it will do you any good. Tack. Ignore that idiot. He roared hysterically, his face a mask of greed and madness. However, the scene Rat had anticipated, Navy soldiers swarming forward, did not materialize. Those at the forefront suddenly froze as if struck by a paralysis spell, standing rigid in place. Those behind, confused, nearly collided with one another. The entire formation fell into an eerie stillness. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear my orders? Rat's smile froze on his face as he turned back with furious rebuke. You dare defy me? Disobey my commands? No one answered. A dozen or so sailors all wore ashen faces, sweat beading coldly on their brows. Their eyes were filled with incomprehensible terror, fixed intently behind Rat, their pupils constricted violently with shock. What are you looking at? Rat's nerves prickled at their ghostly expressions. He muttered impatiently and turned his head away, but his words caught in his throat. A towering figure, as immense as a mountain, had silently appeared behind him, clad in a white coat of justice, wearing a dog-eared cap, with dark skin and a face full of displeasure. That face was a legend etched into the very marrow of every Navy man. The Navy hero, Iron Fist Garp. Rat's mind short-circuited for 3 seconds. Then, a surge of wild joy flooded his heart. Vice Admiral Garp. Garp had truly caught up. The fear that had gripped his heart instantly sank back into his gut, replaced by arrogance and confidence multiplied 10-fold, 100-fold. He whirled around to face Ace and the others again, standing tall and straight, chin raised as if it could pierce the heavens. See that, you little bastards? Rat pointed behind himself sharply, his voice shrill and triumphant. The Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp, is here. The net is already cast. You'd better surrender obediently. Ace and Sabo exchanged peculiarly strange looks. Garp didn't so much as glance at Rat. As if ignoring the brash clown, he strode past him directly. He walked to the edge of a giant scorched crater, more than 30 meters in diameter, looked down, then glanced around at the charred, toppled trees scattered about. The acrid scent of burning still hung heavy in the air. Garp picked his nose and slowly transformed his displeased expression into a broad grin stretching to his ears. Bah! His hearty laughter shook the leaves in the forest. He turned his gaze to Ace and Luffy, eyes brimming with unabashed pride and approval. This forest destruction, was it you two little rascals? Not bad. Truly worthy of being my grandsons. Grandsons? Rat's sinister grin froze instantly. The color drained from his face at a visible speed, leaving him paler than a corpse. His comical whiskers trembled wildly with the violent quivering of his lips. He stiffly, inch by inch, turned his rusted neck. He looked at Garp's proud, imposing face, then at Ace, who wore a finished expression just as intense. Finally, his gaze landed on the straw-hatted boy who was still foolishly grinning at Garp, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy hero. The very rebels he had been ordered to capture were the grandsons of a Navy legend? Boom! A thunderclap exploded in Rat's mind. Everything before his eyes lost its color. His legs gave way, his entire body collapsed to the ground. His world went dark. Thud!
Colonel Rice knees buckled.
And he knelt stiffly upon the scorching, charred earth. This was no mere collapse. He had knelt down in complete submission, face to the ground. Had he just called the grandsons of the Navy hero little bastards? Ordered them to be mercilessly slain? Otto Luck III. His body trembled like the last leaf in an autumn gale, cold sweat instantly soaking through the cheap Navy uniform on his back, clinging wetly to his skin. Right? Redeem. There is still a chance. Must redeem. The Rat abruptly lifted his head, and on that repulsive face, he forcibly contorted a sycophantic smile far more grotesque than tears could ever be. He scrambled forward, crawling on his knees, his posture so abject it seemed to merge with the dust beneath him. A misunderstanding. Vice Admiral Garp, sir. This is all a dreadful misunderstanding. His voice pitched sharply out of tune, tinged with sobs, brimming with unbounded remorse and ingratiation. The moment I arrived here, I witnessed this earth-shattering devastation. At that instant, I was pondering what kind of prodigious talents could have wrought such a miracle. This is by no means the work of mere thugs. This is the birth of future legends. At that moment, the Rat's eloquence soared to the pinnacle of his life. Pointing at Ace and Sabo, his eyes glittered with fanatic zeal, as if the person who had just been shouting for blood and violence was an utter stranger. Indeed, besides you, Vice Admiral Garp, hero of the Navy, whose descendants could possess such extraordinary gifts. These two young masters have already displayed the aura of sovereign rulers at such a tender age. I was merely overwhelmed by their commanding presence earlier. It was a test, yes, a test. This shameless, utterly brazen flattery, twisting black into white, left the standing Marines dumbfounded, their worldviews violently shaken. An unrestrained snicker echoed. Ace extinguished the flames from his fists and gazed at the grotesque figure suspended in midair. The disdain and disgust in his eyes seemed almost tangible. Disgusting. Sabo turned his head away, tightening his grip on the water pipe. Luffy, however, was unconcerned. Upon seeing Garp, joy overtook him, and he hurriedly toddled forward, wrapping his small arms around Garp's leg. "Grandpa, you came to see us." Garp looked down at the precious grandson clinging to his leg, his smile growing ever more radiant. He stretched out his broad, fan-like hand and vigorously ruffled Luffy's head, tousling the black hair into a tangled nest. "Waha, of course." Yet, his gaze soon shifted from Luffy to the rat, still kneeling on the ground with that obsequious grin. The smile vanished instantly from Garp's face, replaced by an icy coldness and utter revulsion. He did not even bend down, merely nodding his chin toward the rat, his tone chillingly calm to the point of unease. "You just said you wanted to capture my grandson?" The rat trembled violently, the smile on his face even more hideous than crying. "And no, it's not true. A terrible misunderstanding, Vice Admiral Garp." "Oh?" Garp scratched his ear, his other hand still massaging Luffy's head. "Then what was it you said just now? What did you intend to do to them? Kill on sight?" Those 4 words slipped lightly from Garp's lips, yet they shattered the rat's entire world. "And no, I didn't say that. It was them. They misheard." "Yes, they must have misheard." The rat shook his head frantically, pointing at his stunned subordinates, desperately trying to shift the blame. How dare I lay a hand on your grandson?" "Shut up," Garp cut him off. His voice was soft, but the unyielding authority behind it silenced the rat instantly, leaving only the sound of his chattering teeth. Garp finally released Luffy and took a step forward. His towering shadow completely enveloped the rat. Accepting bribes from the nobility of the Goa Kingdom, leading the navy to purge civilians, and even shouting orders to kill without knowing who the targets were. Garp looked down at this scoundrel, who was so frightened he seemed about to soil himself. There was no anger in his eyes, only pure, lofty contempt. "Trash like you deserves to wear this cloak of justice?" Garp grabbed the rat's collar and effortlessly lifted him off the ground, his feet dangling. "How much did you take?" Garp asked coldly. 5 million. Furious, Garp bellowed. 5 million belly to betray the Navy's justice? Pathetic. And you've got this bunch of useless underlings, too. He glanced at the pale-faced Marines. "All of you submit to an internal investigation." He tossed the rat onto the ground like refuse, then issued his final judgment to the group of Marines. "As for you," his finger pointed at the rat convulsing on the floor, "imprisonment in the underwater prison is your only destiny." Having said that, Garp didn't even bother to glance back at him, turning to rejoin his grandsons. Colonel Rat's eyes rolled back, foam spilling from his mouth as he fainted completely. His naval career, his life, ended at that moment with a definitive full stop. Imprisonment in the underwater prison, granted permanent residency. Meanwhile, East Blue, the sea outside Windmill Village. The ocean's surface was as smooth as glass, sunlight scattering glittering ripples. Creak, creak. An odd sound resonated across the empty sea. The tall, slender man leisurely rode a bicycle, gliding slowly across the water. Wherever his bicycle tires passed, the deep blue sea instantly solidified into a crystalline, icy path, which quietly melted away without a trace after he passed. This handsome cyclist sported dark sunglasses, black curly hair, and wore a languid, half-asleep expression. He was none other than one of the Navy Headquarters' Supreme Forces, Admiral Aokiji. He coasted to the shore of Windmill Village, leaned his bicycle against a coconut tree, and stretched long and lazily. Era finally arrived. He surveyed the tranquil, peaceful village with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Aokiji strolled along the village's narrow path at a slow, almost lethargic pace. This mission, personally ordered by the fleet admiral, felt no different from a casual walk in his eyes. Ara. He pushed up his sunglasses and scrutinized the serene little village. Garp's hometown is indeed a place that makes one want to doze off. The sunlight was perfect. The sea breeze carried a salty tang that brushed against his cheeks, everything appearing so calm and serene. His eyes, perpetually half-lidded, scanned the village at a leisurely speed. Then, his gaze fixed upon the front of the Makino Tavern. There stood an excessively simple stall. A battered table, a reclining chair, and a crooked wooden sign hanging that read copy shop. A white-haired youth lay sprawled in the chair, his head tilted to one side, sound asleep. The sunlight bathed his excessively youthful face, rendering him utterly harmless. Akiji's steps halted. For the first time, a flicker of interest appeared on his languid face. The source of Garp's frantic, nearly shouting tone over the den mushi, the unprecedentedly grave demeanor of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, all stemmed from this white-haired boy, asleep to the point of drooling. Akiji scratched his signature black curls. This lazy,
Insouciant aura.
this posture of not even bothering to lift an eyelid if the sky were to fall. Yes, it's you. Akiji sauntered over at a leisurely pace, his towering figure casting a shadow upon the ground, perfectly enveloping the White Knight in darkness. The White Knight, still immersed in slumber, seemed to sense the shift in light, furrowing his brows in annoyance, turning over, and continuing to sleep. Without uttering a word, Akiji stood silently, surveying from his elevated vantage point. His gaze fell upon a sign resting on the table, hastily inscribed with a price list. Beginner Dungeon, 1 million belly. Intermediate Dungeon, 10 million belly. Advanced Dungeon, 100 million belly. A subtle twitch flickered at the corner of Akiji's eye. This blatant money-grabbing posture was exactly as described by Captain Garp. He extended a slender finger and lightly tapped on the dust-covered wooden table. Tap, tap. The crisp sound echoed distinctly in the tranquil afternoon. The White Knight's eyelids fluttered reluctantly, cracking open just enough to reveal a pair of drowsy eyes heavy with sleep. Hey, he murmured. Boss, we've got a customer. Wiping away a non-existent trace of drool at the corner of his mouth, he squinted and sluggishly sat up from the recliner. The afternoon sunlight was piercing. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, finally discerning the uninvited visitor before him. An absurdly tall man clad in a white suit vest, crowned with that trademark natural black afro. Most striking of all was the aura of profound indolence etched into his very bones. Well, are you the proprietor of this establishment? Akiji pushed up the sunglasses perched on his nose, his perpetually half-lidded eyes gleaming with a hint of curiosity. No matter how he tried, he couldn't reconcile the solemn, grave tone of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's warnings over the den mushi with this bleary-eyed, seemingly harmless white-haired youth before him. This kid, aside from looking a bit handsome, exuded such a lethargic vibe that one might be tempted to lie down alongside him. By all appearances, just an ordinary person, right? Hey kid, Kazan, hands tucked into his trouser pockets, began in his characteristic slow drawl. I've heard you offer some rather intriguing experiences here, so I thought I'd come try out one of these so-called dungeons. The White Knight yawned a great, cavernous yawn, tears welling at the corners of his eyes from sheer physiological reflex. He said nothing, merely raising a finger weakly to point at the crooked wooden sign beside him. Beginner Dungeon, 1 million belly. Intermediate Dungeon, 10 million belly. Advanced Dungeon, 100 million belly. The message was clear. Prices plainly displayed, honest and upfront. Want to play? Pay first. Observing the youth's attitude, treating him like any ordinary passerby, not even bothering to waste a word, Kazan's lips curled into a subtle, amused smile. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. He was, after all, a Marine Admiral, one of the supreme combatants in the world. For ordinary people, just hearing his name was enough to weaken their knees in fear. Yet this young man had shown not the slightest flicker of emotion since waking, only the drowsiness of sleep interrupted and the irritation of a disturbed dream. Not an ounce of reverence, surprise, or dread stirred in his eyes at the mention of the Marine Admiral's rank. In Kazan's mind flashed Sengoku's pre-departure instructions given in his office. Kazan, your mission has two parts. First, and most important, ascertain the true nature of this White Knight's ability. It is unfathomable that that bastard Garp could have obtained something called chakra from him. We must secure first-hand intelligence. Second, once you understand his power, try to win him over. If he poses no threat and harbors no hostility toward the Marines, such an extraordinary power must never fall into the hands of pirates or the Revolutionary Army. Win him over. Huh? Kazan regarded the White Knight's face, etched with an expression that screamed, "Don't bother me," and realized this mission assigned by Fleet Admiral Sengoku was going to be far from simple. Oh? Kazan's brow arched slightly behind his sunglasses, a genuine and unrestrained glint of amusement finally surfacing on his usually languid visage. So, there are many kinds of dungeons, then? Kid, what kinds do you have for selection? The White Knight stretched lazily, his bones crackling as he unfolded his frame. Casting a glance at this man taller than a telephone pole, a faint, professionally polite smile curled his lips. though it still bore the unmistakable trace of sleepiness. Of course. He slumped back against the recliner-esque cushion, hands resting behind his head. Our specialty here is making guests feel right at home. We tailor and customize recommendations according to each customer's desires. Tell me, what sort of experience are you after? Do you want to plunge into a world of swords and shadows? Or a fantasy realm of magic and dragons? Or perhaps a cyberpunk future filled with advanced technology? Kazan's eyes sparkled with growing interest at these words. He leisurely uttered an "oh," dragging out the final syllable with a hint of nonchalance. Well then, please pick a suitable one for me, kid. Hands still in his pockets, Kazan leaned forward slightly, his imposing silhouette casting an overwhelmingly oppressive shadow. Let us go with the intermediate dungeon. Intermediate dungeon? The white knight's half-awake eyes finally lifted, scanning the absurdly tall man from head to toe. He lazily curled his lips, his tone carrying a professional hint of discouragement. Are you sure? Sir, I must warn you, the intermediate dungeon is quite challenging. Reclined in the chair without changing a single posture, his casual demeanor rendered the warning utterly unconvincing. Kazan's ever-languid expression deepened into one of playful intrigue. He leaned in slightly, hands still buried in his pockets. Oh, how challenging. The white knight straightened up a fraction, his expression turning serious in an instant, holding up 3 fingers as he gestured. Roughly the height of 3 or 4 stories. Silence hung in the air for half a second. Among the world's strongest marines, Kazan's lips twitched with a lazy smile that betrayed a barely suppressed reaction. 3 or 4 stories tall. What kind of bizarre description was that? Well, Kazan finally chuckled, slowly straightening up and pushing his sunglasses up his nose. That does sound troublesome. He drew out the words, then shifted tone to pose the most crucial question. But in a place like that, I suppose you wouldn't encounter any real danger, right? The white knight's face bore an expression that clearly said, what a needless question.
Danger?
Of course not, he replied firmly. Then, shifting his tone, he added, but to say there's absolutely no danger, that's impossible. This paradoxical remark even caused Kazan to raise an eyebrow in silent curiosity. Byakuya extended a finger, wavering weakly. Within the dungeon, you may exit at any moment. If you find yourself outmatched or simply lose the desire to continue, you may call a halt at will. The system will immediately teleport you out, ensuring your safety. Of course, he added, the ticket fee is non-refundable, and naturally you forfeit any rewards upon completion. Kazan nodded in understanding. That was reasonable. But what if he pressed further? What if you fail to exit in time and perish inside? That was indeed the crux of the matter. An experience capable of bestowing power upon a person, if it demanded the price of life, would be of an entirely different nature. However, Byakuya's response was so nonchalant that Kazan thought he must have misheard. Death? He yawned, waving his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. Dying inside is of no consequence. In a tone as casual as discussing the weather, Byakuya continued, I also have dungeons specifically designed for resurrecting the dead. When the time comes, have your relatives, friends, or colleagues bring money over and help you grind a resurrection dungeon. One tea that bring you back? Resurrect the dead? Kazan was stunned. His entire body froze in place. Even the hands tucked into his pockets clenched involuntarily. Resurrection? His Adam's apple bobbed as he opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched and dry, making even his trademark catchphrase difficult to utter. He pushed up his sunglasses, and for the first time, those eyes beneath the lenses opened wide, fully alert. He fixed his gaze on the languid, silver-haired youth reclining on the lounge chair, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Is something like that truly possible? The usual casual and carefree tone was completely absent from his voice, replaced instead by an unmistakable tension and gravity. Byakuya observed this transformation, noting how Kazan's eyes could no longer maintain that half-lidded squint. A playful smirk curled the corner of his mouth. Why wouldn't it be possible? He retorted, with an air of self-evident certainty that bordered on arrogance. I told you, my operation is all about making guests feel at home. If customers have needs, I naturally strive to meet them. Resurrection sounds extraordinary, does it not? But within my business scope, it's merely one of many paid services available. To Kazan's ears, this statement was akin to a violent mental storm. He fell silent once more. He scrutinized Byakuya's expression, every subtle gesture, desperate to detect even the slightest sign of boasting or jest on that excessively handsome face. There was none, nothing at all. The other's gaze was clear and forthright, and that deeply ingrained laziness was no facade. It was a genuine indifference to something as world-shaking as resurrecting the dead, something that would drive even the world government to madness. To him, it was simply a business. A service with a transparent price tag. Kazan exhaled slowly, releasing a plume of frosty white breath that seemed to chill the surrounding air by several degrees. His taut body finally relaxed. He leisurely straightened up, slipping his hands back into his pockets, reclaiming his signature nonchalant posture. Yet anyone could sense that he was no longer the same man he had been mere moments ago. Ah well, he dragged out the syllables, his tone suffused with a complex blend of awe, reverence, and an almost profound curiosity. Boss Byakuya, you truly are omnipotent. Upon hearing this appraisal, Byakuya finally allowed himself to sit a little straighter in the lounge chair. He stretched, bones crackling crisply, and a brilliant, commercially savvy smile illuminated his face. No, omnipotent is far too grandiose a term. He waved his hand modestly. But Byakuya paused, his clear eyes locking with Kazan's gaze, enunciating each word distinctly. Theoretically, anything you can imagine can be realized within my dungeons. This admiral of the Marine headquarters, a man standing atop the world's pinnacle, felt for the first time a flicker of losing control over the power he so proudly wielded, the power of the ice fruit. Unbeknownst to him, the ground beneath his feet had become dusted with a thin layer of frost. Kazan remained silent for a long while. His typically languid expression had become as rigid as a stone slab. At last, he exhaled a breath crystallized into ice, his tense frame finally easing once more. Ah well, he drawled his signature elongated phrase, slowly slipping his hands back into his pockets and pushing up the bridge of his sunglasses. That really is something. He fixed his gaze on Byakuya, his half-lidded eyes roiling with unprecedented turmoil. Well then, Boss Byakuya, please select an appropriate dungeon for me. Byakuya reclined lazily in the lounge chair, a professional smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. No problem. Intermediate dungeon, right? Kazan nodded. His tone resumed its characteristic indolence, as though his earlier lapse had never occurred. As a Logia-type devil fruit user, he added slowly, when it comes to survival, I'm still somewhat confident. Within those words lay the absolute confidence of an admiral, a natural element devil fruit wielder. Physical attacks were ineffective. His body could elementalize. Unless his core was struck directly by hockey or sea prism stone, he was virtually immortal. However, upon hearing this, Byakuya's smile twisted into something peculiar, an amalgam of amusement, pity, and a hint of malicious delight. He yawned lazily, and on a virtual panel visible only to himself, his finger lightly swiped across the display. His gaze finally settled precisely on a name. Intermediate dungeon. Eye of the Moon. Description. Confront the divine power. Challenge the Six Paths Uchiha Madara who absorbed the God Tree and awakened the Eye of the Moon. The curl of Byakuya's lips deepened into a malicious grin. 10 million belly. Byakuya extended his hand, fingers splayed, giving a casual shake. Cash or transfer. I support multiple payment methods. Kazan, observing his money-minded demeanor, felt a wave of relief. As long as it's business, it's manageable. He retrieved a golden card from the inner pocket of his suit and tossed it over casually. The password was 6 zeros. He pocketed the gold card with satisfaction. Pleasure doing business with you. Byakuya rose from the lounge chair, brushing dust off his trousers. He approached Kazan, extending a hand to lightly pat his shoulder with just the right amount of force. Well then, good luck, brave admiral. His smile was dazzling to the point of being almost blinding. Kazan was about to respond, but Byakuya withdrew his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! A blinding flash erupted for the second time in front of the Windmill Village tavern. This time, the light was even more intense and magnificent than when it had engulfed Karp. As the radiance faded away, the towering Navy admiral vanished without a trace. Intermediate dungeon. Eye of the Moon. Synopsis. Confront the power of a god and challenge the Six Paths Uchiha Madara, who absorbed the divine tree and awakened the Eye of the Moon. Objective. Defeat him, or survive. When Kazan's consciousness reassembled, he found himself standing upon a desolate wasteland utterly devoid of life. The sky was an eerie shade of dark crimson. The earth was cracked and charred, barren of any sign of existence. The atmosphere was thick with a suffocating oppression so heavy that even he, a great admiral, felt his breath falter. Oh dear, this is truly a formidable place. Kazan adjusted his sunglasses and surveyed the surroundings. His observation hockey spread out like a tidal wave, yet all it perceived was an emptiness. No wind, no sound, no living creature. Only pure, heart-stopping silence. At that moment, his pupils sharply contracted. He raised his gaze. In the distance, an indescribable colossal tree, towering from the earth to the heavens, stood between the sky and land. The tree was immense. Its roots pierced deep into the ground. Its branches shattered the firmament, as though it connected the very beginning and end of the world. Merely beholding it invoked an instinctive sense of insignificance and dread. Yet, what shook Kazane's soul most violently was the figure silently floating in midair before that gigantic tree. It was a man, with flamboyant white hair and a simple white robe. Embedded in his forehead was a sinister crimson eye, adorned with black tomo and ripples. Behind him, 9 black orbs, as dark as ink, orbited slowly like satellites, exuding an aura of annihilation. The man closed his eyes, arms crossed, and floated there silently. He emitted no aura, yet his very presence was an ultimate oppression that transcended all things. The lazy expression on Kazane's face vanished completely for the first time. His usually half-closed eyes widened fully. Every muscle tensed instantly, a chill uncontrollably emanating from within, freezing the ground beneath him into an ice field. Danger. Extreme danger. Every fiber of his being, every thread of his observation haki screamed the most piercing alarm. This man before him was the most terrifying existence Kazan had ever encountered in his life. The 4 emperors? No, not even in the same dimension. It was a helplessness akin to confronting a god. As Kazan remained on full alert, pondering countermeasures, the white-haired man slowly opened his eyes. They were pale violet, possessing the strange ripple pattern of the Rinnegan. His gaze calmly fixed on Kazan. No emotion flickered within. No curiosity, no surprise, and not a trace of hostility. Only the indifferent disdain of a deity looking down upon an insignificant ant. Another lost ant. He spoke softly, yet his voice echoed clearly through the dead silence, carrying an unchallengeable, divine authority. Ant? Kazane's eyebrow twitched, and for the first time, a trace of offense appeared on his eternally indifferent face. He was a Navy admiral, the pinnacle of the world's combat power. Well then. He leisurely raised one hand, and a wave of frigid energy surged forth like a tsunami. Ice Age. Crack, 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 crack. An absolute zero temperature, cold enough to freeze an entire ocean, radiated wildly in all directions from Kazane's center. The earth, the air, everything instantly froze under this power. Yet, the white-haired man, Madara Uchiha, floating midair, merely observed quietly. The cold dissipated automatically 3 feet before him, unable to encroach. He did not even twitch the hem of his robe. The casual expression vanished completely from Kazane's face. Suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end. His observation haki screamed a frantic warning. An invisible lethal attack, from an utterly unpredictable angle, slammed toward his temple. Without hesitation, Kazan snapped his head backward. Whoosh! The unseen force grazed his nose. The wind it stirred, carving a shallow cut across his cheek. What was that? Kazane's heart jolted violently. He could not see his assailant at all. To evade the Rinnegan's limbo is quite an intriguing feat. Uchiha Madara's indifferent voice rang out again, laden with condescension. Limbo? Kazan understood none of these terms. Yet that did not prevent him from elevating this man to the most perilous level he had ever faced. Ice Bird's beak. Kazan no longer held back. The massive ice bird screeched as it soared into the sky, scattering shards of ice everywhere, crashing fiercely toward Madara. Facing an attack capable of destroying several warships, Madara barely lifted an eyelid. Not even a hand moved. Sage Art. Storm Release Lightfang. A faint, nearly invisible purple beam emitted from his mouth. SSS. The beam pierced through the ice bird's skull, at a speed beyond Kazane's dynamic vision limits. Boom! The gigantic ice bird exploded midair, transforming into a shower of ice crystals. The purple beam, undiminished in velocity, shot straight toward Kazane's chest. Too fast. No time to evade. Kazane's body shuddered violently. He looked down. His chest was pierced by a hole, but no blood flowed, only ice crystals continuously disintegrating. Oh dear, what a dangerous ability. Kazane's form shattered into ice fragments, reforming not far away. The hole vanished as well. He touched his chest, forcing a lazy smile onto his face. Yet his heart pounded wildly. Elemental transformation. He barely reacted in time. So that was it, not a flesh-and-blood body. Madara's Rinnegan shifted slightly, as if seeing through the essence of Kazane's power. Interesting, but this ends here. As his words fell, the 9 black orbs behind him stirred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 of the orbs transformed into black lightning bolts, sealing off all of Kazane's escape routes from 3 different directions. Kazane's expression changed drastically. He sensed within those 3 orbs a terrifying power capable of erasing all existence. Ice wall. He slammed both hands onto the ground, and dozens of massive ice walls shot up, attempting to block the assault. Yet it was futile. The ice, sturdy enough to withstand cannon fire, melted silently the moment it touched the orbs, vanishing without a trace. The orbs of seeking the way, nemesis of all things. Kazan's pupils contracted to their utmost limit. His abilities were being nullified. Just as he was struggling to fend off the relentless pursuit of the seeking death orb, the pale lavender Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara locked eyes with him. A sudden whiteout erupted in Kazan's mind. The world before him began to twist and spin. He saw Ohara, the burning tree of knowledge, and the final desperate roar of the giant sorrow directed at him. He witnessed Sengoku's furious interrogation and the horrified gazes of the masses. Countless illusions surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave, tearing at his will. Genjutsu. Damn it! A piercing cry erupted from Kazan's heart. In that fleeting moment of mental collapse, his body stiffened for an instant. And it was precisely that instant. A jet-black seeking death orb materialized before him. A chill originating from the depths of his soul froze the calm composure he so proudly upheld. That was no mere ice. That was death. The absolute death that would utterly erase him, leaving not even a trace behind. Retreat. Retreat at once. Kazan summoned every ounce of his strength to unleash the most frenzied roar from within. Windmill Village. Snap. Before Byakuya's stall, a flash of white light. A towering figure staggered into view, then suddenly lunged forward, collapsing to one knee. Ha ha ha. Kazan hung his head low, shoulders heaving violently as he gasped for breath, his forehead slick with fine beads of cold sweat. His heart, composed of ice, now pounded wildly in his chest as if it would leap from his throat. He fixed his gaze on the silver-haired youth lounging in the chair, casually munching on potato chips, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Byakuya munched his chips, eyes on the disheveled Marine Admiral kneeling before him, finally breaking the silence. His tone was light, tinged with just the right measure of surprise. Yo, you're back, huh? He tilted his head, those clear eyes appraising Kazan from head to toe as a playful smirk curled his lips. Not bad. You're a bit more capable than I imagined. Not bad at all. Surviving 3 minutes under a 6 level boss? That's already something you can brag about. Byakuya's smile darkened maliciously as he observed the shock etched across Kazan's face. Well then, Admiral, how about another round? Since you're working so hard, I'll give you 20% off next time. Windmill Village. Inside Makino's tavern. The afternoon sun bathed the room in warm, gentle light. Karp was holding a massive goblet, downing rum with his signature boisterous grin. Opposite him sat Marine Admiral Kazan, slumped almost lifelessly over the table, looking utterly drained. Wahahaha! Karp suddenly burst into a thunderous guffaw, causing the rum in his cup to slosh over. 3 minutes. Huh. He pounded the table, laughing until tears nearly spilled. Kazan, you've got guts, holding out for 3 minutes. Truly impressive. Kazan lifted a weary eyelid, his lazy face etched with utter despair. He didn't even have the energy to retort. That silver-haired fellow named Uchiha Madara was truly a monster among monsters. The ice fruit ability he so prided himself on was laughable, like a child playing with water in comparison. The seeking death orb, Genjutsu, and that unseen bizarre attack. Each one was terrifyingly formidable. Surviving 3 minutes alive was already a stroke of great fortune. Kazan weakly scratched his tousled curls. If it were Karp, he mused, he probably could have lasted even longer. Not necessarily. Karp's laughter abruptly ceased. He raised his goblet and drained the remaining rum in one gulp, his expression turning gravely serious for the first time. A monster of that caliber? Even if I went up there myself, I doubt I'd fare any better. He slammed the goblet heavily onto the table. Now, Sengoku is probably going to be up all night with a headache, creating an entire world out of thin air, and then stuffing a godlike monster into it as the boss. That kid Byakuya's ability has completely surpassed all our understanding. Kazan nodded in full agreement. Incomprehensible, unbeatable, and even their motives remain a mystery. That was the most hair-raising aspect of all. By the way, Karp suddenly seemed to recall something. Leaning forward, his eyes sparkled as they fixed on Kazan. Have you entered any other instances? Surely you must have gained something. Come on. Show me what you've got. At the mention of this, Kazan's already listless expression sank even further. He scratched his head, eyes darting nervously, as if reluctant to speak. What's wrong? Karp impatiently urged. Got something embarrassing to hide? Not exactly. Kazan sighed, wearing a resigned look. Under Karp's curious and insistent gaze, he slowly withdrew an item from his pocket. Then he gently placed it on the table. It was a wand entirely pink, topped with a massive heart-shaped gem. and adorned with a pair of small white wings. The air in the entire tavern froze in that instant. Even Makino, wiping glasses nearby, halted her movements. Karp's eyes bulged as he stared fixedly at the overwhelmingly girlish object on the table, his expression reaching peak incredulity. For a full 3 seconds. Wahahahaha. His laughter exploded once more, 10 times louder than before. Karp collapsed onto the table, pounding the surface and letting out a boisterous laugh like a slaughterhouse hog. What the hell is this thing? Wahahaha. Kazan's face darkened entirely. He buried his head in his arm, squeezing out a barely audible sentence through clenched teeth. Don't ask. It's from an instance called Magical Girl. It's a ranged weapon. Really. Marine headquarters, Marine Ford. The atmosphere in the Fleet Admiral's office was so oppressive the air felt viscous. Fleet Admiral Sengoku held a freshly printed document, his expression grave to the point of severity. It was a report from Marine Admiral Kazan. Tsurugi. Sengoku handed the file to the chief strategist sitting nearby, his voice tinged with barely perceptible fatigue. It seems we underestimated that fellow. Marine Headquarters strategist Tsurugi slowly set down his teacup, his aged face betraying no emotion. At least we obtained a good deal of useful intelligence, didn't we? Tsurugi leafed through the document, his expression still calm. From the results, the abilities he demonstrated are not much different from the gods we know. Resurrection of the dead, immortality, manipulation of time. Kazan only lasted 3 minutes in a mid-tier instance. I dare not imagine how terrifying the one who created all this must be. But from the outcome, it's not all that bad. Her voice was always so calm, carrying a soothing power that could ease the soul. At the very least, it was our navy who first discovered him, not those lawless pirates. Sengoku gave a wry smile as he sat back down in his seat, resting his chin on his clasped hands. What he said was true enough, yet his gaze was shrouded in gloom. However, how could a figure of that caliber remain unnoticed on the vast seas forever? Sooner or later, someone else will uncover him. When that day comes, if those lawless pirates, the 4 emperors, learn that such a place exists. Sengoku's words trailed off, but the consequences had already caused the temperature in the entire office to drop several degrees. A place where one could attain immortality, even resurrect the dead. For those monsters who stand at the pinnacle of the world yet remain shackled by birth, aging, sickness, and death. What a deadly temptation that would be. Ko quietly flipped through the documents. Kazan's description of Uchiha Madara in the report stirred a faint ripple in her otherwise placid eyes. Since we cannot handle him ourselves, Ko suddenly spoke, interrupting Sengoku's worries. Then we must act before anyone else does. Sengoku lifted his head and looked at his most trusted comrade, eyes filled with inquiry. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Ko's mouth, and in those eyes that had witnessed the vicissitudes of the world, a gleam of wisdom flickered. Since we are powerless against him, let us simply adopt a different strategy. Before others recognize his value, we shall become his greatest client. His greatest client? In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku rubbed his throbbing temples, slumping back against his chair. The stern, square-jawed face that was usually so grave was now etched deeply with fatigue and inner turmoil. Only after becoming Fleet Admiral did he realize how difficult this position truly was. The world government's celestial dragons, perched high above, tightly controlled the Navy's budget. Every expenditure underwent repeated scrutiny, lest the Navy's strength exceed their control, lest they nurture a mad dog that might one day turn on its master. Meanwhile, the era of great piracy raged unabated, the 4 emperors looming like 4 insurmountable mountains, suffocating the entire world. Now, this completely unfathomable and inexplicable entity called Byakuya had emerged. Ko, you speak so lightly. What about the money? Haven't you seen the headquarters financial report? Sengoku abruptly straightened, pointing toward the towering piles of documents on the desk. Those are all budget requests. Each one must pass through the audits of those bastards in the world government. They'd rather split a single berry in 2 than loosen their grip. Chief Strategist Ko remained as composed as ever, lifting the teacup on the table and gently blowing on the steam. A preliminary dungeon, 1 million berries. Such a cost we can barely afford. 1 million berries. Sengoku muttered to himself, his fingers tapping absently on the tabletop. That was barely within the realm of possibility. Indeed, Ko set down the teacup, her aged eyes shimmering with sagacity. We can disguise it as an entirely new, high-intensity elite soldier training program. 1 million per session, though expensive, would be a worthy investment if it yields a soldier whose strength leaps forward. Sengoku's eyes brightened. He recalled Kazan's report. That monster called Uchiha Madara, though existing only within the dungeon, displayed a power sufficient to render a Navy admiral utterly defenseless. If the Navy could, through these dungeons, analyze those unfathomable abilities, even acquire a portion of that power, then, facing the increasingly rampant era of great piracy, confronting the 4 emperors who dominate the New World, the Navy would possess an unprecedented trump card. This thought quickened Sengoku's heartbeat. However, this matter must remain hidden from the world government for the time being. A deep loathing and apprehension crossed Sengoku's face. Those straw-brained fools among the celestial dragons, if they were to learn of this place, he could almost envision the scene. A place where one could attain immortality, resurrect the dead, and experience divine power. What madness would those self-proclaimed descendants of gods unleash? The young man called Bai Ye, judging from Kazan's report, was no pushover to be toyed with. An existence capable of casually creating monsters on the scale of Six-Path Madara? Who would dare provoke him? If handled improperly, it would be a catastrophe 100 times worse than a 4-emperor uprising. The information must be concealed not only from the world government but also from most within the Navy itself. Select only a handful of elite naval soldiers to challenge the dungeon. Sengoku paused and looked at Ko, his eyes seeking confirmation. For now, keep it secret, he finally resolved, his voice heavy as iron. All intelligence regarding Bai Ye and the dungeon is to be classified as top secret. As for the world government, his gaze deepened profoundly. We shall pretend to know nothing. When the time is ripe, after we have obtained sufficient power and intelligence from that place, then we shall report to the 5 elders. Sengoku exhaled a long, murky breath, collapsing completely into the fleet admiral's throne. He looked at his most cunning old comrade, a bitter curve tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ko, thank heavens for you. Otherwise, even a single day in this position would be too much. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Sengoku felt as if his nerves were about to snap. Especially that old bastard Garp. He slammed his fist onto the desk, causing the documents to leap. He ground his teeth and growled low. If only he were half as reliable as you. No, if only he were even a 10th as dependable. I could shed half my gray hairs. Chief Strategist Ko's lips curved slightly, as if recalling something. If he were truly reliable, he wouldn't be Garp. Indeed. Sengoku slumped back in his chair, deflated. Yes, that man is the Navy hero Garp precisely because he never plays by the rules, never lets himself be bound by convention. Watching Ko's weathered yet composed face, Sengoku's inner turmoil and anxiety miraculously calmed. With this old comrade at his side, the heavens could still not collapse. He straightened his posture, his gaze regaining the sharpness and decisiveness befitting a fleet admiral. This matter shall proceed as you have advised. Select the most elite and trustworthy naval soldiers, and, under the guise of secret training, dispatch them in batches to the East Blue. We must seize the initiative before anyone else even realizes what is happening. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters elite training grounds, with a sharp shout, a swift sword flash cleaved the steel dummy before her in 2 at the waist. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Gion sheathed her sword, and Kanbairo emitted a satisfied murmur. She casually grabbed a towel and wiped the fragrant sweat from her temple and neck. Beneath her short pink hair, her striking face bore no expression, but deep within her ice-blue eyes lingered an unshakable restlessness. Tedious men. The image of Tonkichi's grinning, self-assured face flashed through her mind, igniting a flare of irritation. At a time like this, the new world was plunged into chaos. Yet there were still those with the leisure to concern themselves with matters of fleeting romances. Truly laughable. At the edge of the training ground, a few marine soldiers, taking a brief respite, covertly pointed this way and whispered among themselves. Hey, have you heard? Vice Admiral Guinea was rejected by Vice Admiral Gion again today. How many times has it been now? Such perseverance is astounding. If it were me, I would have given up long ago. But that Vice Admiral Gion we're talking about, the most beautiful female swordsman at headquarters, a candidate for admiral. If I were him, I'd be chasing after her too. Shoo, keep your voice down. Want her to hear you? Her temper isn't exactly gentle. Gion's ears twitched slightly, her brows knitting more tightly. She detested such trivial gossip. Tossing her towel into a nearby basket, she said nothing and turned to make her way toward her quarters. Her tall, slender figure cast a solitary, upright shadow beneath the setting sun. She pushed open the door to her room. A familiar scent greeted her, an intermingling of tea's crisp fragrance and a faint herbal aroma. Gion's steps halted abruptly. There, seated calmly at the table, was the figure she held in utmost respect, leisurely pouring a cup of hot tea. The evening light filtered through the window, casting a gentle golden hue upon the serene, aged profile. Sister Tsuru, what brings you here? Observing Gion's sweat-drenched appearance, Tsuru set down her teacup, her eyes, which had witnessed the ebb and flow of the world, gazing warmly upon her spirited younger sister. Training should be kept within limits. I don't want to hear that the youngest female vice admiral at headquarters has collapsed from overexertion. Gion casually closed the door, draped the towel around her neck, and seated herself at the table. Pouring herself a glass of water, she drained it in a single gulp, feeling the post-training heat and the vexation within her chest subside somewhat. Sister Tsuru, you know me all too well. Exhaling deeply and leaning back in her chair, the sharp aura of a top-tier swordsman was completely restrained in the presence of her elder sister. A day without holding my sword leaves me restless. Tsuru chuckled softly, refilling Gion's teacup with deliberate, unhurried movements, carrying a soothing rhythm. I heard you rejected Kaki again today? Gion nearly sprayed her tea upon hearing that. She slammed the cup down on the table, her lovely face flushed with unmasked irritation and disdain. Sister Tsuru, you're mocking me over this? Don't even mention that fool. She ground her teeth, her hand involuntarily resting on the famed blade Kinbairo at her waist. It's infuriating. Every day, pirates cause chaos in the New World. The territories of the four emperors are expanding again. The Navy's ships aren't even enough. And what does he do? Instead of focusing on eradicating pirates, all he thinks about is giving flowers, dating, and whatever else. He is a disgrace to the Navy. Gion's anger swelled, her chest rising and falling violently. She despised men who lacked clarity on priorities the most. Tsuru watched her sister's fiery demeanor, a deeper smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That just shows the allure of our Gion is irresistible, even to a candidate for admiral. Besides, Kaki's strength is still commendable. Can charm fill one's stomach? Can strength be wasted on such trivialities? Gion rolled her eyes and slumped completely in her chair, wearing an expression of utter despair. If only he put as much effort into capturing pirates as he does chasing me. He could have brought back a dozen bounty hunters with bounties exceeding 500 million berries. All right. Tsuru sensed the moment was ripe. Any further teasing might compel her sister to draw her sword. Her smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. The atmosphere in the room shifted accordingly. Gion immediately sensed the change. She straightened, the irritation vanishing from her face, replaced by the focus and sharpness befitting a Navy Vice Admiral. Sister Tsuru, what's wrong? There was a subtle note of tension in her voice. She knew her elder sister well. When Chief of Staff Tsuru wore such an expression, it often signified an event capable of shaking the very foundations of Navy headquarters, or even the entire world. Tsuru did not answer directly. Her eyes, seemingly able to pierce through one's soul, slowly swept over Gion before settling on the hand resting upon the treasured blade Kinbairo. Without speaking, Tsuru regarded Gion with an appraising gaze. Kazan went to the East Blue a few days ago. HM? Gion blinked in surprise. That lazy fellow Kazan, shirking office duties to roam the East Blue. What could he be up to there? He encountered a very intriguing young man. Tsuru set down her teacup, her voice still calm. Encountered a battle? Gion's confusion deepened. A battle worth 10 million berries? Who was it against? Old man Garp? In her understanding, the only opponents worthy of a Navy admiral willingly paying to experience a battle were perhaps Garp or Sengoku. Tsuru shook her head. A man we know nothing about. Her tone grew unprecedentedly grave. That man's name. Tsuru paused, as if recalling the cumbersome name. Uchiha Madara. Gion's mind frantically searched for the name. Nothing. Neither the Navy's wanted lists, the Cypherpole intelligence network, nor even the underground world's roster of formidable figures bore that name. Is he strong? Gion inquired. Strong? Tsuru laughed bitterly, a trace of lingering shock still etched in her smile. Kazan lasted less than 3 minutes against him. Boom! The words struck Gion like a thunderclap, exploding in her mind. She sprang to her feet, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. What did you say? For the first time, a look of sheer terror appeared on Gion's face. Kazan, Admiral Akiji, lasted only 3 minutes. That's impossible. He is the Navy headquarters' greatest force. A user of the ice fruit. A monster capable of freezing an entire sea in an instant. Even against the four emperors, he is a match to be reckoned with. 3 minutes. This was no mere defeat. It was utter domination. Sister Tsuru, are you sure you're not joking? Gion's voice wavered. Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking? Tsuru raised her eyes, gazing at her steadily. Gion's heart sank piece by piece, as she stared into her sister's unyieldingly serious face. She knew Tsuru never joked about such things. In other words, it was all true. There really existed in this world a terrifying being capable of crushing a Navy admiral in merely 3 minutes. Gion felt her worldview shatter violently. She sat down again, her chest heaving as she struggled to digest this earth-shattering revelation. Who exactly is this Uchiha Madara? Where is he? The murderous intent in Gion's voice was unmistakable. No matter who he was, such a perilous existence must be dealt with by the Navy. Herein lies the crux of the matter. Tsuru exhaled deeply. That Uchiha Madara does not belong to our world. Gion was utterly bewildered. Does not belong to our world? She felt as though her mind was on the verge of collapse. Every word that had slipped from Tsuru's lips today relentlessly challenged the very limits of her comprehension. Do you recall what I just said? Kazan spent 10 million belly to experience a battle firsthand. Tsuru enunciated each word with deliberate gravity. In the Windmill Village of the East Blue, a young man named Bai Ye appeared. He set up a stall known as the Dungeon Shop. The goods he peddles are tickets to other worlds. After synthesizing the intelligence from Sengoku, Karp, and Akiji, Tsuru conveyed the most pivotal and outrageous conclusion in the simplest terms to her swordswoman sister. As long as you pay, he can transport you to a fragment of a world he has either created or intercepted. Within that world, you may engage in battle against any formidable adversary. Uchiha Madara is a boss in the intermediate dungeon that Kazan chose. Boss? Gion murmured the unfamiliar term, feeling as if she were listening to an arcane scripture. World fragments? Dungeon shop? What on earth is all this? She questioned, her confusion palpable. I understand this is difficult to grasp. Tsuru observed her bewilderment. In truth, at first, Sengoku and I thought that old scoundrel Karp was spouting nonsense. That was until Kazan returned with his first-hand experience report, along with Tsuru's gaze grew exceedingly complex. Karp brought back from his beginner dungeon a new power system called chakra. He can now walk upon the CS surface, not by moonwalk, nor by ice manipulation, but truly treating the ocean as solid ground. Gion's mouth parted slightly. Her throat felt parched to the point of desertion, leaving her utterly speechless. A vice admiral treading the sea? Just imagining that is enough to send chills down one's spine. So, Gion, you came to me today just to tell me all this? She asked with difficulty. No. Tsuru shook her head. I came to offer you a choice. She rose and moved to the window, gazing upon Marineford bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Sengoku has resolved to assemble the most elite secret squad. Their sole mission: to journey to the East Blue, to the dungeon shop, and at all costs, explore those unknown worlds and unravel those unprecedented powers. We must seize the initiative before the world government and the pirates even realize what is happening. Turning around, Tsuru fixed her burning gaze upon Gion. This is a mission of utmost secrecy, classified above S-rank. No reinforcements, no backup, and you must not reveal the Navy's identity. The task is fraught with unknowns and peril. You may confront monsters even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara, and you might perish within. Yet, Tsuru's tone carried an indescribable allure. But you will also have the chance to witness vistas beyond anything you could imagine in a lifetime. You will face countless top-tier warriors from alternate worlds. You will have the opportunity to make your treasured sword, Kinbairo, stronger and sharper than ever before. The room fell into an eerie silence. Gion's breathing grew rapid. She lowered her head. Her pink short hair veiled her eyes, obscuring her expression. Yet, the hand resting on her famed blade, Kinbairo, trembled ever so slightly, not out of fear, but out of exhilaration, an unparalleled exhilaration, a thrill emanating from the depths of her soul, 10,000 times stronger than the vexation she felt when she heard the guinea pig-esque confession. Warriors from other worlds. A brand new power system, a monster capable of defeating Vice Admiral Akiji within 3 minutes. These words seared into her mind like scorching irons branded deep into flesh. All thoughts of guinea pigs, gossip, and trivial nonsense were incinerated utterly. Only the purest desire of a swordsman remained. The yearning for stronger opponents. The thirst for higher realms. Gion slowly lifted her head. Her ice-blue eyes now blazed with twin infernos of fierce fire. That razor-sharp edge sliced through the very air of the room. She grinned, revealing a smile brimming with madness and battle fervor. When do we depart? Tsuru gazed at her sister's eyes, nearly bursting with battle intent, and a hint of relief softened her aged face. Yet, she followed protocol and asked one final question. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? This murky venture is far deeper than you imagine. What you face will be utterly unknown, even perilous enough to overturn all your prior understanding. Reconsider? Gion laughed. It was a brazen, unrestrained laugh, filled with the chivalrous spirit of a swordsman. Tsuru, do you think I need to reconsider? She grasped the hilt of Kinbairo at her waist. The sensation ignited a fierce rush of blood through her veins. A monster that can humiliate Vice Admiral Akiji in 3 minutes. A brand new power system that taught Old Man Karp to walk on the sea. A mysterious shop harboring countless top-tier warriors from alternate worlds. Each word from Gion burned with searing intensity. My Kinbairo craves it. It thirsts for a true battle that will let it revel in ecstasy. Her gaze blazed fiercely, locking onto Tsuru. I can hardly wait. Very well. Tsuru nodded, saying no more. She knew her sister's nature all too well. Gion was a pure swordsman. Nothing enticed her more than stronger adversaries and loftier realms. Byakuya's appearance was the brightest star in her darkest night. Prepare yourself. Tsuru's voice regained its composure. At first light tomorrow, under the guise of a secret patrol, we set sail for the East Blue Navy headquarters, Marine Ford. In the highest-ranking conference room, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed one could wring water from the air. Around the colossal round table sat a group whose mere presence could strike terror into any pirate's heart. Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Buddha, Chief Strategist Tsuru, Admiral Sakazuki, known as Akainu, Admiral Borsellino, known as Kizaru, Admiral Kazan, known as Akiji, and all Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters. Even the retired former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, now Chief Instructor of the elite training camp, had been urgently summoned. Each person present was a pillar of the Navy, an anchor of the seas. Yet, at this moment, every face wore some measure of solemnity and suspicion, for this summons had come too abruptly, too mysteriously. Ahem. Sengoku cleared his throat, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. I have called you here in utmost urgency because of a matter of paramount importance to the Navy's future, and indeed the entire world's order. He emphasized the phrase paramount importance. Kizaru lazily raised an eyelid, the trademark sly smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Oh my, how terrifying, Admiral Sengoku. For you to resort to such language, could it be that the 4 emperors have joined forces against us? Sakazuki, known as Akainu, wore a stern and unyielding expression, uttering not a single word, yet the scorching aura radiating from him caused the very air to warp subtly. He detested Kizaru's frivolous attitude above all else. Borsellino, put an end to that nonsense. Sengoku suddenly slammed his fist upon the table, his voice thundering with rage. Every word I am about to speak is classified as the highest naval secret. I care not what methods you employ, but should even a single syllable be leaked, it will be treated as an act of treason against the Navy. Witnessing Sengoku's grave demeanor, the last remnants of levity vanished from the room. They all understood that a momentous event was unfolding. Sengoku nodded toward the orderly behind him. Soon, envelopes sealed with brown parchment were distributed to each individual. The seals bore a vivid crimson stamp symbolizing absolute secrecy. Open them, Sengoku commanded in a solemn tone. Everyone tore open their seals and withdrew the documents within. Upon reading the contents, an eerie silence engulfed the conference room. Only the uneven, heavy breaths echoed intermittently. The documents detailed 3 reports. The first came from the Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp. Though brief, it was profoundly shocking. He had ventured to Windmill Village in the East Blue and experienced a so-called beginner-level dungeon, engaging in a fierce battle against an otherworldly powerhouse named the Third Raikage, ultimately emerging narrowly victorious. The cost was 1 million berries. The reward, a novel power system known as Chakra, enabling one to traverse the sea itself. The second report originated from Admiral Kazan, also known as Akiji, and was even more absurd. He had expended 10 million berries to explore an intermediate-level dungeon, where he was utterly overwhelmed and crushed within 3 minutes by a 6-path-level monster named Uchiha Madara. In his trembling handwriting, Kazan described a black sphere called the Seeking Path Jewel, which effortlessly annihilated his ice techniques, as well as a bizarre assault named Rinbo, impervious to observation hockey. The report's conclusion pointed to a singular entity. Windmill Village in the East Blue. A young man named Byakuya, a merchant who called himself the dungeon shopkeeper. He sold tickets to other worlds, claiming that, provided sufficient funds, even the dead could be resurrected. The room was so silent that the fall of a needle could be heard. Every vice admiral and admiral fixed their gaze upon their documents, cold sweat unbeknownst to them covering their brows. Their worldview was being shattered to pieces by the contents of this file. Another world? A brand new power system? A monster capable of crushing an admiral in 3 minutes? Resurrection of the dead? Is this a myth or fairy tale? A dry, hollow laugh broke the silence. Is Admiral Sengoku pulling an April Fool's joke today? Where did you find such a novelist to write this story? His words voiced the unspoken doubts of all present. It was too preposterous. so preposterous that they preferred to believe it was a cruel jest. Sengoku offered no response. Instead, he looked toward Kaku. The senior strategist slowly laid down his document and spoke calmly. Garp is currently in the New World SCOM belt, training his lightning techniques against Sea Kings. After returning, Kazan locked himself in his office for 3 days, still trembling at the mere mention of the name Uchiha Madara. Do you honestly think the 3 of us old-timers would conspire to play such a joke on you? As Kaku's words faded, even the sound of breathing ceased. All eyes swiftly converged upon a single man, the one who had been lounging lazily, as though unconcerned. The Navy headquarters' greatest force, Admiral Kazan. If Garp's report was a fantasy, then Kazan's personal, meticulously detailed report was an unavoidable, crushing blow that shattered everyone's perceptions. Feeling the probing, questioning, and horrified gazes upon him, Kazan slowly lifted his head. His face, forever marked by a drowsy expression, now bore only a profound fatigue and gravity. Sengoku, he began, his voice hoarse, let me tell them. Kazan did not answer immediately. Instead, he instinctively rubbed his chest. Through his neatly pressed suit, he still felt phantom pains emanating from where he had been pierced by a technique known as storm release. Light fong in an instant. His eyes swept across his comrades present, resting briefly on Kizaru's still sly, yet humorless expression beneath his glasses, then on Akainu's grim face, fiery magma swirling beneath his gaze. Finally, his gaze settled on the vice admirals, whose faces betrayed disbelief. Every word in the report was true. His voice was dry, tinged with the rasp of one who had barely survived. I don't think my description even captures 1/10,000th of that man's presence. He just hovered there, doing nothing. Kazan's eyes grew distant, as if transported back to that bone-chilling battlefield. Just one glance from him gave me the overwhelming illusion that I was completely seen through, reduced to mere dust in his eyes. My ice age was a joke before him. Kazan's words struck like an invisible hammer, shattering the last shred of hope in the room. This is a joke. An irate vice admiral suddenly stood, face flushed. The East Blue is nothing. How could such a thing exist? Are you questioning my judgment, Doberman? Kazan's tone turned icy cold. An aura of deathly chill, befitting an admiral, immediately filled the room. Doberman's face stiffened, cold sweat breaking out on his brow, mouth opening, yet ultimately he slumped back, defeated. I care not for that monster called Uchiha Madara, said the ever-silent Zephyr, pounding the table with his massive mechanical arm, producing a heavy thud. His weathered eyes brimmed with concern. What I fear is that boy named Byakuya, selling tickets to other worlds, resurrecting the dead? Sengoku, have you considered the consequences if such a thing falls into the hands of pirates? Zephyr's words caused every heart present to constrict sharply. Indeed, a shop that grants access to novel power systems and even resurrection. What would that mean for the old, seasoned warriors standing atop the world, shackled by age and injury? Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, even those legends lurking in the shadows, unknown to all. Should they learn of this, what calamity would ensue? The East Blue, the weakest sea, would overnight become the most terrifying vortex in the world. By then, not even the Navy, nor the world government might be able to control the chaos. Oh my, it's becoming increasingly terrifying. Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino, stretched his mouth into an exaggerated grin, yet an undeniable trace of apprehension lingered in his tone. To resurrect the dead, that is a power reserved solely for gods, is it not? Humph! Cold, harsh snort escaped. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki finally spoke. His face, chiseled like a sculpture, bore no hint of shock or fear, only an impending, seething rage of the utmost intensity. A deceptive fellow like that, worthy of being called a god? Whether it be monsters from another world or merchants dabbling in sorcery, any existence that threatens justice must be utterly eradicated. With a sudden surge, Sakazuki rose from his seat. His towering figure cast a dense shadow, and the very air around him warped from the intense heat. His eyes, ablaze like molten lava, fixed unwaveringly on Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Marshal, send me to the East Blue. Let me, Sakazuki, witness with my own eyes the true substance of that so-called Six Paths level monster. And let me see just how many heads that audacious merchant who dares to traffic in worlds truly has. Each word from Akainu's voice erupted like scalding lava from his throat. Imbued with unyielding resolve and lethal intent, he was determined to verify everything personally. If they posed a threat, he would annihilate them with the most absolute violence, erasing them from this world entirely. This was his incarnation of absolute justice. Sakazuki, sit down. Sengoku bellowed in fury, yet Sakazuki's actions seemed to ignite a powder keg. Oh my, I'm quite intrigued as well, Kizaru drawled lazily, raising a hand. If it truly grants new powers, I'd like to see if my light could become even swifter. Marshal, allow us to go. Yes. This was a matter the Navy must seize the initiative on. Under no circumstances could such power fall into the hands of pirates. Led by Doberman and Spider, a cohort of hawkish vice admirals rose, each filled with righteous indignation, their eyes gleaming with desire and battle fervor. What a joke! The power that could teach Mr. Garp new techniques that could topple Admiral Akiji in 3 minutes. For those of us who have already reached our limits, how could we not be driven mad by such strength? This is not merely a mission. It is a monumental opportunity. Silence. All of you. Sengoku slammed his palm upon the table, veins bulging on his forehead as his armament haki involuntarily seeped forth. The terrifying pressure froze the very air in the conference room. All the bickering vice admirals instantly fell silent. What do you take that place for? A tourist attraction? Sengoku roared uncontrollably. If everyone goes there, who will maintain peace on the seas? Or do any of you have the confidence to do better than Kazan? Who? No one answered Sengoku's challenge. Even Doberman, a notoriously rebellious hawk, clenched his teeth and swallowed back the words on his tongue. Indeed, even the admirals had fallen. What good would it do for them to go up there? In the oppressive silence, a low, suppressed voice, as if molten lava stirring beneath the earth, suddenly sounded. Akainu, Sakazuki, slowly rose from his seat. He did not glance at anyone. His eyes, burning like magma, remained fixed on Sengoku. Marshal, precisely because the enemy wields such terrifying power, we must wield the most absolute, thorough force to eradicate it at its root. Conciliation, probing, such are tactics only the weak employ. Any latent threat must be incinerated to ashes by molten lava before it fully erupts. That, and only that, is absolute justice. Let me go to the East Blue. Whether it is that monster named Uchiha Madara or that merchant called Byakuya, allow me to personally weigh their worth. If they are a threat, I will vaporize the entire East Blue, along with that so-called dungeon shop. Madness. Utter madness. Everyone present, including Kizaru and Kuzan, felt the undeniable resolve to annihilate all in Sakazuki's words. This man was serious. He truly would turn the entire East Blue into a sea of fire for the sake of his so-called justice. Sit down at once, Sakazuki. Sengoku trembled with rage, the seagull emblem on his cap nearly jumping off. Are you trying to solve the problem, or provoke a war whose consequences none of us can foresee? If that Byakuya truly possesses the ability to traverse worlds and resurrect the dead, can you bear the consequences of enraging him? If he sells those dungeons to Whitebeard, to Kaido, to Big Mom, can you, Sakazuki, single-handedly hold back all the pirates in the world? Sengoku's roar thundered like a storm. Sakazuki, however, stood coldly, the air around him distorting from the heat. Then I will eliminate them all along with those pirates. A madman. A complete and utter madman. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, knowing reasoning with this man was futile. At that moment, the long-silent Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke softly. Sengoku, calm yourself. Her voice was gentle but carried the power to quiet the entire room. Sakazuki, you two sit down. This matter cannot be resolved by mere calls for battle. Akainu glanced at Tsuru, hesitated briefly, then begrudgingly sat back down. Tsuru's gaze swept across the faces of every senior Navy officer, lingering momentarily on each. The gravity of this situation is clear to us all. We now face an unprecedented unknown. Could be an opportunity, or it could be a catastrophe that destroys our world. I understand Sakazuki's perspective. When facing a threat, extinguishing it with the strongest force at its inception is the Navy's consistent approach. Yet her tone shifted. This time, we do not even understand the nature of the threat. Acting rashly could very well bring disaster upon ourselves. Therefore, I agree with Sengoku's view. We must send people not to fight but to experience, investigate, and assess. We need to know what that man named Byakuya truly desires. Money? Fame? Or a greater scheme? We need to understand the so-called dungeons, the balance of risk and reward, the patterns behind Garp's chakra and Kazan's crushing defeat. What do they reveal? Tsuru's words were clear and logically sound, gradually easing the previously tense atmosphere. Oh my! Tsuru's counsel is truly sensible. Kizaru yawned lazily, adjusting his sunglasses. Such a dangerous yet fascinating place makes one eager to see it with one's own eyes. Kizaru, you want to go? Someone asked. Well, Kizaru scratched the back of his head, revealing his signature sly grin. If it's a government-funded trip, I'd be delighted. After all, it's been quite a while since I last enjoyed the scenery of the East Blue. Moreover, that chakra which allows one to tread upon the sea, and the 6 paths level fiend who left Kazan utterly disheveled. He pushed up his sunglasses, a faint, inscrutable gleam flickering across the lenses. How utterly intriguing. Crane's gaze shifted away from his face and fixed upon Sengoku, who occupied the head seat. Sengoku, I believe Borsellino is the most suitable candidate at present. For what reasons? Sengoku suppressed his anger and inquired in a low voice. Firstly, speed. Crane extended one finger. His glint fruit grants him the swiftest velocity within the Navy. No matter the sudden circumstances encountered, he can advance to attack or retreat to evade. Even Garp cannot match this. The safety it affords is paramount. Secondly, temperament. Crane raised a second finger. Sakazuki's sense of justice is excessively extreme. Once he identifies someone as a threat, he will inevitably employ the most severe measures, very likely exacerbating the situation to its worst possible outcome. Kazan has just suffered a crushing defeat. His mind remains unsettled. Facing that unknown entity again may lead to misjudgment. Conversely, Borsellino, Crane's gaze sharpened, though seemingly languid, understands more than anyone the weighing of pros and cons and values his own life above all. His ambiguous brand of justice, in missions requiring probing and investigation, serves as the most suitable camouflage. He would never risk his life without certainty. This means he will not readily provoke that man called Byakuya. The analysis was lucid and incisive. Every senior officer in the conference room, including those hawkish vice admirals, instinctively nodded in agreement. Even Kazan, who had been closing his eyes all along, slowly opened them and cast a glance at Borsellino, tacitly acknowledging Crane's reasoning. Only Akainu snorted coldly, his countenance brimming with disdain. In his eyes, a cunning fellow like Borsellino could never embody the true essence of justice. Sengoku fell silent. He regarded the 3 admirals under his command. One who wished to burn everything to ashes, one recently defeated to the point of existential doubt, and one perpetually coasting along, avoiding exertion. By comparison, it seemed that only Borsellino, the unreliable rogue, was the most dependable. Sighing deeply, Sengoku felt as though the vigor in his heart had been drained away. He leaned wearily against the back of his chair and waved his hand. Very well, Borsellino. Oh-ho-ho. Borsellino responded lazily. This mission will be under your command. Sengoku's expression turned grave once more, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. I grant you full authority, but you must remember these points. First, clear the dungeon. Second, clear the dungeon. Third, clear the dungeon. Sengoku enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis, his tone an unyielding order. You must strive to complete the dungeon, summarize the strategy, and evaluate the value and risks of each dungeon. The vice admirals filed out one after another. Each face still bore the dazed shock and awe left by the intense impact. They whispered among themselves in hushed tones, but the storm raging within their voices could not be concealed. Is another world real? Even Admiral Akiji took only 3 minutes. This is absurd. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, within the G5 Branch S Intelligence Processing Division, an unremarkable office. A tall young officer wearing sunglasses meticulously wiped down a file rack with a white cloth. His name was Virgo. Among his colleagues, he was known as a taciturn yet exceptionally diligent and responsible junior officer. At this moment, however, Virgo's wiping motion faltered ever so slightly. His ears twitched. From the corridor outside, the muffled, lowered voices of vice admirals who had just attended the meeting drifted in intermittently. East Blue. Admiral S. crushing defeat. S-rank mission. Vice Admiral Guion. Absolute secrecy. Fragments of words like scattered puzzle pieces were keenly captured by Virgo's senses and rapidly assembled within his mind. His brow furrowed slightly beneath the shade of his sunglasses. Something was amiss. Very wrong indeed. A summit convening all of headquarters' top combat forces had just concluded. Afterwards, everyone's emotions were highly unstable. Admiral Akainu was seething with rage. Admiral Akiji was unsettled. Even the famously lax Admiral Borsellino had been assigned an S-rank secret mission to the East Blue. The East Blue? The weakest of all seas? Deploying an admiral and raising the secrecy level to the utmost? This was more absurd than the 4 emperors announcing a political marriage. Virgo calmly set down the cloth, picked up an inconsequential document, and exited the office. Senior Yamada, thank you for your hard work. Passing the door of the Logistics Dispatch Division, he nodded toward a logistics officer frantically handling a phone call. Ah, Virgo. Senior Yamada wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression one of utter despair. Don't mention it. The upper echelons suddenly went mad, demanding we prepare Admiral Borsellino's flagship for departure at the highest specifications within 30 minutes. Virgo feigned surprise and pushed up his sunglasses. Admiral Borsellino is setting sail? So soon? Is he going to the New World to hunt some notorious pirate? If only it were the New World. Senior Yamada lowered his voice and whispered his complaint. The destination is the East Blue. The East Blue. Can you believe it? The East Blue. It really is the East Blue. Virgo's heart skipped a beat. Yet his face retained a perfectly measured expression of puzzlement and agreement. Truly baffling. The thoughts of those high-ranking officials. He echoed before politely excusing himself, citing not wishing to disturb his senior's work. Returning to his solitary quarters, Virgo closed and locked the door behind him. He meticulously scanned the room for any listening devices, a ritual he repeated several times daily. Once assured of security, he retrieved from a hidden compartment beneath his bed a palm-sized, peculiarly shaped black den mushi. This den mushi had no eyes, its entire form pitch black. Lying dormant, Virgo gently tapped its shell. Poru 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 poru. The den mushi awoke silently, emitting no sound, merely waiting in quiet anticipation. Virgo lifted the receiver, his voice barely above a whisper yet clear. My lord. Silence reigned on the other end for a long moment, until a sinister and arrogant laughter gradually arose. Hihihihi. Virgo, my kin, it is rare for you to contact me at this hour. Has Marihoa again dispatched some tedious justice to execute? The voice belonged to one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the celestial demon Don Quixote da Flamingo. My lord, the situation is somewhat abnormal. Virgo's tone remained utterly steady, as if reporting a mundane briefing. The Navy headquarters has just concluded an emergency meeting of the highest order. Subsequently, Admiral Borsellino will lead the headquarters fleet to undertake an S-rank secret mission to the East Blue. East Blue? Da Flamingo's laughter ceased. On the other end of the den mushi came his playful intonation. The sea reputed to be the weakest among all? Ho, intriguing. The specific mission remains undisclosed. Virgo continued. Don Quixote da Flamingo's interest was thoroughly piqued. The Navy's elite forces, dispatched under utmost secrecy, were heading to a certain location. The weakest sea, the East Blue. If there's no trickery involved, then I'll write Don Quixote da Flamingo's name backwards. Anything else? Da Flamingo's tone remained frivolous as his fingers tapped rhythmically against the luxurious armrest. From the fragmented information I've overheard, Virgo's voice was still that unvarying, mechanical monotone. This mission might be related to the crushing defeat of a certain admiral. On the other end of the den mushi, the tapping abruptly ceased. A deathly silence ensued. Virgo could distinctly hear the increasingly heavy and excited breathing of the young master through the device. A crushing defeat? Da Flamingo's voice, for the first time, trembled with a hint of incredulity. An admiral of the Navy, a monster embodying the world government's supreme fighting force. A crushing defeat? How could those 2 words possibly be linked? The details remain unclear. Virgo continued his report. The security clearance is so high that I cannot approach closer. All I know is that besides Admiral Kizaru leading the operation, Vice Admiral Guion also seems to be on the roster. Ho. Suddenly, an exquisitely restrained yet piercing laughter erupted from the other end of the den mushi. The laughter was suffused with madness and delirious joy. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Virgo. Da Flamingo's tone sharply rose, brimming with an unyielding command. Employ every means at your disposal. I want to know precisely what transpired in the East Blue. I must uncover what it was that brought an admiral to ruin. Is it a person, a weapon, or some other entity? I demand all intelligence on it. Every last bit. Understood, young master. Virgo responded calmly. Take care, my family. Da Flamingo's voice reverted to that same devil-may-care wickedness. You are the most vital nail I have driven deep into the Navy's heart. But the time to wield you has not yet come. Oh, go forth and unveil what colossal secret those self-righteous hypocrites are hiding in the weakest sea. Yes, sir. Click. The den mushi disconnected and fell silent. Virgo expressionlessly placed the black device back into a concealed compartment, adjusted his suit, and pushed up his sunglasses. His face betrayed no hint of emotion, as if that world-shattering call had merely been to confirm whether tomorrow's morning paper had been delivered. He stepped out of his quarters, blending seamlessly into the vast, intricate machinery of justice that was the Navy headquarters, continuing to play his role, silent, dependable, and dutiful. Dressrosa. The Royal Hill, the palace. Click. Da Flamingo casually tossed the receiver onto the table. Rising slowly, his tall figure cast a distorted shadow across the opulent room. He approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the nation firmly controlled by his strings. On the streets below, Humans and toys coexisted harmoniously amidst laughter and joy. What a splendid sight. What a perfect lie. Yet now, Doflamingo's face no longer bore the pleasure of admiring his own creation. His lips curled upward, little by little, into a mad grin. Beneath his signature sunglasses, his eyes were wide open, bloodshot. Veins snaked from his temples down his neck like grotesque worms writhing beneath the skin, crushing defeat. He muttered the phrase in a breathy voice. Admiral S crushing defeat. S-class secret mission. East Blue. Ha 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 ha. A low chuckle rumbled from his throat, growing louder and more unhinged. Throwing his arms wide, he tilted his head back and unleashed a booming laugh that made the entire palace tremble. Ho ho ho. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. This was no ordinary laughter. It was a blend of utmost excitement, insatiable greed, and the childlike ecstasy of discovering a new, more thrilling toy, a power capable of troubling, even utterly defeating, an admiral. He spun around abruptly, slapping his hands hard against the gigantic map behind him, his gaze fixed precisely on one corner. The East Blue. Ho ho ho. That unique, owl-like laughter echoed from his throat once again. Artificial devil fruits? Kaido? The seven warlords? Compared to this, they were mere child's play. Doflamingo's eyes shone with unprecedented greed. What has he pursued all his life? Destruction. To personally annihilate this world that created and then abandoned him. To drag those celestial dragons from their pedestals and cast them down. For this, he had schemed for 20 years. He usurped a nation to become its king. He struck a deal with Kaido, stirring the new world's balance. Under the guise of Joker, he manipulated both the underworld and the law. Like a master puppeteer, he patiently awaited the arrival of a wave capable of overturning the world. And now, he could smell it. A force 10,000 times greater than he had imagined. A super tsunami potent enough to overturn the entire world. The Navy wants to claim it all for themselves? Ho ho ho. That old fogey Sengoku is dreaming too big. Doflamingo's fingers gently traced the East Blue's territory on the map, as tender as caressing a lover's skin. Such a treasure could never be hoarded by your so-called righteous allies. This world demands more chaos, more amusement. He slowly retracted his hand and spread his fingers wide, as if countless invisible threads extended from his fingertips, stretching across the red line, traversing the Grand Line, and wildly spreading toward that most unassuming blue ocean. Go. Leak the news, just enough to those who need it. For instance, those old monsters in the new world who have grown restless. For instance, that strongest being who longs only for death. A devilish smile curled upon Doflamingo's lips. Let me see. When all the demons and monsters of the world converge upon that weakest sea, can you Navy still contain them? Ho ho ho. This world is about to become far more entertaining. New world. An island perpetually shrouded in gray mist, named Beehive. Here lies a pirate's paradise, a breeding ground of sin. At the island's heart, within a tavern teeming with serpents and dragons alike, the air was thick with the scent of cheap rum and sweat. A man clad in a floral shirt and donning sunglasses was casually boasting to a group of pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, gathered around a drinking table. Hey brothers, have you heard? The latest joke. What joke? Is it funnier than you last month running bare-bottomed from the Navy? Chuckled a one-eyed pirate, bearing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. The man in the floral shirt remained unruffled, lowering his voice mysteriously. A Navy admiral was defeated in the East Blue. The one-eyed pirate spat out his drink in disbelief. Ha 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 ha. What did you say? A Navy admiral? In the East Blue? Hey, have you had too much to drink? That tale is too outrageous. The entire tavern erupted into laughter. The East Blue, the weakest of the seas. Not to mention a Navy admiral. Even a rear admiral from the headquarters could stroll through it unchallenged. To be defeated there? And by an admiral? That was more fantastical than hearing the celestial dragons renounce their privileges. Observing the crowd's reaction, the man in the floral shirt curled the corner of his mouth into a barely perceptible smirk, a mark of the professionalism possessed by an intelligence dealer under the banner of Joker. He shrugged, feigning helplessness. Believe it or not. Anyway, I heard the Navy headquarters is in an uproar. Admiral Kizaru himself has assembled the elite fleet from headquarters, and their destination is the East Blue. Having spoken, he lifted his cup and took a leisurely sip. The laughter gradually ceased. The atmosphere within the tavern grew strangely tense. If the first piece of news was a fanciful joke, then the latter stirred an unusual scent among these desperate outlaws licking their wounds on the edge of a blade. Would a joke require dispatching a Navy admiral and the headquarters fleet to refute it? What a farce. That shining fruit-wielding monster Kizaru? What would he be doing in the East Blue? On vacation. Something was amiss, very amiss. Some sharp-witted pirates had already set down their cups, their eyes flickering as they began to speculate on the deeper meaning behind this. For the Navy headquarters to react so strongly, the only explanation was that the rumor of an Admiral's crushing defeat, even if not entirely true, was no baseless fabrication. What exactly transpired in the East Blue? Meanwhile, in the New World, aboard the flagship Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates, the sun shone brightly, and the sea breeze was gentle. On the deck, captains sparred or drank, creating a lively scene. Marco the Phoenix leaned against the ship's rail, idly leafing through a piece of intelligence recently obtained from a scout bird. Ah, those guys will fabricate anything to stir up big news. He casually crumpled the intelligence paper, preparing to toss it into the sea. What's up, Marco? The burly figure of Diamond Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division, approached curiously. Nothing, just a boring joke. Marco unfolded the paper ball and handed it to Jozu. It says a Navy admiral was defeated in the East Blue, and now Kizaru is leading the fleet there. Jozu glanced at it and chuckled. A Navy trick? Huh? Trying to lure someone into that little pond called the East Blue? Who knows, maybe that old man Sengoku is just bored. Marco shrugged, treating it as mere amusement. He turned and headed toward the towering figure seated on a massive throne chair, hooked up to 4 drips, yet still as imposing as a mountain. Old man. Marco's face bore a smile as he reported the amusing news to Whitebeard, who was guzzling his drink. Glug 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 glug. Whitebeard let out his signature boisterous laughter, shaking the very ocean. Sengoku and those brats aren't so easily beaten. He raised a wine bowl larger than a human head and drained it with a single gulp. The pirates on deck, hearing their captain's laughter, joined in the raucous merriment. Yet Whitebeard's laughter slowly faded. His hand, holding the massive bowl, paused mid-air. The clamor on deck ceased in eerie silence alongside his motion. Everyone sensed it. The aura of the captain had shifted. Which admiral? Whitebeard's voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. Marco's smile vanished. He hesitated briefly before shaking his head. The intelligence didn't specify old man. Whitebeard fell silent. His deep eyes gazed toward the endless horizon, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. After a long while, glug glug glug, he laughed again, this time with a hint of amusement. Interesting. He drained the bowl, which the nurse promptly removed. The fact that Sengoku was nervous enough to dispatch another admiral, Whitebeard's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of his chair. That subtle gesture caused Marco, Jozu, and the other seasoned captains to startle. They knew their captain well. Only when something truly piqued his interest would he exhibit that habit. Investigate. Whitebeard's voice, calm and clear, reached every captain's ear. What is it that could trip up my old rival in the calmest sea? Yes, old man. Marco's expression turned grave as he solemnly nodded. He understood that this matter had escalated from mere gossip to a concern worthy of the Whitebeard pirates' attention. Elsewhere, another sea. The sky was thick with thunderclouds, black clouds pressing down like a city. A colossal skull-shaped fortress loomed atop the island, exuding an ominous and violent aura. On Onigashima, the lair of the beast's pirates, within the throne hall, King, the foremost of the 3 calamities, knelt on one knee, clad entirely in black leather. Flames that would never extinguish burned behind him. His face concealed behind a seamless mask that revealed no emotion. Before him sat a towering, unimaginably terrifying shadow perched upon the skeletal throne. King reported the intelligence he had just received, almost identical to the one in Marco's possession, in a tone devoid of inflection. This is the latest development from the Joker channel concerning the Navy headquarters. The hall fell into dead silence. Only the heavy, oppressive breathing from the throne echoed. Long moments passed. The immense shadow stirred. A thunderous, destructive roar resounded through the hall. Where? King's eyes shifted beneath his mask. He detected an unusual nuance in the voice of Big Brother Kaido. It was neither anger nor rage, but the tremor of a beast long dormant, finally scenting blood and about to awaken. East Blue. King spoke succinctly. The Grand Line, latter half. The New World. Upon an uncharted sky island, the shattered remains of a warship intertwine with the ruins of a lavish palace, weaving a surreal tableau. Deep within the palace, a man draped in golden locks, with half a ship's will embedded atop his head, fixates upon a sea chart spread across an enormous desk, emitting a nervously gleeful chuckle. His legs are forged from 2 gleaming, razor-sharp legendary blades. Ha 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 ha. Once renowned alongside Pirate King Jewel D. Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the legendary Great Pirate, the Golden Lion, Shiki. Beside him stands a man clad in a white lab coat, sporting comical wings, his trusted confidant, Dr. Indigo. At this moment, He dares not even draw a breath as he gazes upon his boss's frenzied demeanor. Cautiously, Dr. Indigo ventures to reason. This information is unverified. And how could such a force possibly arise in the East Blue, the weakest of all seas? Clearly, it's a smokescreen concocted by the Navy. A trap. A trap? Shiki's laughter abruptly ceases. Slowly, he turns his head. His murky yet maddened eyes fixated intently on Dr. Indigo. Silence. Bang. The right leg, transformed from the famed blade Sakuraju, delivers a fierce kick to Dr. Indigo's abdomen. He is propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently against a distant wall before sliding down, curling up in agony. A trap? Shiki grins, revealing teeth stained yellow from cigars. I've fallen into more traps in my lifetime than you've eaten meals. So what? He extends his calloused hand to gently stroke the half-ship's will atop his head. This mark of disgrace has haunted him relentlessly for over 20 years, a constant reminder of his crushing defeat at Impel Down and the death of that bastard Roger. His gaze instantly ignites with madness and fervor, a power capable of defeating an admiral. His throat emits a rattling sound, a muscle spasm born of extreme excitement, a force that even the Navy headquarters' mightiest warriors cannot withstand. Ha 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 ha! Shiki suddenly spreads his arms wide, throwing his head back in uproarious laughter. If I can obtain it, who needs IQ plants? Who needs those blasted ancient weapons? Who needs to wait through that interminable 20-year plan? His lifelong ambition is to make the entire world bow beneath his feet. For this, he has lain dormant for 2 decades. Now, an immense shortcut, capable of realizing all his schemes ahead of time, lies before him. What trap? What conspiracy? In the face of absolute power, they are all worthless. Ha 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 ha! Prepare the ship. With a commanding sweep of his hand, his cloak carves a domineering arc through the air. I shall personally journey to the East Blue, to see what treasure could unsettle that old geezer Sengoku. Wano Country, Onigashima. Kaido's colossal form slowly rises from the throne built of bones. Boom! The entire cavern trembles violently, stones cascading down. His massive shadow envelopes the kneeling Fire Fist King and Plague Queen below. A low, rumbling laughter rolls from Kaido's throat. He seizes the enormous spiked kanabo beside him, Kashugai. The mere act of lifting the weapon stirs a terrifying gust of wind, causing Queen's corpulent frame to sway. Prepare the ship. Kaido's voice crashes like thunder through the grand hall. Set sail for the East Blue. Huh? Queen's extravagant mustache twitches in confusion, his massive face etched with doubt. Big brother Kaido, you're not serious, are you? Heading to the East Blue just over some rumor that suddenly surfaced? What if it's false? That place doesn't even have decent booze. Bang! Kaido doesn't spare him a glance. The kanabo in his hand slams fiercely onto the ground. A terrifying shockwave instantly ripples outward, fracturing the earth in every direction. Queen staggers under the force, nearly falling, swallowing back his words. Silence. Kaido's voice drips with an indescribable weariness. He has been the strongest creature for far too long. So powerful that nothing in this world stirs his interest. So strong that even death has become a luxury. He needs a battle, a genuine fight that will hurt him, set his blood ablaze, or perhaps a worthy death that will grant him complete release. His golden beast-like pupils lock onto King, a place where even admirals can be slain. His voice lowers, laden with hoarse, twisted anticipation. Perhaps even a place that can kill me. He bears a smile filled with a destructive fervor. If it's true, then I shall claim it. If it's false, a blazing madness ignites in Kaido's eyes. I will send the entire East Blue to the ocean's depths. New World, a certain sea area. The flagship of the Red Hair Pirates, the Red Force. The atmosphere here is starkly different from the brutality of Onigashima. On deck, the crew revels in a lively banquet, laughter and the scent of fine liquor mingling in the air. Yet at the bow, the mood is notably somber. Red-haired Shanks holds the latest newspaper, his brows tightly knit. He remains silent, repeatedly fixating on a deliberately placed, yet conspicuously prominent, brief news snippet. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy urgently mobilizes fleet, heading straight for the East Blue, possibly linked to recent rumors of admiral defeats. Beside him, Ben Beckman lights a cigar, slowly exhaling thick smoke. That damn Don Quixote da Flamingo-s stirring the pot again. He states flatly, as if recounting a simple fact, leaking news to the world, forcing the Navy's hand. This time, all those restless monsters in the New World are going to be baited. Lakiru chomps on a chicken leg, mumbling, "Who cares? Whoever goes to the East Blue will blast them out of the sky." Jesus Burgess leans against the mast, polishing his beloved gun, whistling softly. If it's enough to give an admiral trouble, that's some serious business. Shanks remains silent. He lowers the newspaper. His lone arm instinctively rests upon the legendary blade griffin at his waist. His gaze pierces through the noisy deck, beyond the endless waves, toward the distant, all too familiar east. East Blue. Windmill Village. There lies the straw hat embodying the hopes of a new era. There lies the boy he regards as kin Luffy. Ben Beckman observes his captain's unprecedented solemn expression and stows away his last trace of levity. He understands that what concerns their captain is not some trivial power capable of defeating admirals. What matters is the storm that such power's emergence will unleash upon the most tranquil of seas. Boss. Beckman's voice deepened. Kizaru had indeed been deployed. Moreover, the Golden Lion's Skypiea fleet had reappeared after 2 decades. Kaido's ship had also departed from Wano country. One name after another spilled from Beckman's lips, each representing a terrifying force capable of toppling a nation. And now, all their targets converged upon the same destination. Shanks slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the usually genial black orbs had sharpened into depths as piercing as an abyss. He turned the ship's prow around. His voice was low, yet it resonated clearly in every crew member's ear. We're going to Marineford, the Navy headquarters harbor. A colossal warship worthy of being called a fortress at sea lay silently moored at Pier No. 1. This was the highest-grade flagship reserved solely for when Navy admirals set sail. On the deck, thousands of elite Navy soldiers stood rigidly, the atmosphere solemn and oppressive. Every soldier's face bore a trace of barely concealed anxiety and bewilderment. They had been assigned the highest-level S-class confidential mission. Yet the destination was that weakest sea in their collective memory, the East Blue, a place so insignificant that even the Sea Kings barely bothered to visit. This stark contrast filled the air with a strange, unsettling aura. At the source of this eerie atmosphere stood lazily at the bow the Navy's supreme combat power, Admiral Kizaru Borsellino, clad in his iconic yellow and white striped suit. His hands stuffed into his pockets. He yawned broadly at the sight of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who had come to see him off. A yawn, long and aggravating, it instantly diluted the solemnity of the harbor. The vein on Sengoku's forehead twitched uncontrollably. He suppressed the urge to punch the scoundrel into the sea and, with the gravest and most solemn tone of his life, admonished, Borsellino, I'll say this one last time. Remember your mission. Investigate. Assess. Do not engage in any conflict with that man called Byakuya unless you have my permission and absolute certainty. Every word Sengoku spoke was weighted deliberately. Kizaru scratched his ear, tilted his head, and flashed a particularly lecherous grin. In his signature, drawn-out tone, he replied, Oh my, Mr. Sengoku, your expression just scared the old man. He pushed up his sunglasses and spread his hands lazily. We're just taking a little trip to the weakest East Blue. Is all this tension really necessary? Besides, I never intended to confront that Byakuya fellow. Kizaru's lips curled wider, his smile becoming even more mischievous. From Kazan's description, that kind of monster who can reshape the world with a single move surely requires someone at your level, Fleet Admiral, to handle. You sending me there? I sentee that just putting me in a tough spot? Sengoku felt his blood pressure spike at a perilous rate. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails nearly dug into his flesh. That bastard. Every word hit Sengoku's most suppressed nerve. Yes, I want to go myself. But can I? Sengoku roared. If the Fleet Admiral personally heads to the weakest sea, what kind of uproar will that cause? How will the world government explain it? What will the 4 emperors of the New World think? Don't give me this nonsense. Sengoku could no longer contain himself and bellowed at Kizaru. If this mission fails, your holidays for the rest of this year, no, for all of next year, are completely cancelled. Kizaru's smile froze for a moment. His hand, which had been adjusting his sunglasses, paused midair. He looked at Sengoku's reddened, furious face and realized the man was not joking. Then, the corners of Kizaru's mouth stretched even wider. He shrugged helplessly. Well, why say such terrifying things? Honestly, old man, I'm starting to get a bit curious. Sengoku looked at his obstinate companion and felt utterly drained. He waved his hand tiredly. Get lost. Oh my, at your command. Kizaru gave a deliberately sloppy Navy salute and turned leisurely toward the cabin. Set sail. At Sengoku's order, the massive warship sounded a prolonged whistle. The fleet slowly pulled away from the harbor, heading toward the endless sea. Sengoku stood on the dock, watching the flagship grow smaller and smaller, motionless for a long while. Behind him, Chief of Staff Tsuruta approached quietly and said, Don't worry, Sengoku. Borsellino may seem carefree, but he values his life more than anyone. He knows what he is doing. Sengoku sighed deeply. The very fact that he values his life so much is what worries me. That slippery fellow will be the first to run at the first sign of danger. At the bow of the warship, Kizaru reemerged. Standing there, he gazed at the receding silhouette of Marineford. The lecherous grin on his face gradually faded away. The sea breeze fluttered the edges of his suit, and sunlight reflected coldly off his sunglasses. At this moment, there was not a trace of the earlier laziness or lechery about him. Instead, he exuded a quietude as profound as an abyss. "Admiral." A cold, clear female voice came from behind him. Gion, dressed in a sharp navy uniform, her hand resting on the hilt of her named blade, Kinbairo. Her beautiful eyes held no hesitation, only a razor-sharp focus and lofty fighting spirit. She was eager to witness the monster that had defeated Admiral Akiji in 3 minutes flat. Kizaru did not turn around, merely casting her a glance before his lazy tone returned. "Gion-chan, don't get so worked up. We're heading to peaceful East Blue this time. Consider it a government-funded vacation to relax." He paused, then added slowly, according to the intelligence Kazan brought back. "That so-called beginner-s dungeon shouldn't be too difficult." "Humph." Gion snorted coldly without replying. She disliked Kizaru's ambiguous attitude. To her, any threat to justice should be cut down decisively with the sharpest blade, not timidly probed like this. Kizaru paid no mind to her stance. His gaze pierced through his sunglasses, fixed on the endless azure sea. Reflected on the lenses was a glint of icy light. His voice dropped so low only he could hear it. The ability that even Kazan finds troublesome. The quest orb tomb hell. What a headache. Just please don't be a speed type. That would be far too troublesome. Meanwhile, atop an unassuming watchtower in Marineford, a tall figure clad in sunglasses was intently observing the departing fleet through a telescope. His face bore no trace of emotion. It was none other than Virgo. Only after the flagship had completely vanished beyond the horizon did he slowly lower the telescope. Gion. He adjusted his sunglasses, turned around, and melted seamlessly into the shadows. The kingdom of Goya, the high town. Deep within the palace lay the council chamber, where the atmosphere was so stifling it seemed one could squeeze water from the very air. Nobles adorned in resplendent attire sat upright with utmost decorum, each breath measured with painstaking caution. The king, seated high upon his throne, his complexion pale, cleared his throat, his voice betraying an unmistakable tremor. "Esteemed lords, we have just received notice from Mary Joa. The world nobles, the celestial dragons, shall soon grace our kingdom of Goya with their presence for an inspection." Boom! In the hushed council chamber, these words unleashed an invisible tidal wave. Every noble's face contorted into a complex blend of terror and morbid fanaticism. Celestial dragons, descendants of the Creator, the true gods of this world. They are coming here, Your Majesty. This is the highest honor. A corpulent noble, his flesh glistening, was the first to react, rising excitedly to his feet. "We must prepare to receive the sacred visit with the utmost reverence and grandeur. Indeed, we must not allow even the slightest blemish to sully the eyes of the celestial dragons in our kingdom of Goya. This is our chance to cleanse our shame and prove our loyalty to the world government." Voices of sycophantic flattery and declarations of loyalty rose in a cacophony among the nobles. In a shadowed corner, Odaluk III stood silently, uttering not a word. A sickly flush crept across his face, his breathing growing heavier. The celestial dragons, are they truly coming? Unbidden, the image of that accursed grocery store owner flashed in his mind. Their face so serenely maddening. And those feral dogs who dared to strike him. Humiliation, an unprecedented disgrace. And now, a perfect opportunity, one capable of incinerating those vermin along with his own disgrace to ash, had descended from the heavens. This was nothing short of a divine blessing. Silence. The king rapped his armrest, struggling to maintain order. Preparations for the sacred visit must be flawless, especially concerning the city's appearance. His gaze, whether intentionally or not, drifted toward the window facing the direction incongruous with the royal capital. The terminal point of uncertainty, that mountain of refuse, must be cleansed. We must present to the celestial dragons a kingdom of Goya that is pristine, orderly, and noble. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice, fervent and barely containing its excitement, thundered through the chamber. "Your Majesty!" Odaluk III stepped forward from the shadows. He straightened his chest, his face radiant with an almost sacred glow. Merely cleaning is far from sufficient. All eyes fixed upon him. With arms outstretched and a tone reminiscent of an aria, Odaluk proclaimed, "What is the terminal point of uncertainty? It is a cancer within our kingdom of Goya. a breeding ground for sin and filth, a stain upon the magnificent garment we wear. To allow such a place to exist is a blasphemy against nobility itself. Now that the sacred visit approaches, how can we permit the eyes of the gods to behold a kingdom that coexists with such a garbage heap? This is not only an affront to the sacred presence but an insult to the bloodlines of every noble among us. Each word he uttered was laden with incitement, striking precisely at the fragile, arrogant nerves of every noble present. I propose, Odaluk's voice soared suddenly, a thorough cleansing, by fire. We shall purify that filthy mountain of refuse, along with all its contents, without distinction between living or dead. Only then can we welcome the celestial dragons with a truly immaculate kingdom of Goya. Only then shall we be worthy of our nobility. Silence engulfed the chamber. The nobles were stunned by the madness Odaluk painted before them. Burn the entire terminal point of uncertainty, including its inhabitants? Odaluk, have you lost your mind? An elder noble could not restrain himself, his voice dry. Though those people are refuse, their numbers are vast. If we burn them all, the resulting riots and resistance. Yes, what if the flames spiral out of control and reach Hightown? Another whispered, and the commotion would be immense. The repercussions would be disastrous. Scattered voices of dissent arose, motivated not by mercy but by self-interest. A low, scornful chuckle escaped Odaluk. He surveyed his hesitant peers with disdain. Riots? Resistance? He stepped forward, glaring down at the elder noble. What could a bunch of starving trash possibly resist with? A cruel smile curled his lips. As for the flames, he paused, his tone turning icy as he enunciated each word deliberately. Why not simply deploy more guards to watch the city walls of Hightown? Or, he continued, voice sharpened like a blade, do you wish that, on the day the sacred visit arrives, the view from the palace window will reveal that the kingdom of Goya neighbors a colossal garbage heap? Who, Odaluk's voice suddenly shrieked, will bear that responsibility? You? He pointed accusingly at the elder noble. Or you? He turned to another dissenter. Who? The words celestial dragons hung over everyone like an invisible mountain, crushing their spirits. Those who had just been about to speak swallowed their objections whole. Bear responsibility for failing to manage refuse and thus displeasing the celestial dragons? What a joke! They would erase your entire lineage from existence. The elder noble's face drained of color. His legs weakened, barely managing to remain standing. The air within the chamber solidified. No one dared voice further dissent. The king glanced down at the silenced nobles, then at the fanatic gleam in Odaluk's eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He understood the madness of this plan, but even more so, the dreadful fate awaiting those who offend the celestial dragons. At last, with trembling hands, he slammed his palm upon the armrest. Very well. Proceed as Odaluk has decreed. Before the arrival of the celestial dragons, the king closed his eyes, unwilling to contemplate further. The terminal point of uncertainty, along with all within it, was to be reduced to ashes. The decision was sealed. A cold, deathly silence enveloped the council chamber. The meeting was adjourned. Odaluk III strode proudly from the palace. The afternoon sun cast its light upon his handsome yet twisted visage. His gaze fixed upon the distant direction of the garbage mountain, a gray haze marking what seemed the world's forsaken child. The corners of his mouth curled upward, little by little, into a smile so cruel it seemed to embody the very essence of malice. A man bearing the appearance of a butler silently materialized behind him, bowing in readiness. Ultruk III did not turn around. In a voice so low that only the two of them could hear, hissing like a serpent's tongue, he whispered, "Carry out my orders. From this very night onward, seal off every exit from the uncertain terminus to the outside world. Not a single fly shall be allowed to escape." His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty delight. This time there would be no survivors. The night spread over the kingdom of Goya like spilled ink, silently suffusing the land. At every filthy crossroads where the high town bordered the uncertain terminus, the figures of the kingdom's guards appeared. Clad in pristine uniforms and armed with spears and muskets, their faces bore not a trace of emotion. Silently, they drew up line after line of barricades, their movements precise and uniform, like puppets devoid of souls. There were no warnings, no notifications, only a cold, invisible wall suddenly erected in the darkness. Entry was permitted, exit was forbidden. The residents of the uncertain terminus soon sensed something was amiss. The garbage heap had no water source, no stable supply of food. All relied on trade with Hightown. A mother clutching her ailing child attempted to go to town to exchange for some clean medicine, only to be turned back by the cold spear of a guard. "Go back." The guard's voice was utterly devoid of feeling. "Please, officer, my child has a fever." I only need a little medicine. I said, go back. The spear's tip nearly pressed against her throat. Terrified, the mother stumbled backwards, her arms trembling as she held her child, tears carving 2 rivulets down her dirt-streaked face. At another exit, several starving youths, driven beyond endurance, tried to force their way through the checkpoint. Why won't you let us out? We're starving. What greeted them was a merciless barrage of cudgel blows. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds, mingled with the snapping of bones and piercing screams, echoed far into the oppressive night. Blood stained the filthy ground. Those who dared resist were thrown back into the garbage heap like broken sacks. Panic began to spread like a plague, raging wildly within the garbage mountain. No way out. All roads are sealed. The guards are beating people. They're going to kill us. Why? What do the nobles want? Desperate cries and angry questions rose and fell amid the vast trash heap. Yet the thick walls of Hightown separated them into another world. Meanwhile, in a clearing within the forest of Mount Corbo, a bonfire blazed brightly. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy sat around it, excitedly counting the spoils of the day. A small pouch of belly. It was the bounty they had just earned by jointly dismantling a minor pirate stronghold and exchanging the prize with the navy. Another haul. Luffy gripped the money pouch, grinning so broadly his drool nearly spilled. One step closer to the next raid. Don't celebrate too soon, Luffy. Ace leaned against a tree trunk, cleaning the steel pipe in his hands, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Whitebeard's really ruthless, not a single discount. No worries. We'll catch a few more pirates tomorrow anyway. Luffy waved his hand carelessly, then turned his gaze to Sabo. Right, Sabo? Sabo smiled gently, nodding. The wind wing he had exchanged from White Knight lay beside him, its feathers glowing faintly blue under the moonlight. Every time he looked at it, Sabo felt the exhilarating freedom of breaking chains and soaring across the sky. Such a feeling was exquisite. He believed that as long as they persevered, one day they would truly be able to rely on their own strength to go wherever they wished. Yet, at that moment, a flurry of hurried, panicked footsteps, interspersed with agonized gasps, shattered the tranquility of the forest. Help! Somebody help me! A boy, battered and bruised, tumbled out of the woods, collapsing by the fire. A familiar face from the garbage mountain who sometimes played with them. Hey, what happened to you? Ace was the first to rush forward, lifting the boy. The boy's body was covered in blood and bruises. One leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, and his face was etched with utter terror. We can't get out. The boy clung tightly to Ace's arm, his fingernails whitening from the grip, his voice sharp with fear. All the exits from the garbage mountain have been sealed by the guards. They won't let anyone leave. Ahai and the others. They just wanted to go out and find some food, but they were beaten to death. The guards are killing people. They're killing us. The boy's incoherent sobs and cries laid bare the horrific events unfolding beyond, spreading a blood-stained truth before the 3 brothers. The laughter and joy by the bonfire ceased abruptly. Luffy's smile froze. Ace gripped the boy's hand tightly, and Sabo, upon hearing the words blockade and guards, stiffened uncontrollably. He recalled a plan he had once seen in his father's study. A terrible thought struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. No, it couldn't be. Sabo sprang to his feet and dashed frantically toward the cliff's edge. From his pocket, he pulled out a high-powered telescope. Trembling as he raised it to his eye, he focused the lens in the direction of Hightown. And then he saw it. He saw the city walls of Hightown teeming with armed guards, standing as if expecting a great threat. He saw, cloaked by the night, team after team quietly transporting enormous black barrels toward the various entrances of the garbage mountain. Sabo had seen those barrels in the book before. They were used to hold fierce burning oil. A bone-chilling coldness surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His blood nearly froze in that instant. Sabo, what do you see? Ace's voice came from behind, tinged with a foreboding sense of dread. Luffy followed, looking at Sabo's ashen face with confusion. Why are they moving so many black barrels? Are they throwing a party or something? Party? Sabo lowered the telescope, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was a feast of death, held with flames and lives. He slowly turned to face his 2 brothers, who still did not understand, lips quivering as each word was forced out between clenched teeth. They want to burn this place, the entire garbage mountain, to the ground. As the words fell, the world fell silent. Only the crackling of the bonfire seemed unbearably harsh. The innocence and confusion on Luffy's face gradually faded, replaced by a strange, icy perplexity. Burn it? Burn everyone? Why? Ace's fists ignited with uncontrollable flames. Crimson tongues of fire danced wildly between his fingers, reflecting the fury and murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Those scoundrels! After a brief moment of deathly silence. Boom! A torrent of suppressed fury erupted explosively from Ace's very being. The savage flames soared skyward, transforming into a searing pillar of fire that painted the night sky a deep crimson. The surrounding trees withered and blackened instantaneously beneath the terrifying heatwave. Ace! Sabo exclaimed in alarm. Luffy stood stunned, never before having witnessed Ace unleash such a dreadful inferno. This was no mere sparring match, no ordinary battle. It was pure, unadulterated rage aimed at obliterating everything in its path. Ace threw his head back and let out a beast-like roar, his chest heaving violently. His face, usually marked by a hint of defiance, was now stripped bare to reveal only ferocity. Meanwhile, Luffy gazed toward the distant town of Takamachi, where faint lights flickered. In his world, villains were pirates or bandits. He could not fathom why those clad in fine garments and residing in splendid homes would commit acts 100 times crueler than pirates. For the first time, his eyes, always as clear as the sea, were filled with a bone-chilling, icy rage. Sabo watched his two brothers' reactions, his heart gripped by an invisible hand so tightly it was suffocating. The so-called nobility, the so-called bloodline, the so-called glory. In that moment, every illusion he had ever held about that world, every last lingering connection, was consumed utterly by the inferno threatening to burn the world to ashes, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Only a searing hatred remained. Hatred for that class, hatred for that world, hatred for his noble birthright in its entirety. Suddenly, Sabo spun around sharply, his cerulean eyes ablaze with a resolve even more resolute than Ace's flames. Fixing his gaze on Ace and Luffy, he spoke with a chilling calmness he had never shown before, enunciating each word deliberately. We must stop them. Ace, Luffy. Sabo closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the panic had been replaced by icy determination. His mind raced at lightning speed. Having once belonged to that world, he understood the noble's mindset better than Ace or Luffy ever could. They were selfish, indifferent, yet they would never act without gain. What benefit could burning down a pile of garbage possibly bring? Unless it was to please some higher authority. A single word surfaced from the abyss of his memory, sending a chill through his very veins. Celestial dragons. It was the celestial dragons. Sabo's voice was soft but carried a frost so biting it seemed to freeze the very air. Soon, the celestial dragons will inspect the Goa kingdom. Celestial dragons? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. What kind of dragons are those? Are they tasty? Shut up, Luffy. Ace snapped irritably, though his eyes remained locked on Sabo. To welcome these gods of the highest order, they must present a flawless kingdom, Sabo said, his tone laced with sharp self-mockery and loathing. And this uncertain terminus beneath our feet is the greatest, filthiest blemish on that kingdom's face. So they want to erase the blemish? Luffy murmured, still somewhat puzzled, but the coldness in his eyes deepened. Yes, Sabo nodded. The root cause is the celestial dragons. As long as they cannot safely reach the Goa kingdom, this burning loses its fundamental justification. His eyes glimmered with a mad gamble to stake everything. I have a plan. Sabo looked at his two brothers. I will go to the harbor and do everything in my power to prevent the celestial dragon's ship from landing. No way. I'm coming with you. Ace and Luffy shouted almost simultaneously. It's too dangerous. Luffy's wide eyes brimmed with anxiety. We'll go together and beat the bad guys to hell. Ace lunged forward fiercely, his iron-like grip clutching Sabo's shoulder so tightly that bulging veins stood out on his arm. Don't you dare go alone to die. We're brothers. If one dies, we all die together. Seeing the unyielding determination etched on their faces, Sabo felt his heart wrench painfully, his eyes instantly burning hot. Yet, in the next moment he forcefully broke free from Ace's grasp. No. Sabo stepped back, putting distance between them. His usually gentle countenance was now as hard as iron, devoid of its usual composure. This is my battle. I am the only one who knows every street and alley of Takamachi intimately. I know the guards' shift changes. I know where the surveillance blind spots lie. If you come with me, we'll be exposed and captured even faster. From his bosom, Sabo withdrew a somewhat worn, folded parchment and thrust it into Ace's hand. It was a hand-drawn map. Ace's eyes narrowed sharply as he unfolded it. It was a detailed blueprint of an exceedingly luxurious mansion, even marking the guards' patrol routes and times. This is my home. Sabo's voice was dark and terrifying. The one who proposed this burning plan is my father, Ortaluk III. He lifted his head and, with those vengeful, blazing cerulean eyes, stared directly at Ace and Luffy. Your mission is to go here and find him. At all costs, make him personally revoke the order to burn. In the forest, only the crackling of the campfire remained. The three brothers exchanged silent gazes. Ace clenched the map so tightly that its edges nearly tore. Luffy bit his lip, looking from Sabo to Ace. His small fists clenched with determination. He knew Sabo was right. Finally, Ace ground his teeth and squeezed out a single word. All right, no more idle talk. No embraces. No farewells. Sabo cast one last, deep look at them, as if engraving their images into his soul. Then he spun around abruptly. Whoosh! A pair of azure wind wings unfurled behind him, stirring a gust that made the campfire flare wildly. The next moment, Sabo's figure surged skyward, transforming into a streak of blue light that vanished resolutely into the profound night. Ace and Luffy looked up in the direction of his disappearance, frozen for a long moment. Ace's voice trembled slightly. He lowered his head to the map in his hand, then lifted his gaze to the brightly lit area of Takamachi. A colossal, magnificent cage. Boom! The boundless fury erupted anew from within him. Let us go. Ace roared, yanking Luffy up and charging toward the spot marked on the map. His rage burning like a maddened beast intent on incinerating all in its path. Meanwhile, in the Goa Kingdom, within the Ortaluk mansion, the study was brightly illuminated, the air heavy with the scent of expensive incense. Ortaluk III held a glass of red wine, gazing with satisfaction at his youngest son and adopted heir, Stelly. Stelly, clad in a perfectly tailored miniature tuxedo, meticulously practiced intricate noble etiquette. Well done, Stelly. Your movements are becoming increasingly precise. Ortaluk III sipped his wine, his face brimming with undisguised approval. This is what the perfect heir of the Ortaluk family should be like. Unlike that bastard who shames me. At the thought of Sabo, a flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. Yet very soon, every trace left by that wretched offspring would be utterly purified by flames, consumed alongside the mountain of refuse. At this thought, his spirits lifted once more. He had just closed the study door, preparing to savor a tranquil evening. Then boom! A terrifying explosion shattered the silence. Like thunder ripping through a clear sky, the colossal floor-to-ceiling window on the study's side was violently shattered by an irresistible force from outside. Countless shards of glass, mingled with splinters of wood, flew wildly inward, carving chaotic streaks across the expensive carpet. Who dares? Outluck III trembled all over, nearly dropping the wineglass in his hand. He turned around in shock and fury. Amidst the moonlight and swirling dust, two figures leapt inside. Their clothes were tattered, bodies smeared with grime, as if they had just crawled out from a heap of garbage. Yet those eyes, they were not human. They were two desperate young beasts cornered by fate, burning with violent fury and a savage light that threatened to incinerate everything. On the fist of the black-haired youth, crimson flames already roared, casting flickering shadows across his grimacing face. Outluck III's complexion shifted rapidly from shock to overwhelming rage and disgust upon recognizing the intruders. You two filthy rats from the garbage heap. Ace ignored his roar and stepped forward. A dirty footprint marked the floor. He raised his fist. The crimson blaze engulfed that small fist, illuminating his fierce visage with flickering light. A voice squeezed through clenched teeth, utterly devoid of warmth. Withdraw your orders. Byakuya yawned. He leisurely rose from his recliner, stretched languidly, his bones crackling with refreshing crispness. These brats really never give a moment's peace. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he gazed toward the town of Goya Kingdom's heights. Even across the great distance, the suffocating atmosphere was palpable. The faint scent of burning oil lingered in the air, mingling with the boiling despair and rage amassed from countless common folk. Well, then again, Byakuya's lips curved into a playful smirk. If they were too easy to handle, that would be truly boring. At that moment, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharply locking onto a strange gleam in the night sky. A streak of azure light tore through the ink-black darkness, unwaveringly racing toward the harbor. Its speed was tremendous, carrying the resolute determination to break free from all worldly bonds. TSK, that kid really charges straight ahead without hesitation, huh? Byakuya propped his chin with one hand, watching with keen interest. Of course, he knew who owned that streak of light. Sabo, the youth who was supposed to have been blasted into the sea by the celestial dragon's cannon fire in this great fire, then picked up by a certain man, losing all memory thereafter. The script had been utterly thrown into disarray. Byakuya murmured softly, a growing smile glinting in his eyes. He could clearly feel that ever since he bestowed the power of the wind upon Sabo, the thread of fate entwining the boy had become blurred. The once clear, Heavy destiny leading to the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff was now riddled with countless branching fractures. And now, this little fellow was piloting the wings he had personally granted, deliberately crashing into the first and most crucial turning point of fate. How fascinating. Byakuya reclined comfortably back into his chair, closing his eyes. He did not need sight. Ever since conquering the Wind Song and Dragon Poem dungeons and obtaining the authority of the Wind God, the winds of the entire world had become his ears and eyes. The wind whispered to him. He heard it. The two blazing flames, one large, one small, belonging to Ace and Luffy, had already stormed into the Outlook estate. Surely, the domestic affairs there would be handled with spectacular flair. He also heard the countless currents of fear, anger, and despair converging within the Uncertainty Terminal Station, forming a suffocating storm on the verge of eruption. And most intriguingly, Byakuya's consciousness followed that azure streak all the way to the sea near the Goya Kingdom. He saw an extraordinarily lavish colossal ship, its prow carved with the emblem of the celestial dragon's soaring dragon hoof, leisurely approaching the harbor. Byakuya could even hear some corpulent fellow aboard, using his foolishly arrogant voice to complain about how polluted the East Blue's air was. Yet Byakuya's attention was not on that celestial dragon. His perception pierced beyond that grand vessel, reaching deeper and farther into the night's abyssal sea. There, a third wind stirred. Unlike the oppressive despair of the Goya Kingdom, unlike the burning resolve of Sabo, this wind was profound, icy, and terrifyingly serene. It neither howled nor whimpered. It was like a breath from the abyss, heavy, steady, imbued with a will capable of freezing all things. Oh! Byakuya's brow lifted in genuine surprise. He straightened slightly in his rocking chair. He saw a ship, approximately 20 nautical miles from the celestial dragon's soaring dragon hoof ship, a vessel entirely black, devoid of any flag, archaic and menacing in design, silently cleaved the waves like a ghost, racing toward the same destination, the harbor of the Goya Kingdom. Compared to the celestial dragon's ludicrously extravagant giant ship, this black ship was plain, even somewhat crude. Yet the aura of deadly cold and killing intent it exuded was 1,000-fold more intense. As if it were not sailing on the sea but traversing the Styx of hell. On the foredeck of that ship stood a man, motionless as a statue. He wore a deep green hooded cloak, the sea breeze whipping it noisily, revealing a finely tailored black suit beneath. The man's build was not imposing, yet he stood as immovable as a mountain, his mere presence weighing down the very air over the sea. He did not wear his hood. His sharply defined, commanding face was bathed in moonlight. Most striking was the dark crimson, diamond-shaped mysterious mark on his left cheek, resembling an ancient totem, lending him an eerie and solemn aura. His gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the distant coastline of the Goya Kingdom. Those eyes held no flicker of emotion, no mercy, no anger, only an abyssal, frozen darkness. It was the look of one who regarded the entire world as an enemy, who considered overturning all as his solemn duty. The revolutionary, Dorag, the world government's most wanted criminal, infamous as the world's most evil man. On the Revolutionary Army's ghost ship, the salty sea breeze billowed every garment. A figure with a disproportionately large head, adorned with exaggerated purple eyeshadow and lip gloss, sporting a massive afro, sashayed with feline grace to Dorag's side. With a flourish of his slender fingers at his lips, he emitted his signature ma sound. Dragon boy, ahead lies your homeland. Tehe, the Revolutionary Army officer, the Okama King Emporio Ivankov, with his uniquely ambiguous voice that defies gender, shattered the stillness upon the deck. Dorag did not turn around. His piercing gaze, astonishingly sharp, relentlessly pierced through the profound night, steadfastly fixed upon the distant shoreline, both familiar and alien. The kingdom of Goa, the most beautiful nation in the East Blue, the very place of his birth and the land he resolutely fled. Indeed, Dorag's lips barely moved. Two words strained from the depths of his throat, low, hoarse, laden with an inescapable weight. Ivankov's massive head leaned closer, his exaggerated false eyelashes fluttering as he followed Dorag's gaze. TSK, tisk, truly something else. When the celestial dragons come to inspect, they burn an entire mountain of trash to conduct a thorough cleansing. Only those sanctimonious nobles could stoop to such acts. His tone brimmed with unabashed contempt and disgust. They're 1,000 times more despicable than the criminals locked away in Impel Down. This is the brutal truth of this world. At last, Dorag spoke, his voice devoid of anger or pity, only a cold statement. Under the dominion of the world government, under the shadow of the celestial dragons, this truth unfolds every day, every second, somewhere in the world. SNT that why we fight? Ivankov withdrew his cynical expression, gazing at Dorag's profile, the resolute face, now sculpted like rock beneath the moonlight. To utterly overthrow this decayed, twisted, and utterly inhumane world. Dorag offered no reply, yet that silence itself was the most resolute answer. Their arrival in the East Blue, in the kingdom of Goa, was prompted by intelligence of the impending visit of the celestial dragons. Dorag intended to witness with his own eyes, to witness how the homeland he had forsaken would degrade itself to its ugliest and most despicable, all to appease those who fancied themselves gods, filth. He would record this sin, then use it as yet another spark to ignite the flames of worldwide rebellion. The night was torn apart by a streak of azure light, like a sharp blade thrust into the heart of darkness. Sabo unfurled his wings of wind, with a resolve so fierce it verged on tragic. He charged straight toward the colossal ship emblematic of the world's source of evil. The icy sea breeze filled his mouth and nose, yet it ignited the inferno of fury blazing within his chest. Closing in, the ship's outline rapidly expanded before his eyes. Luxurious, bloated, grotesque, the mark of the sky-piercing dragoness hoof at the bow was a gigantic festering sore carved onto the world's face, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. These self-proclaimed gods were intent on turning thousands of innocents on Garbage Mountain into ashes amidst the flames. Unforgivable. Get the hell back. Sabo unleashed a roar unbefitting a child, wild and suffused with overwhelming rage. He abruptly halted midair, arms flung wide. A low hum erupted, centered on him. An invisible tempest gathered wildly, emitting a piercing whistle. The air twisted, the sea surface tore apart, and a visible cyclonic storm rapidly took shape before him. Wind, heed my command. Blow this ship away for me. He thrust his arms forward with brutal force. Boom! A terrifying wind pillar over 30 meters in diameter transformed into a roaring dragon, tearing through the night and violently crashing against the celestial dragon's immense vessel's side. The giant ship groaned under the strain, its massive hull violently tilting as it was forcibly pushed backward by dozens of meters. On deck, the corpulent Jalmak Saint toppled to the ground like a meatball, his crystal helmet askew, while his attendants screamed in chaos. Meanwhile, 20 nautical miles away, aboard a ghostly black ship, Ivankov's enormous head jerked upward, his exaggerated false eyelashes fluttering madly. Dragon boy, look quick. Without needing the prompt, Dorag's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He saw it. The youth who commanded the Tempest. The boy who single-handedly shook the Navy headquarters custom-made giant ship. Wind. Dorag's Adamus apple bobbed as the word slipped out, tinged with a tremor even he had not perceived. This power, this will. Is this not the very breath of freedom he had longed for in his dreams? The wind that could scatter the world government's dark clouds. On the kingdom of Goa's shore, on a reclining chair, Byakuya yawned languidly, too lazy even to open his eyes. The wind carried all images and sounds to his ears. Oh, only pushed it back by a few dozen meters, huh? Seems this brat's control over his power is still quite immature. A playful smirk curled the corner of his lips. But it's about time. The celestial dragon's dogs should be unleashed now. Sure enough, just as Sabo's spirit faltered, frustrated at failing to topple the giant ship with a single strike, two pure white shadows leapt ghost-like into the sky from the chaotic deck. They bore no wings, yet flickered several times in the air, treading invisible steps, spanning hundreds of meters in an instant, sealing off every escape route for Sabo. What are those? Sabo's mind went blank. Two killing puppets clad in immaculate white suits, their faces hidden behind expressionless masks, radiated such an oppressive aura that his breath momentarily ceased. Threat target locked. Grade beta low. Possesses special abilities. Recommendation. Immediate elimination. Execute. An emotionless electronic synthetic voice commanded. The white figure on the right vanished into thin air. Sixth style. Razor. Sabo's observation hockey screamed wildly in his mind. Without hesitation, he violently flapped his wings of wind, propelling his body backward. SSS-rank. A palm wrapped in jet black armament hockey, whistling through the air, precisely struck the spot where he had just been. Sixth style. Finger gun. The strike missed, yet the white-clad figure did not pause. His right leg suddenly stomped in midair, activating moonwalk, pursuing relentlessly as a shadow follows form. Bastard! Sabo, both furious and startled, swung his arm back, unleashing a solid azure wind blade in an instant. Facing the fierce wind blade, the white figure neither dodged nor flinched, his body swaying lightly like a sheet of paper. Sixth style. Paper drawing. The wind blade sliced close along his body, tearing only a corner of his garment. But at that moment, a glint of ferocity flashed in Sabo's eyes. Explode! The wind blade that had brushed past the white figure suddenly detonated, shattering into countless fine wind needles, blanketing several meters of surrounding space. For the first time, the white figure showed surprise, instantly pierced through by myriad wind needles, faint bloodstains appearing on his pristine white suit. Though only superficial wounds, his flawless rhythm was disrupted. Nicely done, brat. A faint laugh of approval echoed within Byakuya's consciousness. He appreciated the concealed secondary transformation within the attack. In the sky, the other white figure appeared above Sabo, his right leg transforming into a white afterimage, delivering a fierce downward strike. Sixth style. Storm kick. A massive cyan white slash wave descended head-on. Damn it! A curse burst from Sabo's heart. With no time to evade, he crossed his wings before him, channeling the wind's power to its utmost limit. Boom! The slash wave struck the wind shield, erupting in a thunderous roar. A tremendous force surged forth, violently hurling Sabo from the sky into the sea. Overwhelmingly powerful, their skill, experience, and coordination utterly crushed him. This cannot continue. He must not be held down by them. At the very moment he was about to plunge into the water, Sabo forcibly steadied himself. The wind wings vibrated once more, propelling him skyward. His sole advantage lay in the agility of flight. Attempting to flee, two CP0 agents clung to him like relentless leeches, treading the moon step as they closed in once again. This time, their assault was even more ferocious. Finger guns rained down like a storm, while gale kicks struck like a dense forest. A net of heaven and earth was instantly woven. Sabo was utterly overwhelmed, forced to dart left and right in desperation, relying on the power of the wind to glide, accelerate, and execute sharp turns. Several times those finger guns, capable of piercing steel plates, skimmed past his heart, the rushing air from their passage stinging his skin painfully. Yet the fire burning in his eyes only grew more intense. "You government lackeys, get lost," he roared. The answer he received was an even more ruthless barrage of attacks. Eliminate the threat. The mission comes first. On board the ship, Jalmac Saint's features contorted with fury as he let out a hysterical scream. How dare a lowly commoner fly higher than me in the sky? Unforgivable. Kill him. Shoot that insect down from the heavens. Crush him. Burn him to ashes. At the very moment of his roar, in the sky, the cornered Sabo abruptly ceased all evasive maneuvers. He hovered motionless, allowing the fatal strikes from both CP0 agents to approach from either side. He closed his eyes. In that instant, he abandoned sight and chose to listen. He immersed every fiber of his being in the power flowing through his blood, a gift from the gods. The wind, he whispered softly. I am the wind. A humming sound erupted as a completely different airflow burst forth, centered on Sabo. No longer a raging hurricane, but a gentle, invisible, yet omnipresent domain. The pupils of the two CP0 agents suddenly contracted. The trajectories of their finger guns and gale kicks, upon entering the 3-meter radius around Sabo, were mysteriously deflected by an unseen force, grazing his body as they flew past. The wind was altering the paths of their attacks. What is this? The attack trajectories of the two CP0 operatives were forcibly diverted, causing them both to halt their movements simultaneously. They stared intently at Sabo, suspended midair with his eyes tightly shut. Within a 3-meter radius around the youth, the airflow visibly twisted, forming an invisible vortex. Beneath their masks, their eyes were for the first time filled with grave seriousness. A domain-type ability? No, it was more akin to a localized trajectory interference. The energy fluctuations were intense, consuming vast reserves. He wouldn't hold out long. The two quickly exchanged assessments. The conclusion was clear. The boy before them was an undisputed prodigy, but nothing more. Such an ability, in the presence of a true powerhouse, was no more than a fleeting spark. Trash. Two worthless wastes. Aboard the Celestial Dragon-esque colossal ship, Jalmac Saint trembled with rage as their assault failed to yield results. Pointing at the flying figure above, he bellowed with a voice far sharper than before. What are you waiting for? Bring down that insect. That audacious insect flying in the sky. I want to crush him with my own hands. Do you hear me? Immediately. At once. His frenzied commands carried an undeniable threat of death. The two CP0 agents exchanged a glance and ceased their probing. Understood. The cold electronic voice sounded. Suddenly, a sickening crack of bones echoed from within one of the agents. His form twisted and expanded midair, bulging muscles tearing through his pristine white suit. Black mane erupted wildly, growing uncontrollably, his face elongating forward with fangs bared. In an instant, a towering werewolf over 3 meters tall, emanating an ancient and savage aura, appeared beneath the night sky, an ancient Zoan-type fear wolf form of the Inu no Mi. Meanwhile, the other CP0 agent slowly spread his hands. 2 peculiar white lock-shaped patterns materialized on his palms. Lock, he growled. Invisible waves rippled through the air, instantly expanding and precisely nailing down the space surrounding Sabo. Sabo felt the wind around him suddenly thicken and stagnate, as if trapped in an intangible quagmire, his flight losing the fluid ease it once had. Howl! The werewolf-formed CP0 opened his massive maw, unleashing a deafening roar. A black smoke, thick with stench and corrosive aura, spewed forth from his mouth, instantly polluting Sabo's wind domain. Sizzle, the domain Sabo had painstakingly maintained wavered violently, its edges beginning to dissolve and disperse. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in Sabo's heart. His ability was being suppressed. The domain was contaminated, his space confined, and his once prized flying prowess severely compromised. Just as his spirit wavered, the huge fear wolf moved. He stomped the air fiercely beneath him. Mondstadt. Boom! The air exploded with a violent sonic boom. Harnessing this terrifying burst of power, the fear wolf's figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, brazenly appearing before Sabo. Those claws, gleaming with a dark metallic sheen and exuding a murderous rage, aimed straight for Sabo's heart. Too fast, too powerful. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Sabo. No good. From the distant black ship, Ivankov's massive face was etched with shock, his instinct urging him to intervene. Don't move. A hand gently pressed down on his shoulder. Dolag had risen silently, still not turning around, his deep eyes fixed unwaveringly on the battlefield, his voice devoid of any emotion. Dragon boy, that kid is, don't panic. Dolag uttered 2 words, leaving no room for doubt. On the coast of the Goa Kingdom, within the consciousness of the White Knight, the flame of life representing Sabo was rapidly dimming. Yet simultaneously he sensed another wind. A wind far deeper, older, and mightier, as if sharing the same origin as the heavens and earth themselves, was awakening. It has arrived. A faint smile curled at his lips. On the battlefield, just as those claws, capable of piercing steel plates, were about to rend open Sabo's chest in a critical instant, whoosh! A gale, utterly unlike Sabo's own, as if summoned from beyond the world itself, suddenly swept across the entire sea. This wind was overwhelmingly domineering, ignoring the spatial confinement of the lock fruit, disregarding the savage aura of the fear wolf form. It simply rolled gently, and with that, it swept Sabo, who was on the verge of being gutted, backward by several meters, removing him from the path of certain death. Swoosh! The fear wolf's attack missed its mark. Its massive body froze midair, simultaneously halted alongside its companion, their eyes beneath their masks revealing, for the first time, undisguised terror, as they gazed toward the source of the wind. On the sea surface, Jalmac Saint's hysterical roar abruptly ceased. His pudgy features contorted as if beholding a monster beyond comprehension. On the black ship, Ivankov's exaggeratedly wide-open jaw could almost accommodate a fist. Enveloped by that gentle breeze, Sabo's eyes widened in astonishment. He was profoundly moved by the sensation of this wind. It was unlike his own wind, neither sharp nor fierce. It was tender, substantial, yet imbued with a will that embraced the entire world. What could this be? Amidst the stunned gazes of all present, in the space suspended between Sabo and the 2 CP0 agents, the mysterious gale began to converge and spiral, gradually sketching out a vague humanoid silhouette. It was a figure clad in a deep green hooded cloak. The wind wove together his flesh and blood, while the darkness of night traced his outline. The figure shifted from ethereal to tangible. A stern and resolute face was revealed beneath the moonlight, marked on the left cheek by a vivid crimson diamond-shaped tattoo, resembling the deepest of imprints. He did not glance at the 2 CP0 operatives, who stood as if facing a dire enemy. Instead, he lowered his gaze briefly to the golden-haired youth, Sabo, who was gently cradled by the power of the wind, his face awash with awe. That look in his eyes was filled with admiration, tinged with regret, and concealed beneath it all was a subtle warmth. Then he slowly lifted his head, his gaze finally settling upon the 2 CP0 agents. There was no killing intent, no anger, only an unfathomable calm. He extended a single hand, an invisible yet terrifying pressure, so formidable it made the very space tremble, descended with a thunderous force. The 2 CP0 agents felt as though an invisible mountain had been mercilessly pressed upon them, their bones groaning under the weight, their legs shaking violently despite their mastery of the moonwalk technique. The man spoke. His voice was soft, yet it rang out across the night like an imperial edict. Begone. The instant that face appeared, it was as if the world had been muted. The gaze behind the masks of the two CP0 agents froze solid. There was no need for confirmation, nor for doubt. That face, that man, that sovereign aura commanding dominion over all, had long been seared into the very souls of every high-ranking official within the world government by the highest-level bounty notice. The revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon. One agent's internal channel crackled with hoarse electronic static mingled with electric bursts as he bellowed that forbidden name. The other forcibly suppressed the frantic pounding of his heart. His voice warped under intense strain as he issued the sternest warning to the figure before them. Revolutionary Dragon, what purpose brings you here? Lord Celestial Dragon is present. Do you intend to wage all-out war against the world government? His final words trembled ever so slightly, a shiver unnoticed even by himself. Aboard the Celestial Dragon's colossal ship, Jalmak Saint, who had been raging with fury, suddenly stiffened upon recognizing that face. His eyes, squeezed into mere slits by layers of fat, snapped wide open, bloodshot with red veins. Dragon is Dragon. He had identified him. That face was identical to the one cursed countless times by every celestial dragon. The face that adorned the highest bounty poster. The world's most notorious criminal. Ah! Utter terror erupted into a soul-shattering scream, piercing the night sky. Jalmak Saint's plump fingers trembled as they pointed toward Dragon suspended in midair, unleashing a beastly roar. Kill him! What are you two useless fools waiting for? Kill him! I order you, at all costs, tear his head from his shoulders. It was a death sentence issued by the world's aristocracy. The two CP0 agents who received the command felt a cold chill explode from their spines, instantly radiating through every limb and fiber. They understood better than anyone the terror embodied by the man before them. Yet orders were paramount. Roar! The agent in his fearsome wolf form howled to the heavens as his massive body swelled once more. His jet-black armament hockey flared like a living entity, instantly engulfing his mane and claws. He was burning his very life force. The other agent brought his hands together sharply, eyes blazing crimson, preparing to unleash his strongest ability yet, spatial lockdown Heaven's Net. However, all their preparations and desperate resolve were mere child's play in Dragon's eyes. He did not even grant them a glance. His gaze remained fixed, from beginning to end, on the golden-haired youth cradled by the wind, his face full of wonder. He spoke calmly, as if stating an irrefutable truth. In your wind, I sense a will to break free from all bonds. That is a yearning for freedom. As his words fell, Dragon finally moved. He simply raised a single index finger toward the two CP0 agents. Boom! An invisible sovereign aura, as tangible as a storm, descended instantly. The two, prepared to fight to the death, halted abruptly. How is this possible? The wolf form agent was horrified beyond measure. The strength he had gained by sacrificing his life, combined with the armament hockey enveloping his entire body, was forcibly suppressed beneath Dragon's Conqueror's hockey, rendering him immobile. The other agent was even more petrified. He frantically activated his lock fruit power, attempting to seal the space. Yet, as soon as his ability began to manifest, the intangible chains failed to fully form before being shattered and crushed outright by Dragon's overwhelming Conqueror's hockey. Such was the staggering disparity in power. Dragon withdrew his gaze from Sabo. At last, his serene and unruffled eyes fell upon the two imprisoned agents. He waved his hand dismissively, as though shooing away two bothersome flies. Whoosh! A violent gale materialized out of thin air, infused with jet-black, ink-like armament hockey honed to perfection. The wind was his weapon. Swish! Under the horrified eyes of all present, two figures were swept up by the tempest of armament hockey, transformed into two black meteors, and mercilessly slammed back onto the deck of the Celestial Dragon's colossal ship at a speed that tore the eye. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shaking explosions resounded. The specially reinforced deck, as fragile as a sheet of paper, was blasted into two deep, bottomless, humanoid-shaped craters. The two smoking pits appeared precisely at Jalmak Saint's feet. Within the craters lay the world government's top-tier agents, their bones shattered utterly, their expensive suits fused grotesquely with their mangled flesh, rendered unconscious on the spot, their breaths so faint they could extinguish at any moment. One move. No, this could not even be called a move. One glance, one raised hand, one flick. Two CP0 agents, annihilated in an instant. Far away, atop the black ship, Ivankov's enormous, extravagantly made-up face gaped open wide enough to swallow a basketball. Dragon boy, this is utterly outrageous. Haha. He was so shocked that even his trademark catchphrase was distorted. And on the distant shores of the Goa kingdom, the consciousness of the White Knight chuckled softly. The power to rewrite fate is truly formidable. After such a long detour, it seems Sabo has ultimately fallen into your hands. Dragon. On the battlefield, having dealt with the troublesome pests, Dragon-S gaze finally crossed the sea, resting upon the magnificent colossal ship and the world aristocrat who had been left utterly petrified. He said nothing. He emitted no killing intent. Only a calm, steady stare. Yet it was precisely this gaze that became the final straw breaking Jalmak Saint S' spirit. Ah, the corpulent body of the celestial dragon trembled violently, the waves of fat undulating like a restless sea. In his eyes, the world had been reduced to nothing but those profound, icy eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the very soul. That was the judgment of a god. With a heavy thud, Jalmak Saint S' legs gave way, and his over 200-kilogram corpulent frame collapsed heavily onto the deck. A pungent, acrid liquid seeped swiftly down his luxurious trouser legs, spreading rapidly over the polished planks. A world noble utterly terrified by a single glance. Having completed this, Dorag withdrew his gaze. He no longer looked at that heap of filthy refuse, as if even a single lingering glance would sully his own eyes. His vision returned to the blonde youth, who from beginning to end had been engulfed in profound shock. Observing the complex mixture of astonishment, bewilderment, and a faint trace of reverence in the boyish eyes, Dorag's resolute countenance softened, rare lines of gentleness briefly gracing his face. He slowly extended his hand toward Sabo and calmly uttered 2 words. Let us go. Dorag's outstretched hand hovered midair, bone-defined, brimming with strength, and exuding an authority that brooked no refusal. Yet Sabo's gaze passed over the hand abruptly, turning sharply toward the direction of the Goa kingdom. The towering flames set the night sky ablaze with a crimson glow. The scent of despair rode the wind, stinging his skin. No. Sabo's voice trembled as he clenched his fists. I cannot leave. Ace and Luffy are still there, and everyone uncertain of their final destination. I cannot fathom what rash acts those 2 foolish brothers might commit if I were to depart now. Nor can I abandon the innocents struggling amidst the inferno. Dorag was unsurprised by Sabo's refusal. He quietly withdrew his hand and also cast his gaze toward the burning kingdom. You need not worry, his voice steady, imbued with an all-knowing serenity. Before my men arrive, the fire will have already been ignited. And before you arrived, my subordinates have already ventured into that sea of flames. Dorag's tone bore no fluctuation, as though stating an established truth. Those tasked with purification would be purified. The flames would be extinguished, and the residents relocated. Sabo spun around suddenly, his pupils contracting sharply as he stared incredulously at the man before him. This man had known everything about the Goa kingdom even before his arrival? Had he even arranged the conclusion? An indescribable shock surged through Sabo's entire being. He had thought himself a lone warrior, a solitary torchbearer igniting light in the darkness. Yet before this man, his all-out resistance seemed utterly insignificant. This opponent had already woven a vast net encompassing the entire kingdom, perhaps even the whole world. A cold despair named hopelessness rose from the soles of his feet, a complete disillusionment with the aristocratic and celestial dragon system. Yet a flame called hope ignited within his chest, fueled by the overwhelming strength and will displayed by the man before him, powerful enough to overturn everything. Sabo no longer hesitated. He drew a deep breath and solemnly bowed deeply to Dorag. I understand. A gentle yet irresistible wind appeared from nowhere, softly lifting his bowed form. This breeze was more refined and composed than his own strength. It steadily bore Sabo over the sea, delivering him securely onto the pitch-black, ghostly Revolutionary Army ship. Yo-ho-ho-ho. No sooner had Sabo regained his footing than a man with exaggerated makeup and a disproportionately large head approached, emitting a peculiar laugh. The dragon boy actually brought a kid back himself. The sun must be rising in the west today. Haha. Ivankov, the queen of the Okama, pinched his chin curiously as he scrutinized Sabo. Other Revolutionary Army officers aboard also cast astonished glances. They knew their leader all too well. This man was forever an iceberg, always scheming grand upheavals to overturn the world's order. Bringing a youth back to the ship? That was unprecedented. That kid's name, an officer's sharp eyes noted, and that gust of wind just now, was that a devil fruit power? Felt different somehow. Ivankov's gaze landed precisely on the ornament at Sabo's waist, shimmering with a faint azure glow. What's this sparkling thing? Never seen it before. Let me have a look. Just as he reached out to touch it, Dorag's figure appeared at the cabin doorway. Ivankov, take him to my cabin. Dragon boy, you... Ivankov started, but upon meeting Dorag's calm, unruffled eyes, he immediately shrank back. All right, you're such a stingy man. Haha. Inside the cabin, the decor was pared down to the utmost simplicity. A single table, one chair, and a massive map on the wall encompassing the 4 seas and the Grand Line. The atmosphere was oppressively suffocating. Dorag sat in the sole chair, hands clasped before him, his deep gaze fixed on Sabo. Your name? Sabo. A noble, came the reply. Dorag's tone was flat, emotionless. Why do you oppose the celestial dragons? For that pile of garbage? I am not fighting for the garbage heap. Sabo's head snapped up, his azure eyes blazing with flame. I fight to protect the innocent, to safeguard my 2 most precious brothers. Clenching his fists, he poured out his loathing for the aristocratic cage, his yearning for true freedom, and his experience of pledging brotherhood with Ace and Luffy atop Kalpo Mountain, sharing a cup of sake in solemn bond. That place is my true home. Ace and Luffy are my real family. All I do is to protect them. When the name Luffy escaped Sabo's lips, the eternally unchanging icy mask on Dorag's face subtly loosened for the first time. The air inside the cabin instantly thickened, heavy and suffocating. Dorag remained silent for a long moment before speaking in a low voice. What is that boy's full name? Monkey D. Luffy, Sabo answered instinctively, puzzled by the question. Why? No sooner had he spoken than regret washed over him. For he saw the man opposite, the man hailed as the world's most notorious criminal, sink into a long, death-like silence. Those deep eyes churned with emotions so complex that Sabo could not begin to comprehend them. A tempest brewed in their depths, long enough that Sabo felt as though he might suffocate. Finally, Dorag spoke again, his voice tinged with a difficulty even he had not noticed. Monkey D. Luffy is my son. Boom! Sabo's mind utterly crashed. He stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide as saucers, mouth agape, unable to utter a single sound. What? Son? That foolish younger brother of Luffy, who is always grinning idiotically and getting into trouble whenever he is not devouring meat. His father is this very man before us, who just effortlessly annihilated CP0, and whose mere glance sent the celestial dragons trembling with fear. A godlike figure akin to a deity or demon. ISNT Luffy's grandfather, the Navy hero Garp. What kind of ridiculous joke is this? Just as Sabo's worldview shattered into fragments, and he found himself in a state of spiritual dislocation, the cabin door burst open with a bang. Ivankov sashayed in, twisting his waist, and immediately caught sight of Sabo's ghostly expression. Well, what's the matter, little Sabo boy? Scared by Dragon Boy? Are you? Then, shifting his gaze to Sabo, his enormous face was etched with gossip. By the way, little Sabo boy, what exactly is this power you have to control the wind? That's not a devil fruit, is it? Tell me all about it. Sabo was still reeling from the shock, but upon Ivankov's inquiry, he almost mechanically began to recount. He described the man named Byakuya he had encountered in the kingdom of Goa. He described the mysterious shop called the Replica Shop. He narrated how he, Ace, and Luffy had entered that otherworldly realm called Teyvat, and how he had obtained this ornament named the Wind Elemental Goddess I, through which he gained the power to command the wind. Ivankov listened, dumbfounded, his mouth agape wider and wider. Replica Shop? Goddess I? A power that grants superhuman abilities out of thin air. What kind of Arabian Nights tale is this? He exclaimed. Yet, he failed to notice that the moment the words Byakuya and Replica Shop slipped from Sabo's lips, the usually silent Dorag suddenly leaned forward sharply. For the first time, his deep eyes ignited with a light called shock. It wasn't because of his son, nor the celestial dragons. It was due to a brand new variable that could shake all his knowledge and schemes to their core. You say the owner named Byakuya is currently in Windmill Village? Dorag's voice wavered for the first time as he interrupted Ivankov's exclamations, locking his gaze unwaveringly on Sabo. One can enter another world simply by paying belly, and even bring back powers not belonging to our world. Dorag's speech quickened as his mind raced, piecing together these fragmented pieces of information into a terrifying conclusion. A brand new system unbound by the rules of devil fruits, unrestricted by the world government's technological bans. A system where, as long as one has money, one can mass-produce formidable warriors. Dorag slowly reclined in his chair and closed his eyes. A tempest of overwhelming waves surged within his heart. What does the Revolutionary Army lack most? Top-tier combat strength, yes, but more so a backbone capable of rivaling the immense size of the Navy. If this replica shop is real, then what does it mean for the Revolutionary Army? What does it mean for the entire world? Dorag's eyes snapped open, and within their depths blazed a flame more intense and frenzied than the inferno that once consumed the kingdom of Goa. Baikuya. He whispered the name. Relay my orders. Change course. Head to the East Blue Windmill Village. Aboard the Navy's highest-grade warship en route to the East Blue, the atmosphere was leisurely. Oh my! Such splendid weather, Admiral Kizaru said, crossing his legs and lounging lazily on a deck chair, delicately filing his long nails with a refined nail file. The sunlight was just right, the sea breeze gentle. To him, this S-class secret mission was nothing more than a perfect paid vacation. Beside him, Gion, clad in full military attire, kept her hand on the hilt of her famed blade, Kabutawari, persistently practicing her sword swings. Her sharp gaze scanned the calm ocean, maintaining utmost vigilance at all times. This starkly contrasted with Kizaru's languid posture, forming a vivid and comical juxtaposition. I say, Gion-chan, there's no need to be so tense. Kizaru drawled in his signature elongated, teasing tone without looking up. This is the weakest part of the East Blue, you know. There aren't even many decent pirates here. Relax, just relax a little. Gion snorted coldly. It's precisely this East Blue that has produced an opponent capable of defeating Admiral Kazan in 3 minutes. Wherever in the world that may be, it deserves the highest degree of caution, Mr. Borsellino. Besides, I'm here to become stronger. For the Navy's justice, I will become the world's greatest female swordswoman. Oh ho ho, such a terrifying fighting spirit. I should record this on the Den Den Mushi. Marshal Sengoku would surely be moved to tears upon seeing it. Kizaru exaggeratedly shook his shoulders and resumed filing his nails. Just then, brr kacha. An urgent, off-key ringing of the Den Den Mushi suddenly shattered the tranquility. The sound came from the ornate golden Den Den Mushi strapped to Kizaru's wrist, an encrypted line reserved exclusively for Navy admirals. Gion's expression changed instantly. Kizaru ceased his nail filing at last. He leisurely raised his wrist and lazily pressed the answer button. Hello. It's me, Marshal Sengoku. Is something the matter? The next moment, Borsellino. Take this seriously. The golden Den Den Mushi vividly mimicked Marshal Sengoku's livid, vein-bulging face. The volume was so loud that the cabin windows vibrated. Kizaru rubbed his ear, yet his face still bore that world-weary, nonchalant expression. Oh dear, such a temper, Marshal Sengoku. Did you eat some expired senbei? Cut the chatter. Listen carefully. Urgent intelligence. Just now, Celestial Dragon Jalmak Saint was attacked in the waters of the Kingdom of Goa. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Oh, that really doesn't elicit any sympathy from me. That's not the main point, that worthless fool. Sengoku roared. Oh, please continue. Kizaru rolled over leisurely. Who dares to violate the world's order? It's terrifying indeed. After a brief silence, Marshal Sengoku sighed on the other end of the Den Den Mushi. The attacker is Monkey D. Dorag. The moment that name escaped from the Den Den Mushi, time seemed to freeze for an instant. The gentle sea breeze on the deck turned chillingly cold. Gion's hand gripping her sword tightened suddenly, her knuckles whitening from the strain. For the first time, her sharp eyes showed an uncontrollable horror. That man, the world's most heinous criminal, the only revolutionary bold and capable enough to directly challenge the world government's dominion. How could he appear in the East Blue and attack a celestial dragon? Compared to Gion's shock, Kizaru's reaction was somewhat sluggish. He merely stopped filing his nails, set the nail file aside, and slowly sat upright in his lounge chair. His face still wore that lazy expression, but his signature amber sunglasses slid down just a little. Oh dear. Marshal Sengoku Admiral Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses and spoke in a tone more drawn out and irksome than usual. Getting old. My ears aren't as sharp as they used to be. Who did you say just now? The golden Den Den Mushi remained silent for 2 seconds. Then, a roar erupted from the other end, like a volcanic eruption from Fleet Admiral Sengoku's mouth.
Monkey des Dragons.
Admiral Sengoku. The voice thundered. I repeat, the one who attacked the celestial dragon Jalmak Saint is none other than the revolutionary dragon. Did you hear me clearly? This time Kizaru caught every word. His usual languid expression finally showed a hint of seriousness. Oh ho ho, what a truly formidable figure. Kizaru rose to his feet, stretched lazily, his bones crackling audibly. He walked to the ship's railing and gazed out over the boundless sea, his tone suddenly sincere and earnest. Admiral Sengoku, surely you don't expect me to deal with dragon, do you? SNT, that's supposed to be Captain Garp's job? The voice from the Den Den Mushi turned icy. Dragon's presence in the East Blue is suspicious. As the Navy's top combat force, this is your duty. Oh dear, you can't say it like that. Kizaru's tone shifted abruptly to one of feigned heartbreak, clutching his chest with a face full of sorrow and reluctance. That dragon fellow and I are like brothers, beloved comrades. Back in the day, we drank and talked together as friends. Now you want me to go after him? This is quite the predicament. I'll need extra pay. Nearby, Gion listened with his mouth agape. Heavy breathing echoed from the other end of the den mushi. It was the sound of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's blood pressure skyrocketing in fury. After more than 10 seconds, his voice, suffused with barely contained rage, was painfully forced out word by word. Kizaru, listen carefully. If you fail this task, I will assign you to the New World. The New World? Kizaru's sunglasses reflected Sengoku's furious face with crystal clarity. Chasing down the worst scoundrels is my duty as a Navy Admiral, Kizaru said with an exaggerated sigh and open hands. Who else would want to spend extended time in that monstrous paradise called the New World? Aside from battle-crazed maniacs like Sakazuki, this old bone of mine can't endure such torment. Sakazuki, now is not the time for your antics. Listen carefully. Sengoku's voice was laden with unprecedented gravity. Forget about the celestial dragon for the time being. He won't die. The CP organization has already helped him escape. Dragon did not deliver a killing blow. So, your meaning is? Kizaru dragged out his words as usual, but the eyes behind his tinted glasses no longer held a trace of amusement. Sengoku's voice was weary and solemn. Why did Dragon appear in the East Blue? And why precisely at this moment in the Goa Kingdom? The timing is all wrong. Sengoku's calm analysis was sharp. If it weren't for his knowledge of Captain Garp's nature, he might have suspected that Garp was the one who leaked the White Knight's information to Dragon. You mean Dragon's appearance in the East Blue is connected to the White Knight boss? Kizaru probed. Highly likely. Sengoku nodded. I have analyzed it with Ahe, and we cannot find any reasonable cause for him to be in the East Blue at this time. We must prepare for the worst. Kizaru said nothing, simply listening attentively. Listen carefully, Kizaru. Your primary mission has changed. Sengoku's voice dropped to a near whisper. Each word weighted with immense gravity. At all costs, remember, at all costs, you must prevent Dragon from contacting that man called White Knight. Oh dear, this really is... Kizaru was about to make a witty remark to lighten the mood. Finally got some time off, and yet I run into a fallen brother from the same master. It's all the master's fault for not teaching us better techniques. Furthermore, Sengoku interrupted brusquely. The situation at sea is very troubling. Some blasted fool leaked the news of Kuzan's defeat in the East Blue. Now, the entire ocean is in turmoil because of it. Whitebeard, Kaido, the Golden Lion, and those monsters entrenched in the New World have all set their sights on the weakest East Blue. Do you understand what this means? Kizaru's expression froze completely. He understood all too well. He was beginning to regret undertaking this mission. If the Revolutionary Army or pirates gain the power of the replica shop, Sengoku's voice trembled with unprecedented fear. The Revolutionary Army will receive an endless stream of powerful allies. The four emperors will become even more lawless. The balance of the entire world will be utterly overturned. The consequences would be unimaginable. Kizaru, we cannot gamble. The Navy cannot afford to. Kacha. The den mushi was slammed down. A deathly silence descended upon the deck. Kizaru slowly turned around. The trademark cynical smile that usually adorned his face vanished completely for the first time. In its place was a rare expression, one of profound trouble. Oh dear. He removed his sunglasses and rubbed his throbbing temples with his fingers. This has truly turned from a paid vacation into a real overtime nightmare. His languid tone remained, but its core had entirely transformed. It was the vexed and grave mood of one who must give his all, unable to slack off. He straightened his posture. In the next instant, his entire body shattered into countless shimmering golden particles. The terrifying aura of the Navy's Supreme Combat Force was unleashed without reservation, causing the entire warship to groan under the tremendous strain. Gion. Kizaru's voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed from the particles of light. Transmit my orders. Gion, his face grave, suddenly looked up, full speed ahead. The moment the words fell, a dazzling golden beam tore through the tranquil sky. That beam shot toward the deepest part of the East Blue at a speed beyond the limits of the ship and beyond human visual perception. Only a golden trail lingered on the sea surface for a long time afterward. Marine Ford. Fleet Admiral's office. Kacha. With a heavy slam, the den mushi was disconnected, and the room sank into brief silence. Fleet Admiral Sengoku exhaled a long, heavy breath, filled with an indescribable exhaustion and weight. He raised his hand and pressed hard against his throbbing temples, feeling as if all the most difficult problems he had ever dealt with in his life combined paled in comparison to the fatigue of this day. Though Kizaru usually appeared carefree and undisciplined, in moments like this, he was more reliable than anyone else. Beside him, Commander Tsuru lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves. His tone remained as calm as ever, carrying a soothing power that could comfort the soul. Let us hope so. Warlord Sengoku replied with a bitter smile, setting his hand down, his gaze heavy with solemnity. The East Blue can no longer be described merely as a whirlpool. With a heavy fist, Sengoku struck the desk. It is, quite simply, the end of the world. Don't forget that bastard Garp is there too. Tsuru sipped his tea deliberately. With those two naval powerhouses present, at least the situation can be kept stable. Mentioning Garp, Sengoku's expression twisted into something more complex. Both relief and headache mingled within it. That man is the greatest wild card of all. Sengoku sighed and leaned back in his chair. You're right. Having them there is certainly better than not. After a brief silence, Sengoku's hawk-like, piercing eyes turned cold once more. The pressing question now is, how did the information leak out? Kazan's report is top secret, classified at the highest S level. Only a handful of people have access to it. Sengoku's gaze swept across every corner of the office, his voice laced with a bone-chilling chill. Could it be that a traitor has emerged among us? Tsuru set down his teacup, the clink of porcelain against wood sharp and clear. He shook his head. No, it should not be that. Oh? Sengoku cast a questioning look. Think carefully. What kind of intelligence is currently circulating in the new world? Tsuru's eyes gleamed with wisdom, as if piercing through all facades to strike the core. Rumors only say that a Navy admiral suffered a devastating defeat in the East Blue, but no one knows it was Kazan. They only know the location was the East Blue, but not the specific island. Most importantly, the names Replica Shop and Byakuya, two names capable of driving the world into madness, have not spread at all. Each of Tsuru's words was like a precise scalpel, dissecting the chaotic situation layer by layer. Sengoku instantly grasped his meaning. The tension in his nerves eased slightly, but his expression remained grim. Are you saying the insider ISNT of a high rank? Exactly. Tsuru nodded, confirming his suspicion. This rat likely only pieced together the keywords Admiral East Blue and defeat through eavesdropping or from some logistics personnel. He has no clear understanding of the full truth and can only spread these fragmented, sensational pieces of intelligence to sow confusion. Upon hearing this conclusion, Sengoku exhaled deeply. That is indeed a small mercy amid misfortune. Had the names Byakuya and his abilities been leaked, I dare not imagine the insane measures the world government and celestial dragons would take. That man himself told Kazan that he could resurrect the dead. Even so, this is enough. Sengoku gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples. Just a few keywords nearly ignited the entire new world. That damned rat. Don't let me catch him. This actually shows that our core secrecy mechanisms have yet to be fully penetrated. Tsuru's voice remained calm. This rat is deeply concealed. To transmit intelligence from the heavily guarded Marineford to Don Quixote da Flamingo's hands is no ordinary feat. We will investigate slowly. As long as he wishes to continue passing information, he will eventually reveal his tale. Tsuru rose and walked to the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the magnificent naval fortress below. Now, all our focus must be on the East Blue. That is the stage upon which the world's fate will be decided. In the kingdom of Goa, the town of Fuchsia within the Odaluk family estate, an absurd scene unfolded in the study. A room that usually radiated luxury and power. On the exquisite Persian carpet, Odaluk III, his flamboyantly adorned wife, and their pride and joy, their youngest son, Steli, were all roughly pinned to the floor. Two small figures radiated an oppressive aura that was impossible to meet with ease. Ace stood in the center of the study. The flames burning upon his fists flickered over his freckled face in a dance of light and shadow, outlining a savage beauty. Luffy, hands on hips, cheeks puffed, glared angrily at the nobles sprawled on the ground, who were usually high and mighty. You people. Odaluk III slumped on the floor, trembling uncontrollably, yet still striving to maintain his ludicrous noble demeanor. He forced a stiff smile and spoke in a self-righteous, lecturing tone. Children, you're still young. Don't be so impulsive in your actions. Violence solves nothing. Please do not tread the path of crime. Ace tilted his head, his mouth curling into a dangerously sharp grin. He had no patience to waste on this man. His fists, engulfed in roaring flames, slowly advanced. The searing heat struck Odaluk III's face, distorting it. He could even smell the scent of his burning hair. Don't waste my time with useless talk. Ace's voice was calm, but beneath the calm lay a volcano about to erupt. Order immediately. Cancel the plan to incinerate the uncertain object S terminal station. The threat of death was so palpable. Odaluk III screamed in terror, all dignity lost. And no. It's not me. This plan was approved by His Majesty the King. It's the King's decree. I'm just a noble. I merely proposed it. I have no authority to revoke the King's order. Oh? Ace's smile turned increasingly sinister. Can't do it, huh? He withdrew his fist and regarded the nearly petrified man with amusement. That's fine. The garbage dump still needs someone to light the fire, and I think you're perfect for the job. If you can't do it, I'll be the first to toss you into the uncertain object S terminal station, turning you into ash alongside the trash you wanted to burn. There was not a trace of jest in Ace's words. He truly meant to kill him. This realization shattered Odaluk III's sanity completely. In utter terror, he grasped at the last straw he could think of. He screamed at the top of his lungs, using every ounce of strength. You can't do this to me. I am Sabo's father, his biological father. You are his brothers. You cannot harm your brother's father. He believed that blood ties were the final barrier. However, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ace laughed as if he had just heard the world's most hilarious joke, clutching his stomach, his laughter filled with unmasked scorn and mockery. He straightened up and looked down at the man on the floor with those eyes burning with fury. Father, you trash don't even deserve to utter that word. Let me tell you, if Sabo knew what I intended to do, he'd be the first to applaud and then personally throw you in there. Before Odaluk III could react, Ace stepped forward and leaned close to his ear. In a voice so faint that only the two of them could hear, he casually uttered a message so devastating it could condemn him to eternal ruin. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, your precious son has already gone alone to the harbor to protect those people on the garbage mountain. He intends to stop the Celestial Dragon's ship. Boom! The words Celestial Dragons struck like a silent black lightning bolt, shattering the spirit of Odaluk III. In that instant, the terror, panic, and fleeting hope on his face all froze. Immediately afterward, every trace of color drained from his face at a visible speed, turning ghostly pale, as if he were a corpse. Attack the Celestial Dragons? What kind of notion was that? It meant the entire kingdom of Goa would be wiped off the map. It meant that his Odaluk family, the noble lineage he so proudly bore, would be uprooted and utterly destroyed in the most brutal manner imaginable. Compared to the destruction of his family, compared to the wrath of the Celestial Dragons, his own life and even the merit of burning the garbage mountain became utterly insignificant. No! A terror deeper than death completely devoured Odaluk III's reason. The will to survive erupted within him like never before. He had to sever all ties. He must sever all ties with that rebellious son. Completely and irrevocably. That traitor. That damn traitor. Odaluk III screamed hysterically, his voice sharp and grating. He wants to destroy our entire family. He wants to ruin the Odaluk lineage. I do not have such a son. I never gave birth to him. He suddenly scrambled to his feet, pointing toward the door, to the empty air, to Ace and Luffy, to his terrified wife and son, and with all his might, he unleashed the most venomous curse and proclamation of his life. I, Odaluk III, from this moment forth, disown that sinner Sabo as my son. From now on, he is no longer my child. His fate, his sins, have nothing whatsoever to do with the Odaluk family ever again. At that moment, the fury on Ace's face dissolved entirely into utmost contempt and disgust. Luffy's eyes widened. His young mind could not comprehend how a father could utter such words, yet he could clearly feel the repulsive ugliness radiating from this man. You're pathetic, Luffy, he clenched his fist. Absolutely pathetic. Ace completely lost interest in further entangling himself with this worthless man. Coercion? It was now utterly meaningless. He grabbed Odaluk III by the collar as he continued to shout hysterically about disowning his son, dragging him up from the floor as though pulling along a dead dog. If you can't make decisions for yourself, then I'll take you to someone who can. Ace sneered, baring his white teeth. Aren't you the one who proposed the burning plan? Then I'll drag you before the king and have you tell him yourself that this plan must be cancelled. Ah, let me go, you brute, dear. Amid his wife's terrified screams and Odaluk III's futile curses, Ace dragged him out of the study without looking back. In a corner of the disheveled room, the youngest son, Stelly, who had remained silent throughout, watched his father being dragged away and listened to the curses directed at his troublemaking older brother, Sabo. His eyes showed neither sympathy nor fear. Instead, those eyes, far beyond his years, flickered with a nearly fanatic fire of ambition for power and inheritance. Brother has been disowned. East blue, the coast of Windmill Village. The azure sky stretched without a cloud, and the sea breeze carried a salty tang across the golden sands. By the shore, Byakuya lounged lazily on a beach chair, holding an exquisite fishing rod with the line cast into the calm sea, utterly motionless. Beside him, on a massive reef, the marine hero Garp grinned widely, laughing uproariously. In stark contrast to Byakuya's empty fish basket at his feet, Garp's own basket was brimming with lively, flapping big fish. Ha ha ha, Byakuya kid, you're hopeless. Garp effortlessly reeled in another plump sea fish and tossed it precisely into his basket. Byakuya glanced at his fishing line, as still as a pool of stagnant water, then at the overjoyed old man beside him. His handsome face darkened visibly. You must be cheating, Byakuya said expressionlessly. You used your observation haki to sense the fish underwater. There's no way you'd be this lucky otherwise. Ha ha ha. Slander. Pure slander. Garp laughed even louder, beating his chest as he indignantly retorted. When I fish, I rely on skill and patience. You're just not sincere enough. Pointing at Byakuya's spotless, mirror-like fish basket, he jeered using a newly learned phrase. You're just an Air Force, got it? Air Force. Ha ha ha. Now I finally understand why the world government never had an Air Force. Because the Air Force is fishing here. Byakuya's eye twitched sharply. He realized that the broad-faced old man had, over time, learned some bad habits from him. Not just relying on brute strength to make his point, but now using trash talk to unsettle his opponent. Byakuya gazed at Garp softly. Vice Admiral Garp, he began slowly, his voice low but clear enough to reach Garp's ears. In light of your atrocious mockery just now, I hereby solemnly inform you that from now on, every copy and ticket you consume with me will be permanently doubled in price. Haha, what? Garp's laughter abruptly stopped like a duck's quack choked off. The wild grin on his face instantly froze, then within a second, shifted into an obsequious, flattering smile. Ahem. Boss Byakuya, just now I was speaking without thinking. I'm just an old fool. You're magnanimous. Please don't stoop to arguing with an old man like me. Watching the once boastful marine hero now groveling, Byakuya's lips finally curled into a faint smile. As the two bantered, Byakuya's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the direction of the kingdom of Goa. At the far end of that coastline, faint black smoke curled upward, glaring starkly against the azure sky. He casually asked, Hey old man, leaving something as huge as burning the garbage mountain to those 3 kids? Isn't that a bit too reckless for a grandfather? Garp, busy tossing a freshly caught fish into Byakuya's basket, laughed heartily in response. Ha ha ha, that's my grandson, Monkey D. Garp, they're not ordinary kids. Their path must be theirs to walk. Garp's laughter brimmed with unrestrained pride and absolute trust. Byakuya smiled ambiguously. Well, that was true. One was a man destined to become the Pirate King, another the future 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the third, even more formidable, had directly become the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. None of these 3 youngsters were to be taken lightly. Yet, seeing that old man, Sengoku, wearing such a relaxed and carefree expression, Byakuya couldn't help but feel a pang of unease in his heart. He had to find something for him to do. Byakuya's thoughts delved into the system, rapidly flipping through the list of dungeons. Moments later, upon spotting the name of a newly refreshed dungeon, a darkly pleased smile of satisfaction involuntarily appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who was foolishly grinning beside him, suddenly shivered inexplicably, sensing a chill down his spine. Hey Kizaru. Byakuya's voice sounded again. I just happen to have a dungeon that suits you perfectly. Wanna give it a look? This time, no charge. No charge? Byakuya's light remark was like tossing a block of ice into a calm pot of oil. Kizaru's arrogant smile instantly froze. His wide eyes, as round as copper bells, stared fixedly at Byakuya, the vigilance in them nearly overflowing. Free? That kid can actually say those words? Has the sun risen from the west? Kizaru's mind raced, recalling every word Byakuya had uttered near his ear these past few days. Word for word. Oh dear, Kazan is still too young. If you go, that guy called Uchiha Madara definitely wouldn't last a single round. Vice Admiral Kizaru, how can a man say no? It's just a mid-level dungeon. I'm sure you can restore the Navy's honor. This difficulty is just a warm-up for you. The main thing is the experience to the fullest. That boy's face, bearing an innocent smile, perfectly overlapped with the expression he wore now. Kizaru immediately understood. No such thing as a free lunch. That kid was clearly up to no good, wanting to see this Navy hero get beaten up in the dungeon. Kizaru admitted his strength was indeed a notch above that inexperienced brat Kazan. But the problem was, The enemy had been so formidable that Kazan was forced to quit the dungeon within 3 minutes, barely able to retaliate. That wasn't something a mere power gap could account for. If he went in, the best outcome would be to hold out a few minutes longer than Kazan. Then what? Get kicked out looking like a beaten dog? Becoming fresh fodder for that kid-s mockery? Free? Kizaru's wide eyes remained fixed on Byakuya, the suspicion nearly bursting out. He scrutinized Byakuya from head to toe, his gaze like that of a master fraud investigator. You really that kind-hearted? Byakuya seemed deeply wounded by the remark, clutching his chest with one hand, his handsome face contorted with anguished sorrow. Vice Admiral Kizaru, those words cut me to the core. What kind of friendship do we have? I consider you one of my own, yet you doubt me so? I do this for whom, if not for your sake? For the Navy's dignity. Kizaru curled his lip in disbelief. For the old man's sake? For the Navy's face? He dug his finger into his ear and glanced sideways at Byakuya. If you were truly so noble, you'd just hand the dungeon over to the Navy for free, so we could mass-produce strong warriors and unify the seas. That one do. This is a small business. Byakuya immediately shook his head, then donned an earnest expression as if sincerely concerned for him. Think about it. Kazan was beaten like that. Where is the Navy's prestige? The rumors outside are spreading like wildfire. Only you, Navy hero Monkey D. Kizaru, can personally step in and reclaim the ground, silencing all those idle tongues. Byakuya spoke with passion, almost convincing himself. Rest assured. He patted his chest and vowed resolutely, I swear, I stake my dungeon shop's reputation on it. The dungeon I'm recommending this time is tailor-made for you. With your strength, you just stroll through it. You'll be among the elite fighters. There will be no repeat of Kazan's humiliating defeat. At last, a crack appeared in Kizaru's skepticism. He indeed cared deeply about Kazan's crushing loss. It was not merely the failure of a Navy admiral but a severe blow to the Navy's highest combat power. If he could enter and perform well. Kizaru stroked the coarse stubble on his chin, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Really? He was still somewhat uneasy. Don't trick me. If I go in and come out beaten and humiliated, I'll tear down this sorry setup of yours. Seeing his prey about to bite, Byakuya wore an innocently harmless smile, casting his final and most lethal bait. To show my sincerity, and to celebrate the Navy's upcoming great victory. Byakuya leaned closer and lowered his voice, tinged with mysterious seduction. This time, if you clear the dungeon, I'll double the reward. Double? Those words thundered like a bolt of lightning in Kizaru's mind. The previous chakra refinement technique had already exhilarated him beyond measure, boosting his combat power by 30% out of thin air. If there was yet another, and the reward was doubled, such a vision was too beautiful to even imagine. All suspicion and vigilance vanished instantly before those 4 words. Double the reward. Puhaha. Kizaru slapped his thigh with a thunderous laugh, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. You said it, boy. He pointed a thick finger, nearly poking Byakuya's nose. A gentleman's word is his bond. I'm off to face this dungeon you speak of. If you dare deceive me, just wait. Byakuya maintained his innocently benign smile, like a genuine, caring boy next door. He patted Kizaru's shoulder, his tone utterly sincere. Rest assured, Vice Admiral Kizaru, you will be thoroughly satisfied. This dungeon will be absolutely spectacular. Byakuya's eyes were crystal clear, devoid of any impurity. Yet deep within his heart, a silent whisper flowed gently. But he wondered, this time, facing that grandson standing upon the execution platform, the one who had seen the world beyond, what choice would he make? I eagerly anticipated, Navy hero. Kizaru remained oblivious to this, immersed solely in the ecstasy of the impending doubled reward. He tossed his fishing rod aside. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, exuding an unstoppable and eager fighting spirit. Puhaha. Fine. I want to see what kind of world deserves such a reward. Come on, Byakuya boy. Don't dawdle. As you wish. Byakuya smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. His consciousness sank into the system, and before his eyes, a cerulean luminous screen, visible only to him, suddenly unfurled. Countless dungeon names streaked across like shooting stars. Battle of New York, Cyber Asylum, Ant King's Rebellion. Bai Ye's gaze ultimately fixed upon one freshly refreshed dungeon, emitting a faint sanguine glow. Dungeon level, intermediate, dungeon name, the Summit War, dungeon synopsis. The greatest war since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. The Navy headquarters has mustered 100,000 elite troops. The 7 warlords of the sea stand in stern formation, all to publicly execute the Pirate King's son. Port Gas D. Ace, the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, will lead his mightiest pirate crew to rescue his family, engaging the Navy in a climactic battle that will shake the world. Clearance condition. Join either the Navy or pirate faction and aid your side to ultimate victory. Dungeon rating. Calculated based on the participant's contribution during the war. Found it. A playful smirk curled at the corner of Bai Ye's lips. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the sanguine dungeon name. Then, I wish you an enjoyable experience. No sooner had the words fallen than, before Captain Garp could react, a blinding white light engulfed him utterly in an instant. When the radiance dissipated, on the beach remained only an empty lounge chair and a fishing basket nearly overflowing. That familiar sensation of weightlessness returned. That boundless, deathly silent darkness enveloped him once again. Captain Garp had arrived in this strange realm once more. Here he was again. He curled his lips, crossed his arms, and floated skillfully in the void, no longer gripped by the panic of his first encounter. Yet this did not signify numbness. On the contrary, the more dungeons he experienced, the deeper the shock that reverberated within his heart. Each entry into this place felt like perusing the chronicles of countless worlds. His Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. His heart, tempered to steel-like hardness, now fostered a profound reverence. All these unfathomable, utterly illogical worlds, were they truly creations of that white-haired youth? Could this boy really be some sort of deity? Perhaps one who delights in toying with mortals as a cruel whim? As Captain Garp's mind trembled violently, the shards of all surrounding worlds suddenly accelerated their rotation. Streams of light intertwined, ultimately converging into a fixed image. A cerulean sky, a crescent-shaped bay. Tens of thousands of Navy soldiers clad in white uniforms, solemn expressions etched upon their faces, and a towering, sky-piercing, frigid execution platform. A cold, grandiose mechanical voice thundered in Garp's mind. Dungeon selected. The Summit War. Mission objective. Please choose your faction. Streams of light intertwined once more, culminating in the same fixed scene. The cerulean sky, the crescent bay, the tens of thousands of solemn Navy soldiers in white, and the towering, icy execution platform. Garp's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a needle's tip. He saw clearly. He saw with unmistakable clarity the figure on the execution platform, bound by seastone chains, kneeling there, black hair, wild and defiant, a face marked by unwillingness and rage, a chest adorned with the emblem of Whitebeard's pirate crew, the symbol of their honor. It was Ace. His gaze abruptly shifted downward, landing upon three figures standing side by side beneath the platform, all achingly familiar. Sengoku, Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino. Garp's mind went utterly blank with a buzzing silence. This was the future? Two blazing characters, burning with flames of different colors, appeared before Garp. Navy. Pirate one represented the cause to which he had devoted his entire life, the justice he upheld. The other represented his bloodline, his family. Garp froze completely, blood chilling within his veins. At last, he understood the meaning behind that fleeting, peculiar smile on that boy's face. The cold, grand mechanical voice reverberated once more. Please choose your faction. Garp's breath caught sharply. His gaze fell upon the word, Navy. That was the cause he had dedicated his life to. The justice he had enforced with iron fists. Within the image, beneath the execution platform, stood his lifelong comrade Sengoku, the three youngsters he had watched grow, and the 100,000 elite Navy soldiers bearing justice upon their backs. That was his home. His vision slowly, agonizingly shifted to the word pirate. Then, his gaze pierced through the word and landed upon the execution platform. Upon his kneeling grandson's figure, whose face was filled with unwillingness yet still held his head high. That was his family, his kin, whom he had failed to guide but loved deeply, bound by blood. On one side was justice, on the other, family. For the first time, Garp's colossal frame trembled uncontrollably. His iron fists, which had shattered countless legends, clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the force. What choice was there to make? He had fought his entire life for the Navy's justice. Yet now, this damned justice sought to claim the life of his family. To hell with justice. A wild thought, utterly unbidden, surged from deep within Garp's heart, startling even himself. He stood stunned. Then suddenly, he cracked a grin and emitted a low, suppressed, yet somewhat liberating laugh. Hehehe. Yes, he had been a Navy hero his entire life. Bearing that title, he had lost too much and sacrificed too much. He had not been by Roger's side, watching helplessly as his dear friend walked toward death. He had not been there for his own son, who had chosen a path at odds with the world. And now, even his grandson. Garp's eyes sharpened, growing wild. This was just a dungeon, wasn't it? He murmured to the void. Just an experience, right? Puhaha. He abruptly lifted his head and burst into that iconic manic laughter, though this time the sound was laced with indescribable complex emotions. Having been a Navy man all his life, sometimes he wanted to be a bastard. That white-haired brat said he would grant him a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Didn't he? Then, resolute determination seized Garp's gaze completely. He extended his thick, calloused index finger. Without the slightest hesitation between the options Navy and pirate, he pressed firmly on pirate. Let me see then, what it really feels like to be a pirate. Buzz. The moment he made his choice, all surrounding images shattered abruptly. Faction selected. Pirates. Mission objective. Successfully rescue Fire Fist Ace. Teleportation commencing. A blinding white light engulfed him once more. An endless cacophony of clamor and cries instantly flooded his ears. The darkness dissipated. The tumult and the metallic tang of blood immediately overwhelmed Vice Admiral Garp's senses. The thunder of cannon fire, the clash of swords, the roars and shouts of thousands, all converged into a fierce symphony of war. He stood upon the deck of an immense vessel. The prow bore the colossal figurehead of a whale, the Moby Dick. He was surrounded by the very enemies he had pursued his entire life. Pirates. Every one of them regarded him with the expression of encountering a ghost, weapons half raised. Their faces etched with shock, confusion, and unabashed hostility. Garp? The Navy hero Garp? How could he be here? Garp paid no heed to the rabble around him. His hawk-like, piercing eyes instantly locked onto the towering execution platform in the distance. He saw his cherished comrade Sengoku, solemn and dignified, standing before the stage. He saw Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino, the three young officers seated like gods of destruction. And then, he saw Ace, his grandson, bound in chains forged from sea stone, kneeling in disgrace. Exactly as he had witnessed moments before in the illusion. Garp's heart clenched fiercely. At that moment, a voice, magnified by countless den mushi, resounded like a divine decree, drowning out all the noise on Marineford. It was Sengoku. Listen well, you wicked pirates, and all those across the world watching this broadcast. The man to be executed today is guilty of sins far beyond merely being the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. He deliberately paused, allowing a suffocating tension to spread across the globe. Portgas D. Ace. Your biological father is none other than the root of all evil who ushered in the great pirate era. Pirate King Jewel D. Roger. The world seemed to freeze in that instant. Then followed an even more violent eruption of uproar and chaos. Like a volcanic explosion. On the execution platform, Ace, who had been bowing his head low, suddenly lifted his gaze. His face was the purest embodiment of anguish mixed with insulted fury. With every ounce of strength, he unleashed a roar that pierced the heavens, hoarse yet brimming with indomitable will. No! My only father is Whitebeard. That blood-curdling cry was Ace's final declaration of identity, a complete rejection of the bloodline imposed upon him. Garp heard it, every word drilled clearly into his ears. He merely stood there, on the enemy's warship, surrounded by countless pirates. He had long known Ace was Roger's son. What stunned him was Ace's desperate outcry. His mind, a tumultuous cauldron of fury, regret, and an odd sense of relief, suddenly fell silent. He blinked once, then again. An utterly absurd thought sprang unbidden into his consciousness. Wait a moment. Ace just said his father is Whitebeard? Edward Newgate? Garp's brow furrowed deeply as he slipped into an intense, oblivious contemplation. The logic was straightforward. Ace is my grandson. Ace's father is Whitebeard. Then his eyes snapped wide open, a strange light flickering deep within his pupils. His lips twitched uncontrollably. Does that mean I have become Whitebeard's father? A laugh, unable to be contained, escaped his lips. The Whitebeard pirates nearby tensed instantly, fearing he might attack. But Garp merely stood in place, his massive shoulders shaking violently. Fa-ha-ha! Fa-ha-ha-ha-ha! A deafening burst of laughter exploded from his chest, like a series of detonations reverberating wildly across the deck of the Moby Dick. He laughed until he doubled over, tears streaming from his eyes, his colossal frame trembling with the force of his mirth as he thumped his thighs. The Whitebeard pirates around him were utterly bewildered. Each gripped their blood-stained weapons tightly, their faces etched with expressions of utter disbelief. The Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp, the man who had chased the Pirate King for most of his life, one of the Navy's greatest powers, had suddenly appeared on their flagship at the most critical moment. He did not attack, nor did he speak. He simply stood there, facing the execution platform, laughing like a 300-pound fool. Hey, what is going on with this guy? A captain clutching a massive axe broke into a cold sweat, his voice dry as he questioned a comrade nearby. God knows. How did he get up here? Is this a trap? What does this lunatic want? Even Marco the Phoenix, whose bounty exceeded 1 billion berries, hovered midair, his usual lazy expression replaced by a profound and intense suspicion. He stared fixedly at the old man laughing uncontrollably on the deck, the blue flames flickering erratically along his arm, utterly unable to discern his intentions. Garp's madness baffled not only the pirates but drew countless eyes across the entire battlefield. At Marineford Square, a Navy officer on lookout held a high-powered telescope, nervously observing the movements of the Moby Dick. When he caught sight of that familiar figure, he froze instantly. Our report. An enemy has been spotted on the Moby Dick's deck. A nearby admiral snatched the Den Mushi, bellowing, "Nonsense! The Moby Dick is full of enemies. Get to the point." No, it's not that. The officer's voice quivered with tears as he pointed shakily toward the distant ship. That man is Vice Admiral Garp. Ha! The admiral paused, then flew into a rage, delivering a sharp slap to the officer's head. Are you out of your mind from the cannon fire? Stop spouting nonsense. Snatching the telescope, he cursed as he peered toward the Moby Dick, then turned to point at the towering execution platform in the distance. Vice Admiral Garp is clearly sitting, his voice cut off abruptly. His body stiffened completely. His pupils contracted to their smallest point in an instant. He saw it. On the execution platform, Navy hero Garp sat upright, solemn and imposing, radiating a terrifying aura that warned all to keep their distance. Then he saw it again. On the deck of the Moby Dick, another Navy hero Garp stood with hands on hips, laughing uproariously toward the sky, wild and unrestrained. Two of them, identical Garp. One upon the execution platform, one aboard the enemy ship. Click. The telescope slipped from the general's rigid grasp, crashing onto the deck as its lens shattered into countless fragments. I must be seeing things, he murmured, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. This eerie spectacle quickly drew the attention of many more. Hey, look, on the Moby Dick. Is that Captain Karp? Impossible. Captain Karp is supposed to be right beside the admiral. Are there two Captain Karps? Confusion and uproar spread like a contagion across the Navy's ranks. Countless sailors lifted their heads toward the two directions, their faces etched with bewildered horror, their minds utterly paralyzed. Everyone, calm down. A fierce roar silenced the chaos. It was Vice Admiral White Spider. He brandished his famed blade, the 6 mechanical spider legs behind him glinting with a chilling coldness, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two Karps. A devil fruit user, he declared decisively. Someone has imitated Captain Karp's appearance to sow confusion and chaos. A nearby vice admiral immediately grasped the situation, realization dawning. An imitation fruit. This explanation instantly became the anchor amid the pandemonium for all the Navy soldiers. Of course, it must be so. An enemy ploy. Yet, the response that followed was not tension, but a cacophony of laughter laced with contempt and mockery. An imitation fruit? A Navy Rear Admiral couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing disdainfully at the laughing figure on the Moby Dick's deck. Is this guy out of his mind? Of all people to imitate, why Captain Karp? What a fool. Another vice admiral of the giant race spoke gruffly, his voice dripping with scorn. Does he think just looking the part is enough? Captain Karp's strength comes from those invincible iron fists. This is the most idiotic imitation in the world. A clumsy fake. One stray cannonball and his true colors will be exposed. Ha ha ha. What an enormous joke. The waves of laughter within the Navy ranks momentarily drowned out the grim reality of war. In their eyes, this fool daring to mimic a naval hero wasn't here to fight, but to meet his doom. He would become the most ludicrous footnote in this war. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Karp finally ceased his manic laughter. He wiped away the tears born of laughter from the corners of his eyes. On his deeply wrinkled face, there was no longer any trace of hesitation or confusion. In its place was an unprecedented sense of liberation and resolute determination. He cracked his neck with a crisp pop. Those keen eyes ignored the vigilance of the surrounding pirates, disregarded the mocking jeers from the opposing Navy contingent. His gaze pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, finally settling on the execution platform. There, kneeling, was his only grandson. Karp parted his lips, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. Ace, he whispered, his voice low but imbued with an undeniable authority. Today, I'm coming to take you home. Ah, this is killing me. This guy has really gotten into the act. Taking Ace home? Who does he think he is? Open fire. Blow him to pieces. Let this clown see just how foolish it is to imitate a naval hero. Yet, amid the uproar, a grander, more majestic voice thundered across all of Marineford. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr now regarded the figure of his old rival on deck with eyes that flickered with both admiration and fervor. Clutching his peerless greatsword, Murakumajiri, he slowly rose to his feet. His massive frame cast an immense shadow like a towering mountain. Ace, Whitebeard's voice resonated as if in harmony with the very air itself, reaching every ear with crystalline clarity. Your old man is here. Instantly, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. If an imposter Karp claiming to take Ace home was a joke, then when the world's strongest man uttered those words, it was the clarion call to war. Within the silence, the Karp on the Moby Dick's deck heard Whitebeard's proclamation. He grinned broadly once more, erupting into an even more unrestrained, raucous laughter. Stomping his foot fiercely, the deck beneath him groaned under the strain. He bellowed with all his might toward the execution platform. Ha 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 ha! Grandpa's coming too. Whitebeard's face darkened, but he paid no heed to Karp's taunts. On the execution platform, Navy Admiral Sengoku, known as the Buddha, bore a face calm as a still lake for the first time, now roiling with turbulent waves. Veins bulged at his temples. He could feel it. Using his unrivaled Kanbunshiku haki, he clearly sensed it. The fierce, domineering, unreasonable aura radiating from the Karp on the enemy ship was exactly the same as that of his longtime companion beside him. No, Sengoku's pupils contracted sharply. Not the same. This Karp was stronger. Because he was younger. If the Karp beside him was a majestic mountain weathered by countless storms, still grand but showing signs of weariness, then the Karp on the enemy ship was a raging volcano, erupting with boundless, inexhaustible vitality. Karp Sengoku struggled to turn his head toward the real Karp beside him, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. What exactly is going on? The Karp seated in the chair was no longer his usual lazy self. He stared intently at the distant figure of himself, eyes filled with unprecedented shock and bewilderment. I don't know. In the seats of the three admirals, Yellow Monkey, Borsellino, whose perpetually lecherous and lazy face now completely collapsed, adjusted his sunglasses nervously, his mouth forming an exaggerated O. Whoa, 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 this is terrifying. That aura is definitely Captain Karp's, but it feels like it's about to explode. Kainu Sakazuki, his face as dark as ink, muscles taut, magma slowly flowing beneath his arms, radiating searing heat, growled, enemy trickery? What a joke this power is. Hiji, Kazan, covered his face with one hand, shoulders trembling slightly. Others only sensed it, but he had experienced it firsthand, the familiar yet alien terror. The oppressive pressure was carved from the same mold as the white-haired youth he faced back in the East Blue. Hey, 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 no way. Elsewhere, atop the Moby Dick's main mast, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, gripped his peerless greatsword Murakumajiri tightly. The sovereign dignity of a Yonko on his face was replaced by an intense mixture of astonishment and suspicion. He and Karp had been lifelong rivals. No one knew the aura of this naval hero better than him. The Karp before him was unquestionably no imposter. That unique aura, a blend of boldness and iron-willed dominance, could not be feigned. Yet why did it feel so utterly wrong? Why did this old scoundrel's presence brim with vitality? It was as if he had returned to the days of their youth, when they roamed the seas in unrestrained battle. Gururara. Whitebeard erupted into a laugh of incomprehensible meaning, his gaze piercing and terrifying as it fixed upon Garp in the distance. Garp, you old relic, is this the surprise you've brought me? You've even grown younger. Whitebeard's thunderous words silenced the entire battlefield. Every soul heard them. The world's mightiest man had acknowledged that imposter's true identity. Garp ceased his raucous laughter, lifting his head. Those sharp, frightening eyes locked unwaveringly onto Whitebeard, who stood atop the mainmast. He scrutinized the man from head to toe, the adversary who once clashed with him so fiercely that the heavens and earth trembled, and the seas quaked. The golden hair was long gone, replaced by a salt and pepper beard and a face etched with deep wrinkles. The once colossal frame, capable of shaking islands, was now riddled with medical tubes, like a lion ensnared by the ravages of time. Garp's expression shifted from initial mockery to one of complexity. Within it lay a trace of nostalgia, a hint of emotion, and even a subtle, barely perceptible compassion. Newgate, he spoke, his voice low yet resonant throughout the deck of the Moby Dick. Have you truly aged this much? Those words struck like a boulder cast into a serene lake, unleashing towering waves of turmoil. Bastard, what did you say? How dare you disrespect me? Whitebeard's pirate captains erupted in fury, bristling with murderous intent, ready to charge forward. Yet their rage was quelled by a boisterous, unrestrained laugh. Gururara! Whitebeard howled toward the heavens. His laughter suffused with unparalleled majesty and exuberance, suppressing the ire of all his men. He lowered his gaze, those hawk-like eyes locking fiercely onto Garp on the deck, flames blazing within. What a joke! Whitebeard's voice thundered like an explosion, shaking the entire Moby Dick with its resonance. I am Whitebeard. Boom! His weapon, the Murakamajiri, struck the deck with tremendous force, unleashing an invisible shockwave that exploded outward. The entire world trembled at this man's proclamation. Garp grinned wildly, a smile unrestrained and fierce. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. He clenched his fists, the knuckles crackling like bursting beans. Old man, you're not quite at the point of needing a cane yet. Gururara. To deal with you Navy scum, one hand is more than enough. Whitebeard laughed heartily, yet his eyes never left Garp. But you, Garp, what game are you playing here? Garp's smile was so wild it sent chills through the surrounding pirates. What game? He turned his head, those eagle-sharp eyes staring directly at the world's strongest man, his tone laden with an arrogant certainty. Wahahaha, is that even a question, Newgate? He thrust out his thick thumb, sharply pointing behind him at the towering execution platform. That unruly grandson. Today, I've come to bring him home. Those words, though not transmitted through the den mushi, penetrated every strong warrior's ears present with even greater clarity. A deathly silence enveloped the Moby Dick. Every member of Whitebeard's crew regarded Garp as if he were a monster. Bring Ace home? You, a Navy hero, come to the Navy headquarters and declare before the entire world that you intend to take a pirate from the Navy? Are you sure you've got the right script? G.U.H. Whitebeard's deep eyes first reflected utter shock. Then that shock melted into understanding. Gururara! A cataclysmic roar of laughter burst forth from the chest of the world's strongest man, shaking the very air and whipping up a ferocious gale. For family, huh? Whitebeard lowered his head, those hawk-like eyes burning with an unprecedented, blazing fire. A fire born of recognition and admiration for a kindred spirit. Garp, you old bastard. Still as unreasonable as you were in your youth. Fine. Very fine. Whitebeard raised Murakamajiri high, the blade aimed straight at the Navy headquarters. Men, did you hear that? Even a Navy hero is coming to our aid. What reason do we have to lose now? Whoa, 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 whoa. The pirates, bewildered by Garp's earth-shattering declaration, were instantly ignited by Whitebeard's roar. Doubt? Confusion. To hell with it all. Even a Navy hero has turned against them. How can we lose this fight? Charge. Rescue Captain Ace. Crush those Navy bastards. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face flushed a deep purple, his entire body trembling. Not from fear, but from overwhelming fury. He extended a quivering finger, pointing at the figure laughing brazenly aboard the enemy ship, bloodshot eyes blazing. Garp. From between clenched teeth, he spat the words, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows. You damned old bastard! What the hell are you playing at? Sengoku's roar, transmitted through the den mushi, spread across the battlefield. The desperation and madness in his voice plunged the hearts of all Navy soldiers into the abyss. Even the fleet admiral had lost his composure. Could it truly be Vice Admiral Garp himself? Seated beside Sengoku, the real Garp remained silent from beginning to end. He simply sat there, his broad back erect. No one noticed the complex expression on his wrinkled face at that moment. Shock, bewilderment, envy, and finally, a barely perceptible, liberating smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He watched his distant self, witnessing the actions he longed to take but never could. His iron fists resting on his knees had quietly unclenched without anyone's notice. At the execution platform, Ace, who had kept his head bowed in anticipation of death, froze upon hearing the words, "I've come to bring you home." He jerked his head upward, disbelief flooding his gaze as he looked toward the approaching whale ship. He saw it, the figure so familiar it could not be more so, yet utterly foreign. The old bastard who had only ever taught him with fists of love, forcing him toward the Navy, now stood aboard the enemy ship, standing in opposition to the entire world. For him, Grandpa Ace's lips trembled, his eyes instantly reddening. 2 streams of scorching tears slid uncontrollably down his stubborn face. Why did you come? And just as the entire battlefield fell into an eerie stillness because of this sudden upheaval. The man who ignited all this chaos has moved. Bwahahaha. Laughing maniacally, Garp took a sudden, forceful step forward. Bang! The deck beneath his feet shattered instantaneously. He transformed into a black projectile, soaring skyward with reckless abandon, crossing over 1,000 meters of the bay, and plummeting straight toward the heart of Marineford Square. "Let me greet you brats first." Suspended midair, Garp's wild voice thundered like rolling thunder, clenching his right fist, devoid of any armament hockey, devoid of any elaborate technique. It was simply a straightforward, ordinary punch. An unadorned blow, launched from afar at the tens of thousands of elite Marines below, the meteor fist. In that instant, the entire Marineford Square was engulfed in unprecedented silence. No, this was not mere silence. Under the overwhelming, unrivaled aura of terror descending from the heavens, every sound was crushed into oblivion. Every single one of the tens of thousands of Marine elites lifted their heads, faces pale as death, staring skyward. Against the sunlit canopy above, an ever-growing black dot hurtled downward with unstoppable momentum. No, it was not a mere black dot. It was a fist imbued with a terrifying power capable of annihilating everything in its path. "Are you kidding me?" A young Marine soldier dropped his spear with a clatter. His legs trembled like a sieve, teeth chattering uncontrollably, yet no sound escaped his lips. His pupils reflected the ever-enlarging silhouette of the fist, his mind utterly blank. Is this it? Is this the legendary full-strength punch of the Navy hero Iron Fist Garp? Is this the fearsome force the legends of the Roger era had to face? What a joke! That's just a punch? This is the Iron Fist of a Navy hero. So that's how it is a battle-hardened Marine Vice Admiral, after enduring for several seconds, finally buckled, dropping to one knee, murmuring bitterly. So the pirates pursued relentlessly by Mr. Garp every day are facing this kind of monster? At that moment, among the tens of thousands of Marines in the square, rookies and veterans alike, a singular, absurd yet painfully genuine thought surged within their hearts. Being a pirate is just too damn hard. How do they even survive facing such utterly unreasonable monsters? Get out of the way! Move aside! Ah! Finally, a Marine commander broke free from the suffocating pressure and let out a soul-rending roar. But it was too late, far too swift. The meteor had already reached the sky above the square. The violent gust unleashed by the fist hadn't even touched down yet. Yet it already cracked the ground inch by inch. Countless Marines were blown off balance, staggering helplessly. Doom had arrived. Just as everyone closed their eyes, bracing for death, the figure seated silently and motionlessly on the execution platform, like a statue, moved. He rose slowly to his feet. A simple act, yet it caused the towering platform to groan under the strain. He lifted his gaze and glanced at the meteor of destruction hurtling through the sky. His wrinkled old face bore no expression. In a voice as flat as the calmest sea, he quietly said, "Such a familiar move." No sooner had the words fallen than he clenched his right fist. The same posture, the same angle, unflinching, unyielding, he boldly met the black meteor descending from the heavens head-on. The meteor fist. Boom! If the punch Garp launched was a black meteor capable of destroying all, then now, from the execution platform soaring skyward, was a white comet streaking upward, destined to shatter the very sky itself. Two forces, identical in essence, both pure to the extreme, untainted by any impurity, embodying brutal, overwhelming destructive power. The next moment, under the gaze of the entire world, before the horrified and awe-stricken eyes of Whitebeard, Sengoku, the three admirals, all captains, and the top-tier Shichibukai, one black, one white, two fists embodying the name Iron Fist, collided thunderously above the Marineford Square. No explosive flare, no deafening roar. At that moment, the entire world lost its sound and color. Space shattered like a broken mirror, fracturing inch by inch. A visible, pure white circular shockwave erupted from the point where the two fists met, violently radiating in all directions. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere wailed, clouds dispersed. The entire sky was forcibly cleared, leaving behind a vast, eerie, circular void. The whole world seemed muted. The pure white shockwave swept across the horizon, cleansing Marineford's sky until it was spotless, pristine as a sapphire, without a single cloud. Yet no one admired this strange spectacle. All necks stiffened, heads tilted back, mouths agape, eyes bloodshot and strained, fixated on the emptied sky. What just happened? Two Garps? Two identical meteor fists? And then they collided? Did he just punch himself? What the hell kind of magical realism plot is this? Hehehe, an extremely neurotic, pathological laugh shattered the frozen air. Among the Shichibukai, Don Quixote Doflamingo bent at a 90-degree angle, clutching his face with both hands, his shoulders trembling violently as he laughed until tears nearly streamed down. Interesting. So interesting. He abruptly straightened, arms wide open, his pink feather coat billowing wildly behind him, his face alight with unprecedented excitement and madness. Marine hero versus marine hero. Justice judging justice. Hehehe. This is the ultimate performance. This is the new era. An era where even Garp can have two versions of himself. A completely chaotic era. Beside him, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, for the first time showed a flicker of disturbance in his sharp, hawk-like eyes. His hand pressed on the hilt of the world's strongest black blade, Yoru, his knuckles whitening from the grip. He could clearly perceive that the two forces just now were devoid of any flourish. Pure, distilled to the utmost, destructive enough to obliterate everything. Both were genuine. Mihawk whispered softly, his voice tinged with a shock even he hadn't realized. What on earth is happening to this world? I don't care about any of that. Empress Boa Hancock's face was deathly pale, but soon, her gaze pierced beyond the chaotic battlefield, locking fiercely onto the direction of the execution platform. Luffy's grandfather. One grandfather is helping him, the other is stopping him. What in the world is going on? Ah, Luffy, please don't get hurt. Elsewhere, in the seats reserved for the Navy's 3 admirals, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed as if it might drip with moisture. Sakazuki, known as Akainu, was the very embodiment of a volcano on the verge of eruption. His justice coat billowed without a breeze, and the molten magma bubbling on his arms warped the air around him with its terrifying heat. His teeth clenched so tightly they rattled. His voice, cold and murderous as if squeezed from the depths of hell, shattered the silence. Unforgivable. Whoever betrays justice and sides with the pirates is a disgrace to the Navy. And those who stand idly by or even obstruct justice are equally unforgivable. They all sully the name of justice. Kazan, or Akiji, rested a hand on his forehead, letting out a long, weary sigh steeped in helplessness. I never imagined the day would come when I'd face Admiral Garp from the perspective of an opponent. On the Moby Dick, after a brief moment of deathly silence, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, erupted with the most untamed, grandiose, and unrestrained laughter since his arrival. The laughter transformed into a tangible shockwave, sending the pirates on deck staggering. Yet every face was etched with fervent adoration. Do you see, my sons? Whitebeard raised his weapon, the Bisento known as Murakumajiri, high, its blade pointed directly at the Navy headquarters. His booming voice rose above the cacophony of the battlefield. That is Garp, the man who has fought me all his life. For his family, he would stand against the world. And so shall we. He whirled around, his hawk-like eyes sweeping over every son aboard. The appreciation and recognition blazing in his gaze were unprecedented. Even Navy heroes stand with us. Even justice itself paves our way. What reason do we have to lose? Tell me, why have we come here? Oh, every member of the Whitebeard pirates felt their blood ignite. All confusion and shock dissolved into a soaring battle fervor. Rescue Captain Ace. Crush the Navy. Charge. The sky above was cleared into an absolute vacuum. Two identical yet utterly opposing iron fists remained locked in a deadlock. The savage force, funneled through their point of contact, poured relentlessly into each other's bodies. Around them, the air crackled and arced electrically, ripples of distorted space radiating outward in waves. Stalemate, an absolute stalemate. Two Garps, two iron fists, locked in the purest, most primal contest of strength high above Marineford. On the execution platform, Sengoku stared blankly at the sky, his mind, symbolizing wisdom and strategy, reduced to a complete mush. Garp fighting Garp? Who can explain why there are two of him? He muttered to himself. The Navy Garp ascending from the platform wore a deathly pale expression, veins bulging on his forehead, his muscular arms trembling violently from exertion. His gaze blazed with volcanic fury and utter incredulity. You bastard, he ground out between clenched teeth, his voice hoarse with rage. Who are you? In response came a wildly unrestrained, signature maniacal laugh. Wahahaha, the Garp who had soared from the Moby Dick, still laughing amid their fierce clash of power. He appeared far younger and infinitely more unhinged than the Navy Garp. Who am I? He grinned, baring a set of ghostly white teeth, the mockery in his eyes fueling the Navy Garp's fury. I am you. You! Navy Garp roared, striving to push his fist forward another inch, but the opposing force was an abyssal, unfathomable pit. No matter how hard he summoned his strength, the other remained immovable, even effortlessly so. I am you, a younger, freer you. Garp's maniacal laughter echoed wildly across the sky, every word carrying a madness that Navy Garp could neither comprehend nor resist. Young? Free? For the first time, a grim, ferocious smile crept across Navy Garp's ashen face. He stared at the figure before him, his exact double, yet brimming with a terrifying, vibrant life force. Puhaha. He laughed too. I never thought the day would come when someone called me old. His grin was pure warrior fervor. The pirate Garp's laughter was even more unrestrained and defiant. By that brat Bai Ye's reckoning, is this not a beating of an elder? But hey, beating myself up should be fine, right? Wahahaha. Old? Navy Garp responded with uproarious laughter, his unmatched pride as a Navy hero refusing to admit even an ounce of defeat. I never acknowledge such trivialities. Wahahaha. As expected of me. The pirate Garp nodded approvingly, his eyes brimming with self-recognition. Suddenly, his smile vanished, replaced by an utterly domineering arrogance. Enough talk. Now, let me show you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a dazzling torrent of blue-purple arcs erupted like a billion writhing electric serpents from the pirate Garp's body. His hair stood on end, and every muscle was instantly sheathed in a crackling armor of destructive lightning. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Activate. What? Navy Garp's pupils shrank to dangerous pinpoints. He sensed it. A new, utterly incomprehensible yet overwhelmingly potent force surging wildly from the opponent's fist. That power was like a mountain flood, a tsunami, the collapse of the heavens. Crack. Navy Garp felt the bones in his arm wail in protest under the unbearable strain. That force shattered his defenses with devastating ease. In the next instant, he was sent hurtling like a cannonball launched from a colossal catapult, moving faster than before, in a more desperate posture, trailing a long plume of dust as he flew back toward the Marineford Plaza below. Boom! Like a meteor from the heavens, a figure crashed violently into the heart of Marineford Plaza. The earth split, dust billowed skyward. The entire clamorous battlefield momentarily froze, stunned by this cataclysmic blow. Countless warriors were thrown off their feet by the savage shockwave, only to scramble up again in disarray. A young naval soldier coughed out the sand from his mouth. He gazed at the enormous crater before him, then lifted his eyes toward the sky, his face instantly consumed by fervent adulation. Look, do you see it? Vice Admiral Garp has triumphed. That impostor was struck from the heavens by a single punch from Vice Admiral Garp. Oh. The justice of the Navy shall prevail. The surrounding naval soldiers were instantly ignited with zeal, their morale soaring as if the earlier disadvantage in the fight had never been theirs at all. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bay, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, a captain wiped the blood from his face and defiantly raised his middle finger in the direction of the Navy, mocking them with wild abandon. Blind as dogs, are you? Look closely. The one who was struck down is the old man from your Navy headquarters. The one still hovering in the sky. That's the real Garp. The man who's going to bring Captain Ace home. He brandished the massive axe in his hand, pointing toward the now cleared azure sky. For a moment, the entire battlefield was engulfed in a bizarre quarrel. The Navy insisted their Garp had won. The pirates claimed their Garp was victorious. Both factions waved their flags and shouted for their respective Garps, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Yet, to the eyes of true masters, there was no dispute at all. There was only one overwhelming, soul-freezing, silent shock. Whether it was Sengoku on the execution platform, the three admirals Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick, or the elite among the 7 warlords of the sea, all fixed their gaze unwaveringly on the sky. They stared at the figure bathed in blue-purple lightning. He resembled a thunder god descended to the mortal realm, surrounded by writhing serpents of electricity that crackled unbearably with each pulse. The already fierce and domineering aura underwent a profound transformation at that moment. It became deeper, more ancient, and far more terrifying. On the execution platform, Sengoku's wise face was blank. What kind of lightning was that? He muttered, his voice dry. That was no devil fruit. It was a power system unlike anything he had ever seen, utterly foreign to this world, a brand new form of strength. One that could unleash a might even greater than what a monster like Garp could typically muster in an instant. Wahahaha! The world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, emitted a cryptic low laugh. He understood Garp's strength better than anyone. Yet this Garp before him had already transcended his comprehension. Garp, you old bastard, what kind of devil did you make a pact with? At the seats of the 3 admirals, Sakazuki, known as Akainu, bore a face so dark it seemed to drip water, his arm's magma boiling furiously. Unforgivable, he ground his teeth, his voice icy and cutting. This is a power that does not belong to justice. Oh my, this is truly beyond all expectations. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses, his usually lecherous face for the first time marked by gravity. This aura is no longer mere hockey, is it? What on earth is this? Akiji Kazan covered his face with his hand, his shoulders trembling slightly. Though it's the first time I've seen it, there's a faint sense of familiarity. What could it be? Don Quixote da Flamingo's sickly grin froze on his face. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he felt, for the first time, the situation slipping beyond control. Ha ha ha, you've got to be joking. This script has completely spiraled out of control. At that moment, Sengoku on the execution platform and Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick, two men standing at the pinnacle of their era, seemed to share a silent understanding. They abruptly lifted their heads to look at each other, and in each other's eyes, they saw the same emotion. Sheer terror, this aura, the absolute dominion over the world, the ruthless tyranny and thirst for destruction. They had both experienced it before, decades ago, on that island called God Valley, on the man who attempted to overturn the world and was hailed as the king of the world. A name, buried for decades, representing taboo and dread, rose simultaneously from the depths of these two legends' hearts. Rox D. Zebek, the aura emanating from this lightning-bathed pirate Garp right now, this overwhelming oppression that made the world tremble, was indistinguishable from that of the legendary captain of the Rox Pirates, who once dominated an entire era. Wahahaha! Whitebeard's raucous laughter aboard the Moby Dick abruptly ceased. His hawk-like eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the figure bathed in blue-purple lightning high above 10,000 meters, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Marco, Whitebeard spoke in a dry, dreamlike tone without turning around. Old man? The Phoenix Marco snapped out of his shock, promptly responding. The old bastard Whitebeard gripped his sword, the Kusanagi, veins bulging as if he might crush the hilt. Had his strength really reached such a level? That single sentence plunged the hearts of Marco, Jozu, and all the captains into the depths of despair. Even the world's strongest man voiced such a sentiment. Just how unfathomably powerful was this lightning-bathed Garp? Meanwhile, in the center of the Marineford Plaza, within the vast crater gouged out by the impact, the dust slowly settled. A solitary figure staggered to his feet from the bottom of the pit. He brushed the dust off his white coat of justice, cracked his neck with audible pops. Wahahaha! That familiar raucous laughter rang out once more. Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy grinned broadly, his face devoid of any hint of defeat, instead brimming with boundless exhilaration. Now that was a punch, truly something else. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the lightning danced around his own figure, his eyes burning with a battle spirit nearly ready to ignite into flames. As expected of me. Pride my ass. You fool. With a roar, Sengoku appeared at the edge of the crater in an instant, his face contorted with bulging veins, trembling with rage. Are you proud of getting beaten up by me? He seized Garp's collar in one hand, spitting saliva onto his face. Answer me, Garp, Sengoku bellowed, his eyes bloodshot and bewildered. What the hell is going on? Who is that guy in the sky? He paused, lowering his voice a few notches but with deeper suspicion. And that lightning around you? When did you hide such a trump card? Sengoku fixed his gaze on his old comrade's face, searching desperately for the slightest crack. To him, there was only one explanation. This old bastard Garp had secretly been training some formidable technique, even keeping it hidden from himself. Yet, the wild laughter on Vice Admiral Garp's face froze the moment he heard the words trump card. The excitement faded bit by bit, replaced by an unprecedented, somber darkness. Trump card? He raised his fist, glanced at it, then lifted his gaze toward the sky where his thunder-bathed self loomed, his eyes awash with profound complexity. That was not my technique. He spoke each word deliberately, his tone laden with an unmistakable gravity. That move, old man here doesn't know it at all. What? Sengoku's mind went blank in an instant, utterly void. Don't know? You're telling me you don't know. Then where the hell did that version of you in the sky, who uses that move, suddenly spring from? Though this exchange was not broadcast through the Den Den Mushi, the surrounding strong warriors heard every word crystal clear. Oh no. Things are getting scarier and scarier, Kizaru said, adjusting his sunglasses, his mouth agape in exaggerated shock, the laziness utterly wiped from his lecherous face. Captain Garp himself doesn't know that move, yet that Captain Garp can use it? This intel is utterly impossible to analyze. Black arts, Sakazuki, Akainu, ground his teeth, his entire body seething with molten magma. The terrifying heat began to melt the earth beneath him. No matter which Garp it is, he must face the judgment of justice. Doflamingo's laughter turned stiff. He looked up at the thunder god in the sky, then glanced at the deathly pale Sengoku in the great pit. Sweat beaded on his forehead. This is getting more interesting. No, this is no longer just interesting. It's terrifying. The battlefield fell into an eerie stillness, frozen by this utterly extraordinary spectacle. Above the heavens, the pirate Garp who had sparked all this chaos slowly lowered his head. Bathed in the tempestuous lightning, like a true deity, he gazed down upon the tiny mortals below. He grinned, revealing a wild and untamed smile. Warm-up complete. His gaze swept beyond everyone, precisely locking onto the execution platform. There knelt his grandson, tears streaming down his face, staring blankly at him. Next, it's time to come for you, Ace. Crackling thunder roared in the high sky, blue-purple lightning dancing wildly, emitting piercing explosions. Garp lowered his head, opened his fist shrouded in lightning, and slowly clenched his 5 fingers. Boom! A visible ring of electric arcs exploded outward from his fist. He could feel an unprecedented, ferocious energy surging wildly within him, perfectly merging with his own haki, giving birth to a pure and ultimate destructive force. Ah! Unable to restrain himself, he cracked a grin and emitted a deep laugh. This so-called lightning release chakra mode? Truly a marvelous tool. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard gazed at the thunder god in the sky, then at Sengoku losing his composure on the execution platform, and finally at the excited Garp in the pit. He smiled, a smile filled with understanding, admiration, and an unparalleled heroic spirit. My lads! He bellowed, raising his bicento high, his voice like a thunderclap. Forget all that nonsense. Just know this, there are 2 Garps now. One is on our side, and that's all that matters. Oh! The pirate's morale soared instantly to its zenith at this blunt and straightforward truth. Bring Captain Ace home. And at the very peak of this uproar, the thunder god above moved. His wild and domineering gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield below, and ultimately refocused on the execution platform. There lay the sole purpose of his journey. His grandson, Ace. The pirate Garp cracked a smile brimming with unyielding resolve. Gathering every ounce of strength, he unleashed a roar that shook the heavens and earth toward the towering execution platform below, where Ace, tear-streaked and utterly stupefied, knelt. Ace! Boom! Thunder exploded. Watch closely. Old man here is coming to bring you home. At the moment his words fell, he transformed into a streak of blue-purple lightning piercing through the sky and earth, descending with an unstoppable momentum toward the execution platform guarded by the Navy's 3 admirals. Boom! A blue-purple lightning bolt tore through the heavens like a raging inferno, recklessly colliding with the Navy's highest symbol of faith, the execution platform. Its speed was beyond limit, so swift that the 3 admirals barely had time to rise, their faces etched with shock, so fast that the lightning, slicing through heaven and earth, was about to engulf the entire platform and everyone upon it. Yet, just before the lightning reached Ace, a golden barrier erupted without warning, soaring into the sky. Rumble! A colossal golden Buddha appeared out of thin air. Sengoku, the Buddha, activated his devil fruit power. He chose not to dodge nor to attack, but instead stretched forth a massive golden palm that blotted out the sky, standing firm and unyielding directly in the path of the lightning. Bang! The blue-purple lightning collided with the golden palm in midair with a thunderous clash. There was no deafening roar, only a shockwave of warped air spreading wildly. The lightning and golden light fiercely eroded and extinguished each other, emitting a grating sizzle. That violent lightning was truly stopped dead in its tracks. As the lightning dispersed, it revealed the pirate Garp's face, twisted with rage and fury. His fist pressed firmly against the golden palm, separated from Ace behind by only a breath's distance. Get out of the way! Garp's roar exploded from his chest like a rumbling thunder, each word crackling with electric arcs. Sengoku! The compassionate visage of the golden Buddha was now marred with the mortal fury and anguish of Sengoku himself. His voice echoed from within the Buddha's body like a great bell, shaking the entire Marineford with a resonant hum. Do you know what you're doing? Of course I know. Garp's neck veins bulged. The lightning armor on his arms flared even brighter as he tried to pierce through the golden palm. Old man here is coming to bring my grandson home. He is not your grandson. Sengoku roared, cracks visibly forming on the golden palm. Yet it still held firm against Garp, not yielding an inch. He is the son of Pirate King Roger, the root of a sinful era. He must face justice here. To hell with your justice, Garp bellowed, eyes blazing with pure, unreasoning madness. All I know is that brat, who's about to cry, is the grandson I raised. I don't care whose son he is. Today, he's coming with me. You are betraying us. Garp. Sengoku's voice trembled with heart-wrenching grief and fury. You are betraying the Navy, betraying the creed we have upheld all our lives. Wahahaha. Garp staggered momentarily, then burst into wild laughter filled with self-mockery and resolve. Fixing his gaze on the golden Buddha's eyes, he shouted word by word. Today, I'm telling you, telling the whole world, family is more important than anything else in the world. These words struck like an invisible heavy hammer, mercilessly pounding upon Sengoku's heart. The radiance emanating from the golden great Buddha dimmed for a fleeting moment. Sengoku gazed upon the familiar yet estranged old friend before him, beholding the face etched with resolute determination. He saw it. He saw the man whose lifelong restraint had, on this day, utterly erupted. Garp. Sengoku's voice bore a tone of plea for the first time, imbued with the deep affection of decades of friendship. Stand down. There's still time to turn back. The wild laughter on Garp's face gradually faded. The fierce thunderlight enveloping him seemed to subside slightly. He looked upon the colossal golden Buddha before him, and at the man with whom he had quarreled and fought side by side for a lifetime. A complex emotion flickered in those sharp eyes. Remorse, nostalgia, but above all, unwavering resolve. Sorry about this, Garp whispered softly, his voice barely audible yet clearly reaching Sengoku's ears. Sengoku grinned, revealing a reckless smile identical to the one he wore in his youth. Then let this old man be willful just this once. The moment his words fell, crackling and sizzling, the blue-purple thunderlight surrounding him erupted with unprecedented ferocity and brilliance, exploding forth with a deafening roar. What? Sengoku's pupils shrank drastically. He felt an unprecedented, devastatingly overwhelming power radiating from that single fist. The force transcended mere hockey. Let this old man. Garp's voice thundered like the verdict of a god of thunder from the heavens above. Get lost! Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the colossal golden palm, which had blotted out the sky and earth, shattered upon impact. Countless golden specks scattered like shattered glass in all directions. Sengoku spat a mouthful of blood. The immense Buddha statue was blasted backwards relentlessly by the unmatched power. The blue-purple lightning that pierced through everything finally broke free from all constraints. Boom! Garp's figure landed heavily atop the execution platform. He stood before Ace, his back turned to the tear-streaked, utterly stunned grandson. Before him were Akiji, pale-faced, Kizaru, solemn, and Akainu, his body radiating molten lava. 3 admirals embodying the Navy's supreme might. At this moment, the execution platform became the focal point of the entire world. A Garp wrapped in blue-purple lightning stood alone, back facing his grandson, confronting the Navy's highest forces. Marineford fell into a silence so profound that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Broke the silence first, Kizaru Borsellino. His perpetually sleazy, lazy face wore a smile far worse than tears, as he adjusted his sunglasses with exaggerated tone. This is truly terrifying, Mr. Garp. Are you intending to take on all 3 of us alone? His voice remained languid, but the next instant, his figure dissolved into countless dazzling golden particles, vanishing instantly. Lightspeed kick. The slow, lingering words echoed in the air. Yet a foot composed of destructive power and light had already appeared beside Garp's neck. Fast. Inconceivably fast. This was the speed of light capable of piercing anything, yet too slow. Garp did not even turn his head. Crackling. His thunderous armor suddenly exploded, and in an instant, he too transformed into a wild blue-purple lightning storm. What? Kizaru's voice, filled with horror and disbelief, trembled uncontrollably for the first time. He saw it. His lightspeed kick, capable of breaking islands, had missed. It was evaded. That man had somehow matched the speed of light in a way he could not comprehend. No, he was even faster than light. Here I am, kid. Garp's mocking voice rang from behind Kizaru. Every hair on Kizaru's body stood on end in an instant. He whipped his head around, pupils contracting to their limits. A sandpot-sized fist wrapped in blue-purple lightning rapidly enlarged in his vision. Thunderplow heat blade. Boom! The punch struck Kizaru's face solidly. Golden particles and blue-purple electric arcs exploded wildly. Kizaru's entire body became a golden meteor, flying backward at 10 times his original speed. He crashed violently into the fortress building of the Navy's headquarters behind him, shattering over a dozen walls before embedding deep within a pile of rubble. His fate unknown. One punch. Just one punch. Navy Admiral Kizaru, instantly defeated. Oh dear, oh dear. Akiji Kazan sighed deeply, placing a hand on his forehead, his exhaustion palpable. This is getting out of hand, Mr. Garp. He slowly raised his head, his perpetually sleepy eyes now filled with unprecedented gravity. You're making things difficult for us juniors. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand. Crack, crack. Piercing cold spread wildly from him. The entire floor of the execution platform was instantly covered by a thick layer of solid ice. The Ice Age. He chose not to attack singly but unleashed a large-scale area technique. The terrifying cold, capable of freezing the entire ocean, transformed into countless white ice dragons that surged from all directions, entangling Garp in an attempt to freeze him into an eternal ice sculpture. Facing this chilling aura that could freeze everything, Garp grinned wildly. "Ta-ha-ha-ha, Kazan. That move 1T work on me." The thunderous armor enveloping him erupted with even more ferocious energy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The freezing cold capable of chilling volcanoes vaporized instantly upon nearing Garp's body, transformed into a billowing white mist. As expected, Akiji gazed at the mist with a bitter smile. After witnessing that power in the East Blue, I should have realized justice wielded with fire and justice wielded with ice are both extremes. He murmured, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Kazan, what are you hesitating for? A roar of fury, erupting like a volcanic explosion. Sakazuki Akainu, the man who had remained silent from beginning to end, finally moved. His skin had turned into molten, flowing lava. The terrifying heat distorted the air around him. His face bore no anger or shock, only an utterly pure murderous intent to burn everything before him to ashes. Monkey D. Garp. He clenched his teeth, each word burning with the heat of lava. You are the disgrace of the Navy. You and your accursed bloodline. Today, all of you shall be utterly eradicated here. Great eruption. Boom. Sakazuki's right arm transformed into a colossal, molten fist brimming with an aura of annihilation, bearing a terrifying heat capable of vaporizing an entire island in an instant. It mercilessly thundered toward Garp's back. He intended to pierce through both Garp and Ace together. Grandfather, be careful. Ace, who had been dazed all along, finally snapped back to reality and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Yet, Garp still did not turn around. He simply used that broad, mountain-like back to firmly shield Ace behind him. He turned his head and gazed at the rapidly approaching molten fist, a wilder and more unrestrained smile spreading across his face. Wahahaha, bring it on, Sakazuki. Let me show you. He suddenly raised his right fist, which was enveloped not only in fierce blue-purple lightning but also coated with an abyssal layer of pitch-black armament hockey. My justice is the iron fist of love. Boom! The black iron fist entwined with lightning collided with the molten fist capable of incinerating all things, under the watchful eyes of the entire world. Upon the execution platform, the clash resounded with a deafening roar. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the terrifying energy unleashed wildly in all directions as magma met lightning, distorting everything around. Centered on the point of impact between the fists, a ring of black and crimson destructive shockwaves erupted fiercely. The entire execution platform was as fragile as a cookie before this power. It collapsed with a thunderous crash. Countless rocks mixed with ice tumbled down onto the square below. BFF. For the first time, pain flickered across Sakazuki's lava-formed face. He was flung backward, the lava on his arm dimming considerably. Meanwhile, Garp was also forced to slide backward tens of meters by the recoil, the lightning beneath his feet flickering erratically. Though the magma fruit is the mightiest in terms of offensive power, even Garp suffered a slight setback in this direct confrontation. Oh. Did you see that? Even Sakazuki was driven back. Mr. Garp is invincible. A tsunami of cheers erupted aboard the Moby Dick. Men, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, has seized this rare and precious opportunity. The three admirals, Kizaru is holding back, Akiji is restrained, and Akainu has been repelled head-on. Now is the best time. Even the Navy's heroes are paving the way for us. Whitebeard raised his bicento, his thunderous voice drowning out all the battlefield's clamor. What reason do we have to halt now? All units, charge, target, the execution platform, rescue Ace. The long-suppressed Whitebeard pirates surged forth like a white tsunami capable of engulfing all, launching a desperate assault on the central square of Marineford. Leading the charge were none other than the Phoenix Marco and Diamond Jozu. However, just as they were about to step onto the square, a figure appeared silently and ghost-like before them. He bore none of Garp's raging lightning nor Sengoku's golden Buddhist aura. He simply stood there clad in the familiar white coat emblazoned with the word justice. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp of the Navy headquarters. Navy Garp. He blocked the entire Whitebeard pirates' path. Marco and Jozu came to an abrupt halt. All the charging pirates hesitated in their steps. They looked at this Garp before them, then glanced at the other Garp bathed in lightning, confronting Sakazuki in the distance. Everyone's minds once again crashed. Hey, what is going on? Another one? Which one is the real deal? Glururururu. Whitebeard looked at the figure blocking his son's path and let out a deep, resonant laugh. He stepped down from that massive whale ship with a heavy thud. Bang! His landing caused the entire marine fort to tremble. Step by step, he advanced toward Navy Garp, his hawk-like eyes filled with complex emotions. Garp, Whitebeard spoke, his voice sonorous. Even the other you has already made a choice. Do you still intend to stand in my way? Navy Garp raised his head. He looked at the nemesis he had battled all his life. Then he glanced back at the other Garp high above, who was willing to go against the entire world for his grandson. Finally, his gaze fell upon the ruined remains of the execution platform, where Ace lay shackled by Seastone, tears streaming down his face. A trace of a smile, mingled with pain and resignation that no one could comprehend, flickered across that deeply wrinkled old face. Wahahaha! He laughed aloud, a laugh filled with helplessness and resolve. No choice, Newgate. He clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking like popping beans, his sharp eyes locking onto Whitebeard once more. Behind me stand tens of thousands of Navy soldiers. Upon me rests justice. Therefore, his smile grew wilder. This step, I absolutely cannot let you pass. Glururururur. Whitebeard also laughed. A hearty, unrestrained laugh. Good. Very good. He tightened his grip on the Bicento, eyes gleaming with admiration and battle fervor for a worthy rival. This is the Garp I know. Then let me see. Whitebeard's hockey erupted explosively. How heavy is your justice, indeed. Men, don't mind us. Flank around. Keep charging. Oh. Marco and Jozu exchanged a glance and immediately prepared to lead their teams to circumvent from both sides. Fufu. A sickly laugh echoed. Countless barely visible threads descended from the sky, blocking their path. Don Quixote da Flamingo spread his arms like a mad conductor. Want to get through? It's not that easy. His gaze locked onto the 3rd Division captain, Diamond Jozu. Come on, let me see just how tough the world's strongest physical defense truly is. Humph. Jozu snorted coldly, his body instantly transforming into dazzling diamonds as he charged fiercely toward the threads. Meanwhile, a razor-sharp slash silently tore through the air, aiming straight for Marco's neck. Blue flames rose from Marco's body, forming wings that allowed him to evade with ease. He glanced not far off. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, slowly drew his black sword, Yoru, from his back, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Marco. Phoenix, your ability is intriguing. Let us see whether your resurrection is faster, or my blade. With a grave expression, Marco nodded. The battlefield, at this very moment, was utterly cleaved asunder. The most elite forces each found their destined adversaries. The pirate emperor faced off against the Navy hero. The world's greatest swordsman squared against the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The heavenly Yaksha confronted Diamond Jozu, and at the highest vantage point, Kizaru bathed in lightning stood alone, once more confronting the Navy admirals Akainu and Akiji. The war had entered its most brutal phase. At the very instant, the entire battleground fractured into several supreme theaters of combat. An invisible yet soul-crushing will descended with a thunderous weight. Alohum. It was no physical assault, yet it plunged all into deeper despair than any attack ever could. Countless Navy soldiers and pirates alike rolled their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, collapsing in droves. The Whitebeard pirates' captains charging forward abruptly halted, feeling as if an invisible mountain pressed down upon their hearts. Marco, the Phoenix, locked in a deadly dance with Dracul Mihawk, faltered midair in a perilous suspension. Don Quixote da Flamingo, grappling with Jozu, found the sickly mad grin frozen on his face as cold sweat beaded his temple. Even Whitebeard and Navy Vice Admiral Garp, locked in a fateful duel upon the icy ground, simultaneously ceased their movements, sharply turning their gaze toward the source of this overwhelming will. Upon the ruins of the execution platform stood Sengoku the Buddha, having dispelled his giant Buddha form to return to his human shape. Yet at this moment, he radiated an aura far more imposing than that towering golden colossus. The will that ruled over all conqueror's hockey. Garp. Sengoku's roar thundered within every soul present. He fixed his gaze upon the lightning-bathed pirate Garp, his wise countenance etched with pain and resolute determination. I will never allow you here to tarnish the Navy's century-old justice with a single stain. His words fell like hammered steel. Each syllable bore the weight of his mantle as Fleet Admiral, carrying the consciousness of the entire world upon his shoulders. Yet the reply was a wildly derisive laugh from Garp. Justice? Garp grinned mockingly, not even turning around, merely pointing his thumb toward the stunned ace behind him. Does true justice still exist in this world, Sengoku? Besides, I've been wanting to give you a good thrashing for a long time now. Sengoku trembled with fury. At that moment, a golden beam shot forth from the distant ruins of the Navy headquarters fortress, coalescing midair into the form of Admiral Kizaru. He patted his tattered striped suit, wearing an exaggerated expression of fright. Oh my, that was terrifying. I almost got killed there. He glanced down at the Navy's Garp confronting Whitebeard, then upward at the lightning-encased Garp surrounded by Akainu and Akiji, finally resting his gaze on Sengoku. Adjusting his sunglasses, his lecherous face openly declared his intent to shirk responsibility. That monster? Leave him to you monsters, the admirals and fleet admiral. As for me, his eyes swept over the Whitebeard pirates captains charging below. I'll just go have a bit of fun with the Whitebeard pirates. Before his words could fully fade, he dissolved once more into a scattering of light, vanishing entirely. Sengoku paid him no heed. His entire focus was locked on the pirate Garp bathed in lightning. Akainu Sakazuki's entire body radiated molten lava, his face dark and terrifying. Akiji Kazan's breath exhaled an icy chill that could freeze all creation. The fleet admiral and two admirals, the Navy's pinnacle of combat prowess, formed an unshakable iron triangle at this moment, hemming in the lightning-bathed traitor at the center. Sengoku! Kainu roared, molten lava dripping from the corners of his mouth. No need for words with such a traitor. Today, I will cleanse the shame of the Navy along with his sinful bloodline. Right here and now. Honestly, Akiji sighed helplessly, his languid tone carrying an icy resolve. Must it come to this, Garp? Once this happens, there will truly be no turning back. The three forces embodying the Navy's absolute peak. Molten lava, freezing ice, and the will of the conqueror's haki, wove together into a celestial net, pressing in mercilessly upon the Garp at the center. Yet the expression on Garp's face held not an ounce of solemnity, only a pure, unadulterated frenzy and exhilaration belonging to a true warrior. Wahahaha! He threw back his head and laughed wildly, his voice shaking the very clouds above. Casting a sharp glance at the three before him, his eyes blazed with fierce battle flames. Puhaha! Come at me! Just in time. He clenched his fist wrapped in crackling lightning, knuckles snapping like popping beans, electric arcs dancing madly. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of beating you all up one by one. His grin, wilder than any villain on the battlefield, marked him as a complete madman. Bring it on. Bring it all on. Garp's primal roar was like a thunderclap crashing into a tranquil lake, silencing all of Marineford. Madness. This man had gone utterly mad. Standing alone against the fleet admiral and two admirals, he dared to voice such arrogant provocation. The last trace of old friendship in Sengoku's wise face was completely replaced by cold resolve. He inhaled deeply. His eyes held no hesitation. Begin. No further words were necessary. Akainu, Akiji, and Sengoku moved as one, their silhouettes intertwining in a flawlessly rehearsed harmony to form the most impregnable triangular formation. Three distinct yet equally terrifying auras, capable of crushing mountains, erupted explosively, scorching molten lava, piercing, bone-chilling ice, the will that rules the world. These three forces intertwined and fused, becoming an invisible net strong enough to strangle every mighty warrior on earth, crashing down upon the lightning-bathed figure at the center. The first strike came from Akainu Sakazuki, meteor volcano, raising both arms. Countless molten lava fists burning with black flames rained down like a meteor shower signaling the apocalypse, darkening the sky as they indiscriminately bombarded Garp's position. Each molten fist could instantly vaporize a warship. Simultaneously, Frozen Bird's beak. Akiji Kazan extended one hand forward, condensing an icy breath into a lifelike giant ice bird. It let out a clear cry, trailing long crystalline tail feathers, and darted with a cunning angle toward the back of Garp's neck. The sky was ablaze with molten fire rain. The ground was assaulted by the piercing ice bird. Amid this pincer attack from heaven and earth, an invisible shackle of will radiated from Sengoku, enveloping Garp tightly, seeking to imprison his spirit and movement utterly. This was the final execution, the Navy's utmost combat force, staking everything on a coordinated encirclement. Yet, confronted with this terrifying death trap, one that would make any Yonko pale, the man merely laughed. Wahahaha! Amidst his maniacal laughter, the blue-purple lightning crackling over Garp's body erupted with a thunderous roar. Crackle! The dazzling arcs of electricity danced wildly, and in that instant, his figure transformed into a blue specter, utterly imperceptible to the naked eye. Faster! To the extreme. amidst the impenetrable rain of molten lava and along the icebird's howling trajectory. He traversed at breakneck speed in a posture defying all physical laws. Molten fists grazed his coat's edges, shattering the ground into vast molten craters. The icebird's razor-sharp talons sliced through his afterimage, trailing a chilling frost. Not only did he evade every strike, but in the fleeting moments between flashes of lightning and fire, he brazenly threw punches. Boom, 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 without touching any solid matter. The vacuum shockwaves generated by his fists precisely detonated several molten fists still suspended midair. The furious energy exploded into clusters of brilliant fireworks in the sky. And there, amidst the blazing pyrotechnics, Garp strolled leisurely. Bastard! Akainu ground his teeth. Molten lava dripping from his mouth's corners, scorching holes into the ice beneath. Oh dear! Akiji's face, for the first time, revealed a look of genuine trouble. Garp's speed was too great, so swift that their pride, their devil fruit powers, could not lock onto him effectively. Don't let him disrupt the rhythm. At this critical moment it was Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the strategic mastermind, who discerned Garp's movement pattern. His commanding voice rang clearly in the ears of Akainu and Akiji. Sakazuki, focus your main attack. Use the widest range possible to suppress his mobility. Kazan, abandon single-target strikes. Fully restrain him. Use your ice to slow him down. Do not give him any chance to accelerate. In an instant, their coordination became seamless. Understood. Akainu roared, no longer pursuing precise strikes, but instead unleashing torrents of molten lava, transforming the battlefield into a genuine sea of magma, intent on submerging the entire execution platform ruins. Akiji immediately shifted tactics, pressing both hands to the ground as biting cold spread wildly. Towering walls of thick ice erupted from the earth. Simultaneously, the air temperature plummeted sharply. Countless tiny ice crystals condensed midair, burdening Garp's every breath and movement with immense resistance. In that moment, Garp's speed advantage was drastically diminished. Wahahaha! Now this is interesting. Garp laughed wildly, no longer dodging the overwhelming sea of lava surging toward him. Big flame blast. Akainu seized the opportunity, condensing his molten fist to its utmost and charging head-on. Garp met the strike with a punch of his own. Boom! Lightning and lava collided once more, but in the very instant of his clash with Akainu, dozens of sharp ice spikes suddenly erupted from the ice beneath his feet, coiling around them like venomous serpents. Crack! Though the ice spikes, capable of freezing steel, shattered instantly upon contact with his electrified armor, dissolved by the intense heat and electric arcs. The mere fraction of a second's pause became a fatal flaw. Now, Sengoku's figure appeared like a phantom behind Garp. He had waited too long for this chance. Without any earth-shattering fanfare, only an unremarkable golden palm imbued with a terrifying shockwave pressed firmly against Garp's back. Buzz! A horrifying force, capable of shattering internal organs, erupted violently. Garp's body convulsed violently, staggering uncontrollably forward several steps. A trickle of blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth. He was wounded. Under the combined assault of the three admirals and the fleet admiral, this monster had finally sustained an injury. Navy soldiers erupted into cheers, as if surviving a catastrophe. Yet, Garp showed not a trace of despair. Instead, he slowly straightened his posture. He extended his tongue to lick the blood from his lips, his eyes shining brighter and more wildly than ever before. Wahahaha! He bared his teeth and unleashed a deafening, maniacal laugh. Now that's more like it. Sengoku, this is what gets my blood boiling. Crackle! The blue-purple lightning over his body did not wane with injury. Rather, as if fueled by fire, it danced even more violently and brilliantly. An aura more arrogant and domineering than before surged skyward from him. What? Sengoku's pupils contracted sharply. Meanwhile, Akainu's lips curled into a cruel, merciless smile upon seeing the blood at Garp's mouth. To him, this was but the last flicker of a spent arrow. This ends here, traitor, Akainu bellowed, slamming both hands onto the ground. Under his control, the rolling lava shaped itself into two grotesque, massive molten dog heads. Try this on for size. Dog bite crimson lotus. Roar. The two colossal molten hellhounds unleashed earth-shattering roars, burning with the will to incinerate all, lunging from both sides to viciously bite the recently wounded Garp. They sought to tear apart the Navy's greatest disgrace once and for all. The deafening roars resembled no human voice, but rather two infernal molten beasts from the depths of hell, heralding the arrival of death. Akainu's dog bite crimson lotus, with the posture of annihilating all things, lunged fiercely from both flanks toward Garp. The scorching molten fangs distorted the air with heat before even making contact, steaming the ice into thick fog. Facing this terrifying technique, capable of instantly melting even a giant warship, Garp's face bore only unrestrained laughter. Wahahaha! He did not dodge but instead stamped his feet fiercely, boldly meeting the attack head-on. Well then, he thrust both fists forward in unison. Those iron fists the size of clay pots, coated in jet-black armament hockey as dense as indelible ink. Furious blue-purple lightning crackled wildly beyond the hockey, forging a destructive electric armor. Boom! Lightning met fire, hockey met lava. The two jet-black fists entwined with lightning struck squarely and solidly upon the two ferocious molten dog heads. No earth-shaking explosion followed, only a dull, thunderous sound so profound it seemed to stop every heartbeat. In the next instant, time seemed to slow. The two molten hellhound skulls, centered on the fists, revealed a dense web of cracks. Crack, bang, the molten rock shattered, flames soaring skyward. The two arrogant molten beasts were brutally shattered midair by Garp's pure, savage might. Molten debris mixed with black fragments rained down like apocalyptic fire from all directions. Oh, the merry-go erupted again with a tsunami of cheers. Yet, on Sengoku and Akiji's faces, there was not a hint of surprise. As the dust settled, the silhouette of Garp remained steadfastly upright. Yet both of his arms were now charred to a pitch-black hue. The armor forged from lightning that once adorned his arms had dimmed to the faintest glow, emitting a faint sizzling sound as if it might extinguish at any moment. Tendrils of black smoke continuously billowed from his scorched skin, carrying the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Even someone like Garp, who had endured the ferocious bite of Akainu's magma dog, had paid a heavy price. Humph! Akainu let out a cold snort, his face betraying an unmasked cruelty. At the very instant when Garp shattered the molten lava beast and his breath momentarily faltered. Ice ball! Kizaru's voice rang out icily. Dozens of ice spheres, compressed from frigid air, silently assaulted from all directions, sealing off every avenue of retreat for Garp. Simultaneously, an invisible shockwave thundered once more from Sengoku's direction, precisely anticipating Garp's evasive moves. Perfect coordination. Flawless synergy. For the first time, a grave seriousness clouded Garp's expression. The lightning on his body flared sharply as he became a blur, narrowly evading the majority of the ice spheres and that lethal shockwave. Yet several of the ice spheres struck him squarely. Crack! A bone-chilling cold instantly invaded his body, leaving deep, bone-searing ice wounds across his charred arms and chest. Moreover, Sengoku's shockwave violently rattled his already turbulent blood and chi once again. Garp's space to maneuver was steadily shrinking. His speed began to falter under Kizaru's pervasive cold. His body bore an increasing number of injuries, charred burns, deep ice wounds, and bruises inflicted by the shockwave's internal trauma. That once invincible monster who treated marine admirals with utter disdain was finally revealing signs of decline under the combined siege of the Navy's three strongest warriors. Amid the ruins of the execution platform, Ace stared blankly at the battered figure who had suffered so much to protect him. He looked at those charred arms. He looked at the ever-growing tally of fresh wounds across that body. He looked at the spine that still stood straight, yet trembled ever so slightly. This man was a marine hero. He was his grandfather. The grandfather who would teach him lessons with a fist forged of love, yet would also bring back a whole wild boar from the forest to feed him when he was hungry. He should have stood on the other side of the world, basking in universal admiration. Yet now, for the sake of this sinful bloodline, he had betrayed everything, standing here in defiance of the entire world. Why? Why must it come to this? A single scalding tear slipped from the corner of Ace's eye, striking the cold ground. Then another and another. The floodgates of tears burst open. He could no longer contain the torment and guilt inside him. An anguish so profound it threatened to rend his very soul. Enough! His voice was hoarse and trembling. Enough! Grandpa! He gazed at the figure still locked in combat with Akainu's molten lava, summoning every ounce of strength to cry out with a heart-wrenching scream. Go! Just leave me behind. I'm nothing but a damned pirate. Roger-san. I'm not worth you risking everything for. Please, just leave. That soul-shattering cry struck like a heavy, invisible hammer, pounding mercilessly on the hearts of everyone present on the battlefield. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates charging forward suddenly faltered, their faces etched with reluctant sympathy. Marco, engaged in a tense duel with Dracul Mihawk, saw his blue flames dim for a fleeting moment. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Marine Garp, locked in a fateful showdown with Whitebeard, felt the iron fist he was about to swing tremble midair. The mad laughter frozen on his face gave way to an expression of unfathomable, excruciating pain flickering in his sharp eyes. His fist instinctively loosened ever so slightly. Whitebeard, observing the change in his rival, let out a low laugh tinged with wistful admiration. High above, upon hearing Ace's cries, Pirate Garp's movements also paused for a heartbeat. It was this very moment of hesitation that Akainu seized as a fatal opportunity, unleashing a molten fist condensed to its utmost intensity, striking fiercely at Garp's chest. Yet Garp executed a move no one could have anticipated. He neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, with a sudden, powerful punch, he forced Akainu back momentarily. Then, turning his back to the three supreme Navy warriors, he exposed his unguarded rear entirely to the enemy. He glanced back at Ace, who was crying like a child. That face, smeared with blood and smoke, bore no pain or anger, only the same scoundrel-esque yet profoundly warm smile he had worn back in Windmill Village. Wahahaha! He threw his head back and laughed heartily, his booming laughter drowning out all the clamor of the battlefield. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm your grandfather, after all. He scratched his unruly white hair with his uninjured hand and roared with an air of absolute certainty. Grandpa is here today, to take you home. Those words struck with the weight of molten iron, each syllable seared deeply into Ace's heart. Having spoken, Garp slowly turned back to face the grim expressions of Sengoku, Kainu, and Kizaru. In his sharp eyes, all mockery and recklessness vanished in that instant. Only a pure, burning madness remained, raging to its utmost extreme. This technique is still unfamiliar. I wasn't planning to use it yet. He murmured softly, his voice barely audible but carried clearly to the ears of the three. A trace of regret and unwavering resolve colored his tone. What a pity. Sengoku's heart leapt with a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread. The next moment, Garp drew a deep breath. His muscles tensed fiercely, his bones crackling like popping fireworks. A force utterly distinct from before exploded forth from within him. It was neither hockey nor lightning, but a green energy, brimming with the essence of life itself, emanating from the deepest source of vitality. A wave of verdant energy surged skyward, centered on him. All his wounds, burns and ice scars alike, healed visibly before the eyes. His charred arms shed their blackened skin, revealing fresh muscles pulsing with explosive power. That wrinkled old face, illuminated by the green aura, seemed to grow years younger. An aura far more terrifying and ferocious than ever before erupted from him. What power is this? Sengoku's pupils contracted to their limits. Garp slowly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a cataclysmic, unyielding madness. He unleashed a roar that shook the very world. The 8 gates. First gate. Open. The 8 gates. First gate. Open. Garp's roar shattered the clouds in the sky. In the next instant, a sudden anomaly erupted. Boom! A visible plume of green steam burst forth from his body, that fierce life energy erupting like a volcano, intertwining with blue-purple lightning to create an unprecedented, eerie hue. Crackle. Electric arcs danced wildly. Green steam roared and billowed. Two starkly contrasting forces fused and collided within him, ultimately reaching a terrifying equilibrium. At that moment, the aura emanating from Garp surged exponentially. It was a qualitative leap. His already overwhelming presence broke free from some invisible shackles and surged into an entirely new dimension. On the ruined execution platform, Sengoku's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. His mind went blank. That green energy, that life force more primal and ferocious than lightning. What kind of power was this? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Akiji's temple, and for the first time, disbelief and shock marred his usually languid face. Akainu clenched his teeth, molten lava dripping from his fist, scorching holes into the ice beneath him. His gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the figure enveloped in green steam, his unease spreading wildly within. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, Marine Admiral Garp, who had been grappling with Whitebeard, suddenly halted his movements. He turned his head toward the green figure above, a flash of profound astonishment crossing his eyes. Whitebeard too ceased his assault, his sharp eyes locked tightly onto the green steam. After a brief silence, he suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily. Heu-la-la-la-la-la. His laughter was grand and unrestrained. Garp, it seems you have surpassed even yourself. Marine Admiral Garp's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed before finally erupting into wild laughter. Wahahaha. Though vexing, this old man is indeed formidable. The laughter of these two ancient titans intertwined, shaking the entire battlefield to its core. On the execution platform, Garp within the green steam slowly lifted his head. He flexed his wrist, the joints cracking crisply like popping beans. Still not quite used to this, he muttered softly, a trace of regret lingering in his tone. Yet the fierce battle intent burning in his eyes was more intense than ever before. He grinned widely, revealing teeth as white as bones. To deal with you all, this will suffice. Before his words had even finished, Akainu's figure surged forward with terrifying speed. Feigning mysticism, he sneered, his entire arm transforming into scorching molten lava. With a fist condensed to its utmost, carrying searing heat capable of incinerating all, he delivered a devastating blow aimed squarely at Garp's face. That punch alone could melt a mountain in an instant. Yet, faced with this lethal strike, Garp did not throw a punch. Instead, he raised his leg. A whip-like kick, simple yet devastating, carried green steam and crackling lightning, striking first with blinding speed. So swift that Akainu's pupils barely had time to contract. Bang! Leg met fist. There was no earth-shattering explosion as one might expect. Only a dull, heart-stopping boom. Akainu's cruel smile froze instantly. He felt an incomprehensible, pure torrent of power surge from Garp's leg, shattering his molten lava with the force of a natural disaster. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing rang clearly in the air. Excruciating pain tore through Akainu's entire arm as if it had been struck by a high-speed train. Like a cannonball, he was hurled backward violently. Crash! His body slammed into the distant ice, carving out a trench hundreds of meters long. Ice chunks exploded and scattered along the way. The scene utterly brutal. One strike. Just a single strike. Marine Admiral Sakazuki Akainu was driven back by a direct blow. Silence engulfed the entire arena. Everyone's eyes widened, their minds utterly blank. That was a Marine Admiral, the pinnacle of naval combat prowess. And yet he had been sent flying by a single kick. Garp slowly lowered his leg, cracked his neck with a crisp snap. Green steam swirled endlessly around him, mingling with lightning to create an oppressive aura that suffocated all who beheld it. Puhaha! He laughed out loud, a sound brimming with exhilaration. Freed from my body's limits. This feels so much better. He flexed his wrists and turned his gaze toward the faces of Akiji and Sengoku, both now dramatically altered. Cold sweat dripped from Akiji's temple. He took a deep breath and slammed both hands onto the ground with force. Ice Age! A biting chill spread wildly, plunging the battlefield's temperature sharply downward. Countless thick ice pillars erupted from the earth, aiming to completely imprison Garp. At the same time, Sengoku moved again. His body swelled once more, transforming into that towering golden Buddha. Garp! His voice thundered like a great bell, causing all eardrums to ache. What power have you acquired? Garp offered no reply. He merely grinned, and the green steam around him surged violently. In the next moment, his figure vanished. His speed was so great that before Akiji South ice pillars could close, he had already charged forward. What? Akiji's pupils constricted sharply. This speed was at least twice as fast as before. Garp's silhouette, like a green lightning bolt, appeared instantly before Akiji. Too slow. He laughed wildly and threw a punch. Akiji had no time to think. The cold around him condensed furiously, forming a thick ice shield before him. Boom! The fist struck the ice shield, unleashing terrifying force instantly. Crack! The ice shield shattered, and Akiji was sent staggering backward dozens of steps. The ice beneath his feet fractured inch by inch. Before he could regain his footing, Garp's second punch arrived. Buddha's impact. At the critical moment, Sengoku's golden giant palm descended from above, an invisible shockwave crashing down. Garp looked up, battle intent blazing in his eyes. Come! He thrust his fist forward fiercely. Boom! The clash of fist and palm made the very air tremble. The golden shockwave and green steam collided wildly, forming visible ripples of air that spread out in all directions. Sengoku's pupils shrank sharply. He could clearly feel his shockwave being gradually suppressed by the opponent's power. This is impossible. How could this old bastard's strength be this overwhelming? At that moment, from the distant trench, a figure of molten lava soared skyward. Akainu's expression was dark and terrifying. His right arm was twisted and deformed, clearly badly injured. Yet his eyes burned with unrelenting murderous intent. Bastard! He roared, his entire body's lava boiling to its peak. Meteor volcano. Countless molten lava fists burning with black flames rained down like a meteor shower, blanketing the sky as they indiscriminately bombarded Garp's position. Seizing the opportunity, Akiji condensed dozens of ice spears, stabbing at Garp from all directions. Sengoku's golden giant palm pressed down once more. The sky was filled with molten fire rain, the ground pierced by freezing ice spears, and overhead loomed the suppressive golden giant palm. This was a true celestial net, an inescapable trap, the Navy's three greatest powers, locked in a deadly gambit where everything is at stake. Anyone caught within this vortex knows only despair. Yet, the man enveloped in green steam erupted once more into a deafening, maniacal laughter. Wahahaha! Amidst his mirth, the green steam enveloping him and the bluish-purple lightning exploded violently. He neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he charged headlong into the apocalyptic storm raging all around him. In an instant, his figure blurred into a ghostly green apparition, weaving through the impenetrable web of attacks with a trajectory that defied all reason and logic at breakneck speed. Boom! 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 He did not bother to block the molten giant fists. He merely swung his fists through the air. The furious gusts of his punches transformed into invisible shockwaves, precisely detonating several molten fists still suspended midair. Brilliant flames burst forth, and amidst the fiery rain, his silhouette strolled leisurely, with effortless grace. He sidestepped the cunning ice spear hurled by Akiji and smashed another incoming ice spear to smithereens with a backhanded elbow strike. Confronted by the golden giant palm descending from Sengoku, he forcefully stomped the ground, launching himself skyward like a cannonball, and charged at the enormous hand with unbridled ferocity. Boom! The golden shockwave collided violently with the green steam once again. Sengoku, transformed into a golden Buddha, was pushed back slightly by this tempestuous force. Impossible! A tidal wave of shock surged within Sengoku's heart. Karp's strength had increased yet again. At the very moment he wrestled with Sengoku, Akainu had already readjusted his stance and surged forward once more. Die, traitor! He roared, his arm, freshly fractured and forcibly restored beneath the molten lava's embrace, unleashed an even fiercer blast of flame directly at Karp's back. Sakazuki, you're far from capable of achieving that. Karp laughed wildly, not even glancing behind him. Suddenly twisting his waist, he delivered a whip-like kick at an impossible angle, laced with green steam and crackling lightning, colliding thunderously with Akainu's molten giant fist. Bang! This time, Akainu couldn't endure for even a second. His molten fist shattered instantly. The overwhelming force surged through his arm and into his body with a thunderous impact. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Akainu flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing fiercely into a distant fortress building and leaving a huge humanoid-shaped hole in the sturdy wall. His fate remained unknown. Silence fell upon the battlefield once more, as if death itself had descended. Akiji's cold air froze midstream. Sengoku's golden giant palm hung suspended in midair. They stared blankly at the figure embedded in the wall, their minds utterly blank. Could it be that the Navy Admiral, Akainu Sakazuki, had been defeated, and in such a swift, decisive, and utterly overwhelming manner? Karp slowly retracted his leg, the green steam around him flowing gently like a deity or demon. He cracked his neck with a crisp snap, and his sharp eyes gradually turned toward the pale, even horrified faces of Akiji and Sengoku. Puhahaha! Who even researches this chakra stuff? It's really something. He spread his lips, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. His smile far more deranged than any villain on the battlefield. Then, his figure left a fading afterimage and vanished in an instant. Who's next? The green steam flowed gently. Karp stood atop the ruins of the execution platform, lightning and life energy intertwining around him in a destructive aura. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Akainu Sakazuki lay embedded in the fortress wall, fate uncertain. Akiji Kazana's forehead was slick with cold sweat, and an uncontrollable chill radiated from him. Sengoku, the Navy Marshal transformed into a golden Buddha, was unusually silent. His wise eyes locked onto Karp, flickering with a complex torrent of emotions. Pain, anger, unwillingness, and a profound sense of helplessness. Karp, Sengoku's voice rumbled low, as if squeezed from the depths of his chest. Are you truly prepared to go this far? Karp offered no reply. He merely flexed his wrist, the joints crackling sharply. The burning battle spirit in his eyes spoke louder than any words could. Sengoku closed his eyes. After a moment he slowly opened them. All hesitation vanished in that instant, leaving only pure, resolute determination. I understand. He took a deep breath, and his golden form began to contract. The Buddha shape dissolved. Sengoku reverted to his human form, the white Admiral's cloak symbolizing the Navy's highest authority billowing fiercely in the sea breeze. He raised his hand and slowly untied the cloak's fastening. With a soft rustle, the pristine cloak slipped from his shoulders and drifted toward the distant ice. The moment the cloak, emblazoned with the characters for justice, touched the ground. The very air of the battlefield froze. Every Navy soldier's breath caught. Marshal Sengoku had cast off his cloak? What could this possibly signify? Akiji's pupils contracted sharply. Whitebeard ceased his movements, his sharp eyes fixed unwaveringly on Sengoku. As for Karp, the wild laughter on his face softened, replaced by a rare and grave seriousness. Sengoku, he murmured. After shedding the cloak, Sengoku's entire demeanor transformed utterly. The refined elegance and composure of a brilliant strategist vanished completely. In their place rose a raw, primal ferocity and unyielding resolve befitting a warrior. He slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with Karp. Karp, his voice was chillingly calm. I do not know where you come from, nor do I understand what devil's gift grants you that power. But I am the Navy Marshal. I bear the justice of the entire Navy, and indeed the whole world. His voice grew deeper, heavier with conviction. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you may be, I cannot allow you to remain here, to bring shame upon justice. The final word had barely fallen when, boom, a wave of haki, more terrifying than ever before, erupted from Sengoku. This was no mere sovereign's pressure, but a desperate, all-consuming resolve to sacrifice everything. The air trembled. The ice cracked inch by inch. The clouds above were torn apart by this indomitable will, revealing a clear blue sky. Akiji was forced to retreat, stunned by the overwhelming presence. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates turned pale in unison. Even Whitebeard himself wore a grave expression. That Sengoku, he muttered under his breath. It's going to be a desperate fight. The haki that exploded from Sengoku rent the clouds asunder, and his death-defying resolve made the entire battlefield tremble. Vice Admiral Garp stood upon the shattered remnants of the execution platform, his form entwined with green steam and crackling lightning. Confronted by this terrifying aura, the expression upon his face grew increasingly complex. Sengoku gazed at his old comrade who had removed his cloak, observing the resolute determination etched deeply across his features. This man was his lifelong friend. From their youthful days at the Naval Academy, through decades of fighting side by side as comrades in arms, to now standing as adversaries on opposite ends of the world. Together, they had survived the deadly battles of God Valley, witnessed the downfall of the Rocks pirates, and entrusted their backs to each other through countless clashes. But now, Garp's eyes swept over to Ace behind him, the grandson with tears streaming down his face. He drew a deep breath and reminded himself that this was but a parallel world, a possible future. None of this was real, including the Sengoku before him, including the Navy soldiers fallen in pools of blood, including this brutal, ultimate war. If that was the case, faced with a conqueror's haki so overwhelming it could eclipse heaven and earth, Garp's wild laughter did not diminish. Instead, it grew ever more boisterous. Wahahaha! He threw his head back and laughed raucously, the sound reverberating across the entire battlefield. That's the spirit Sengoku. The green steam around him burst forth with a thunderous roar, while blue-violet lightning danced wildly. An equally ferocious conqueror's haki erupted from him, soaring skyward. Two wills collided violently in midair. Rumble! The heavens tore apart. A massive fissure radiated outward from the epicenter of their clash, splitting the cerulean sky in twain. The ice covering Marihoa shattered inch by inch, and the sea surged into towering waves amid the tremors. What is this? The Navy soldiers stared in terror at the rent in the sky, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The sky has split open. Even the Whitebeard pirates were dumbfounded. The 7 warlords, too, collectively paled at this moment. Dracul Mihawk's grip on his sword tightened imperceptibly, his sharp eyes fixed unwaveringly on the crack in the sky. Boa Hancock instinctively retreated half a step. Doflamingo's laughter faltered, a cold sweat beating at his temple. Hey, what kind of joke is this? His voice trembled. A collision of this magnitude. Whitebeard halted his movements, his weathered face creased with grave concern. He chuckled deeply, his gaze shifting between Sengoku and Garp. Those 2 old bastards. That scoundrel is really going all out against Sengoku. Vice Admiral Garp also ceased his actions, looking upward with a complicated expression. After a moment he suddenly laughed. Wahahaha! The old man is still the old man after all. Whitebeard looked at him and suddenly asked, Aren't you gonna stop him? Garp shook his head. That was his choice. He lifted his eyes to the fissure in the sky. Moreover, the old man wished to see for himself. If he had chosen a different path in those days, to what extent might he have reached? Whitebeard remained silent. After a moment he raised his naginata. Then let it continue. He laughed deeply. Let me see how hard the fists of the Navy's hero truly are. The confrontation between Sengoku and Garp had entered its final phase. Two torrents of Conqueror's haki crushed against each other midair, each striving to utterly overwhelm the other. Yet neither Sengoku nor Garp yielded an inch. Their wills soared to the pinnacle of their lives in this instant. Finally, Sengoku moved. His figure vanished from where he stood, his speed so great that not even an afterimage remained. In the next moment, he appeared before Garp. No technique, only a single punch. A punch pure to its utmost extreme. Upon that fist, a dense cloak of jet-black armament haki resembled a tangible force, while golden shockwaves danced wildly beyond the aura. Garp laughed wildly, launching his own punch. Green steam, blue-violet lightning, and jet-black armament haki. Three forces fused upon his fist. Boom! The two fists collided thunderously in midair. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the next instant, a shockwave capable of annihilating all erupted explosively from their clash. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ice shattered. The earth crumbled. Within several hundred meters, everything was pulverized into dust beneath the shockwave's sweep. Even distant warships were overturned by the aftershock, rocking violently on the sea. Akiji was pushed back repeatedly by the shockwave, his face etched with horror. Such power, he murmured. This has already surpassed the limits of humanity. As the dust settled, two figures still stood firm where they had clashed. Sengoku's fist and Garp's fist remained locked together, their faces twisted into ferocious smiles. Sengoku, Garp roared. You've finally gotten serious. Sengoku gave no reply. Only a flicker of resolute determination flashed in his eyes as the power on his fist surged once more. Then let me see. Garp laughed madly, the green steam around him erupting anew. How heavy is your justice, truly? The two forces crashed wildly again. The fissure in the sky widened further. Red lightning illuminated all of Marihoa, causing it to tremble. This legendary duel had reached its most brutal phase. At the center of the shockwave, Sengoku's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel the overwhelming power pressing down from Garp's fist, gradually suppressing him. That power was too pure, so pure that it lacked any technique or finesse. Only the rawest, most ferocious brute strength. Crack! The ice beneath Sengoku's feet splintered inch by inch. His figure began to retreat uncontrollably. Garp laughed wildly, the power on his fist surging again. Wahahaha! Sengoku! This is the strength the old man wields now. He bellowed, green steam and lightning exploding from his body. The old man is strong now. As his words fell, he suddenly exerted tremendous force. Bam! Sengoku's foot struck the ice as he retreated, carving a trench dozens of meters long. Admiral! Akiji's expression shifted dramatically, a chill radiating fiercely from him as he prepared to rush forward and assist. On the distant sea, a golden light flickered briefly. Kizaru's form materialized from the particles of light. He stood atop the mast of a warship, hands in his pockets, an unusual trace of hesitation visible upon his lecherous face. Whoa, 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 he squinted, watching the earth-shattering duel far away, watching Sengoku being pushed back, watching Garp, bathed in lightning and green steam. Is it really necessary to fight to this extent? Truly terrifying. Kizaru stood upon the mast of the warship, squinting as he gazed toward the clash that rent the sky asunder. The golden form of Fleet Admiral Sengoku retreated step by step under the onslaught of green steam and lightning. The ice beneath him plowed into a shocking network of furrows. Kizaru, with his hands shoved deep into his pockets, rarely showed a conflicted expression on his usually lecherous face. He turned his head to the other side. Marco, transformed into a phoenix wreathed in blue flames, traced a curved arc through the air, diving toward the execution platform. Seizing the opportunity created by Sengoku's distraction, the other captains desperately surged forward toward Ace's position. Kizaru scratched his head. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is getting a bit tricky, he murmured lazily, yet behind his sunglasses, a rare glint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Sengoku, the fleet admiral, was fighting with all his might. If he continued to slack off, it really would be indefensible. Kizaru sighed, then his entire being dissolved into particles of golden light, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, a dazzling burst of golden light exploded before Marco. The Yata no Kagami. Countless light spheres poured down like a torrential rain, sealing off every possible route forward for Marco. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Marco's blue flames flared fiercely on his wings as he executed a series of complex evasive maneuvers in midair. But Kizaru's attack this time was unmistakably more earnest than before. The despairingly dense light spheres nearly blanketed the entire sky. Marco's phoenix flames were repeatedly shattered and reformed, rendering any further advance impossible. That bastard Kizaru, Marco's expression darkened to the extreme. Finally, he is not pretending anymore? On the ground, Akainu was struggling to rise from the rubble, his entire body drenched in blood, his face, already grim, now twisted into a terrifying snarl. His right arm was contorted, clearly badly injured by the recent whip kick. Yet his eyes burned only with overwhelming murderous intent. Damn it! Damn it! Akainu growled, his gaze fixed fiercely on the figure bathed in lightning in the distance. That was Marine hero Monkey D. Garp, his once greatly revered senior. Yet now, that bastard had betrayed the Marines and justice itself for the sake of a pirate, for that accursed bloodline. No matter who you are, justice will never tolerate betrayal, never forgive. Akainu roared, his molten lava boiling to its peak. His figure became a blazing meteor, charging recklessly toward Garp. At that moment, Garp was locked in the fiercest struggle with Sengoku. Their fists pressed tightly together, the space around them warping and trembling. Sengoku gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He could clearly feel the crushing force emanating from his opponent's fist slowly overwhelming him. That power was terrifying, so terrifying that even this fleet admiral began to doubt whether he could uphold justice. Garp, Sengoku growled, an unyielding resolve flashing in his eyes. Even if you become this strong, the golden glow on his fist swelled once more. I will never let you. Before he could finish, a searingly intense murderous intent struck from behind. Sakazuki, Sengoku's pupils contracted sharply. Akainu's figure, mad with fury, transformed into a burning mass of molten lava, hurtling straight for Garp's back. That very arm, just fractured moments ago, was forcibly healed beneath the molten shroud, now gathering the fiercest strike of his life. Die Traitor. Akainu's roar shook the heavens and earth. Bingu, watch out! Sengoku shouted, attempting to rush forward and intercept Akainu. Yet once more, Kizaru's figure blocked his path, a faint smile curving his lecherous face. Whoa, 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 Mr. Phoenix sure is dedicated, Kizaru drawled. But the old man has his duties too. He lifted a leg, his calf transforming into a dazzling beam of golden light. Ever tried a lightspeed kick? Gritting his teeth, Marco conjured a shield of azure flames before him. Boom! The golden foot slammed into the fiery barrier with tremendous force, sending Marco hurtling backward. He tumbled through the air several times before barely regaining control, veins bulging on his face. Kizaru, he bellowed, eyes fixed fiercely on Akainu in the distance. How can a Marine admiral stoop to attacking from behind? That's despicable. Kizaru hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. He raised a hand, awkwardly scratching his nose. That's what you call despicable, huh? He muttered with a trace of helplessness. If you knew that Sakazuki also prepared a major surprise for Whitebeard, you'd probably be cursing him out. Kizaru instinctively glanced toward the battlefield near Whitebeard. The legendary pirate was locked in combat with Marine hero Garp, their naginata clashing against fists, each collision unleashing terrifying shockwaves. Behind Whitebeard stood a figure, conflicted and tense. Squard, captain of a pirate crew under the Whitebeard pirates. His hand gripped tightly around the long sword at his waist. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. He knew perfectly well what Akainu had done to this man. That madman had successfully sown distrust between Squard and Whitebeard by revealing the secret of Roger's son. Now, this manipulated individual was poised to make a fatal move, an ambush against Whitebeard. TCH? Kizaru clicked his tongue softly. Suddenly, he felt reluctant to continue entangling with Marco. Yet duty prevailed. Mr. Phoenix, don't lose focus. Kizaru's voice rang out again. Marco snapped back to full awareness, only to find Kizaru already before him, close enough to read each other's expressions. Kizaru raised a leg, golden light shimmering. This time you won T-dodge. Gritting his teeth, Marco's azure flames erupted violently. You wish. Boom. Golden light collided with blue flames midair, triggering a fierce explosion. The shockwave forced Marco to stagger backward repeatedly, his expression darkening to the extreme. He wanted to rush forward. He had to stop Akainu. But Kizaru was an insurmountable wall, blocking his every advance. Damn it! Marco growled through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, the battle between Whitebeard and Garp escalated to a fever pitch. The clash of naginata and fists unleashed shockwaves more terrifying with each strike. Garp's face was stern, his fists radiating the densest haki. Newgate, he shouted, pounding his fist against Whitebeard's naginata. You're old. Whitebeard laughed wildly, the vibration of his weapon surging with wild energy. Even if I'm old, I'm still Whitebeard. Boom! Their powers collided once more, cracking the ice and churning the seawater. At that moment, a low breath came from behind Whitebeard. Squard stood there, eyes filled with inner turmoil and struggle, his long sword slowly drawn. He looked at Whitebeard's broad back, Akainu's words echoing in his mind. Ace is Roger's son, and Whitebeard has known all along. He treated all of you as pawns, as sacrifices to save Ace. Whitebeard's Naginata repelled Marine Garp, unleashing a colossal shockwave that sent shards of ice swirling through the air. Gururara! Whitebeard laughed maniacally as he swept his Naginata horizontally, forcing Marine Garp several paces backward. Just as he was about to command a full-scale assault, a familiar presence approached from behind. That presence carried sorrow, determination, and a murderous intent. Whitebeard's laughter abruptly ceased. His observation haki clearly pinpointed the source of that presence. Squard, the captain of a pirate crew under the Whitebeard pirates, his son who had fought alongside him for many years. At this moment he stood behind him, gripping a long sword, its tip aimed directly at Whitebeard's back. Whitebeard did not turn around. He merely stood there, his Naginata planted firmly on the ground, his broad back fully exposed to Squard. Father! Squard's voice trembled, his eyes bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably. His mind was filled with Akainu's words. Ace is Roger's son. Whitebeard knew all along. He treated all of you as pawns, as sacrifices to save Ace. Squard clenched his teeth, his hand shaking on the sword's hilt. He did not want to believe it, yet those words made too much sense. Why would Whitebeard risk everything to save Ace? Just because Ace was Roger's son? But Roger had slain so many of his comrades. He hated Roger. He hated the Pirate King. And now, the person he was trying to save was Roger's son. Why? Squard howled, tears blurring his vision. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you lie to me? Why use us as sacrifices? His voice tore through the battlefield, shattering the air. Everyone froze. Marco, locked in combat with Kizaru, paled upon hearing the roar. Squard. Jozu also ceased his movements, eyes fixated on the figure behind Whitebeard. No, it couldn't be. The Whitebeard pirates were petrified. They stared at Squard, at the man clutching the long sword, at the blade pointed at their father's back. Squard, what are you doing? Someone shouted furiously. Stop! Stop now! Several desperately tried to rush forward, but the distance was too great. They could do nothing but watch helplessly. Squard closed his eyes as tears slipped down his cheeks. I'm sorry, father, his voice choked with emotion. But I must avenge my comrades. With those words, he abruptly opened his eyes and thrust the long sword fiercely forward. Poochie! The blade pierced Whitebeard's chest. Blood gushed forth from the wound. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. All eyes widened in disbelief. Father! Marco's voice trembled, the azure flames flickering dimly. How could this be? Josu's body stiffened, his diamond-like skin cracking with fine fractures. The Whitebeard pirates stood stunned, staring at the sword embedded in their father's chest, watching the relentless stream of blood flowing out. Their minds went blank. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Akainu's figure streaked like a meteor, his right arm engulfed in burning magma as he slammed it mercilessly into Garp's back. Die Traitor! Hellhound! Garp was locked in a fierce struggle with Sengoku, unable to divert his attention. He barely managed to muster his armament haki to shield his back. Yet Akainu's strike was charged with his full might. Poochie! The molten fist pierced Garp's back. Even with armament haki's protection, the scorching lava vaporized flesh and scorched through the body. The green steam around Garp surged violently, his electric aura dimming. Poochie! He spat a mouthful of blood, his body shuddering violently. On the execution platform, Ace witnessed everything. He saw Whitebeard pierced by Squard's blade. He saw Garp impaled by Akainu's hellhound fist. No! Ace let out a heart-wrenching wail, his voice drenched in despair and agony. Father! Grandfather! He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the sea-stone handcuffs, but the cold shackles held his hands fast. His voice choked with sorrow, eyes filled with guilt and regret. Back on the battlefield, Whitebeard lowered his head, gazing at the long sword lodged in his chest. Blood dripped along the blade, blossoming into crimson flowers upon the ice. He did not falter. His body did not even tremble. He simply stood there, his Naginata still planted on the ground, his broad back remaining steadfast. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice remarkably calm. You truly are a foolish son, Squard. Squard trembled all over, his hand shaking on the hilt. Father, his voice laden with pain. Why didn't you dodge? Whitebeard turned around, his wrinkled old face devoid of anger or reproach. Only tenderness remained. Gururara. He chuckled deeply and lifted his hand to rest upon Squard's head. Because you are my son. Squard's eyes widened, tears streaming freely. Father, his voice quivered, brimming with remorse and despair. Whitebeard slowly turned his gaze to the kneeling Squard, his face free of anger or blame. Only profound sorrow. You truly are a foolish son. Whitebeard's voice was soft yet carried clearly across the battlefield. Squard. He raised his hand and gently placed it upon Squard's head. That hand was large and warm, just as it had often stroked his head in days past. Father Squard's voice choked, tears pouring uncontrollably. You were deceived. Whitebeard's tone remained composed. I never regarded you all as pawns. You are all my sons, Ace included. He paused briefly, a trace of bitterness coloring his voice. So what if he is Roger's son? He is my son, and that is enough. Squard's body trembled violently. He lifted his gaze to Whitebeard's deeply lined face. But no buts, Whitebeard interrupted. In my lifetime I have made many mistakes. But there is one thing I have never regretted. He turned his head to the distant execution platform, where the shackled youth remained bound. That is taking you all as my sons. Whitebeard's words echoed across the battlefield, heard by every member of the Whitebeard pirates. They gazed upon that towering figure, upon the silhouette that stood firm despite a blade lodged deep in his chest. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Marco's voice trembled. Father, Josu roared, his diamond-hardened fist relentlessly pounding toward Doflamingo. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Whitebeard suddenly burst into wild laughter. He reached out, grasped the hilt of the knife embedded in his chest, and with a fierce yank pulled it free. Blood gushed forth, yet his laughter only grew louder. My lads. He raised his naginata high, his voice echoing through the heavens and earth. My command is but one. Bring Ace back alive. Then he paused, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. And wipe out every scoundrel who dares scheme against my son. Yes, sir. The Whitebeard pirates roared in unison. Akainu's figure slowly detached itself from behind Garp. The moment his fist, wreathed in molten lava, left his body, flesh was seared black, and the air was thick with the nauseating stench of burning. Akainu chuckled lowly, his face twisted in a sinister grin. It's over. He looked upon Garp's pierced back, the murderous intent in his eyes undiminished. A traitor deserves death. Even if you were once a Navy hero, now you are nothing but a corpse. But just as Akainu prepared to turn away, Garp stirred. Slowly he straightened his body. Ha ha ha. A low, hoarse laugh escaped his throat. The voice was raspy, yet filled with madness. Akainu's pupils contracted sharply.
Impossible.
After all these years. Garp turned his head, his eyes burning with fervent battle spirit. You've improved somewhat, brat. Akainu's expression darkened completely. You? Garp shifted his shoulders. The wound still bled profusely. He could distinctly feel his internal organs nearly being roasted alive. The intense heat of the molten lava seemed to threaten to carbonize his entire being. Truly the most formidable devil fruit power. Yet Garp grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I am far from finished. Akainu's fury ignited instantly. You bastard! You dare laugh at this stage? He roared, his entire body boiling with molten lava once more. Scorching magma condensed on his arm, transforming into a blazing giant fist that crashed violently toward Garp's head. But Garp did not even glance. He simply stood there, head bowed, his body trembling slightly. In the next moment, an even more ferocious aura burst forth from within him. 8 gates released formation. Garp's voice was deep as green steam surged wildly around him. Second gate. He lifted his head abruptly, eyes gleaming with madness. Rest gate. Open. Boom. A burst of emerald green energy exploded instantaneously. The energy was denser and more ferocious than before. Akainu's molten fist had yet to strike, but it was already shaken off course by the shockwave. What? Akainu gasped, attempting to retract his fist, but it was too late. Garp vanished from sight in an instant. His speed was so swift not even afterimages remained. In the next moment, Akainu felt a tremendous force strike his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a fist wrapped in emerald green steam, imprinted squarely upon his belly. PFT. Akainu spewed a fountain of blood, flying backward like a cannonball. His body tumbled through the air, crashing violently onto the ice, carving a trench dozens of meters long. Cough, cough, cough. Akainu struggled to rise, but the searing pain in his abdomen drained the color from his face. That punch had nearly shattered his internal organs. He lifted his head, eyes fixed intently on the figure bathed in emerald light in the distance. Garp stood there, his aura still rising. Not enough yet. He roared to the heavens, his voice shaking the entire battlefield. To bring Ace home. His fists clenched tightly, muscles swelling with power. Third gate. His voice grew louder, more frenzied. Life gate. Open. Boom! A storm of emerald energy erupted around him. The energy felt tangible, manifesting invisible ripples that radiated wildly outward. The ice cracked. The sea surged backward. Countless Navy soldiers and pirates staggered from the shockwave, retreating in alarm. What is this power? Terrifying. Is that old man even human? The Navy soldiers' eyes widened in terror. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates erupted in excited cheers. So strong. Truly befitting of Vice Admiral Garp. That lava brat is finished now. Marco stared intently at the distant figure, shock flashing in his eyes. This power has surpassed the bounds of humanity. Kizaru also paused his movements, scratching his head with a conflicted expression. Truly frightening, he muttered quietly, his gaze complex as it settled on Garp. How many more tricks does this old man still hide? Meanwhile, Akainu struggled to rise from the ground. His face was pale, blood continuously trickling from the corners of his mouth. Yet in his eyes still blazed a furious rage. Garp, he growled, molten lava boiling anew throughout his body. You traitor. Gritting his teeth, he tried to form another molten fist. But at that moment, an unprecedented sense of peril washed over him. Akainu snapped his head up, only to find Garp's figure already before him. The speed was so immense he could not react in time. When did Akainu's pupils shrank sharply? Garp said nothing. He merely raised his fist. Emerald steam perfectly fused with crackling lightning, swirling around his knuckles. The power radiating from it filled Akainu with despair. Game over, brat, Garp whispered, his voice devoid of emotion. His fist slammed mercilessly into Akainu's abdomen. Boom! A tremendous shockwave exploded instantly. Akainu's body doubled over violently, his molten form fracturing inch by inch. Blood gushed wildly from his mouth, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Aha! Akainu emitted a piercing scream, flying backward like a cannonball. His body crashed through the walls of the naval fortress. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunderous impact echoed throughout Marineford. The fortress walls shattered successively, dust billowing endlessly. Akainu's figure vanished utterly from sight. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. All eyes widened, mouths agape wide enough to swallow an egg. They stared at the figure bathed in emerald light, at the silhouette that had just sent a vice admiral flying with a single punch. Their minds went utterly blank. A vice admiral, defeated in an instant? Admiral Akainu, a naval soldier, trembled as he spoke, his voice laden with disbelief. Struck by a single punch, he swallowed hard, unable to complete his sentence. Kizaru scratched his head. Tesuke, he clicked his tongue, his face awash with helplessness. This is truly troublesome now. Akiji also ceased his movements, gazing at the distant figure. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Captain Garp, are you truly prepared to stand against the Navy? Garp stood motionless, emerald green steam billowing around his form. He glanced down at his own hands. The skin over his knuckles had begun to crack, blood seeping through the crevices. Alas, he murmured softly, a hint of regret in his tone. This is already my limit. The time was simply too short. Since acquiring the 8 gates technique from Byakuya, only a matter of days had passed at most. To have opened the 3rd gate in such a brief span was testament to his extraordinary talent. But that was all. The 4th gate, the gate of injury, was a true watershed. Once opened, the body would begin to suffer irreversible damage. Mary Geos, the sacred seat of the world government, the pinnacle of power, the supreme throne chamber. Here, shrouded perpetually in dim light, a colossal throne stood silently atop a raised platform. Within the vast hall, only faint candlelight flickered against the walls. Suddenly, from the empty throne came the faintest sound of breathing. A figure slowly opened his eyes. Within those eyes was no emotion, only an abyssal indifference. Imo, the true ruler of this world. His gaze pierced through space, through illusions, and settled upon the distant battlefield of Marihoa. It fell upon the figure enveloped in emerald green steam, a different kind of flame. The voice was soft yet echoed through the vast chamber. Imu's fingers tapped gently upon the armrest of the throne in a slow, measured rhythm. He could feel it. That power did not belong to this world. It was not a devil fruit, nor hockey, nor any known system. It was an alien spark. Interesting, Imu whispered, his voice devoid of any disturbance. His gaze lingered briefly on Garp before slowly shifting away. Meanwhile, in the 5 elders' office, 5 white-haired elders sat around a long table, deliberating Ace-S execution. Whitebeard has already mobilized. Sengoku should be able to handle that side. Ace must die. This is the best opportunity to proclaim the Navy's justice to the world. The bloodline of Roger must not remain in this world. The elders spoke in low, ruthless tones. But at that moment all five simultaneously paused. Their expressions shifted subtly, surprise flickering in their eyes. It was an intangible summons from that exalted one. Exchanging glances without hesitation, the five elders rose in unison. Moments later, in the supreme throne chamber, the five elders knelt before the throne, heads bowed in utmost reverence. "My lord," they spoke in unison, voices laced with awe. Imu remained silent, seated and continuing to tap the armrest. After a long while he finally spoke. "Deploy the world government's power to support the navy." The five elders were stunned. Garp slowly raised his head. Emerald steam swirled wildly around him, electricity crackling across his skin. He looked toward the direction where his punch had shattered several layers of wall. "Kainu, that brat." Garp exhaled a heavy breath. Images from before entering the battlefield flashed through his mind. Kainu's fist had pierced Ace's chest. Flames extinguished, blood evaporated. That child had smiled, saying, "Thank you for loving me," before collapsing into Luffy's arms. That future was meant for this world. It was an ending he could not accept. "Damn lava brat." Garp gritted his teeth, emerald steam raging violently around him. Since it has come to this, why not go even further? Suddenly, Garp snapped his head upward. In that instant, every hair on his body stood on end. An indescribable pressure descended from the void, a sensation akin to being watched by an omnipotent entity. It was not Sengoku, nor the three admirals, nor Whitebeard. It was something far beyond. His breathing grew heavy. He could clearly feel that gaze piercing space, penetrating all barriers, fixed squarely upon him. No malice, no intent to kill, only pure scrutiny, as if examining an intriguing toy. "Damn it!" Garp clenched his teeth, emerald steam surging violently. He did not know whence that gaze came, but instinct told him. The battle must be swift and decisive. No more delay. Turning around, he fixed his eyes on the young boy shackled by sea-stone handcuffs upon the execution platform. "Ace!" Garp's voice exploded across the battlefield. Ace suddenly lifted his head, tears blurring his vision. "Grandpa!" Garp grinned widely. "Old man S here to bring you home." With those words, his figure transformed into a streak of emerald lightning, surging instantly toward the execution platform. He spun abruptly, charging straight toward Ace. Amid the ruins of the platform, Ace remained bound by the sea-stone shackles. Garp seized his collar, hoisting him up entirely. "Grandpa!" Ace's eyes widened. Garp said nothing. He merely glanced at Ace, then turned and hurled him toward Whitebeard's direction. "Go kid." With a powerful flick, he sent Ace flying toward Whitebeard. "Newgate!" Garp roared. "Catch your son." Whitebeard was momentarily stunned before bursting into raucous laughter. "Gururara!" He caught Ace in his arms, his wrinkled old face brimming with relief. "Well done, Garp." "Dad." Ace's voice trembled. Whitebeard looked down at him, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. "Gururara," he chuckled softly. "Don't worry, Ace. Dad won't let anything happen to you." Navy Captain Garp stood silently nearby, watching Ace in Whitebeard's arms. He remained motionless, his gaze complex as it rested upon the distant figure bathed in emerald light. That was another self, a self who had chosen a different path. "Truly madness," Navy Captain Garp whispered. At that moment, Garp had already turned away. His eyes locked onto the direction where Akainu had been flung backward. Emerald green steam surged wildly around his body, lightning crackling across the surface of his skin. "You brat." Garp's voice rumbled deeply. "This old man hasn't had his fill yet." As the words fell, his figure vanished from where he stood, the speed leaving behind nothing but a fleeting afterimage. The icy surface shattered, seawater rolled backward. Karp transformed into a streak of emerald green light, pursuing the direction of Akainu. Boom! Karp's figure instantly disappeared from sight. His speed was so tremendous that even Kizaru squinted slightly. "Truly terrifying," Kizaru muttered, scratching his head. "Has he surpassed the speed of light already?" Akiji sighed heavily. "Captain Karp, are you really going to go this far?" Sengoku's face darkened drastically upon witnessing this scene. "This is bad," he roared, attempting to give chase. Yet Karp's speed was too overwhelming, too swift for him to react in time. "Sakazuki is in danger." Sengoku gritted his teeth, golden light exploding around him. Transforming into the Great Buddha, he set off in pursuit of Karp's path. But it was already too late. Karp's figure had vanished at the horizon. Like a green lightning bolt tearing through the air, he charged toward the direction where Akainu was flying backward. The ice beneath his feet fragmented with each step, leaving deep footprints behind. Emerald green steam trailed a long tail of flame in his wake. Sakazuki. Karp's roar shook the entire marine fort to its core. This old man hasn't let you go yet. His speed intensified, distorting the surrounding scenery. The marine soldiers could only glimpse a green streak of light flash past. Not even an afterimage could be discerned. Too fast. Is that truly the speed of a human? The marines' voices trembled with fear. Vice Admiral Karp? No, that traitor. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Karp. It was a young boy with pink hair, tears streaming down his face as his body shook violently. Yet he spread his arms wide, standing resolutely before Karp. Stop! The boy's voice was a desperate shout. Please, stop! Karp's form halted abruptly. He stopped before the boy, emerald green steam swirling fiercely around him. Get lost? Karp's voice was low and grim. This old man doesn't have time for your nonsense. The boy clenched his teeth, tears flowing uncontrollably. No. His voice trembled but remained resolute. You've done enough. If this continues. He took a deep breath, sorrow filling his tone. If this continues, everyone will die. The Marines will die. The pirates will die. This war has lost all meaning. The boy's words echoed across the battlefield. Karp fixed his gaze on him, emerald green steam rolling around his body, lightning dancing over his skin. Who are you? Karp's voice was devoid of any emotion. The boy hesitated. I am Kobe, he shouted loudly. Marine Headquarters Private First Class. Kobe. Karp narrowed his eyes. Kobe? The name was unfamiliar to him. This old man doesn't know you, Karp said indifferently. And doesn't wish to. He raised his hand. One last chance. Get lost. Kobe's body trembled. He could vividly feel the terrifying aura radiating from the man before him, an aura that made his very soul scream. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat even a single step. No, Kobe roared. I cannot let you continue. This war. His voice choked with emotion. This war is over. Ace has been rescued. The Marines have lost. Continuing only means more deaths. Kobe's words were filled with anguish. He looked around at the bodies strewn across the shattered ice. Both Marines and pirates alike. They had all perished for this senseless conflict. Therefore, Kobe raised his head, tears blurring his vision. So please, stop. Don't kill anymore. Karp fell silent. He looked at the pink-haired boy before him, at the tear-filled eyes. After a moment, Karp suddenly laughed. What an interesting brat, he murmured softly. But his smile vanished. However, he cut himself off. This old man refuses. With that, Karp raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The crisp sound echoed across the battlefield. Kobe's body was hurled backward like a cannonball, tumbling through the air several times before crashing violently onto the ice, carving a long groove. Kobe! Elmper's cry rang out from afar. Karp did not look back. He merely stood there, watching the direction Kobe flew. This old man doesn't know you, his voice was barely a whisper. And doesn't care for your thoughts. He turned around and resumed his march toward Akainu's direction. That lava brat nearly killed my grandson. Therefore, emerald green steam exploded around his body. This old man will make him pay. With those words, Karp's figure vanished once more. His speed exceeded even before, tearing the very air apart. Boom! The sonic boom reverberated across the battlefield. Karp transformed into a streak of green light, instantly dashing toward the direction where Akainu was flying backward. The ice shattered. Seawater rolled back violently. Countless marine soldiers staggered, struggling to keep their footing amid the shockwave. That bastard, Kizaru scratched his head. Not even sparing children. Akiji sighed deeply. Captain Karp, you have truly changed. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Damn it! He roared, golden light bursting around him. We cannot let him catch Sakazuki. Transforming into the Great Buddha once again, Sengoku pursued Karp's path. But Karp's speed was too great, utterly beyond his reach. Damn it! Sengoku clenched his teeth. At this moment, Akainu had risen from the ruins. His face was pale, blood constantly dripping from the corners of his mouth. Several ribs were broken in his chest, and his internal organs grievously wounded. Yet within his eyes still burned a raging fury. Karp, Akainu growled through clenched teeth. You traitor! He struggled to stand. But then, an unprecedented sense of peril surged over him. Akainu suddenly raised his head, only to see a green streak of light hurtling toward him at an inconceivable speed. So fast he could not react. When, Akainu's pupils contracted sharply. The next moment, Karp's figure appeared before him. Emerald green steam billowed turbulently around the body. Lightning danced upon the fist. The game continued, you brat. Garp grinned broadly. This time, his fist crashed mercilessly toward Akainu's face. Garp's fist halted mere inches from Akainu's visage. The gale of his punch tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Akainu's face contorted under the savage gust, blood trails marking his skin. He fixed his gaze unblinkingly upon the fist so close before him. The emerald steam and lightning entwined around that fist exuded an aura of utter devastation. Yet, Akainu did not close his eyes. Within them still blazed a mad, murderous intent. Ha! Garp suddenly chuckled, his laughter low and laced with madness. Seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Akainu clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Don't underestimate me. His voice was hoarse. I am an admiral of the navy, an executor of justice. You, traitor. He wished to say more, but Garp had long since lost patience. Cease this at once, Garp. A roar echoed from afar. Sengoku's golden Buddha figure descended from the heavens. His massive palm transformed into a shockwave, striking toward Garp from a distance. The force was enough to shatter mountains. Yet Garp did not even glance that way. He merely raised his other hand and swung it backhandedly. Boom! The emerald green wave of energy, as tangible as solid matter, instantly dispersed Sengoku's shockwave. The golden energy exploded midair, scattering into countless points of light that faded away. Sengoku's form faltered midair, his expression shifting drastically. How is this possible? So effortlessly, Garp turned his head toward Sengoku. His eyes bore no emotion, only icy coldness. Sengoku, his voice was faint. You have arrived too late. As the words fell, Garp's gaze returned to Akainu. His smile turned frigid. The game is truly over. Akainu's pupils constricted violently. He attempted to evade, but his body was immobile. Although Garp's fist had not landed, the gale from it had already shattered his internal organs. His mere standing was sustained solely by sheer willpower. Garp made no use of his fists. Slowly, he lifted his foot. That foot, enveloped in emerald steam and lightning, rose high like a battle axe. Instinctively, Akainu raised both arms, crossing them above his head. Lava surged wildly before him, forming a dense shield. It's useless, Garp said calmly. The next moment, his foot descended with brutal force. Shine! Boom! At the instant the foot struck, the air compressed to its limit, producing an explosive roar. The lava shield shattered instantly, fragments scattering like a rain of fire. Then came the sound of bones cracking. Snap! The unmistakable noise of skeletal fractures echoed clearly. Akainu screamed in agony, his arms twisting at unnatural angles. Yet Garp's foot did not relent. It continued its descent, pounding heavily upon Akainu's face. Crash! The plaza of Marineford shook violently. The ice cracked open, seawater surged backward. Before all eyes appeared a massive footprint pit. The crater was tens of meters deep, its edges riddled with fractures. Akainu lay at the bottom of the pit. His face was unrecognizable. Blood mingled with lava poured from his 7 orifices. His body twitched a few times before falling into a deep unconsciousness. Silence engulfed the entire battlefield. Every soul stared wide-eyed, mouths agape wide enough to swallow an egg. They gazed at the pit. They gazed at the mangled figure within. Their minds blank. The admiral was stomped into the ground? Sakazuki, a navy soldier, trembled as he spoke. Admiral, he swallowed hard, unable to finish his sentence. Kizaru scratched his head. Truly, he muttered softly. Terrifying. Akiji silently observed the pit. Captain Garp, are you really... Garp! Sengoku's roar shattered the stillness. The golden Buddha figure descended from the sky, smashing heavily upon the edge of the pit. Sengoku, in the form of the Buddha, knelt beside the pit, lowering his head to look at the unconscious Akainu below. The golden Buddha trembled violently. He lifted his head, eyes fixed fiercely upon Garp. Those eyes blazed with rage and helplessness. Sengoku's voice trembled. Why did you go this far? Garp offered no reply. He slowly withdrew his foot, lowering his gaze to his own body. Cracks appeared across his skin. They were the side effects of opening the 8 gates. Blood seeped from these fissures, soon staining his clothes red. Yet Garp paid no heed. He threw back his head and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. His laughter shook all of Marineford. Refreshing. Garp laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping over Sengoku. Sengoku clenched his teeth, attempting to speak, but ultimately said nothing. He simply lowered his head, staring at Akainu in the pit below. The golden light gradually dimmed. Garp turned away. Emerald green steam roiled around his body. His eyes passed beyond Sengoku, beyond the navy soldiers, and finally rested upon Whitebeard in the distance. Whitebeard stood there, one arm cradling Ace, the other gripping his naginata. His aged, wrinkled face was filled with complexity. Their eyes met in midair. After a moment, Whitebeard suddenly smiled. Retreat the entire army. Whitebeard's command thundered across the battlefield. On the Moby Dick, all the pirates erupted into deafening cheers. Old man, you're mighty. Ace is saved. We've won. Marco spread his wings. Blue phoenix flames tracing a magnificent arc through the sky. Everyone listen. Fall back as planned. All pirate crews, board one by one. Jozu smashed the ice blocks before him with a single punch. His diamond-like body gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Quick! Move faster! The captains of the Whitebeard pirates sprang into action swiftly. Vista brandished his twin swords, cutting through several light beams fired by Kizaru. Don't even think about chasing us. Cover the retreat. Whitebeard stood at the prow of the Moby Dick, the wound upon his chest still bleeding. Yet his gaze remained sharp. Watching the pirates charging toward the ship, a faint smile curved upon his lips. Gururara-sons, it's time to go home.